I'm in Hollywood Chapter 72 to Chapter 139. The award ceremony continued. This year's Golden Globe Awards was not affected by Eric's Butterfly. Except for a few more nominations for the two movies related to him, the list of winners did not change. Just like the original Spacetime Continuum, there were still 3 yokes in the Best Actress Drama category. The guest in charge of presenting the award, Michael Douglas, looked at the name list in the envelope and hesitated for more than 10 seconds before reading it out loud. He thought that the organizers had made a mistake and wrote the list of nominees on the envelope. It wasn't until Michael received a hint from the organizers that he read the list out. The winner of the Best Actress Drama category is Jodie Foster, the defendant. There was sporadic applause from the audience. Michael quickly sped up, and Sigourney Weaver, Danger in the Fog, and Shirley Mike Ryan, Madame Susatska. Except for Eric, who had already expected the result, everyone else seemed to have their vocal cords stuck. After a short pause, someone took the lead and clapped. Soon, thunderous applause resounded through the Hilton Hotel International Ballroom. Amidst the applause, the 3 hesitant female protagonists walked up to the podium and confirmed the name list in Michael Douglas's hands before they were relieved. After receiving the trophy, Jodie Foster and Sigourney Weaver consciously gave the first speech to Shirley Mike Ryan, who was the oldest. Shirley Mike Ryan was an evergreen tree among Hollywood actresses. She was already 55 years old. She debuted in the 1950s and her career was at its peak in the 1960s and 1970s. She had won the Best Actress Award at the Academy Awards, the Golden Globe Awards, the Venice Film Festival, and the Berlin Film Festival. It was one of Shirley Mike Ryan's regrets that she did not win the Best Actress Award at the Cannes Film Festival. For some reason, Shirley Mike Ryan, who had received a series of nominations and awards at other film festivals, had not even received a single nomination at the Cannes Film Festival. With a smile on her face, Shirley Mike Ryan walked up to Mike Ryan with the trophy and began her speech skillfully. This is really an unexpected result. After Best Actress, Best Actor, and Best Film didn't surprise most people. Rain Man had unquestionably won the 2 most important awards in the plot category. This movie, which had always relied on awards and autism to prop up the box office, would definitely see a rebound in the box office. What was different from his previous life was that the current Rain Man had only been in theaters for 5 weeks. During the Christmas-New Year slot, which was the easiest time to reap the box office, it had only earned more than $40 million. In the parallel universe, although the box office of Rain Man had never been anything amazing, and in the 25-week-long screening process, it had only won the weekly box office once. The rest of the time, it was in the state of sneaking into the village to harvest crops. But fortunately, in the harvest that lasted for half a year, Rain Man did not encounter any blockbusters, nor did it encounter any box office dark horses. Tom Cruise's box office appeal, coupled with the fact that he kept winning small awards all over the world to create topics of discussion, finally created a high box office of $170 million. And now, this situation would definitely not happen again. Rain Man was squeezed by the still strong Home Alone and Back to 17 at the beginning, and the box office was low. In this situation, it was impossible to get a 6-month-long screening period, not to mention that there was also Eric's Pretty Woman next. In fact, not only Rain Man, among the movies released during the holiday season, Brother Dragon and Brother Mouse and Whitehead Detective, which should have been in the top 10 box office of 1988, as well as Working Girl, which won the Best Comedy Film Tonight, the box office shrank by a lot compared to the parallel universe. After all, there were only so many people watching a movie. In the last 2 months of 1988, the box office was about $600 million. Home Alone and Back to 17 directly took away $200 million, more than a third of the total. The box office of the other movies could be imagined. After the director of Rain Man, Barry Levinson, went on stage to receive the Best Drama Film Award, the 3-hour live broadcast of the Golden Globe Awards officially ended. All the stars present breathed a sigh of relief. After moving their stiff bodies from sitting for too long, they got up and left the venue. Of course, they weren't going home directly. Next, in the other ballrooms of the Hilton Hotel, there were a series of parties held by the major film companies. Eric pulled Drew and was about to leave when Penny Marshall came over. "Hey, Eric, Fox is having a party on the 3rd floor. Do you want to come? Thanks for the invitation, Penny, but I'm afraid I can't go. Eric shook his head and refused. Penny Marshall sized up Eric's expression. Eric, are you disappointed because you didn't get an award? You're only 18 years old. There are still many opportunities. Look at me. I also went home empty-handed tonight. Of course, Eric wasn't disappointed. The ultimate purpose of the PR awards was still for economic benefits. You could tell just by looking at the two Best Film awards. In terms of box office sales, Home Alone was the biggest winner this year. Of course not, Penny. It's actually because I have to get up early tomorrow. The schedule for Pretty Woman is very tight. I have to hurry. Penny helplessly hugged Eric goodbye. See you later. You're so young. Why are you working so hard? I heard that you've been working late every day. Eric hugged Penny. If I don't work hard when I'm young, do I have to wait until I'm old? Wow, you sound like a middle-aged man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life. I really don't know where you get so much emotion. Eric smiled and didn't say anything. He said goodbye to Tom Hanks and the others one by one before leaving the Hilton Hotel with a reluctant Drew. After starting the car, Eric glanced at the unhappy Drew in the front passenger seat and smiled. Okay, girl. Don't pout. You didn't bring any spare clothes. If you accidentally dirty your dress at the party, we can only compensate you at the original price. Drew wrinkled her little nose and mimicked Penny Marshall's tone. Wow, you sound like a middle-aged man who haggles over every little thing. I really don't know why you earn so much money. Now that you mention it, I remember. Eric frowned slightly and looked at the girl who wasn't driving properly. I received the bill for the credit card I gave you the day before yesterday. I didn't expect you to spend so much money. Looks like I'll have to ask Kapoor to take you to do a drug test tomorrow. If you disappoint me, Drew didn't show any signs of worry. She leaned over and her eyes were eager. Eric, what are you going to do? You locked me in the basement, didn't give me clothes to wear, didn't let me eat, and even used a whip, wax stripping, a wooden horse. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so evil. You're still underage. Okay. I'll be honest. Before Christmas, when you weren't at home, I invited some classmates to a party. I accidentally spent a little too much. Eric's expression relaxed a little, but he still asked, does a party cost so much money? It's all your fault. The girl suddenly became self-righteous. You and Jennifer Aniston took that beautiful street photo to piss me off. I was impulsive and asked the store to send a box of 53 Petrus. 53 Petrus, and a freaking box. He really wanted to teach this wastrel a lesson according to the method that the lass had just told him. Eric unconsciously licked his dry lips. You've finished it? Drew blinked her beautiful green eyes and nodded gently. Yes. Finally, you didn't buy, cocaine, with money. Eric took a deep breath and finally found something to be comforting. Good. Hotel Wilshire Restaurant. The scene of Edward playing the piano in the restaurant took place late at night. After negotiating with the hotel, the production crew changed the thick, opaque curtains at the last minute. With the help of the lighting crew, they created a light scene in the middle of the night. Actors in position. Action. Under the panoramic camera, the scattered waiters in the restaurant were tidying up, smoking, and chatting in low voices. Edward didn't care whether they were listening to him carefully or not. He bowed deeply and pursed his lips, exuding a strong sense of fatigue and boredom. The rapid sound of the piano hinted at the depression in Edward's heart. Eric watched Ayel's performance on the monitor carefully. He wasn't very good at music, so he couldn't tell how good Al Pacino was. He just felt that Ayel's solo was very smooth, and the emotions in the camera were also very well expressed. He glanced at the composer, Howard Norton, who had been specially called over to guide the shoot. If Ayel's performance wasn't satisfactory, Howard would personally be responsible for the score. However, judging from Howard's frequent nodding, he was very satisfied with Ayel's piano solo. As time went on, Vivian, who was wearing a nightgown, walked up behind Edward, and Edward's piano came to an end. A smile appeared on Vivian's face as she listened to Edward's performance with her arms crossed. Cut. Very good. Eric called for a stop and couldn't help but clap. There was sporadic applause in the studio. Although he heard Eric's praise, Al only nodded slightly. He was still immersed in his previous emotions and didn't intend to come out. Eric didn't say anything else and quickly instructed the staff to prepare for the next scene. After the performance, Edward thanked the audience, and Vivian stepped forward. As a girl who hadn't even finished high school, she naturally couldn't tell the complicated emotions contained in Edward's piano. Leaning over the piano, Vivian said respectfully, "I didn't know you could play the piano." Edward smiled and gazed at Vivian. "I only play for strangers." Vivian was stunned for a moment. She didn't delve into the reason and moved to Edward's side. "I'm a little lonely upstairs." Edward blinked quickly and sniffed. He turned around and sent the others away, not forgetting to thank her. He was always so polite, even when he was ordering others around. Vivian, however, couldn't help but tease Edward. "Are people always willing to listen to your orders?" Edward didn't answer. He pulled the girl to him and leaned his head against Vivian tiredly. It was the first time the girl had felt the man's weakness. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She could only follow her instincts and stroke Edward's hair, her index finger tracing the lines of the man's jacket. Edward silently carried Vivian to the top of the piano. Vivian obediently let the man kiss her. At that moment, the girl turned into a pool of spring water and silently invaded Edward's dry emotional world. The camera slowly zoomed out until it was completely blocked by the obstacles that had been prepared in advance. But Al Pacino and Julia didn't stop their performance. The two of them were still entangled together. The cameraman, Nick Frank, looked at Eric. After getting a hint from his eyes, he wisely turned off the camera. All the crew members looked at Eric silently, asking what to do next. Eric knew that he couldn't let things go on like this. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Okay, cut." On the top of the piano, Julia was the first to break out of her daze when she heard the sound. She looked at Eric shyly and fearfully, pushed Al away, tidied up her messy dress and put on her nightgown again. Al also came back to his senses. Seeing the strange looks of the crew members around him, he could only smile awkwardly. In order to resolve the awkward atmosphere, Eric quickly sent the others to prepare for the next scene. "I'm sorry, Eric. I lost my composure." Eric came to Al and said with a smile, "No, Al, your performance was excellent. This is the perfect state of an actor." Oh, Julia's performance was also excellent. Eric didn't forget to praise the girl beside him in the end. However, Julia didn't feel the joy of being praised. She avoided Eric's gaze and said, I'm going to touch up my makeup first." After saying that, the girl left in a hurry. Al was a little confused. What happened to her? Eric shrugged. "Maybe she's shy. I think it's a little strange too. She hasn't been like this in the previous scenes. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Who knows?" In the following scenes, Julia made a lot of mistakes that she shouldn't have. However, Eric was satisfied with the most important scene of the day, which saved him a lot of time. So, Eric wasn't as impatient as before. At 5 in the afternoon, the crew wrapped up again. Al smiled and went to Julia, who was removing her makeup in the trailer. "Miss Roberts, are you free tonight? A new French restaurant just opened on Zeniga Avenue. I'd like to invite you to dinner." Julia paused. The makeup artist and her assistant were about to leave, but Julia stopped them and said to Al, "Mr. Pacino, can you wait a moment?" "Of course. I'll wait for you outside," Al said and walked out of the trailer. A few minutes later, Julia came out with her makeup removed. She nodded at Al, who waved at her, but took the lead to walk to Eric, who was discussing something with his assistant, Alan Fissman. "Prepare 50 extras for this scene. Macho, find some professional ones. Anyway, the shoot is almost over, and our budget is still very sufficient." As Eric spoke, he caught a glimpse of Julia walking towards him from the corner of his eye. He nodded slightly to the girl, and focused on holding a pencil to the folder to discuss with Alan. "Eric, Al wants to invite me to dinner?" Julia's voice was a little low. Alan raised his eyebrows slightly. He could clearly sense the probing in the girl's tone. Eric had been focused on giving Alan some instructions, but when he heard Julia's words, he blurted out without thinking, "Go ahead. Don't delay tomorrow's filming." The girl stood there blankly for a few seconds and stared at Eric in a daze. Seeing that the man still didn't have much of a reaction, Julia suddenly became very angry. This anger made her reckless. The girl took 2 steps forward and, to Alan's surprise, kicked Eric's calf. Eric screamed and fell down. Alan, who saw everything, was so surprised that he forgot to help Eric up. The corner of his mouth trembled, and his calf muscles tightened. "That's high heels, how painful. Is this woman crazy?" Hearing Eric scream, everyone who was still on the set quickly gathered. Julia immediately regretted her kick, but since she had already done such a thing, the girl also had the mood to throw away the broken jar. She pursed her lips and turned around to leave. Julia's assistant, Allison Green, looked worriedly at Eric, who had been helped up, but still followed behind Julia. Allison drove the silent Julia back to the apartment. After Julia entered the house, she sat on the sofa in the living room in a daze. Allison carefully poured a glass of water for Julia and placed it in front of the girl. She asked worriedly, "Julia, we won't be fired, right?" Thinking of that man's overbearing character, Julia wasn't sure what the outcome would be. She held the glass and whispered, "I'm sorry, Allison. I might have implicated you." "It's okay. At worst, I'll just find another job." Allison, on the other hand, was carefree. Even if she changed jobs, she would still be an assistant. She would not be too worried. "But, why did you kick Mr. Williams?" Julia took a sip of water in a panic and didn't answer. Allison probed, "Don't tell me you kicked him because he stopped you from dating Mr. Al?" Julia still didn't say anything. Allison took Julia's silence as acquiescence and said indignantly, "That's too much. You've only had a relationship once or twice. You're not his exclusive property. How can you restrict your freedom of love?" Julia scratched her head and said, "Allison, stop talking. Can you give me some peace and quiet? Oh, how about I leave first? Call me if you need anything." "Julia, cheer up. You're not a nameless actress now. Even if you leave that bastard, you can still get a movie." "Allison, okay. I'll stop talking. I'll leave first." The location was still the set. Eric was sitting on a recliner surrounded by people. His pants were raised, and he gasped from time to time as the private doctor pressed on it. "Mr. Williams, the bones aren't hurt. You can just apply some medicine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. However, it won't be convenient for you to move around these few days." Eric said, "Thank you for making the trip, Dr. Grant." "You're welcome. Call me if you need anything. I'll leave first." Dr. Grant left a bottle of medicine and left with his medical kit. "Okay, everyone can go back now. I'll be fine after some rest." The crew members around gradually dispersed, leaving only Alan Fissman and Al Pacino. Al felt that what had just happened must have something to do with him, so he decided to stay and explain. He originally thought that Eric and Julia didn't have any intimate relationship. In addition, he resonated with Julia when he was in character today, so this playboy old man had the idea of hunting for a woman. He didn't expect it to lead to this result. "Alan, I didn't do anything outrageous just now, did I?" Seeing the bruises on his boss's calf, Alan quickly shook his head. "Then what's going on?" Alan had only started working with Eric after the crew was established, so he didn't know much about Eric and Julia. "Director, I don't know either. Miss Robert asked you a question, and you answered it casually. Then Eric rubbed his temples in distress. "What did she just ask me?" "I was looking at the schedule. I didn't hear it clearly." Alan glanced at Al Pacino, unsure if he should say it in front of him. Eric followed Alan's gaze and remembered that Julia seemed to have mentioned Al. "Eric, I'm so sorry. I was going to invite Miss Robert to dinner. I didn't expect to cause a conflict between the two of you." Al calmly explained what had happened. "I thought the two of you weren't that close, so I was rude." "Oh, I remember," Eric suddenly said. "Julia did ask me this question. Alan, how did I answer?" Alan glanced at Al and Eric and said truthfully, "You just said to Miss Robert, go, don't delay tomorrow's shoot. Nothing else? Alan nodded affirmatively. Nothing else. The three men looked at Eric's calf with strange expressions at the same time. Eric smiled bitterly. What an unexpected disaster. The next day, Eric arrived at the set early as usual. After a night's rest, he was no longer limping. Everyone in the crew tacitly didn't mention what happened yesterday, but most of them had unconcealable curiosity and speculation in their eyes. Nickel, is Julia here? Eric pulled Nickel Frank, who was pretending to adjust the camera with his head lowered. Nickel raised his head and pointed at the trailer with a strange smile on his face. Miss Roberts is already here. She's in the trailer. Eric patted Nickel's shoulder and walked towards the trailer. Everyone who was pretending to be busy looked at Eric's back at the same time. The director won't be furious, right? A stage manager asked his partner in a low voice. Who knows? But don't worry, the movie is almost finished. They won't change the female lead at the last minute. Hey, why do you think Miss Roberts kicked the director yesterday? High heels, that must have hurt a lot. You ask me? Who would I ask? But it's just that between the director and the actress. Speaking of which, I really like girls like Julia Roberts. She's really strong. She's really strong. You're late. You didn't see Julia Roberts when she came this morning. She looked like she had lost her soul. She probably regretted it the whole night. Eric stepped into the trailer amidst the whispers behind him. Julia was sitting in front of the makeup mirror, absent-mindedly letting Allison apply foundation for her. When she saw Eric in the mirror, Julia's body collapsed. Allison, you can go out first, Eric said to Allison, pointing at the door. Allison put down the makeup tools and looked at Julia worriedly before she turned and walked out of the trailer. Eric locked the trailer door and walked to Julia. He pushed the bottles on the makeup table to the side and leaned against it, lowering his head to look at Julia. The girl's face was a little haggard. She lowered her head slightly, and her eyes flickered. She didn't dare to look at Eric's eyes. Her hands were on her knees, and she unconsciously rubbed the corners of her clothes. Don't you have anything you want to say, such as an apology or something? Looking at the girl's trembling appearance, Eric sighed and spoke first. Julia's head drooped even lower. Her hands clenched into small fists, but she stubbornly bit her lips and remained silent. Look at me and say something. A few minutes later, Eric walked out of the trailer with Julia. What are you thinking about? Get your spirits up and get ready to work. Eric was already feeling guilty, and he was a little angry from being stared at by these unscrupulous guys. Allison, it's you. Why are you hiding? And you, hurry up and put on Julia's makeup. Nick, why isn't the filming track ready yet? Do you want to quit? Alan, bring me my script. Following Eric's roar, all the crew members quickly moved, and a busy day of shooting officially began. That afternoon, Jeffrey rushed back from New York. At the same time, he informed Eric that Pixar's Firefly trailer was completed. After a day of shooting, Eric met the people from Pixar at the headquarters of Firefly. Eric, this is Pixar's Executive Vice President of Creative, Mr. John Lasseter. John, this is Eric. With Jeffrey's introduction, the two shook hands. Mr. Lasseter, I'm sorry for making you wait until now. Eric apologized. John Lasseter arrived at the Firefly headquarters at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and waited until 7 o'clock in the evening to see Eric. But at this time, John didn't dare to complain too much, because every deal Pixar could get was extremely important to the survival of the studio. It's okay, Mr. Williams. I think we should take a look at the trailer first. Of course. Eric nodded. The three of them went to the screening room of Firefly together, and John Lasseter personally loaded the trailer into the projector. On the screen, a little girl in a red hoodie was holding a glass bottle and standing in the wilderness under the night sky. The girl opened the lid of the glass bottle, and a firefly in the bottle flapped its wings a few times and quickly flew out of the glass bottle. It drew a flower-like firefly film light in the air and floated away. It went further and further away, and finally became the brightest star in the starry night sky. The trailer was about 30 seconds long, and it was replayed several times. Eric frowned and expressed his opinion. Mr. Lasseter, isn't the little girl's movements in the video too stiff? John Lasseter explained, Mr. Williams, the girl's movements are indeed a little stiff. Before the production, I already reminded Mr. Hansen of this problem. It was Mr. Hansen who insisted that we do it to see the effect. Eric looked at Jeffrey, and Jeffrey nodded. Can't you make it smoother? Mr. Lasseter, money is not a problem. This opening logo may be used for many years, so of course, we have to make it better. John Lasseter shook his head and said, Mr. Williams, I guarantee that this is the highest level of 3D animation. Pixar only started experimenting with human motion modeling last year. Compared to the baby in the last short film, Tin Soldier, the movements of the little girl in red in the opening are much smoother. Other studios can't even do this. When Eric heard the name Tin Soldier, a thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't catch it. His main attention was still on the opening of the Firefly. Since there was no way to improve it, Eric and Jeffrey discussed it in a low voice. In the 30-second opening, except for the scene where the girl opened the bottle cap to release the Firefly, everything else was perfect. Moreover, after editing, the opening logo was usually around 15 seconds. For shorter ones, such as the trailer that was to be played at the Super Bowl, they might only be able to insert the words Firefly Film for a short 5 seconds. Therefore, the 30-second material was enough to create a perfect logo. Since that was the case, Eric didn't ask Pixar to redo it. The next step was much simpler. He signed the document and paid the balance to John Lasseter. After that, John Lasseter rejected Eric's dinner invitation. Just as he was about to leave, Eric suddenly stopped him again. Mr. Lasseter, I remember you mentioned Tin Soldier just now. John Lasseter nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Williams. We started making this short film last February. It's around 5 minutes, and we've already applied for this year's Oscar for Best Short Film. Hearing him mention the Oscars, Eric was completely certain. John, you don't mind me calling you that, right? You can call me Eric. If you don't have anything urgent, can you stay and chat for a while? I'm very interested in 3D animation. John Lasseter carefully observed Eric's expression. He suddenly remembered that Eric was about to become the youngest billionaire in Hollywood with the box office of Home Alone. Pixar, on the other hand, was at the end of its rope and could collapse at any moment. Perhaps this young man could save Pixar. Thinking of this, John Lasseter's heart became fervent. Of course, Eric. In Firefly's conference room, John Lasseter explained, the idea for Tin Soldier came from my little nephew. Last Christmas, I saw him crawling around in a pile of toys, making a mess of the toys that had been arranged properly. Eric, if you are interested, I can call my assistant and send the videotape over. Eric also noticed the fervent look in John Lasseter's eyes. At the same time, he confirmed that this was the best opportunity to acquire Pixar. If he remembered correctly, the reason why Pixar was able to attract the attention of the animation giant, Disney, and eventually signed a contract with Disney to produce 3D animated films was because Tin Soldiers won the Oscar for Best Animated Short Film. Originally, Eric thought that he had 5 to 6 years to acquire Pixar. Now that he thought about it, if Pixar signed a contract with Disney again like in his previous life, it would be very difficult for him to acquire Pixar. In order to let John Lasseter know that he was really interested in 3D animation, Eric agreed to John's suggestion. If it's convenient, then I'll have to trouble your assistant to make a trip. John Lasseter made a call. Half an hour later, Eric and the others returned to the screening room. The new toy soldier curiously sized up everything in the room, and a silly-looking baby crawled in. The toy soldier was full of expectations for its new owner. However, the baby was rude to the toy soldier and it had no choice but to escape from the baby's claws. However, the musical instrument on the toy soldier attracted the baby's attention. Thus, a chase began. John Lasseter sat on the right side of Eric. As the animation played, John used simple sentences to explain the technical difficulties of the seemingly simple animation to Eric. Eric listened carefully and nodded from time to show that he understood. The animation quickly finished. Although he wanted to complain about the baby's appearance, Eric still praised the animation on the surface. It couldn't be helped. Whether it was animation or games, when Westerners made them, they strived for realism. To Eric, who was an Asian, there was only one word to describe it: ugly. In comparison, the animations and games made by Asians, regardless of the quality, the characters were all quite beautiful. This was even more prominent in 3D games. As long as the characters were beautiful, one could determine the approximate production of a game. After the animation played, Eric and the others didn't leave the screening room again. Instead, they continued to talk about 3D animation. Compared to John Lasseter, who didn't have much confidence in 3D technology, Eric knew the development prospects of 3D animation like the back of his hand. In the end, Eric couldn't help but reveal a little bit of his idea for Toy Story. Eric, you must have come up with this idea after watching Tin Soldiers, right? I actually had the idea of making a 3D animated feature film, but you know, with Pixar's current situation, it's completely impossible to realize this plan. Finally, they got to the point. Eric put on a more serious expression and whispered, "John, is Jobs almost unable to hold on?" This was not a secret in the industry. As long as one was interested, they could find out. John Lasseter didn't hide it. Jobs just sold Pixar's hardware department, and now only the software animation department is left. If there isn't a miracle, John paused and looked at Eric expectantly, Pixar Studio will either be dissolved or sold. However, there aren't many people willing to take over. Why isn't anyone willing to take over? Pixar's technology should be the most advanced in the industry, right? John Lasseter hesitated for a moment. He looked at Eric, the potential investor, for a few seconds. But at the end of the day, he was just a fanatical technician, not a businessman who was used to cheating. In the end, he decided to tell the truth. Because 3D animation technology is too expensive, and there's not much output. Unless the animation studio can complement the other departments, like a giant like Microsoft or a movie special effects company, no one will take over a studio that only costs money. Eric was very satisfied with John Lasseter's honesty. He pretended to think for a minute to whet John Lasseter's appetite before saying, "John, I'm very interested in 3D animation. It just so happens that after Home Alone, I have a lot of money to invest. So, if possible, I'm willing to buy Pixar and invest in 3D animation." The toy idea we were talking about is good. John Lasseter thought that Eric would lose interest after hearing his explanation. He didn't expect to hear this. He didn't know what to say for a while. The two of them had a good chat, and John Lasseter had a good impression of this young man. Therefore, John Lasseter didn't want Eric to be like Steve Jobs and fall into the quagmire of Pixar again. The reason why Steve Jobs, a billionaire, was at the end of his rope was because Pixar kept taking money from him without creating the corresponding economic benefits. But on the other hand, he really loved 3D animation technology. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly rejected Disney's offer and stayed at Pixar, a studio that no one was optimistic about. After thinking about it, John Lasseter proposed a compromise. "Eric, I think you don't need to buy Pixar at all. If you're interested in 3D animation, you can invest in a 3D animation with Pixar. This way, it won't cost too much, and if it fails, you can easily leave." Eric was a little surprised that John could actually make such a pertinent suggestion from his position, instead of trying to trick him into entering the trap. But if he followed John's advice, he would be playing Lei Feng, doing the work for Jobs. In his previous life, after the success of Toy Story, Pixar's stock price skyrocketed, and Steve Jobs went straight from the edge of bankruptcy to the ranks of billionaires. Eric put on the tone of a rich and willful young man. "No, John, help me pass a message to Steve Jobs. I'm willing to buy Pixar for $20 million. If the deal goes through, I'll invest $30 million to make an animated movie." "Eric, I don't think Steve Jobs will agree to $20 million. He has invested no less than $20 million in Pixar over the years." Eric said, "John, there are profits and losses in business. If you have to get back more of what you invest, then it's not business. Just pass my message to Steve Jobs. $20 million, not a cent more. I'm very busy and don't have time to argue about the price. If Steve Jobs isn't happy with the price, then don't contact me. I believe he'll make a wise choice. In that case, okay, I'll pass your message to Steve Jobs." After John Lasseter left, Eric said to Jeffrey, who had been holding back for a long time. "Jeffrey, how come you didn't persuade me this time?" Jeffrey spread his hands. "I know it's useless, so why say so much? But since you asked, I have to say that buying Pixar is definitely not a wise choice." Eric laughed and joked, "I wanted to make a bet with you, but you don't have anything I'm interested in, so forget it." After entrusting John Lasseter to deliver a message to Jobs, Eric put the matter of Pixar aside. Given Jobs' current situation, Eric believed that the chances of Jobs agreeing to his offer were more than 90%. Even if Jobs refused to let go of Pixar, would there be a shortage of 3D animation technicians in Silicon Valley? On January 21st, Pretty Woman officially wrapped up. The originally planned 3-week shooting time was actually completed in just over 2 weeks. Eric's reputation as a fast shooter in the minds of the crew was even more deeply ingrained. Moreover, Eric also stayed up late to edit the 59-second Super Bowl trailer. On the morning of the movie's completion, Jeffrey went to New York again with the trailer. Even with the energetic young body, Eric still felt deeply exhausted after more than 2 weeks of high-intensity work. There was no wrap party or touching farewell scene. Everyone lived in Los Angeles. After finishing their work, they packed up their things and went their separate ways. It just so happened that tomorrow was the annual Super Bowl Sunday. Even Eric, who had no feelings for the Super Bowl, could feel the fanatical anticipation of most of the crew for this day. Regardless of the exhaustion from so many days, the cameraman Nick Frank and several other members went straight to the airport and flew to Miami after Eric shouted that they were done. If you were not an American, it was difficult to understand the American fanaticism for the Super Bowl. No one knew when or where, but the founder of the National Football League, Lamar Hunt, saw his daughter playing the Super Bowl. Coincidentally, he wanted to come up with a name for the finals of the 2 National Football League championships, so he had the inspiration to name it the Super Bowl. In fact, the Super Bowl and Super Ball had the same pronunciation in English. Someone was slacking off. After decades of development, the Super Bowl became a big carnival for all Americans. The live broadcast of the Super Bowl also became the highest-rated program. This was also the reason why Eric insisted on showing the trailer of Pretty Woman at the Super Bowl. He didn't know how long he slept, but when he woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Eric stretched his body and felt the bones in his body crackling. He then put on his clothes and washed up, and walked downstairs in high spirits. A petite figure was busy in the living room. The coffee table in front of the sofa was filled with food, and the television had been replaced with a new one. Seeing Eric appear, the girl picked up the t-shirt and ran towards Eric. Hey, what are you doing in broad daylight?" Eric laughed as he dodged Drew's attack. "Your head is full of filth, stinky man." Drew pursed her lips and continued to take off Eric's t-shirt. She put a bright red jersey on Eric's body. "What's the meaning of this?" Eric tugged at his uncomfortable t-shirt. "On the night of the Super Bowl, I announced that you are now a fan of the San Francisco 49ers. Eric asked weakly, "Can I say no?" "You can't." After saying that, the girl ignored Eric and turned around to continue her work. Eric shrugged indifferently and picked up a bucket of fried chicken wings and a few bottles of juice. He turned and went upstairs to the study, leaving the girl to do whatever she wanted in the living room. It wasn't until the game started a few hours later that Eric was once again pulled back to the living room by Drew. This season's finals was between the Cincinnati Bengals and the San Francisco 49ers. If Eric was 20 years younger, he might be interested in this kind of fierce game. Unfortunately, his body contained the soul of an uncle, and he was an Asian. He had not been exposed to the North American football culture since he was young, so he really couldn't arouse much interest. The reason why he had been sitting patiently in the living room was to wait for the trailer to play. Finally, the second quarter of the game ended. After the Chevrolet commercial, the picture flashed and the carefully edited 5-second Firefly logo appeared on the television screen. At this time, more than 100 million viewers in North America were waiting in front of the TV. When they saw the words Firefly film, most people's first reaction was that the picture was beautiful. At the same time, they also had a question. Firefly film, what kind of advertisement was this? Before the Super Bowl live broadcast, there had never been a movie trailer, so 99% of the audience did not think in this direction. The 5-second opening flashed by. In the close-up, the beautiful blonde opened her red lips and said, "Are you ready?" No one answered. In the roar of the engine that was deliberately amplified several times, the hard lines of the silver Lamborghini Ghost left the bow. Cool. In front of the TV, many people's hearts seemed to have a brief resonance at the moment when the engine sounded. At the same time, people thought they understood that this was a sports car advertisement. However, they soon found that they were very wrong. The reason why Eric edited this shot was to use the sound of the Lamborghini's engine to attract the audience's attention to the TV screen. Next, the singing of Pretty Woman sounded and the scene of Pretty Woman began to be edited. Although it was only a short 50 seconds, Eric had put in a lot of effort in editing this trailer. The scene was also about 10 seconds long. It was divided into 4 parts: Edward and Vivian getting to know each other, getting along, getting to know each other, and leaving each other. The meeting on the Walk of Fame, the getting along in the hotel, the getting to know each other over time, and the separation of status. Although there were only shots and no lines in the middle of more than 40 seconds, most of the audience in front of the TV understood that this was a love story. Moreover, it was a love story between a prince and Cinderella. Of course, Eric was not stupid enough to say everything clearly. Many of the shots gave people a sense of ambiguity, as if to say, if you want to know, go to the cinema. The 59-second advertisement finally came to an end. The song fell and the last scene appeared. Julia's tone was firm and expectant. "I want a fairy tale." The scene ended and the screen turned black. Julia's last sentence also left the audience with a huge suspense. Would she get a fairy tale? Finally, a line of words appeared on the TV. Pretty Woman, the director of Home Alone, Eric Williams' new film, Pretty Woman, will be released in North America on February 10th. Please look forward to it. In front of thousands of televisions, people temporarily lost interest in the following advertisement and competition and started to discuss it. The guy who thought of a movie trailer during the Super Bowl is a genius. Aren't Super Bowl advertisements very expensive? It must be very expensive. This advertisement is almost a minute long. It would cost at least $1 million US. It's too extravagant. It's enough to make a new movie. But I think the trailer is very interesting. Maybe I can go and watch it after it's released. The female lead is so beautiful. I like Al Pacino more. I heard that he's making a comeback. So it's this movie. I've watched The Godfather series 5 or 6 times. Eric Williams has a new film again? Yeah, that's too fast. I wonder who this boy wonder is going to harm this time. A couple? Mom, I recognize those words. Home Alone. Let's go and watch Kevin again tomorrow, okay? No, baby. You must be mistaken. Mom, you're lying. You taught me those words. I've heard this song before. It's Oh, Beautiful Woman by Roy Orbison. It's from a long time ago. Really? Do you still have this record? I don't think I can find it. Your grandfather bought the record. Who knows where it went? That's a pity. But after the movie is released, there will definitely be a soundtrack. We can just buy a box. Cole, let's go watch this movie on Valentine's Day. Margaret, didn't we say we're going to watch Tom Hanks' Hell's Neighborhood? But I think this movie is more interesting. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hey, that girl said she wants a fairy tale. Do you think she'll succeed? Honey, it's a movie released on Valentine's Day. The ending will definitely be perfect. But I think many scenes imply that the male and female leads will be separated. Many directors like to use sad endings to make the audience cry. Okay, don't think too much. Let's go watch it together. After the night of the Super Bowl, the most talked about was not the San Francisco 49ers who won the Super Bowl, but the trailer of Wind and Moon that appeared for the first time in the Super Bowl live broadcast. The number of viewers for this Super Bowl reached 150 million, accounting for 50% of the total population of North America. Coupled with the effect of word of mouth, in just one day, all Americans knew about the news of Eric Williams, director of Home Alone. The major movie giants also keenly felt the amazing influence of the Super Bowl trailer. They mobilized a lot of resources and carried out a detailed investigation and analysis of the series of data after the trailer of Wind and Moon was broadcasted. As for the results, they would probably have to wait until next year's Super Bowl advertising bid to see it. In his previous life, the first Super Bowl trailer was 1990's Day of Independence. Fox took a risk and bid a huge amount of money to broadcast the trailer for the Super Bowl. In the end, the disaster sci-fi film took a huge box office of $300 million in North America. Since then, it started the situation of the Super Bowl trailer heroes competing for hegemony. Eric believed that the effect achieved by the trailer of Wind and Moon would not be much lower than the trailer of Day of Independence. If he wanted to easily win advertising spots next year, it would not only be a matter of money, but also a good relationship with the media that broadcast the Super Bowl that year. Although the Super Bowl had a total of more than 60 advertisements, in order to achieve a good advertising effect, the number of advertisements for each type was strictly limited. It was impossible to use all the advertisements to broadcast the trailer. It was also because of this that the Super Bowl advertisements in the future were almost monopolized by a few movie giants. Compared to the increasingly high production costs of movies, the price of a Super Bowl advertisement in the millions was something that many movie companies could afford. However, for a movie company that was not strong enough, even if you wanted to spend money, they would not necessarily want it. In the next few days, the sharp-nosed media also began to report and analyze this matter. The New York Times even wrote that the trailer of Wind and Moon was the biggest winner of this Super Bowl. The most direct result of this incident was that the box office of The Kid, which was also directed by Eric, bounced back again. It happened in the 9th week of The Kid's release. Originally, the statistics agency estimated that The Kid's box office would be around $12 million in the new week, but in fact, after a week, The Kid's box office had reached $198 million. Even if it was calculated according to Eric's current percentage, the extra $6 million box office was equivalent to earning back the $1.5 million advertising fee invested in the Super Bowl trailer. Thank goodness, thank goodness. In Firefly's office, Eric breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the box office report for Home Alone this week. Jeffrey, who was sitting opposite him, smiled and said, "Yeah, luckily it's $198 million. If it broke $200 million this week, it would be a waste of such a good topic." The reason why the two of them said this was because the week after the Super Bowl trailer, the attention of Wind and Moon had reached its peak. If The Kid's box office broke $200 million, the topic would only play the role of icing on the cake. If it was delayed to the next week, the popularity of the Super Bowl trailer would weaken slightly. If The Kid's box office broke $200 million at that time, it would become the first movie to break $200 million again in 3 years, which would be a new hype topic. Then, with the addition of normal publicity, it was almost obvious that Wind and Moon would get good results after the release. "Eric, are you really not going to participate in the publicity of Wind and Moon?" Eric shook his head and said, "It's enough for Al and Julia to cooperate with Fox to promote the film. I may have another thing to do. Of course, I will still participate in the premiere." The other thing Eric said was related to Pixar. The day after the Super Bowl, Eric received a call from Jobs. After introducing each other, Jobs enthusiastically asked to talk to Eric. Eric asked if it was about the price of Pixar. After receiving an affirmative answer, Eric directly hung up the phone. After confirming Jobs' intentions, Eric did not hesitate too much. He used the contract for the kids' home as collateral and applied for a $50 million loan from the bank. Although deep down, Eric was very resistant to the loan, he had to do it now. Even without the Pixar matter, Eric had to apply for a loan because he did not have enough money left to pay taxes. It was not that Eric had not thought of borrowing money from others, but according to the memories left in his mind and what he had seen in the past 6 months, Eric knew that in the United States, even between friends and relatives, the topic of borrowing money was rarely discussed. It was a very awkward thing. Compared with the Orientals who were used to helping their relatives and friends, Americans were more used to borrowing money from the bank. After thinking about it, Eric had to, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since he had asked for a loan, he directly applied for a huge $50 million loan. He even had the investment for his next movie. $50 million was indeed a huge amount of money in this era. If Jobs asked now, the bank would probably just tell him to get out. For Eric, when he asked for $50 million, the bank even tried to sound him out if he wanted to borrow more. Now that a week had passed, Jobs was expected to call again. Although Jobs had a rather irritable and conceited personality, he was also a flexible person. Moreover, based on the information Eric collected over the past few days, Jobs' next computer and Pixar studios were on the verge of collapse. Eric's $20 million price was a lot less than what Jobs had invested in Pixar, but it would solve the crisis at Next Computer. Jobs' ambitions, on the other hand, were mainly focused on personal computers. Eric was not worried that Jobs would pass up the opportunity to get rid of Pixar. Of course, Jobs might also sound out whether Microsoft was interested in taking over Pixar, as he had done in his previous life. But Eric was sure that Microsoft would offer a lower price in that case. After more than a week of intense post-production, Pretty Woman was officially completed. By February, the loan had been credited to Eric's account, and Eric had not received any more calls from Jobs. He had begun to admire Jobs' patience, but Eric remained nonchalant about it. When dealing with a highly intelligent genius like Jobs, it was easy for the other side to seize on and exploit a flaw. A week before the release of Pretty Woman, Fox held a screening of Pretty Woman in Los Angeles. After that, the long-awaited reviews of Pretty Woman began to appear in the newspapers. Whether it was because Eric felt guilty about paying for the Super Bowl trailer out of his own pocket, or Fox itself had greater confidence in Pretty Woman, Eric felt that Fox's advertising had reached the level of a major production. Correspondingly, the public relations for the film critics were also in place. The reviews that appeared in the newspapers were almost one-sided praise. Of course, this also had to do with the quality of Pretty Woman. If Pretty Woman was a flop, no matter how generous the red packets were, the film critics who relied on their reputation to make a living would not be able to lie and praise a flop. On February 9, Pretty Woman officially held its premiere at the Chinese Theater in Los Angeles. Under Fox's operation, in addition to the Pretty Woman crew members, more than a dozen stars came to support the movie. The short red carpet was dazzling. After a simple speech, the movie quickly came to the screening stage. Eric returned to his seat and quietly enjoyed Pretty Woman. Originally sitting on Eric's left was Fox executive Calta Hunter, but at some point, it was replaced by another man in his 30s. Because the lights were dim, Eric didn't care. But after a while, the other person took the initiative to talk to him. "Hello, Mr. Williams, I'm Steve Jobs." Eric turned his head in surprise. At this time, Jobs was only 33 years old. He was in the prime of his life, had not yet gone bald, and looked a little handsome. But Eric knew that under this handsome appearance, there was indeed arrogance and irritation. Since the other party had come to the door, Eric had to smile and extend his hand. "Hello, Mr. Jobs." After greeting each other, the two men turned their attention back to the movie. No one took the initiative to talk. It wasn't until more than an hour later when the movie ended that Jobs spoke again. "Mr. Williams, can we talk?" Eric nodded, said goodbye to Jeffrey and the others, and walked with Jobs to a nearby coffee shop. It was a country full of piety. "I saw millions of pilgrims, so much so that when I was shaved bald, I didn't show any displeasure or resistance. Instead, I followed the flow of people and walked all the way to the banks of the Ganges. But at the same time, I saw the backwardness and ignorance of that country. Later, I felt that perhaps Thomas Edison had contributed far more to mankind than those philosophers or artists. After returning to California, I no longer pursued an illusory philosophy of life. Instead, I chose the electronics industry as my lifelong goal." A year later, in an abandoned garage, I set up Apple with a few friends. In the coffee shop, Eric gently stirred his coffee and patiently listened to Jobs speak. This was a rare opportunity. Although Eric didn't like Jobs' character, he admired his talent. After more than 10 minutes, Eric finally couldn't help but interrupt. "Steve, have you reflected on yourself?" The sudden interruption flashed a look of displeasure on Jobs' face, and he asked, "Reflect? Why should I reflect? For example, why were you kicked out of Apple?" Jobs corrected him seriously. "No, Eric, I wasn't kicked out of Apple. I gave up on Apple. Eric shrugged and said, "See, this is the flaw in your character. You are unwilling to compromise, which has led to a bottleneck in the development of both you and Apple. If you had made an appropriate compromise with the Apple board a few years ago, maybe you could have stayed at Apple. With your strength, it would have been easy to take back the leadership of Apple again." Jobs retorted, "I made the first compromise, and those people would force me to make the second, third, and even more compromises." Eric chuckled and shook his head. He knew that it was impossible to convince a young man who was obsessed with success. Now that he had taken Pixar, he didn't know if Jobs would have a chance to return to Apple in the future. In addition to his talent and perseverance, luck played a large part in Jobs' dazzling achievements in his previous life. If he had successfully sold Pixar, there wouldn't have been Pixar's glory after the release of Toy Story. And he himself was more likely to become the target of ridicule. In that case, perhaps the desperate Apple would rather file for bankruptcy than risk everything and bring Jobs back. Eric had no intention of persuading Jobs, so he changed the subject to the meeting. "Let's talk about Pixar, Steve. Since you found me, it means you accepted my offer, right?" Jobs hesitated. He had arranged the meeting to see if he could persuade Eric to raise the price in a face-to-face situation. He was quite confident in his eloquence. Unfortunately, after saying so much, the young man in front of him either interrupted him or acted as if he was not moved at all. In the end, he also understood that if he said that he wanted to increase the price, the other party would leave immediately, just like in the previous phone call. "Eric, I agree to the offer of $20 million US, but all the money must be paid in one lump sum." "No problem at all." Eric put down his coffee cup and snapped his fingers happily. Jobs looked suspiciously at Eric, who had been calm before, suddenly showing an excited expression. For a moment, he even felt that he might have made a mistake without realizing it. But now that he had made the decision, Jobs would not go back on it. He was a man who rarely regretted things. So Jobs immediately asked, "Eric, are you interested in personal computers?" Eric raised his eyebrows and quickly understood what Jobs meant. "You want me to invest in your next computer company?" "Yes, the personal computer is an electronic product with a lot of potential. Just look at the development data of IBM's personal computer business in the past few years. Just last year." "Stop, Stephen, I'm not interested in those professional data. I just want to ask, if I invest in Next, will you accept my suggestions on the company's operations?" "Well, Eric, you only need to invest 30 million, plus the 20 million from Pixar, and I have enough money to implement a good idea I had before. I'm sure that will bring you enough profit. In other words, I'm only responsible for the investment and dividends, and I don't have the authority to intervene in the management of the computer company?" Jobs nodded. After the Apple incident, he would not give up the absolute leadership of his company again. "Eric, you're a good director, but I think I definitely know a lot more about electronics than you do." Eric was a little tempted, but after Jobs made it clear, Eric could only shake his head and say, "Then, I refuse." "Well, Eric, I have a project proposal here. Maybe you can take a look first." "Actually, no," Eric interrupted Jobs. "Steve, I know you're a very thoughtful person, and I believe in your talent. But I won't put my money into a project that I have no control over. Just as you stubbornly believe in your own ideas, I'm a stubborn person. When we disagree, conflicts like Apple's a few years ago will erupt again." Jobs stopped taking the document out of his briefcase. He originally thought that with his eloquence, it would be easy to convince an 18-year-old young man. Unfortunately, Eric did not listen to him at all, which made the proud Jobs feel a little angry. "Well, that's a shame," Jobs said calmly, trying to suppress his anger. "Eric, do you need to go to Pixar first? I hope we can close the deal as soon as possible." Eric thought about it and said, "I'm not free tomorrow. Pretty Woman premieres tomorrow, and I have to fly to New York the day after tomorrow. It's my girlfriend's birthday." In Jobs' mind, the premiere of the movie was a big deal. How could something like his girlfriend's birthday delay the deal with Pixar? "Eric, maybe you can just get someone to send a gift to your girlfriend. You seem to have more than one girlfriend anyway." Eric looked at Jobs speechlessly. "Maybe the day after tomorrow." Jobs immediately slammed the table and interrupted Eric. "Well, the day after tomorrow. My girlfriend's birthday is still very important. Even though he said he was not free the next day, Eric did not have anything to do personally. It was just that every director had the anxiety of a movie's premiere, and Eric was not in the mood to turn his attention to Pixar for the time being. Fox had already arranged everything. Because the scale of the premiere was much larger than the critics' test screening, the reviews of Pretty Woman that appeared in the newspapers the next day also began to develop towards multipolarity. In addition to the newspapers he subscribed to, Eric bought more than a dozen newspapers early in the morning and read all the reviews of Pretty Woman. Out of the 17 newspapers, 9 were praiseworthy, 5 were both praiseworthy and critical, and the remaining 3 were unceremoniously critical. Eric calculated according to the formula in his mind and found that the rating should be 7. 5. Among the movie review websites in his previous life, this score should be considered relatively high. Since the reputation was good, Eric was relieved. After breakfast, Eric drove to Fox's headquarters in Century City. Because it wasn't the prime time of the movie, Fox easily raised 1,900 screens for Charming Woman. This screen count had reached the level of blockbusters in this era. For the previous 2 movies, Eric only received the box office data a week later. Now, he had reached the level where he could get the daily box office data from Fox. In the early hours of the morning, Eric, Jeffrey, and several Fox executives waited nervously in the conference room together. Even Fox's president, Barry Diller, made an exception and stayed. Even though the conference room was large and the windows were open, thick cigar smoke drifted in the room. At the same time, 7 or 8 staff members were quickly taking calls and recording the box office data outside. An hour later, the box office for the day was finally tabulated. The statistician handed the data to several executives and everyone gathered around. Sitting at the outermost edge, Calta Hunter was the first to see the data. Wow, $4. 36 million. It's another Home Alone. After Eric saw the figure of $4. 36 million on the report, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cheers rang out in the conference room, and everyone's sleepiness was swept away. Jeffrey said, "In this way, tomorrow's box office will be a little higher. It may reach $5 million. It can collect $15 million in the 3 days of the weekend. Next Tuesday is Valentine's Day, and the box office will explode. It's very likely to get $10 million on the weekday." Calta retorted with a smile, "Jeffrey, your calculation is a little conservative. The box office on Valentine's Day will definitely exceed the weekend. I think it's not a problem for the box office to surpass Pretty Woman's in the first week." Eric saw that these overly excited people had set their sights on Pretty Woman, but he knew that it was obviously impossible. Perhaps because of the previous promotion, the box office would be very high in the first week, but it would not be able to continue the next week. Thinking of this, Eric could not help but say, "The key is that the box office next week will definitely drop more. After all, it's not a holiday now. So, it's better not to compare with Pretty Woman." Pretty Woman's box office exceeded $20 million for 6 consecutive weeks. Everyone present was a professional. Of course, they knew that Eric was telling the truth. Barry Diller said, "Eric, focus on preparing for your next movie. If you need any help, Fox will fully support you." Eric pretended that he did not understand Fox's intention to interfere with his next movie. He smiled and said, "If it's possible, let's leave the celebration party to Fox." Barry Diller did not mind Eric's pretense. He laughed and said, "Haha, Fox is very willing to fork out this money. It's next week at the Beverly Hilton. Today was her birthday, 20 years old. After today, her teenage years would be over. It happened to be the weekend. She wandered around the streets alone, feeling like a stray cat. She wandered around Broadway in the morning. When she passed by a small theater, she saw the advertisement at the door. It was a performance of La Traviata by students from a New York theater school. So she went in to watch the performance. The performance was pretty good. She secretly wiped a few tears. It was already noon when she came out. She bought a piece of chocolate cream cheese and sat alone on a bench in Central Park, eating it slowly. Ever since she successfully slimmed down, in order to maintain her figure, she basically avoided high-calorie food. But today was her birthday. She could indulge herself. Humph, she carefully finished her lunch and threw the box into the trash can. She carefully checked her precious windbreaker to make sure there was no food residue on it. Only then did she relax. She took out a tissue to wipe her hands, picked up her bag, and continued to wander. She passed by Hell's Kitchen and turned into the Flatiron area. She glanced at the Empire State Building from afar and began to turn back. Unknowingly, she walked onto Fifth Avenue. She walked through a few luxury stores with her chin up, picking and choosing. Although she didn't buy anything in the end, they noticed her Chanel trench coat. The shop assistants were still very warm to her and welcomed her to come back next time. No way. It's so expensive. The Chanel windbreaker was the one he gave her last time. It was white and had taken a beautiful street photo with it. She later found out how expensive this windbreaker was. It was worth several episodes of her salary. If she knew the price beforehand, she wouldn't have accepted it. After walking around, under the persuasion of a very eloquent shop assistant, she couldn't help but spend more than $2,000 to buy a bottle of Dior perfume. It seemed that he liked the smell. Sigh, in the end, she couldn't help but think of that bastard. After all, it was her 20th birthday. Her parents and a few good friends had called and sent birthday gifts. Matthew Perry even gave her an expensive diamond bracelet and solemnly stated on the phone that he didn't have any improper thoughts about her. He just wanted to wish her a happy birthday and return her a favor. She decisively accepted the gift. This guy was so lucky. He was the only one who hadn't called for 4.5 days. In the past, on her birthdays, even if her parents weren't with her, she would call a few friends to have a meal or something and search for gifts in a lively manner. Unfortunately, she hadn't made any new friends on set. Mary in Action was a female workplace romantic comedy. There were a total of 4 female leads, and according to the number of scenes, she was the second female lead. When she first joined the cast, the other 3 female leads were very friendly to her. They went shopping, watched plays, and had a meal together. After spending a few days together, they began to casually ask if she could introduce her boyfriend to them. She finally understood the cause of the matter. She was an outsider. How could she be so popular from the start? At that time, she had already unilaterally broken up with Eric, and he didn't fly to New York to redeem himself. So, she told him the truth, and that was it. The girls in the crew all wanted to become famous with this new drama series that NBC had high hopes for. They stole scenes, schemed against each other, bribed the screenwriter, and accompanied the producer. Anyway, she had heard of some filthy things happening in the crew. Among the girls, she was the prettiest, even surpassing the female lead. As a result, she was constantly harassed. A branch director even blatantly hinted that he could add some scenes for her as long as she accompanied him for dinner at night. She decisively refused. Until one day, the new handsome actor, Brad Pitt, was kicked out of the cast. In the industry, many things spread quickly. After that, no one dared to harass her. Even the producer of the drama was very polite to her and praised her for finding a good boyfriend. She was even more isolated in the crew. The other actresses secretly called her a scheming B*TCH and said something about breaking up. It turned out that they were deliberately hiding it. She was too lazy to explain. A bunch of little B*cheese. Jealous? Bite me. She didn't know if it was because she didn't find the right audience. Anyway, the high hopes for Mary in Action had very low ratings. The average number of viewers per episode was less than 6 million. After this season, it would be axed. The fame she gained from it wasn't as great as being that guy's girlfriend. There would always be bits and pieces of news about her in the tabloids. They would always call her Eric Williams' current girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, rumored girlfriend, and so on. That group of people said that she would be dumped every 2 to 3 days. After that, she didn't dare to read the newspapers anymore. Anyway, they would never call her the female lead of Mary in Action. So sad, so hateful. Unknowingly, night fell. She still didn't want to go back. She was used to making breakfast alone, watching TV alone, washing clothes alone, lying alone, sleeping alone. Her 20th birthday was a special day. She suddenly realized that it was not lonely to be alone. Thinking about being alone was lonely. At the entrance of the cinema across the street, there was a long line. She curiously walked over. The poster of Pretty Woman was hung high at the entrance. The two lead actors were standing back to back with a smile. The tall girl looked really sexy. How hateful. Wasn't it because she accompanied that bastard for this opportunity? What was so great about it? Click, click, the familiar sound of a shutter sounded. She turned to look and saw a paparazzo turn around as if nothing had happened. Obviously, her pouting and frowning expression at the poster had been photographed. Should she leave immediately? Then what would the other party write? Ex-girlfriend scoffs at Williams's new work, how hateful. Unknowingly, she was still standing in the line to buy tickets. Just take it as a show to support you, bastard. See how much I miss you. A few minutes later, she walked into the theater with a movie ticket. For a full 2 hours, she couldn't help but put herself in the position of the female lead. She secretly wondered what the effect would be if she acted in the role. The plot continued. Oh, there was actually an exposed scene. If she acted in the role, with that guy's hateful personality, he would definitely delete this part. Well, it was fine. It seemed that he didn't particularly care about that woman named Julia Roberts. Thinking of this, she felt as if she had successfully stolen a scene, or won a game of chess, or won first place in a chicken wing eating competition when she was young. Anyway, that was the feeling. Then she saw the female lead get her own fairy tale. Where was her fairy tale? Her heart was empty. She walked out of the cinema dejectedly. It was past 9. She couldn't walk around anymore. He had reminded her more than once not to walk around alone at night. She had always been very obedient. After walking for a day, she didn't feel anything. After sitting in the cinema for 2 hours, her calves started to ache. She didn't want to move anymore, so she waved for a taxi. She climbed the stairs with difficulty and finally arrived in front of her apartment. The peephole lit up, and an inexplicable sense of anticipation welled up in her heart. Trembling, she took out the key to open the door and finally saw the busy figure in the living room. All of her strength was instantly sucked out. Who said that women were born to walk around? It was nonsense. She was so tired. Leaning against the wall of the entrance, she stared at the figure in a daze. The busy man looked up and smiled when he saw her. Jenny, I'm so sorry. I only arrived in the afternoon. Last night, I stayed up until 2 in the morning to wait for the box office data. I couldn't buy a plane ticket, so I borrowed Mr. Diller's private jet. It was already 3 in the afternoon when I arrived. You weren't home, so I had to set it up myself. I'm not familiar with New York, and I almost got lost when I went shopping, so I might not have prepared well. Listening to his chatter, she felt warm in her heart. The man said to himself, lit a match, and lit the candles on the cake one by one before saying, "Happy birthday." Throwing away her bag, she was still leaning against the wall. Without caring about her image, she raised her hands and made a gesture to ask for a hug. Her voice was aggrieved. Eric, my leg hurts. The birthday dinner was eaten very slowly. Eric allowed Jennifer Aniston to lean on him lazily and whisper a few words from time to time. Their birthday song was not lively enough, but it was very heartwarming. After the song, they cut the cake and each of them only ate a piece. However, the bottle of red wine was consumed very quickly. Not eating anymore? Eric looked at the girl's blushing face and asked with concern. Yes. Jennifer Aniston nodded and hugged Eric. I'm so tired. Carry me to the shower. I don't want to move. No problem, my little princess. Eric smiled and got up to take out 2 beautifully wrapped gift boxes from his luggage. Here, a birthday gift and a Valentine's Day gift. Jennifer Aniston saw the 2 gift boxes and suddenly became unhappy. She took the gift boxes and placed them on the table. Then, she continued to snuggle into the man's arms. Don't you want to open them first? I'm not happy. I don't want to see them. Eric stroked the girl's blonde hair and said guiltily, I'm sorry, Anne. I have an appointment with someone, so I have to leave early tomorrow morning. Oh, and go back to Los Angeles. I also hope that you can be by my side. I'm tired. Shower, okay. Eric picked the girl up and walked into the bathroom. With warm water, he gently unbuttoned Jennifer Aniston's clothes. The girl obediently raised her hand and let Eric do as he pleased. It had been a long time since they last met. Jennifer Aniston's expression became more shy. She lowered her eyes and her long eyelashes trembled. She gently tugged at Eric's jacket. Together? Eric nodded. The next day, the girl woke up very late. The exhausted girl was still in a sweet dream with a smile on her face. Eric kissed Jennifer Aniston on the corner of her mouth before gently putting on his clothes. After making a simple breakfast, Jennifer Aniston still did not wake up. Eric looked at his watch and had to put away Jennifer Aniston's portion and eat first. "Jenny, I'm leaving." After breakfast, Eric walked into the bedroom and lay beside the girl's pillow. He gently stroked the girl's drooping, messy hair. "Oh. Don't be so noisy, I want to sleep." The girl groggily protested and impatiently pulled the blanket over her head. "Okay, I'll call you when I get to Los Angeles," Eric said again. Seeing that the lazy bum still did not respond, he thought for a while and found a pen and paper to write a note and put it in a conspicuous place. Only then did he reluctantly pick up his luggage and leave Jennifer Aniston's apartment. After getting into the taxi, Eric looked up at the window of Jennifer Aniston's apartment. Due to the backlight, it was completely dark. Behind the window, the girl was wrapped in a blanket. She held the note tightly in her hand as she watched the taxi leave. She sighed and tossed around in distress. She grabbed the pillow next to her and hit it a few times. Let's go, let's go. Bastard, bastard, even pretending to be asleep couldn't make you stay for a little longer. Too hateful. Shortly after getting off the plane, Eric only stopped for a short while to contact his private lawyer. He then left Los Angeles with jobs again and headed to Richmond, California in the San Francisco Bay. Due to the increasing shortage of funds, Pixar's headquarters was also moved into a small corner of Richmond by Jobs. At the same time, Pretty Woman was raking in the box office in North America at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 3 days of popularity over the weekend, people's enthusiasm for watching the movie didn't diminish at all on weekdays. Especially on Valentine's Day, many cinemas showing Pretty Woman were full. Amidst the envy and jealousy of other film companies, Pretty Woman's box office figures were officially announced a week later. The box office for the first week totaled $29.07 million. Although it was a pity that it didn't reach $30 million, it still surpassed the first week box office of Eric's previous film, Home Alone. In the second week of release, under the watchful eyes of many people, Pretty Woman's box office fell to $17 million, a drop of 43%. This figure made many people breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't another Home Alone. Otherwise, it would have been too crazy. But in the next few weeks, Pretty Woman's box office didn't fall as sharply as it did in the second week. A month later, Pretty Woman's North American box office had accumulated more than $75 million. There was no doubt that it would break the $100 million mark. According to the estimates of some statistical agencies, as long as there were no other box office dark horses, the box office of the movie was likely to break the $200 million mark again. Under Fox's operation, Pretty Woman was also released in the overseas market. Although it missed Valentine's Day in most regions, under the influence of the North American market's reputation, the movie's overseas box office momentum was stronger than in North America. Within 4 weeks, it broke the $100 million mark. In less than a year, Eric shot 2 movies that created box office miracles. Once again, Eric became the focus of the media's attention. The Los Angeles Times directly used the title, "The Boy Wonder Who Broke into Hollywood," to do a detailed report on Eric's deeds in less than a year. Many well-known media outlets and magazines contacted Jeffrey and Kapoor when they couldn't contact Eric himself, hoping to do an exclusive interview with Eric himself. However, they were all rejected. Although Eric hadn't reached the heights of people like Barry Diller and Michael Eisner for the time being, he believed that day wasn't too far away. Who had seen these powerful big shots active in the media all day long? Hiding behind the scenes and being a black hand that manipulated all living things was Eric's ultimate goal. With no hope of interviewing Eric, the media could only settle for the next best thing and turn their attention to others. Without a doubt, the actor who benefited the most was Julia Roberts. With the release of Wind and Moon, Julia felt like she had entered an unprecedented world. In this new world, everyone was so respectful and courteous to her, treating her like a princess. When she was recording a talk show on ABC, the entire production team revolved around her. The director seriously asked for her opinion on every detail of the recording process. At the same time, lucrative movie contracts, advertising contracts, endorsements, and other kinds of invitations came one after another. With the release of the box office on the first weekend, her salary directly jumped to $5 million, a figure that many male stars could only dream of. Al Pacino had also completely shaken off the shadow of his failure 4 years ago. He was in high spirits. Some of his friends in the industry who hadn't contacted him in a long time suddenly popped up, and parties came one after another. Of course, there were those who were happy and those who were disappointed. Richard Gere, who had already begun to promote the new film, Dragons Killing Formation, was undoubtedly the most disappointed. His manager had previously praised the Dragons Killing Formation project to the heavens, and at the same time, criticized Eric's new film as being completely useless. Although Richard Gere knew why his agent did this, he felt that by rejecting Eric's invitation, he could do Michael Ovitz a favor. So he chose Dragons Killing Formation. If Wind and Moon hadn't been such a huge success, Richard Gere wouldn't have felt much even if it was just a small box office hit. Unfortunately, Wind and Moon succeeded, and it was a huge success. The first week's revenue was comparable to the total box office of many movies. Seeing this, Richard Gere couldn't stay calm anymore. This uneasiness made him forget that it was his own choice to give up on Wind and Moon. If the artist insisted on taking on a movie contract, CAA would make things difficult for the artist, but they couldn't force the actor to stop the act. But Richard Gere still naturally blamed CAA for everything. He felt like he had become the victim of Michael Ovitz's personal power play. At Coca-Cola's headquarters in Atlanta, an important meeting for Columbia was being held. At this time, the president of Coca-Cola, Guasaida, was holding some information about the two movies, Home Alone and Pretty Woman. He questioned the president of Columbia, Blunt Cohen, one by one. The VAM agreement is your first mistake. Of course, with the profits of Home Alone, Columbia's stock price has risen from $12 to $14. This mistake can be considered as offsetting. After Guasaida finished speaking, he switched to another document and continued, but following that, your wrong behavior directly caused Eric Williams to switch to Fox. According to the agency's estimates, Wind and Moon's North American box office may reach $200 million, and the overseas box office may exceed the North American domestic box office by 50%. Just the box office alone can bring in at least $80 million of profit for Fox. All of this should have gone to Columbia. Blunt Cohen did not dare to refute. He quietly waited for the final decision of the Coca-Cola board of directors. In fact, he already knew the outcome. The senior management of the film company seemed to be in the limelight, but very few people knew the enormous pressure they were facing behind them. Every time a movie was released, it would bring about a change in the top management. Some people directly packed up and left because of huge losses, never to recover from the setback. Some people were promoted to higher positions because of the success of their projects. Of course, they still have to worry about the upcoming projects. Blunt Cohen also knew that Eric Williams was just a trigger, or an excuse, for him to face the current situation of being blamed. Most importantly, Blunt Cohen was against Coca-Cola selling Columbia to Japan. According to some sources, Coca-Cola's board of directors had decided to start the acquisition negotiations with Sony. Under this situation, Blunt Cohen does not care if he changes his position. Anyway, he will be selling Columbia to Japan soon. However, in order to protect his position, he had contacted many people and wanted to boycott this deal. This matter could not be hidden from the senior management of Coca-Cola. Once they succeed, no one will say anything. But if they fail, they will have to face the consequences. Therefore, I will now announce the decision of the board of directors. Mr. Blunt Cohen will be relieved of his position as the CEO of Columbia, TriStar Pictures effective immediately. Guasaida finished reading the board's resolution and discussed some other topics before adjourning the meeting. As for Blunt Cohen as the president, he was not escorted back to the Columbia headquarters in Los Angeles to pack his luggage by the security guards. Blunt Cohen left with a desolate look on his face. Guasaida, on the other hand, didn't leave. Instead, he went to another reception room. "Mr. Guasaida, nice to meet you." The woman who was sitting on the sofa stood up and greeted Guasaida warmly. Guasaida shook hands with her and smiled. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Amy." "It's okay. I had just arrived." This woman was Amy Pascal, who had left Columbia not long ago. "My assistant has already told you my intentions." "Amy, what do you think?" Amy Pascal asked. "Mr. Guasaida, I feel that there is no need for me to return to Columbia. Although I had resigned, I still heard some news that Columbia will be sold to Sony. In this case, why should I go back? Wait for a few months and get laid off again? Of course not, Amy. You are a very talented manager. Even if the Japanese took over Columbia, they would not dare to make too many changes. I know how you left Columbia. If Blunt Cohen had listened to your advice, there would not have been that VAM agreement that cost Columbia tens of millions of profits. And after that, there will be no Eric Williams who will switch to Fox." Amy Pascal said. "Mr. Guasaida, there is no point in talking about this now. I want to know the real reason why you asked me to return to Columbia." Guasaida looked at Amy and said, "Amy, you know Eric Williams, right?" Sure enough, Amy Pascal confirmed her guess and nodded. "Yes, but we've only met a few times. Maybe Eric doesn't even remember me now." "Oh, how is that possible? If it was not for your help, how could there be a box office miracle?" Although Amy Pascal did not get any benefits from it, and she even lost her job because of it. But when Guasaida mentioned this, she was still proud. "Mr. Guasaida, if you want me to persuade Eric Williams to switch to Columbia, it is not possible. Everyone knows that Eric had signed 3 contracts with Fox this year. Next year, Columbia will be in the hands of Sony." Guasaida shook his head and said, "Of course not. I had asked my people to look into the contract. In fact, the contract is not strict. Fox only wants to get the distribution rights for the second movie of. So, they did not prohibit Eric Williams from working with other film companies during his cooperation with Fox. After the negotiations with Sony, Columbia needs some good news to stimulate the share price. For example, a blockbuster movie. But, don't worry, Amy. I know you have some concerns. In order to work with Eric Williams smoothly, the board of directors had removed Blunt Cohen as the CEO of Columbia." Amy Pascal asked in surprise, "Really?" Guasaida nodded, "Of course. If not, with Blunt Cohen's connections, the board of directors will not make such a big fuss. Anyway, he will not be in that position for long. When you talk to Eric Williams, you can tell him about this to show our sincerity." Amy Pascal thought of another problem. "I feel that Eric Williams's production speed is very fast. But 3 movies a year should be his limit. If he produces more movies, how can we guarantee the quality? We will release his new movie during the summer. With his current fame, as long as the movie is not too bad, it should not be a problem for him to get $100 million at the box office during the summer. Also," Guasaida lowered his voice, "I will provide enough budget for Fox's second movie. We can even get someone to film it for him. He just needs to focus on the movie for us." Amy Pascal hesitated for a while and nodded, "I will try my best." Eric had been in Richmond, California, for 3 days. In the past few days, he had hired a team of professionals from Silicon Valley to conduct a detailed investigation and evaluation of Pixar's assets. Jobs was eager to complete the deal and expressed his dissatisfaction with Eric's unnecessary behavior, but there was nothing he could do. Eric was not in the mood to care about Jobs' feelings. While Jobs' talent was undeniable, his character was really not flattering. He was someone who could publicly claim that he was impotent in order to refuse to pay for the support of his illegitimate daughter. Therefore, it was impossible for Eric to complete the deal hastily without conducting a detailed evaluation of Pixar. 3 days later, in Pixar's single-story office building in Richmond, Eric placed a thick stack of evaluation documents on the conference table. He tapped his fingers on the table and said to Jobs, who was sitting across from him, "Steve, I was very sincere about acquiring Pixar. Unfortunately, I don't see your sincerity. Jobs was not affected by Eric's tone at all. With a helpless look on his face, he said, "Eric, if you have any doubts, you can tell me, and I will seriously answer them for you. It's too serious to directly accuse me of not being sincere." Eric sighed at Jobs' psychological quality. No matter what was going on in his mind, he did not show any fear on the surface. Even he, who had lived 2 lifetimes, found it difficult to achieve this level of calmness. He was not in the mood to play psychological warfare with Jobs, so he went straight to the point. "Okay, Steve, I'll be direct. The reason I want to acquire Pixar is because of Pixar's 3D animation technology. Therefore, I don't mind that you have already sold the hardware department." As Eric spoke, he flipped through the documents in his hands and continued, "However, the information I have collected shows that in the graphics rendering software package developed by Pixar, the ownership of 3 core software was transferred to your next computer company some time ago. The most important animation system, although the core software is still there, the ownership of a coloring software has also been transferred. The reason Pixar was able to get the 2D animation outsourcing project from Disney was because of this software that could greatly reduce the coloring time. Do you need to give me an explanation for this?" It was true that Jobs was not an honest man. He had done this because he wanted to take a chance and fool Eric, a layman. Once it was successful, the software could be sold for millions of dollars. Perhaps some people would wonder how much these few pieces of software were worth. If you have any doubts, think of Microsoft. But what Jobs did not expect was that Eric, who was indeed a layman, knew how to leave things to the experts, so he specifically hired a professional evaluation team from Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley was a place where tech geeks gathered and where there was a lot of intrigue. Those people quickly discovered Jobs' little trick. In fact, after Eric made this move, Jobs did not have much hope in his heart. But with his thick skin, even if he was exposed, he definitely wouldn't give in so easily. "Eric, in the 4 years since I took over Pixar, I have invested at least $50 million into the company. The hardware department only sold for $16 million. And your asking price is only $20 million. That's only enough to buy what I left at Pixar." Eric laughed mockingly, closed the folder, put his hands on the table, and stared at Jobs. "Steve, it seems that you still don't want to admit your failure so easily. Alright, let me make it clear. You failed to acquire Pixar from Lucas. Losers should have the awareness of losers. Losses are inevitable. In order to save your next computer company, you have to sell me the complete Pixar software department at a low price. So, return the software, and we can talk about other things." Jobs' face changed several times. As an extremely proud and conceited person, he had always been the one to point and curse at others. Now that he was being called a loser by a teenager more than 10 years younger than him, even with his superior mental fortitude, it was difficult for him to keep a straight face. On the other hand, John Lasseter and the others, who were pretending to be busy working in the workshop outside, were actually eavesdropping on the conversation between the 2 men. Jobs had never been an amiable boss. Every time he came to Pixar, he would grab all the main creatives, criticize their work, and then throw down a check like a handout in exchange for taking back some of the management's shares. Over the years, through these tactics, Pixar had become Jobs' personal property, and he had taken away all the shares in the hands of the management. Now he finally saw Jobs being scolded. Based on this point alone, the awkwardness of having to work under a young man immediately disappeared. In the conference room, Jobs said with a straight face, "Mr. Williams, you bought Pixar to make animated movies, right? You've had great success with several movies in a row, and I'm sure a lot of people are watching your every move. If I leak the news that you're interested in Pixar, maybe a lot of people will be interested and offer a higher price. What do you think?" Eric's ring finger on his right hand trembled slightly. Fortunately, this detail was not noticed by Jobs. Eric shook off the worry in his heart and sneered without hesitation. "Mr. Jobs, your words are worth $1 million. I don't like it when people make things difficult for me, so I've decided to reduce the offer to $19 million. Pixar was actually like a camera. Under my command, it could shoot Home Alone and Pretty Woman. But in the hands of other directors, it's hard to say what would happen. So, $19 million for the complete Pixar software department. If you've made up your mind, call me before I leave Richmond. After Eric finished speaking, he packed up his personal belongings and walked out of the Pixar office. Edward, the private lawyer, hurriedly followed. After a long time, Jobs walked out of the conference room, glanced coldly at the employees who were working or pretending to work, and left the Pixar headquarters in silence. The next morning, Eric and Jobs sat in the conference room again. Many business negotiations were like this, always going through several rounds of confrontation. Even though they had quarreled fiercely the last time, almost to the point of swinging their arms and fighting each other, when the next round began, everyone still had to gather their emotions and sit together to continue the game. Today, Jobs had obvious dark circles under his eyes. Eric, what I did before was not wrong. Everyone will do their best for their own interests. But I agree to return the software, but the price will remain the same at $20 million. We are all rational adults. We can't reduce the price by $1 million because of one sentence. That's what children do. Eric did not want to push Jobs too hard. If things went south, he could spend money to set up another animation studio, but developing the corresponding software and accumulating enough technology would not only require a lot of money, but it would also take years. Although Eric was not short of money, he did not have enough time to accumulate technology. In his previous life, everyone knew that 3D animation movies and their peripherals could bring in huge profits, but there were only a few well-known animation studios in Hollywood because they were far ahead of their peers in terms of technology and dominated the market. It was very difficult for others to catch up. If you worked for a few years and finally reached a certain level, other people's technology would be years ahead of you. In this case, it would never be easy for latecomers to catch up with their predecessors. In the conference room, the two argued for half an hour. Eric could not take back what he had said yesterday. In the end, both sides made a small concession and reached a price of $19.5 million. After taking back the ownership of the software, Eric had someone confirm again that there was no mistake before he signed the contract. Jobs put the check away, looked at his employees who had worked for him for several years, and felt that there was nothing to say. He nodded and turned to leave the Pixar headquarters. I'm not a talented speaker, and I'm not good at saying inspiring things. I can only promise you one thing, within 3 years, as long as you don't have any problems with your work, Pixar will not lay off any employees. After Jobs left, Eric said this to all the employees in the open plan office. This was also the issue that they were most concerned about. In the past year or so, Pixar had laid off several batches of employees due to the lack of funds. Sure enough, after Eric made this promise, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone knew Eric's identity. This young man in front of them was now someone who did not lack money. Since he had made such a promise, he would not go back on his word easily. Okay, now everyone, get back to work. All management, come to the conference room for a meeting. After a brief commotion, the core of Pixar, led by John Lasseter, gathered in the conference room. I'm sure everyone knows me. Also, when I read the materials before, I did a certain understanding of you, so we can skip the introductions for the time being. There was a low chuckle in the conference room. Eric waited for a while with a smile and said, Pixar was in a very bad situation before, but it won't be anymore. You may all be curious about why I bought Pixar. I told John about this. I'm interested in 3D animated movies, and I just happened to have money to invest, so I did it. I'm sure you won't doubt my vision in movies. According to Pixar's previous short film, Tin Soldiers, I thought of a very good long story idea. The rich young master had a house full of toys. Because Cowboy Woody was the most popular, he naturally became the boss of all the toys. But suddenly one day, the young master brought home another new toy, Buzz Lightyear. Buzz Lightyear looked novel and had advanced functions. The young master loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. As a result, it threatened Woody's position as the boss, so Woody began to think of ways to get rid of Buzz Lightyear. Coincidentally, the two toys fell out of the room and into the hands of another neighbor's child who liked to treat toys roughly. After spending a few minutes explaining the story of Toy Story, Eric continued, the last time I met with John, I mentioned to him that I would invest $30 million in this 3D animated movie. Of course, the budget can be increased. I just need you to make this animation the best it can be. It doesn't matter to me if I fail once, but I think Pixar can't afford to fail anymore." The executives of Pixar all had solemn expressions on their faces. Previously, Pixar could not make ends meet. If 3D animation was not successful, it would be difficult for Pixar to continue to exist independently. Eric was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Although he knew that 3D animation would become the mainstream of animated movies in the near future, these people would definitely not believe him if he said it to encourage them. He might as well change his tone to give them some pressure. "I know that the production cycle of animated movies is very long. I plan to give you 3 years to produce this movie. Within 3 years, there will be no changes to Pixar. You don't need to take on any advertising projects to maintain Pixar's operations. You can focus all your energy on the production of Toy Story." "Alright, that's all I have to say. Now, what do you think?" The pressure that Jobs left behind still made the executives of Pixar feel a lingering fear. After carefully asking a few questions, they were sure that Eric and Jobs were two completely different types of people. They finally let go of themselves and began to speak freely. Because they were too engrossed in the discussion, everyone forgot about lunchtime. It was only when the sun set and the light in the conference room dimmed that everyone realized that it was already dark. In order to ensure that Toy Story would not deviate too much from his previous life, Eric stayed in Richmond for another 3 days. During this time, he personally wrote the complete script of Toy Story. He also hand-drew the shapes of Woody, Buzz Lightyear, and other toys and handed them to the Pixar production staff. It was not until the president of Fox, Barry Diller, personally called to remind Eric, who had disappeared for almost a week, to attend the celebration party for Pretty Woman that he had to leave Richmond. It was not that Eric did not think about moving Pixar to Los Angeles. He privately mentioned it to John Lasseter, but the result was that it was difficult to implement. Most of the technical staff of Pixar lived in San Francisco Bay for a long time. They were used to everything here, and many of them even settled down here. Moreover, the environment of Los Angeles was not suitable for an animation studio like Pixar. However, Richmond was close to Silicon Valley, where high-tech companies gathered, and was more suitable for the survival of Pixar. When Eric heard John Lasseter's explanation, he gave up his original plan. Anyway, San Francisco was only 500 or 600 kilometers away from Los Angeles, and it was only an hour by plane. It was convenient to go back and forth, so Eric did not insist. After staying in a hotel for a week, Eric finally returned home and took a comfortable shower. There were still a few hours before the celebration party in the evening, and he was too lazy to prepare anything. He leaned on the sofa in the living room in loose casual clothes, lazily reached for the remote control, and turned on the TV. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard the doorbell ring. He opened the door, and a sneaky girl wearing a wig, sunglasses, and very ordinary clothes waited anxiously at the door, looking around from time to time. "Why did you open the door so slowly? It would be bad if the paparazzi found out." Eric looked at Julia's outfit and stepped aside to let the girl in. "Why are you dressed like this?" "Oh, you look a bit like Allison?" "I asked Allison to dress up as me and leave first, so that we could get rid of the paparazzi." Julia's tone was a little smug. "What do you want to drink?" Eric asked when they came to the living room and walked to the fridge. "Coffee, no sugar. Don't make the water too hot." "Oh," Eric responded and poured a glass of juice for Julia. The girl rolled her eyes at him speechlessly, but she still took the juice. "You're always so despicable." Eric leaned back on the sofa again and looked at Julia with interest. "You've changed a lot. Look at the way you sit and listen to the way you talk. You look like a top Hollywood actress. I can't help but want to ask you for an autograph." "No problem. Where do you want to sign?" Julia magically took out a pen from her pocket. Eric looked at the ceiling for a while, as if he was thinking about something. Then, he suddenly pulled open the belt of his casual pants and looked inside. He shook his head and said, "No, I don't have feelings for you. I can't sign it." "Tooey," the girl blushed and spat at Eric. She picked up the juice and sipped it with a flustered look in her eyes. After a while, Julia put down the cup. "I heard you bought an animation studio?" "Yes. It's too tiring to make live-action movies, so I plan to direct animated movies instead. The girl glared at Eric and said, "Can you be more serious? We're already so familiar with each other." "Who am I being serious for?" Eric said and sat up straight. He asked, "Okay, why are you looking for me?" "I want to know why you asked Kapoor to turn down all those offers. If it weren't for some people handing the scripts directly to me, I wouldn't even know that I'd received these offers." Julia became more and more agitated as she spoke. In the end, she pointed directly at Eric's nose and denounced him. "Disney's Lost LA City offered $6 million US, but you rejected it without asking for my opinion. $6 million US. How can you be so overbearing? I'm not your puppet, so please show me some respect." Eric leaned back on the sofa and let the girl vent her emotions like a crazy kitten. At the same time, he thought of Disney's Lost LA City and couldn't help but laugh. The screenwriter of this script was called J.F. Lawton, who was the original screenwriter of Pretty Woman in his previous life. During the days he was in Richmond, many film companies ignored CAA's ban on UTA and issued offers to Julia, Al, and a few other Wind and Moon leads. If UTA only had some mediocre actors, the Hollywood studio might be wary of Michael Ovitz's influence and refuse to use UTA actors with the thought that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. But now, with the popularity of Wind and Moon, UTA had two pillars in Julia and Al. Other supporting actors like Jason Alexander also had some fame. Driven by profits, many film companies ignored CAA's misgivings, especially the big six film companies that hated CAA but couldn't do anything about it. Eric even maliciously guessed that the Big Six had issued a series of offers to UTA actors with the intention of making Michael Ovitz unhappy. Al Pacino patiently waited for Eric's promise of knowing a woman by smelling her scent, so he directly turned down all his offers, and Al didn't have any objections. Julia, on the other hand, couldn't be so rash. Among the scripts that he received, Kapoor filtered through them and excluded those that had very low offers and looked like bad movies at first glance. The rest of the scripts were communicated with Eric over the phone. Hence, Eric naturally found out about the script for Lost in Luoyang City. When he heard the screenwriter's name, out of curiosity, Eric specially got Kapoor to fax him a copy of the script. J.F. Lawton had obviously changed the original 3000 into a love story with the male lead as the main storyline. As mentioned before, in the original spacetime, the original script of Wind and Moon was a dark drama called 3000 that reflected the living conditions of several women in Los Angeles. In the end, it was modified into a romantic comedy during the filming process. As for this Lost in LA City, the outline of the story was that the male lead went to Los Angeles on a business trip. In the end, not only did he get lost, all his luggage was stolen. The male lead, who was quite successful in his career but was an idiot in his life, was temporarily taken in by a kind-hearted woman. After some twists and turns, another pair of Prince and Cinderella walked together happily. In any case, Eric could tell at a glance that this story was in the same vein as Wind and Moon. However, he couldn't say that it was plagiarized because the story was changed quite cleverly. A movie giant like Disney wouldn't let Eric have any evidence of plagiarism. In Eric's opinion, this story that was very similar to Wind and Moon definitely wouldn't lose money if it was made with Julia as the female lead again. After all, the movie's budget wasn't high. However, it was basically impossible for it to become a box office hit again like Wind and Moon. It was like a person who had just eaten a bowl of rice and was already full. If it was an apple or a glass of juice, they might still be able to eat, but if it was a bowl of rice, hey, are you listening to me? How can you still laugh? The girl's questioning voice rang in his ears. Eric pulled himself back from his daze and saw that Julia had already leaned over to him with a faint anger on her face. Are you done? Eric looked into the girl's eyes and asked seriously. Julia nodded. When their eyes met, the girl suddenly realized that she had lost her composure and quickly sat back down obediently. These days, she was used to hearing flattery and praise, so she couldn't help but feel a little arrogant. However, when she saw Eric's serious expression, the girl suddenly remembered that this guy in front of her didn't need to flatter her. Instead, she was the one who, thinking of this, Julia couldn't help but hug her arms and rub them twice. She lowered her head slightly and glanced at Eric guiltily. During the days I was in Richmond, I talked to Kapoor on the phone for a period of time every day. AL's next movie has already been decided, so the discussions were all about your movie contracts. As for Lost in LA, I even specially asked Kapoor to fax me a script so I could read it carefully. When Julia heard that Eric was so concerned about her in private, she felt a little guilty for her behavior just now. "I'm sorry," the girl apologized in a mosquito-like voice. Eric waved his hand and said, "I'm not asking for credit. I just want to tell you that I haven't forgotten the promise I made that night. I said I would make a girl named Julia Roberts reach the level of legendary Hollywood actresses like Vivien Leigh and Audrey Hepburn. I'm sorry." The girl's voice sounded again. "But I'm a little disappointed in you now. This is only your first success, and you're already so impatient. What do you want to do?" Eric's calm tone gradually became reprimanding. The girl couldn't help but want to refute. Eric interrupted the girl's words and said, "Now, you have fame. Just like you said, Disney has already offered you a salary of US $6 million. Not many actresses in Hollywood can reach this level. If you're short on money, go get a loan. The bank is quite generous to Hollywood stars. What you have to do is carefully consolidate your position. If you want to go further, you can't be too cautious." "I understand." "No, you still don't understand. I feel like you've been wronged. Take Lost in LA, for example. US $6 million is indeed a very high price. Tom Hanks only got US $2 million from Flying Across the Future, which broke the $100 million box office last year. But if you take on this movie, it's equivalent to using up the box office appeal you accumulated with Wind and Moon. It's not a matter of 1 + 1 = 2, but a matter of subtraction. Have you ever seen a celebrity take on two movies that are almost exactly the same in such a short period of time, and both movies are very successful? This principle is the same as those blockbuster movies in Hollywood. They all wait a few years for the audience's expectations to reach the highest level before shooting a sequel. After pausing for a moment, Eric felt a little thirsty. He got up and grabbed a can of beer from the fridge. He drank a few mouthfuls and returned to the sofa. Just as he was about to continue, he looked at the girl opposite him and immediately shut his mouth. "She's crying." He helplessly reached under the coffee table and took out a box of tissues. He then pushed it over. "Okay, don't cry. I won't say any more." However, this sentence had the opposite effect. Julia pulled out a few tissues to cover her little face, and her tears flowed even more vigorously. She even started to sob a little. According to a normal plot, at this time, the woman would need a shoulder or something. Then, she would say a few words of love and find a small dark room to have sex. However, it seemed that Julia was the one who cried. Eric felt that he shouldn't be in a position to do this, right? Thus, the scene was a bit of a stalemate. One sat there and looked at the other helplessly, while the other cried. As a woman, she felt that she was too stupid. She was embarrassed and angry, so she used her tears to wrap herself up. This was normal. "You bastard, give me a way out and comfort me a few more times." Wouldn't that be better? But why did it feel so awkward now? A few minutes later, the girl had no choice but to stop crying. She wiped her face and threw the tissues at the man opposite her. "You're a bastard." Then, she stood up and walked to the bathroom in a hurry. "My makeup is ruined. Sigh, I must look ugly." After touching up her makeup, she fidgeted in the bathroom for a while. Then, she walked out like a new wife and sat down in her original position. "You don't dare to scold me anymore, humph. I will try to find a suitable script for you as soon as possible. Don't be so anxious. If you feel bored, you can sign up for some simple classes. This will help to shape your image. The public still likes motivated female celebrities. Of course, you can also accept some variety shows. You'll have to ask Kapoor about this. I'm just saying whatever comes to mind. He's a professional agent." "Okay." Julia nodded obediently. "By the way, have you seen a psychiatrist?" Julia shook her head and glared at Eric. "It's all this bastard's fault." After the movie was released, she finally had some free time. She took some time to do some research and found out what the so-called Stockholm Syndrome was. The examples given in the book seemed absurd to her, but in connection with her own aberrations she was forced to acknowledge the fact. At the same time, the release of Wind and Moon quickly turned her from a small-time actress to a big star. She was even more afraid to find a psychiatrist. If the psychiatrist accidentally revealed her illness, her fledgling acting career might be over. How could the public approve of such an actress? Therefore, Julia didn't even dare to tell the people closest to her. Currently, only Eric and her knew about this. Eric quickly understood Julia's concerns. This matter was indeed very tricky. Once outsiders found out, a scandal would be unavoidable. This kind of thing should have a lot to do with self-confidence. I think that when you first came to my house, you were already in a good state. You were so overbearing. If you continue like this, you might recover without any medicine. Nonsense. I've done some research. This is all your fault. If you hadn't treated me like that night, this wouldn't have happened. Eric raised his hands in surrender. Okay, it's all my fault. It's your fault. Seeing Eric's awkward expression, Julia was quite proud. By the way, why isn't Drew Barrymore here? Isn't it the weekend? She lives in a boarding school, so she doesn't have to go home on weekends. She probably doesn't know that I'm coming back today. The girl likes to play. When I'm not home, she's rarely alone at home. Julia's tone was sour. You're so good to her. Eric smiled. You're not the first to say that. The girl is now my creditor. She owes me 1,000,000 yuan. These days, the one who owes the debt is the boss. I have to support her. Fox is having a celebration party at the Hilton Hotel tonight. Are you going? Of course. Julia nodded and looked at her watch. It's getting late. I have to go back. Eric helped the girl disguise herself again and sent Julia out before returning to the villa. He watched TV in boredom for a while. When the sun was setting, Eric went upstairs to change his clothes and drove to the Hilton Hotel. A celebration party for a movie like Wind and Moon, which had a huge box office hit, would definitely be the focus of the paparazzi. Eric didn't like dealing with paparazzi either. He planned to take the elevator in the parking lot directly to the banquet hall, but he suddenly realized that he had forgotten to ask which floor the party was on. He looked around. There was no one else in the parking lot. He couldn't ask the camera above his head. Eric waited in the parking lot for a while, unwilling to give up, hoping to meet a guest who was also attending the party. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't very good. After waiting for a few minutes, no one appeared. If he waited any longer, he would probably be noticed by the camera above his head and be treated as a car thief. He walked out of the parking lot helplessly and was surrounded by a group of paparazzi. The Hilton Hotel's security guards did their job and quickly came to help Eric block the crowd. While frantically pressing the shutter, the paparazzi asked a mess of questions at the top of their lungs. Director Williams, you disappeared for a week. Were you preparing for your next movie? Eric, is Miss Julia Roberts your girlfriend? How did she get the lead role in Wind and Moon? Lamborghini announced that 153 units of the latest monster sports car were booked in a week. Eric, will you continue to do product placement for your next movie? Eric, why didn't Miss Drew Barrymore come with you? Kind, malicious, and full of traps. All kinds of questions were buzzing around his ears. It was difficult for Eric to give an appropriate answer under the circumstances, so he didn't dare to say a word. He walked forward in silence under the protection of the security guards. When he entered the Hilton Hotel, the paparazzi took the initiative to stop. The Hilton Hotel's manager greeted him with a smile. Mr. Williams, welcome. Wind and Moon's celebration party is on the 4th floor. Do you need me to take you there personally? Eric quickly shook his head. No, I can go there myself. After entering the elevator and pressing the button, Eric still saw the same manager looking at him with a smile. What's going on? It was actually very simple. The manager also happened to watch Wind and Moon. He had a good impression of Eric because of the cool hotel manager Bernie Thompson portrayed by Eric in the movie. After the champagne was popped, the party officially began. As a movie project that could bring hundreds of millions of dollars in profits for Fox, even the current president of Fox, Barry Diller, had to attend the celebration party for Wind and Moon in person. In addition to the Wind and Moon crew, Fox also invited dozens of celebrities, big and small, to support them. The party could be said to be star-studded. However, there were a lot of big shots present, so the banquet hall with hundreds of people was orderly. The guests gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and talked about their own topics. Eric, the publicity department, was really too conservative about the Super Bowl trailer. "I promise that when your next movie is released, Fox will fully cooperate with you. Don't say next time. This time, you can also count it in the publicity and reimburse me." Eric cursed in his heart, but he had a smile on his face. "Mr. Diller, let's not talk about this anymore. A $1.5 million Super Bowl advertising fee is indeed a big expense. It's understandable that Fox is conservative." Barry Diller chuckled and didn't mention it again. This old fox. The topic changed again to Eric's next movie. After Wind and Moon, although Eric's next movie hadn't even been seen, Fox had naturally scheduled it for the summer. This year's summer was full of blockbusters. Warner's Batman, Paramount's Raiders of the Lost Ark 3, and Columbia's Ghostbusters 2 were destined to be big box office hits. On the other hand, Fox had diverted too much attention to the development of the television network. As a result, the total number of films produced and released this year was only slightly more than 10. They were ranked last among the Big Six. In order to not be last in terms of movie performance, Fox was destined to fully support Eric's movie, especially after the success of Wind and Moon. It wasn't easy to get a high box office hit with summer blockbusters. Eric couldn't take the sequel to the already famous Home Alone to compete with these blockbusters during the summer. After thinking for a long time, he decided on an idea he had before. "I already have a preliminary plot outline for the next movie. I plan to invite Tom Hanks and Tom Cruise. This will be a drama between two men." Barry Diller narrowed his eyes. If it was a success, with the two Toms and Eric's box office appeal, the box office of the movie was guaranteed to be at least $100 million. In addition to The Kid in Charge 2, at the end of the year, there would be 3 blockbuster movies in a year. Fox's performance in the film industry would no longer be faulted, and he could develop the television network without worry. "Eric, if you want to invite 2 Toms, the pay for the 2 of them will be at least $10 million, right? What's your budget?" Eric thought for a moment. "It shouldn't be more than $30 million. This is a drama film. There aren't any big scenes, and it doesn't need any special effects. It completely depends on the individual performances of the 2 male leads. So, $30 million is already a very generous budget. It's very likely that we won't be able to finish spending it." "I heard you just spent a lot of money to buy Steve Jobs' studio?" Although Barry Diller's question was somewhat irrelevant, Eric immediately understood what Barry Diller meant. Fox still wanted to invest in the film. "That's right, I asked Pixar to make a title logo for my film company. After seeing it, I was very satisfied. I heard that Pixar was in trouble and wanted to make a move. I happened to be very interested in animated films, so I bought it. But the cycle for animated films is very long, and 3D animation is still in the exploration stage, so I don't know when the first animated film will be produced." Eric ignored the faint helplessness on Barry Diller's face. "Anyway, if you're beating around the bush, I'll play drift for you." Listening to the little fox in front of him talking nonsense, Barry Diller had to make the topic clear. "Eric, I mean, if you're tight on funds for the next film, Fox can be responsible for part of the investment. This can also reduce the risk. And don't worry, Fox won't link the investment with the cost of publicity. The agreement we signed before will remain unchanged." Since Barry Diller made the matter clear, Eric couldn't refuse directly. Of course, he wouldn't give up his own interests. If Barry Diller could think of something, Eric certainly could too. If the 2 Toms were successful, the film wouldn't fail with the appeal of the box office of the 3 people. In the end, Eric could only say perfunctorily, "No problem, Mr. Diller. If you need external investment, Fox will definitely be my first choice." Barry Diller also saw Eric's perfunctory attitude and understood that the possibility of Fox investing was almost zero. But he wouldn't do anything stupid like Columbia. The 2 sides were still in the honeymoon stage of cooperation. Although according to the previous agreement, Eric earned a little more than Fox, but Fox also captured a huge amount of profit that was enough to make others envious. After talking about some other topics, the two separated to entertain others. As soon as Barry Diller walked away, Eric felt a lot of eyes on him. Okay, girls, throw yourself at me. Whoever hits on me first today, I'll give you a role in the next movie. Eric had a ridiculous idea in his mind. At the same time, he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. At the end of the day, he was still a normal person. If he didn't have any vanity, why would he bother? Soon, he had the first person hitting on him. He was bald, 8 feet tall, and had a strong back. He had a wretched smile on his face, and the most F***ing thing was that he was a man. Eric, you're finally back. I want to know what you're thinking. I thought a few of Julia's movie contracts were good, but you rejected them all? It wasn't easy for him to decide to indulge himself. Eric was helplessly pulled to the side by Caper. Caper, don't you feel like you've been pierced by thousands of arrows? Look around. Caper looked around suspiciously and found a few beautiful girls who weren't good at hiding their emotions staring at him with unfriendly gazes. Although Caper was a workaholic, he was still very well versed in the ways of the world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become an agent. He shrugged and said, "Sorry, Eric, I'm holding you back. But if you don't explain this to me clearly, I won't feel at ease." Eric also wanted to explain to him that most of Julia's more successful movies in his previous life were romantic comedies. She had just filmed Wind and Moon. It wouldn't be suitable for her to make another movie in such a short period of time. Thus, he couldn't take out those movies from his previous life for the time being. He felt that the most suitable movie for Julia was Steel Magnolias, which had been nominated for a Golden Globe. It was a movie that had both box office and reputation. Unfortunately, he had checked before and found that TriStar Pictures hadn't started this project yet. Either it had been blown away by the butterfly effect, or it hadn't started filming yet. It was also impossible for him to write the script again. For the previous 3 movies, he was 100% sure that the original script hadn't appeared yet, or that it didn't have much to do with his movie. Only then did he feel at ease using it. But now, he couldn't guarantee this movie. Caper, wait a few more days. I plan to go to the Writers Guild to see if there are any good registered scripts and pick one for Julia. The corner of Caper's mouth twitched. Eric, do you know how many registered scripts there are at the Writers Guild? There are tens of thousands. I feel like I'm going to San Francisco to find a few tons of gold. Is that even possible? Knowing where the gold was buried, it was naturally easy to find it. Eric just wanted to check if the screenwriter of Steel Magnolias had registered the script. Trust me, Caper. Be patient. I'll give you an answer soon. Eric also made up his mind. If he couldn't find Steel Magnolias, then he would pick one from the movies with higher box office sales for Julia. In any case, with Julia's current fame, as long as her image was suitable and she had the intention to act in a movie, no production crew would reject her. He believed that many production companies wouldn't hesitate to raise their budget for this. After sending Kapoor away, he welcomed Jeffrey. Then, a few executives from Fox came over to greet him. When he was finally done, James Brooks ran over and said that a few producers wanted to meet him. No problem, let's continue. After greeting and sending off people for more than an hour, the smile on his face was a little stiff. Finally, it was quiet. He was so tired that he didn't want to pick up girls. He ran to a sofa in the corner and sat down. "Mr. Williams, may I have the honor of dancing with you?" Eric subconsciously showed a stiff smile. Before the girl could be happy, Eric shook his head. "Sorry, miss, I'm too tired." "Oh, sorry." She turned around and left in disappointment. He rejected another 2 bold female celebrities. Just when he thought that no one would disturb him again, a blond man with a beautiful face and a gentle voice approached him. "Mr. Williams, my name is..." Eric resisted the urge to put up a defensive posture. "I don't want to know your name. I just want to be a normal handsome man." "Is it so difficult?" "Sorry, can I be alone for a while?" "Oh, sorry, can you not sound so bitter?" Eric covered his forehead and complained in his heart. After a few seconds of silence, a voice sounded again. Eric, do you want juice? It can help with the hangover. Eric looked up and saw a gentle face with 2 glasses of orange juice in her hands. Of course, thank you, Miss Madsen. Eric took the juice. Virginia sat down next to Eric and leaned on Eric. She said with a bitter tone, I'm so happy that you still remember me. Can you call me Virginia? Okay, Virginia, Vicky? Anything. The girl smiled and said, oh right, how did Gerard get close to you? Are you? Eric subconsciously raised his voice and denied, absolutely not. Oh, why are you overreacting? Don't worry, I don't discriminate against gays. I've seen many directors like this. I think gays are more sensitive. Vicky, can we change the subject? Virginia carefully observed Eric's expression and nodded. So you really aren't? Then what happened just now? Didn't you see? Virginia shook her head. I just went to the bathroom. When I came out, I saw Gerard leaving you. Eric explained, I was too tired, so I rejected a few girls' invitation to dance. Maybe this action made the boy misunderstand something. Hee, luckily I didn't invite you to dance. Otherwise, I would have been chased away by you. Eric didn't want to talk about this. It was indeed rude to refuse the invitations of several women. By the way, what movie have you been filming recently? When Virginia heard this question, she felt a strong sense of loss. Every time she thought of what Eric had said when she first met him, she thought that Eric had really inspired Pretty Woman based on her. Unfortunately, she didn't get the female lead role. Virginia had seen Julia Roberts shuttling through the crowd like a princess more than once. The little jealousy in her heart almost scratched her heart out. Julia wasn't as famous as her before, but now that lucky girl had become a world-famous Hollywood actress. If she had taken the initiative that night, perhaps she would be the one enjoying the compliments now. Thinking of this, Virginia made up her mind to hold on to Eric tightly tonight. I just finished filming a movie some time ago. I acted as the wife of a rich businessman. In the end, I drove into a river and died. I'm really sorry. Eric was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. This doesn't seem to be my fault, right? It's not like I'm really dead. Why does it sound like I'm the murderer? After thinking about it, Eric persuaded, it will get better. It's hard to see hope. I'm almost past my prime. I can't act as a pure girl. In 2 years, I might only be able to act as a housewife. Hearing the words pure girl, Eric smiled. It seemed that Virginia still remembered what happened a few months ago. At that party, he had only casually mentioned it while dancing, but more importantly, he was complimenting the girl's beauty. He didn't care about the little thoughts in Virginia's words. Hollywood was also a world where men were superior to women. How could a woman who had neither power nor backing not play some tricks and do something wrong if she wanted to make a name for herself? Thinking back to his previous life, he didn't even manage to climb over that wall in 10 years. He could only wander around the periphery, watching it build tall buildings through the gaps, watching it host guests, watching it bustle with noise and excitement, watching it lead a drunken life. Vicky, do you want a chance? Virginia's eyes lit up. Of course I do. Eric looked the girl up and down unscrupulously. But I'm not an angel. What can you give me? Everything. The party had been going on for several hours, and many men and women were leaving in pairs. In any case, it was hard to fall in love at first sight at this kind of Hollywood party. Instead, there were jokes from time to time about people being cheated of money or sex. They took the elevator to the underground parking lot together. In this season, the temperature at night in Los Angeles was only about 10 degrees. As the cool night breeze blew, Virginia, who was wearing a thin dress, sobered up a little. She regretted agreeing to Eric so rashly. She felt that she should have at least whetted the young director's appetite and gotten a more reliable benefit first. What was this now? It was equivalent to not promising anything. If this young man turned his back on her later, she would have been played for nothing. A coat was gently placed on the girl. Virginia pulled the lapel and smiled at Eric. Forget it. Just take it as an onstage relationship. At least this young man is quite considerate. The two of them discussed in a low voice and decided to go to Virginia's place in Malibu. When Eric arrived, he had been surrounded by paparazzi. Those guys must now be very curious about whether Eric would bring a woman home tonight. The entrance of Beverly Hills mansion must have been staked out. Bringing Virginia back now was equivalent to providing the paparazzi with juicy material. It took nearly an hour to drive from the Hilton Hotel to Malibu, and there was no traffic. Fortunately, the two of them were talkative people, so there was no awkward silence along the way. They followed the girl into a small villa north of the coastal road. It was very far from the beach, and it was probably difficult to see the sea from the balcony on the second floor. Eric asked casually, "Why are you living here?" Virginia hung Eric's coat on the hanger and said frankly, "It's already good to be able to buy a small villa like this in Malibu. You don't think I can buy a house in Beverly Hills just because I've made a few movies, do you?" Eric shrugged, realizing that he had asked a stupid question like "Why don't you eat minced meat?" Thinking back, after Virginia debuted with David Lynch's Dune, she really didn't have any outstanding works before the 1990s. Of course, after the 1990s, there weren't many works, and she later switched to acting in TV shows. Although this kind of actress had a certain level of fame, she didn't have box office appeal. Therefore, the films she could get were low-budget independent films, and the salary might only be tens of thousands of dollars. After tonight, another woman's fate would be changed by him. Anyway, after he appeared, Hollywood's history was destined to become a mess, so he could change it as he liked. What was the point of living again if he couldn't do whatever he wanted? Eric walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. The girl hung up her clothes and came to Eric. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became tense. Eric couldn't help but hug the girl's waist and pull her in front of him. "Take off your high heels." Virginia obediently kicked off her high heels and said in a hoarse voice, "Eric, can I take a shower first?" The man didn't answer the girl's question. Virginia became shorter after taking off her high heels, but Eric was still not satisfied. He exerted a little force with his hands, and the girl's eyes flickered a few times before she obediently kneeled on the carpet. Feeling the satisfied expression of the man who had changed to looking down on her, Virginia put her small hand on Eric's thigh and raised her face. Her almond-shaped eyes were misty as she expressed her dissatisfaction. "Do all male animals like females submitting to their feet?" "Yes, but unfortunately, most of them don't have the ability to make women submit completely." "What's with your hair?" "I remember it wasn't like this last time." Virginia touched her light blonde curls in confusion. She had deliberately imitated Marilyn Monroe's hairstyle. "Is there a problem?" "This color doesn't look good." "Go and change it tomorrow." His commanding tone made the girl a little resistant. "But my hairstylist said that this color matches my eye color very well." "I like golden brown." Virginia looked at Eric with an aggrieved expression. "All right." Eric took off the shoulder straps of the girl's gown. "Do you have an agency now?" Virginia shook her head. "I only have one agent." Eric interrupted the girl. "Your career hasn't improved after so many years. That person isn't qualified. Fire him and go to UTA to find Kapoor. I'll let him take care of you personally." "Kapoor Sid?" Virginia looked up excitedly. Of course, she knew who Kapoor was. Kapil Sid only had 3 artists under him: Drew Barrymore, Al Pacino, who had made a comeback with Wind and Moon, and Julia Roberts, who had recently been called Hollywood's Cinderella by the media. Even in her wildest dreams, Virginia had never imagined that she would become the 4th. Until just a moment ago, she was still worried that Eric would go back on his word after tonight or send her away with a nobody. "Eric, thank you." Eric smiled and picked up the girl. "Now, where is the bedroom?" Eric was woken up by the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Through the gaps in the curtains, the faint morning light shone in. He glanced at the girl curled up in his arms. She put on her clothes and walked to the balcony. Only then did she realize that the scenery here was not as bad as she had thought last night. She could overlook the sea not far away. The sun had just peeked out of the horizon, dyeing the distant sea with an exaggerated layer of orange. An unsightly sharp horn abruptly appeared in the southwest corner of his field of vision, domineeringly blocking the path of the white beach. Eric narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. Only then did he remember where it was. Last night, he was drunk on a beauty's lap. When he woke up in the morning, a man's ambition was always out of this world. With a thought, Eric returned to the girl's bedroom and found a stack of A4 paper on the table. It seemed to be a script. Eric was too lazy to look through it. A script that could be sent to Virginia was definitely not a good one. Coincidentally, there was a pen next to it. Eric picked up the things, carried a chair to the balcony, and put the stack of A4 paper on his knees. Carefully looking at the terrain of the Sharp Horn area not far away, and then comparing it with the memory in his mind, Eric lowered his head and began to draw on the blank side of the paper. Using a pen was not as comfortable as using a pencil, but it was still passable. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The rustling sound lasted for more than half an hour. The girl in the bedroom woke up and found that the person next to her was gone. Virginia panicked for a moment, but she soon found the figure sitting on the balcony, engrossed in painting. The girl picked up her nightgown and put it on. She walked to the balcony and leaned over to hug the man's shoulder intimately. "Good morning, Eric." "Morning, Vicky. Do you still need this script?" Virginia shook her head. "Just draw. It's useless. I prepared for a long time, but I still didn't pass the audition." Eric nodded and continued drawing. "Eric, what are you drawing?" Eric pulled down a bird's eye view and handed it to the girl, pointing to the Sharp Horn area in the southwest. Virginia took it and looked at it, surprised. "This is a design?" "Yes, the design of a mansion. I plan to buy that Sharp Horn area and build a house like this myself." Virginia returned the design to Eric with a smile and said, "But that's a park." Eric took the design and said, "It's not New York Central Park. I'll definitely be able to get it if I think of a way. I plan to buy nearly a hectare of land there. I believe the Los Angeles County government will definitely be happy to increase their income." A hectare. Virginia did not notice that Eric was not using the imperial unit of measurement. She clumsily converted the area. A hectare was about 100,000 square feet, and her small villa was only 1,000 square feet. Gosh, a mansion that was 100 times bigger than Virginia's. It was beyond Virginia's imagination. If this man belonged to her. No, even if she could live in that dreamy mansion for a while, it would definitely be great. "Eric, the geological situation there doesn't seem to be suitable for building a mansion. Otherwise, there would definitely be rich people trying to buy it." Virginia's voice was sweet, as if she had brought herself into a certain role. She began to give the man ideas. "I think it's better to choose a piece of land with a private beach." "Why do you have to choose that place?" Eric once again drew an image in his mind on the white paper, and a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. "Because that's Malibu 10880. After a pause, he added, "My Malibu 10880. Virginia didn't understand what Eric was talking about at all. Puzzled, she asked, "Malibu 10880? Eric nodded but didn't explain in detail. It was impossible for him to explain it clearly to the girl. In his previous life, Tony Stark's Malibu mansion with a sea view in Iron Man 3 had left a deep impression on Eric. After that, like many fans, he had looked up information about the mansion online, only to find that it was a CG model created by the movie company based on the original location in Malibu. Later, some people said that the mansion really did exist, but the address was in San Diego, California, and the owner had listed it for sale. The surrounding netizens quickly realized that it was just hype. The mansion in San Diego was indeed a nice seaside villa. But compared to the one in the movie, it was clearly the difference between a wild duck and a white swan. The even more flashy Stark Tower in New York wasn't likely to be realized. New York was now a carrot and a hole, but Iron Man's Malibu mansion was within Eric's ability. It was just a matter of money. For the current Eric, money wasn't a problem. Wind and Moon was expected to bring him hundreds of millions of dollars. With such a large sum of money, it was enough to build 100 villas in Malibu. He turned his head and glanced at the girl who was still lying on his shoulder. "Vicky, help me make breakfast. I'm so hungry." Virginia glanced at Eric. "Do you still need breakfast when I'm here?" "Go. Prepare some bread and fried eggs." Then lie on the table with an apple in your mouth. I'll eat you later. As you wish, Your Highness. Virginia smiled and stretched out her head, wanting to kiss Eric on the lips. Just as her red lips approached, Eric suddenly thought of something and abruptly leaned to the side. No. With a bang, he fell to the ground with the chair. The stack of papers on his knees that had been secured by paper clips was torn apart and scattered all over the floor. Virginia hurriedly helped Eric up and patted the dust off him. What's wrong with you? Why are you reacting so strongly? Eric pointed at Virginia's mouth. Have you brushed your teeth? Virginia immediately understood. She rolled her eyes at Eric, got up, and left with a smile. The order of more than 10 pages of the manuscript was obviously messed up. Eric flipped through the pages, trying to mark the order, and inadvertently glanced at 2 eye-catching letters on a page: Steel Magnolias. Steel Magnolias. Eric quickly sorted out the order of the manuscript and started reading from the first page. Although it was only an audition clip and not a complete script, Eric was certain that this was the Steel Magnolias he was looking for. The scene in the script was obviously the timid hairstylist, Arnell. My luck attribute points are really high. Maybe I should try my luck in Las Vegas. Eric muttered with a smile. Since this script appeared in Virginia's bedroom, the audition should have happened recently. Hopefully, the role hadn't been decided yet. He walked downstairs with the script. Virginia had changed into a set of home clothes and was wearing an apron as she busied herself in the kitchen. Noticing Eric behind her, Virginia turned around and smiled at him. Eric, it'll be done soon. Eric raised the script in his hand and asked, Vicky, when did you audition for this movie? Virginia flipped the sizzling eggs in the frying pan with a spatula and quickly glanced at it. Are you talking about Steel Magnolias? The audition was on Friday. Yeah, it was the day before yesterday. Can you tell me about this movie? How much do you know? Virginia scooped out the fried eggs, turned off the fire, and said, Okay, Eric, let's talk in the dining room. Eric nodded and helped the girl bring breakfast into the dining room. Virginia poured Eric a glass of milk and said, This script was recommended to me by my agent. The director is Herbert Ross. I heard that Samsung originally wanted to invest, but because they started the acquisition negotiations with Japanese Sony, they were worried that the movie would fail at the box office and cause the stock price to drop. Many of Columbia TriStar's movie projects that weren't optimistic were suspended. Herbert Ross had no choice but to invest and produce alone. The budget wasn't much, so I got the chance to audition. Because of Eric's promise last night, Virginia was no longer disappointed that she didn't get the role of Arnell. Her tone was very calm, as if she was talking about daily life. Unfortunately, Herbert Ross felt that I was too old for the role, so I failed the audition. At the mention of her age, a trace of worry appeared in the girl's heart. She looked up at Eric. She was about to turn 30, and there was no way she could withstand a few more years. Eric's eating slowed down a lot. He was thinking quickly in his mind. Since Samsung had given up on this movie, maybe he could pull this project over. If Firefly wanted to grow, it couldn't just keep producing Eric's movies. It was necessary to invest in more projects, and Steel Magnolias might be a good attempt. Of course, Firefly would have to slowly build its own distribution channels. In his previous life, DreamWorks had to let the Big Six distribute their movies because they didn't have a complete distribution channel. As a result, most of the profits were taken by the Big Six. DreamWorks movies sold well, but they were losing money. In the end, they had to sell it to Viacom. In fact, DreamWorks also had their own distribution channels, but many of Spielberg's movies were made with big investments. With their own distribution channels, it would be good if they could get $100 million out of a movie that could earn $200 million at the box office worldwide. This was also the reason why Eric hadn't considered distributing his own movie yet. He was willing to give almost half of his profits to Fox because only a giant like Fox could fully release the box office potential of his movie. If he distributed his own movie, even if he got the same number of screens as Fox, he wouldn't be able to achieve the same box office. There were too many factors involved, and it was hard to explain them all. Gradually, Eric figured out the development plan of Firefly. While he gave his movies to the Big Six to make money, He also invested in some small-budget movies with a budget of a few million USD. He used these movies as cannon fodder to slowly accumulate resources and experience. When Firefly had developed to a certain extent, it would be logical to distribute his own movies. It seemed that the Waynestam brothers had taken the path of starting from a small budget. DreamWorks had been selling and selling, but the Waynestam brothers had been living a good life. Even after they lost Mira and Mike, the newly established Waynestam Pictures still had a place in Hollywood. After putting down the phone, Eric turned to the girl and said, "Okay, let's go to UTA and find Kapoor. He knows what to do." Virginia had already changed into a rose-colored suit, which added a bit of intelligence. She carried a small bag in her hand and asked, "Aren't you coming back to the city with me?" "No, I'm waiting for my lawyer here. Also, it won't be good if the paparazzi find us together." Virginia took out a bunch of keys and handed them to Eric. "These are the spare keys to the villa. If you want, you can come over anytime." Eric smiled and took the keys and put them in his pocket. "Don't worry, I'll come often." Then, he couldn't help but reach out and pinch the girl's chin. "You look so beautiful in this suit." Virginia winked at Eric and said, "It's only 8 o'clock. I can go out later." "Forget it, be careful or I won't let you go out for 3 days. Hurry up and go." "Oh, it's wrinkled." Virginia slapped Eric's hand away and tidied up her dress. "I'll go first." Not long after Virginia left, a black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the villa. Eric's private lawyer carefully checked the address on the note before pressing the doorbell in confusion. "Eric, did you buy another house here?" Edward asked when he saw Eric open the door. Eric explained, "No, this is a friend's house." Edward followed Eric into the living room. Without looking at the feminine home accessories, Edward was sure that this was a woman's house just by the faint fragrance in the air. This made him a little envious of Eric's luck with women. Eric led the private lawyer to the balcony on the second floor. He pointed at the sharp corner not far away and asked, "Edward, if I want to buy the land there, what do I need to do?" Edward put on his glasses and squinted. He shook his head and said, "Eric, it's too far. Why don't we go take a look? It's hard to explain here." "No problem." Eric picked up the script and followed Edward out. The two of them stood at the edge of the cliff in the sharp corner area. Beneath their feet were bare brown rocks, surrounded by weeds, but the blue sea in front of them was beautiful. Edward held a design draft in his hand. Although it was drawn with a fountain pen, Eric's solid sketching skills made the building look vivid and lifelike. The private lawyer sighed inwardly at the grandeur and luxury of the building in the draft. If it was really completed, it would definitely become a landmark in Malibu. "Eric, are you sure you want to build such a mansion?" "Can't I?" Edward nodded. "Both sides are private villas. Although I don't know much about construction, I can guess that the reason why this place was turned into a park is because it's not suitable for construction. Otherwise, no one would leave this dozen acres of land empty." "As long as we can get this land," Eric said. "No matter how much it costs, I'll build it. If the ground doesn't work, we'll reinforce it with cement. If we need soil, we'll transport it from outside. If the excavator can't work, we'll use explosives." Edward smiled and shook his head. Eric also felt that his words were too nouveau riche. He smiled and said, "Edward, you're not cursing damn rich people in your heart, are you?" "Of course not. I just feel that there's no need to do this, Eric. Look at those." Edward pointed at the villas twice. "Those villas are very comfortable to live in. But here, there's nothing but rocks and weeds." After Edward finished speaking, he looked at Eric with a curious expression. He wanted to know why Eric suddenly wanted to build a mansion here. "This is one of my dreams." Eric understood what the private lawyer wanted to ask and made up an excuse. "When I was young, I just moved from England to Los Angeles. My father brought me here to play once. With the mentality of a teenager, I suddenly had the idea of building a big house on this piece of land. Later, I gradually forgot about it. Until this morning, when I suddenly saw this place again, I remembered my whimsical dream from a long time ago. It felt like a lifetime ago. Now that I have enough financial power, why not make it happen?" After that, Eric picked up a blade of grass and chewed twice. Since I was young, I have countless ideas. Along the way, I have to make a few of them come true so that I won't have any regrets in the future. Edward, have you had any unusual ideas in the past? Edward seemed to be reminded by Eric's words. When I was in high school, I wanted to be a rock star, so I skipped class to go to school. My father caught me and locked me up for a month. My father once joined the Marine Corps and went to the battlefield, so he was locked up in standard military-style confinement. You'll never know how terrible it was if you haven't experienced it. After a month, I was released and obediently applied to Yale Law School. Eric laughed and looked at Edward, who was more like a scholar. You don't look like someone who once played rock and roll. Edward sighed. Of course, it's been almost 30 years. At that time, the Beatles had just been established, and Elvis was still at his peak. Now, these legends have faded. Elvis and the Beatles were too far away for Eric, but he could still hear the reminiscence and emotion in Edward's voice. He reached out and touched a few pockets. Edward glanced at Eric's movements and also dug into his pocket. He took out a pack of cigarettes. Are you looking for this? Eric took a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. I thought you didn't smoke. Edward looked around instinctively before lighting one. I smoke once in a while. I was a heavy smoker in high school. When my father found out, he would beat me up with a rattan. It was very painful, and it slowly formed a psychological shadow. Even after my father stopped caring, I still have the habit of smoking secretly. Many people think I don't have this habit. The two men, who were both in their 40s mentally, smoked and chatted. After half an hour of the sea breeze, Edward crushed the last cigarette and stuffed it into the empty cigarette box with Eric's. I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. Then you can come here often in the future. I'm too busy. Edward shook his head and said, Eric, get the check ready. I'll try my best to help you get this land. Thank you. You're welcome. I want a commission. Edward joked. However, Eric, you need to find a financial manager. What happened today, strictly speaking, is beyond the scope of my service. Eric originally planned to find a manager, but it wasn't an easy task. Although he hadn't received a share of any movie, no one could deny that he was now worth more than $100 million. Only Eric knew that the copyright to Jurassic Park in his hands, Pixar Studio, and the gold mines that he planned to continue to take over in the future would easily make his assets exceed $10 billion in the future. In this case, he couldn't let an outsider manage his assets. Professional ethics were something that people would only stick to if they weren't attracted enough. It wasn't uncommon for Hollywood stars to be deceived by their own financial managers. In Liu Zhou's previous life, Nicolas Cage's bankruptcy had a lot to do with Cage's squandering personality, but without his financial manager's help, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened so easily. The more chaotic the employer's financial situation was, the easier it was to take advantage of the situation. If the accounts were clear and organized, the value of the assets would belong to the employer, and the financial manager could only receive his own share of the compensation. After getting a ride back to Los Angeles, Eric went to the Hilton Hotel parking lot to pick up his car and drove directly to the Firefly headquarters. Jeffrey had already acquired the rights to Woman's Scent when Eric left Los Angeles. Eric hadn't had time to write the script for Woman's Scent yet. Jeffrey also raised another issue, which was the financial situation of Firefly. The filming of Wind and Moon had already used up all the money Eric invested in the company, and he still had to wait until the movie ended before he could receive a share of the profits. Although he had a good relationship with Fox, Eric was sure that if he talked to Barry Diller about this, he would definitely talk business with him. On the other hand, Eric had taken out a US $50 million loan using the Home Alone contract as collateral. He had spent US $20 million to buy Pixar and left US $10 million as the initial funds for Toy Story. Now, he only had US $20 million left. This amount of money wasn't even enough for his next movie, let alone Eric's plans for several other movies. Eric signed a $20 million check and handed it to the company's finance manager. Then, he said to Jeffrey, let's do it this way. Let's prepare 4 smelling women first. I'll rush out the script in a few days. What about your movie? Eric shrugged. We can only continue with the loan. In any case, he had already borrowed it once. Even if he resisted at first, he would get used to it after a while. Anyway, he wouldn't let other film companies interfere with his movie project for the time being. By the way, Jeffrey, this is a script that I came across by chance. The director is Herbert Ross, and it's still in the casting stage. I heard that the budget for this movie is not very generous. You can contact him and see if he can get this project. Firefly is willing to co-invest. At the same time, you can also convince Julia Roberts to join this movie. Jeffrey looked at the script that Eric handed over. He read a few paragraphs and didn't see anything special. But he didn't raise any objections. By now, he no longer doubted Eric's vision for movies. As Eric said, he was more suited to the role of producer. The content of the movie was left to Eric to decide. No problem, I'll contact Herbert Ross as soon as possible. In the morning, Eric finished dealing with things that he needed to personally handle. When he was about to go home, Jeffrey knocked on the door and walked into his office. Eric, do you still remember Amy Pascal? Of course, if it wasn't for her, Home Alone wouldn't have been released so smoothly. Speaking of which, I haven't been able to thank her in person. She called, Jeffrey said and pulled Eric up. She didn't hang up. She's looking for you. Eric quickly got up and followed Jeffrey to his office. Amy? Long time no see. I always wanted to say thank you. Unfortunately, you suddenly resigned last time. Of course, no problem. Then, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Eric and Jeffrey looked at each other. Jeffrey was the first to say what he knew. Amy returned to Colombia and is temporarily the vice president. Blunt Cohen has left. I heard he retired early and went to France. She just told you? Jeffrey nodded. I chatted with her for a bit. Why is Amy looking for you? She said she wants to invite me to dinner. The two chatted for a bit but didn't have any clues. Eric looked at his watch and said, then I'll go first. Jeffrey, I'll leave Smelling Women and Steel Magnolias to you. I'll be at home working on the script for the next few days. I won't come to the company. Call me if you need anything. No problem, Jeffrey responded, and the two walked out of the office side by side. When Eric arrived at the agreed restaurant, he found that Amy Pascal was already waiting there. The woman was wearing a black business suit and her shoulder-length blonde hair was permed into wavy curls. It was said that this strong woman's hairstyle would show her mood. Eric didn't know what this hairstyle meant. The two hugged gently and Eric said, Sorry, Amy. There was a traffic jam on the road. I can't believe I made you wait for me here. It's okay, Amy Pascal smiled and said, You're not late. In fact, I came too early. The two sat down at the table together. Amy Pascal handed the menu to Eric. What do you want to eat? Eric took it and suddenly smiled. It feels strange. The order of the two of us is completely reversed. I should have said that sentence. Forget it, big boy. This meal is on me. Don't be so manly. Eric shrugged and didn't refute. Amy Pascal didn't have much contact with him, so she didn't know the mature side of his personality. Therefore, it was understandable for her to speak to him in the tone she used to speak to a young man of his age. After randomly ordering lunch, Eric handed the menu to Amy. The woman didn't look at the menu. She skillfully stated her requirements and handed the menu to the waiter. Do you come here often to eat? Yeah, the food here is good. Amy wasn't in a hurry to explain why she invited Eric. Eric wasn't in a hurry either. It wasn't until the two of them had lunch together and casually chatted about topics such as the weather and current events. After lunch and coffee, Amy finally told him her purpose. After listening to Amy Pascal's description of Coca-Cola's CEO, Guasaida's offer, it was impossible for Eric not to be tempted. He even felt that there was a huge trap waiting for him. Otherwise, how could such a good deal fall from the sky, provide enough budget funds and not interfere with the production of the movie at all? They could even provide a team to help him make another movie to deal with Fox's contract. After that, he could still get 30% of the local box office and 10% of the overseas box office. This kind of condition was a little crazy. Even Spielberg couldn't get such good treatment. Amy, Columbia's offer gives me a sense of unreality. You know, I didn't have a good cooperation with Columbia last time, so I find it hard to believe that there is something fishy going on. Amy said seriously, Eric, believe me, in order to facilitate this cooperation and prevent anyone from interfering, the board of directors specifically removed the former president, Mr. Blunt Cohen. This is enough to express Columbia's sincerity. Eric still shook his head. Although he was happy that Blunt Cohen left, it was not enough for him to believe that Columbia did this because of him. I need a real reason that can convince me? Amy pondered and explained in detail, because Columbia is in acquisition negotiations with Japanese Sony. They need a hot movie to stimulate the stock price, and you are the safest one at the moment. The 3 movies that you've participated in have all achieved amazing box office results. With the continuous accumulation of this kind of box office appeal, the audience has formed a certain habit of watching movies. When your next movie is released, many people will habitually walk into the cinema to watch it. As long as your next movie maintains the previous standard and doesn't go astray, it is reasonable to get a box office hit of over 100 million yuan again. Seeing Eric's gradually understanding expression, Amy continued, so, don't think that Columbia is doing a losing business. This is a win-win cooperation. Eric, the hot sales of Home Alone pushed Columbia's stock price from $12 to $14. The market value rushed from $2 billion to $56 billion. Eric did some calculations. In other words, Columbia's market value had increased by $360 million because of the success of Home Alone. Under normal circumstances, although this kind of growth was exciting, the shareholders would not sell their shares just because the stock price had increased by $2. After all, they were interested in long-term benefits, and their main income was the annual profits and dividends. At the same time, once the movie investment failed, the stock price would fall again. But after Sony decided to acquire Columbia, the situation changed. Every increase in the share prices will be converted into cash. The Colombian shareholders would not calculate their net worth with the Japanese. If they wanted to buy the company, they had to use the share price as a standard and pay a certain premium. In Fengyu's previous life, Sony had spent almost $5 billion to acquire Columbia. This was because Columbia's assets were less than $2 billion. A year after the acquisition, Columbia's share prices fell back to normal. The market value of Columbia had dropped by 2.7 billion renminbi. Sony's board of directors wanted to cry. No matter if it was in his previous life or this life, Eric didn't have a good impression of Japanese people. How could he not be included in this kind of action of slaughtering a fat sheep? Of course, Fengyu still pretended that he was in a difficult position. His own interests were the most important. Amy, if this is the case, I am happy to work with Columbia again. But I had signed a contract with Fox for 3 movies. As for what you said about Columbia providing me with a team to produce a movie to deal with Fox, I definitely won't agree. This concerns my personal reputation, and many people have questioned whether I can produce the first few movies at my age. Amy asked after Eric agreed, Eric, do you have a plan in mind? Eric smiled. I guess you've already gotten the details of the contract. That's why you're offering the same price. Although the local share is 5% less than Fox's, it's still a reasonable price for the price Columbia is paying. Amy blushed. Although the terms of the contract between Eric and Fox were not confidential, they were not disclosed to the public. There must be some spies involved. Eric wasn't interested in gossiping. He continued, since Columbia already knows about the content of the contract, you should know that Fox's contract is mainly for the distribution rights of the sequel to Home Alone. There are a lot of detailed clauses for that movie. But they are not interested in the other 2 movies, so. Amy Pascal interrupted excitedly, so, even if you do not let Fox distribute your next movie, you only need to give Fox 3 movies before the end of the year, right? Eric nodded, then shook his head. Although this does not violate the contract, Fox is not that easy to get rid of. Fox has already scheduled my next movie for the summer, and because Fox does not have many movie releases this year, Fox will directly withdraw from the summer box office competition if I withdraw. This will cause Fox to lose tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in profits. Amy Pascal frowned in distress. Although the six giants competed and cooperated, Columbia could not come up with enough chips to make Fox give up such a large amount of profits. She glanced at the boy opposite her. Eric shrugged helplessly. He could not think of any solution for the time being. Moreover, the summer movies this year were saturated, especially in terms of big-budget movies. Although Eric could give it his all and direct another movie for Fox, it wasn't a problem for someone like him who had a cheat code. However, if that was the case, would this extra film be up against Batman in May, or against Raiders of the Lost Ark in June? Was he going to have to compete with himself in July? This was bound to result in a lose-lose situation. But at the same time, he was not willing to give up the generous offer from Columbia. Even if the North American box office of his next movie was $200 million, his share would only be $10 million less than Fox, and Columbia was willing to pay $30 million for the production cost. Not to mention, he was not that confident in his next movie. As long as he could invite Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks, plus his own box office appeal, it would definitely exceed $100 million. However, he did not have the box office of his previous life as a reference because his next movie was not a Hollywood movie from his previous life. AI me, give me a few days, I need to communicate with Mr. Barry Diller. It would be best if I can get Fox's understanding. If we can't reach an agreement, I won't violate the agreement anyway. Do you need Columbia to do anything? AI me Pascal asked. Eric did not comment. What can Columbia do? You can't go to Mr. Barry Diller's office and say, hey, we need some bargaining chips to negotiate with the Japanese. How about giving us Williams' next movie? This? Aimi smiled and shook her head. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. If you need help, you can contact me directly. The two exchanged their contact information and said goodbye. After Eric returned home, he directly called Barry Diller's office, but was told by the other party's assistant that Barry Diller went to Europe on a business trip and would be back in 4 days. Although the assistant gave Barry Diller's temporary contact information to Eric, he did not call him directly. Instead, he made an appointment for a meeting in 4 days. After all, it was difficult to talk clearly over the phone. The two were thousands of miles apart. If the communication did not go well, it would not be worth it. It's only been 4 days, and you've already finished the script? Jeffrey asked Eric in surprise as he picked up Knowing Women by Smelling Fragrance on the top of the stack. It's only the first draft. During the filming, I will definitely make a lot of changes according to the specific situation. Eric replied as he took a few steps back and sat comfortably on the sofa. He asked, I previously faxed you the outline of the script and asked you to send invitations to Tom Hanks and Tom Cruise. Did you receive any responses? Jeffrey flipped through the work record and replied, yes. I sent an invitation to Tom Hanks for the role of Sean. However, Hanks hopes to play the role of Andy. He feels that the character is both good and evil, and it's very malleable. There's more room for acting. As for Tom Cruise, he also expressed a strong interest in the script. However, he hopes to change the scene of Andy cross-dressing. He doesn't want his image in the eyes of his fans to be damaged. The next movie that Eric was preparing to shoot was the pinnacle of his previous life's Milky Way movie, Dark War. When writing the script, Eric directly used the English names of Andy and Qin Yun for the two male leads. If he had to choose two actors to replace Andy and Qin Yun in Hollywood, was there anyone more suitable than Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks? One of them was an idol, while the other was an actor. It was very similar to the pair in his previous life. Of course, the current Hanks was still somewhat handsome. However, he was only a little bit handsome, and he would soon be crippled. If Hanks were to replace Andy's role, with his current image, would he be able to make the bus girl fall in love with him at first sight? Did he have to be so ignorant? Jeffrey, they probably don't know that the other party has received an invitation. Tell them the news and see if they can arrange a time to talk. Okay, I'll contact them in a moment. Jeffrey replied. Also, Herbert Ross agreed to invest in Steel Magnolias with Firefly, but Capel insisted that Julia's salary was $5 million. If that's the case, the production cost of the movie would be at least $13 million. Previously, Herbert Ross only managed to pull in $4 million in investment, and Firefly needs an additional 9 million. Shouldn't you talk to Kapoor and see if you can lower Julia's salary a little? After all, this is a group movie, and Julia doesn't have many scenes. I think it'll be 3 million at most. If it's any higher, it won't be worth it. I'll give Kapoor a call. Eric nodded. By the way, make a copy of the script for Identifying Women by Smelling Fragrance and give it to A.R. Get him to start preparing. Also, for the script at the bottom, send a brief outline to Wes Craven, William Friedkin, and Jonathan Demme. See if they're interested in directing it. After Jeffrey wrote it down, he flipped to the last script and glanced at it. The Uninvited Guest? Eric nodded. This movie might be better known by another translation, Island Horror. But Eric felt that it would be more appropriate to translate it as The Uninvited Guest. The original English title of the movie was The Others. As for the 3 directors he was interested in, Wes Craven was the famous director of the Nightmare on Elm Street series, and then the Scream series. William Friedkin directed The Exorcist in 1973. This horror film was once known as the #1 horror film in Hollywood. Of course, this title was on the verge of collapse after the rise of Japanese horror films in Hollywood. Finally, Jonathan Demme was still just a small director on the streets. But in the parallel timeline, he would release The Silence of the Lambs 2 years later and become an instant hit. The reason why Jonathan Demme, who was still unknown, was added after the 2 famous masters, was for Virginia's sake. Eric didn't doubt that a horror movie with a big twist like Island Horror wouldn't be recognized by the 2 horror masters who had been famous for many years, but he wasn't sure if they would accept Virginia as the female lead. Eric didn't intend to give in on this point. And Jonathan Demme couldn't bargain with Eric in this regard. Do we send the invitations separately or one by one? Jeffrey asked again. Send them at the same time. Remember to make it clear that the female lead has been decided. There's no room for negotiation. Jeffrey revealed a strange smile. Eric, which girl do you like this time? Virginia Madsen. Jeffrey remembered the actress who left with Eric at the celebration party for Wind and Moon. Eric, I have to remind you. Jeffrey rarely used the posture of an elder to advise his junior. Investing in a movie is a matter that requires extreme caution. You can't promise a female lead just because of one ONS. It's not worth it. Even if you leave a huge check for the other party, you can't make promises easily. Because if the female lead causes the movie to fail, you will have to bear a loss of millions or even tens of millions of dollars. With such a large sum of money, even the most high-class Xianxia girls will be enough to find thousands of them. Eric never vented his anger or ignored those who advised him with good intentions. He patiently listened to Jeffrey's advice and explained, Don't worry, Jeffrey, I know my limits. I've already asked Kapoor to sign Virginia up. If she didn't have the potential, I wouldn't have done it. Didn't you and Kapoor not think highly of Julia back then? How about now? It's good that you know what you're doing. Then, I'll leave things here to you, Jeffrey. Eric stood up and said, I told you about AIME's matter on the phone before. I just happened to have an appointment with Mr. Barry Diller today. You seem to be used to the phrase, I'll leave things to you. I'm considering whether to apply for a raise? Jeffrey said jokingly. In fact, he enjoyed his busy and fulfilling life. Compared to the decadent first time they met, Jeffrey now looked much younger. His whole face was glowing and full of vitality. Eric knew that Jeffrey was joking. He was now the president of Firefly and was responsible for the dividends from Eric's movie production. Although he didn't have shares of Firefly yet, his income was definitely at the top of the pyramid in Hollywood. If you insist, I'll add $1. After joking for a while, Jeffrey got up and sent Eric out the door. He said, Don't fall out with Fox, try to be tactful. Eric shrugged and said, It involves tens of millions of dollars of profit. It's useless to be tactful. Fox didn't pay attention to the specific details of the contract, so I didn't breach the contract. Anyway, I won't let go of this opportunity from Columbia. I think even if Barry Diller was in my position, he would definitely make the same choice as me. Along the way, Eric was racking his brains on how to explain this to Barry Diller. At the celebration party for Wind and Moon, the two had already discussed the issue of the next movie. It was almost a tacit agreement that the next movie would be released by Fox during the summer. Now that he suddenly changed his mind, it was hard to predict how Fox would react. If possible, Eric didn't want to be on bad terms with any movie mogul. He wasn't strong enough now, and it was hard to say if he would be suppressed. What's more, Fox still held the distribution rights of his 3 movies, which involved hundreds of millions of dollars in profits. Because he was in a dilemma from time to time, Eric accidentally ran a red light. Fortunately, nothing happened. Finally, they arrived at Fox headquarters. After Eric reported his identity, he went all the way to Barry Diller's office without any obstruction. "Mr. Williams, please wait for a few minutes. The president is meeting with a guest." Barry Diller's secretary led Eric into the outer lounge and carefully served a cup of coffee for Eric. Eric glanced curiously at the door of Barry Diller's office. The office was soundproof, and he couldn't hear a single sound from here. The young and beautiful secretary noticed Eric's curious look. She hesitated and whispered, "Fox TV station manager." Eric raised his eyebrows and had to cast a grateful look at the girl who pretended as if nothing had happened and didn't say anything. This girl was really smart. With a simple sentence, she didn't reveal anything, but she did Eric a small favor. Also, when the girl leaned over, Eric didn't know if it was intentional or not, but her work ID just happened to appear in front of him. He couldn't forget her name even if he wanted to. After patiently waiting for 7 or 8 minutes, a middle-aged man opened the door and walked out of the office dejectedly. When he caught a glimpse of Eric sitting on the sofa in the lounge and looking at him through the glass, the middle-aged man quickly put away his dejected expression and politely nodded at Eric before leaving in a hurry. "Mr. Williams, you may go in now." Eric walked into the office. A faint smell of cigarette smoke wafted in the air. There were several cigarette butts piled up in the ashtray in front of Barry Diller. "Eric, sorry to keep you waiting." After Eric entered the door, Barry Diller had already put away his emotions, but Eric still saw the residual anger on his face. "Just a few minutes," Eric said as he walked to the opposite sofa and sat down under Barry Diller's signal. Barry Diller didn't explain anything, but when he thought about the identity of the middle-aged man who had just left, Eric could guess the reason for his anger. It was nothing more than the unsatisfactory performance of Fox TV. The 3 major television stations, ABC, NBC, and CBS, had dominated the North American TVB market for so many years. It was impossible for them to let a latecomer easily become a threat to their position. From this point of view, Barry Diller was indeed a media genius. In his previous life, under the pressure of the 3 major television stations, he developed Fox TV to become the 4th largest television station in North America. After chatting for a while, Barry Diller asked Eric why he was here. Eric didn't think of any euphemism along the way. He could only get straight to the point. "Mr. Diller, I'm afraid my next movie can't be released by Fox." Barry Diller was sure he didn't hear wrong. He immediately frowned and narrowed his eyes. He had just heard some bad news from the manager of Fox TV. He didn't expect to receive another piece of bad news before his mood had completely changed. "Eric, do you want to breach the contract? Have you thought about the consequences of doing so?" Since the matter had already been laid out, Eric no longer hesitated. He looked straight into Barry Diller's eyes and said, "Mr. Diller, I don't intend to breach the contract. The contract doesn't prohibit me from cooperating with other film companies. At the same time, there's no specific schedule for the 3 movies. So, I just need to deliver the 3 movies to Fox before the end of the year." Barry Diller was slightly stunned. A faint sense of regret emerged. He was personally responsible for signing the contract. It was indeed Fox's negligence that they didn't prohibit Eric from cooperating with other film companies. This was because most of the staff members who drafted the contract were focused on the details of Home Alone. And Eric signed the contract for 3 movies. There were very few directors in Hollywood who could direct 3 movies a year. If most directors could maintain the speed of 1 movie a year, they would be considered highly productive. Who would have thought that this young man had so much energy, but the lack of a schedule for the movies was intentional by Barry Diller. When drafting the contract, Fox wasn't very optimistic about the other 2 movies that Eric requested to be bundled together. Therefore, although Eric specifically mentioned the issue of the schedule, hoping to put the three movies in the popular holiday schedule, and even had a small dispute with Barry Diller over this. Fox ultimately rejected it for various reasons. Fox also had its own ideas. Once Eric's first two movies weren't optimistic, Fox could also calmly put the two movies in the unpopular spring or fall schedule. This way, it wouldn't take up too much of Fox's resources and could smoothly fulfill the contract. Who would have thought that Eric's next movie, Wind and Moon, would be a great success again? Now, no one could judge this young man based on luck. Many movie fans also began to look forward to his next movie. Now, the atmosphere in the office was a little stagnant. When Eric said those words, Barry Diller realized that he had proudly rejected Eric's schedule request. Now, it had become a big cocoon that wrapped him up. Eric, are you still not satisfied with a 35% cut? Wind and Moon only cost $7 million USD. If you subtract Lamborghini's $1 million USD advertising sponsorship, the movie's actual cost is only $6 million USD. And Fox has paid more than $15 million USD in publicity fees so far. That's 2.5 times the cost of your movie. 2.5 times. But we only get 20%. What are you still not satisfied with this kind of profit split? Barry Diller's tone was almost roaring at the end, and his whole body exuded an oppressive aura. He had just returned from Europe last night. After a few days of running around, he didn't even get a good night's sleep. Early in the morning, he heard that Fox's new drama was jointly strangled by the three major TV stations and that the ratings were disastrous. He had just reprimanded the Fox TV station manager and chased him out of the office when he received another piece of bad news. The anger that had just been suppressed erupted again. Eric wasn't frightened by Barry Diller's aura and calmly retorted, "Mr. Diller, although Fox paid $15 million USD, it can be exchanged for more than $80 million USD in profit, so I don't owe you anything. To be honest, when I came, I was very nervous. I didn't want to be in a deadlock with Fox. I just wanted to have a good talk." Seeing that the young man opposite him wasn't frightened by him, nor did he yell at him like a teenager, but instead calmly refuted his words, Barry Diller quickly calmed down and realized that his ability to control his emotions was worse than a young man under the age of 20. After reflecting on himself, Barry Diller sat back in his office chair and took a few deep breaths. He still stared at Eric and said, "Well, Eric, what new conditions do you have? Can you tell me first?" Eric realized that Barry Diller didn't fully understand his meaning and explained, "Mr. Diller, I don't intend to amend the contract. What I said just now wasn't because I wanted to get more benefits from Fox. Someone has made an offer that I can't refuse and wants to get the distribution rights of my next movie." Barry Diller had been in Hollywood for so many years. After calming down, he quickly thought of a possibility and asked, "Columbia?" Eric nodded. Barry Diller lowered his head in silence, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. Since Columbia had persuaded Eric, it meant that the other party's conditions were impossible for Fox to meet. All of Columbia's actions were now aimed at driving up the stock price and obtaining more benefits from the Japanese. At this time, in order to get Eric's new movie, it was not surprising that the other party would offer crazy conditions. After taking a few puffs, Barry Diller put out the cigarette in the ashtray irritably. "It seems that you can't change your decision? Mr. Diller, I could have even stopped communicating with Fox completely. I could have just taken out a movie to complete the contract. If I didn't care about the quality, I could have made a movie in 10 days. Barry Diller knew that the young man in front of him had made up his mind and would not change his decision. Although in his heart, he also had the thought of teaching this arrogant little fellow a lesson. However, Barry Diller quickly rejected this idea. Once he did that, the two sides would break up like how Eric and Columbia had broken up after their cooperation. He also heard the news that Columbia President Blunt Cohen was suddenly removed from his position a few days ago. He had some doubts. Coca-Cola was about to sell Columbia, so why did he do this? Now he understood that it was to remove obstacles to re-establish cooperation with the young man in front of him. If he made some moves now and made things difficult with the other party, the young man would probably break up with Fox after completing the contract. Then it would be a lose-lose situation. When things were irreparable, Barry Diller quickly thought of trying to get some additional benefits to make up for the loss. "Eric, you should understand that what you're doing is equivalent to letting Fox withdraw from the summer box office competition. Although your approach does not violate the contract, it will still hurt the relationship between the two sides. In order to appease Fox's shareholders, perhaps the original contract should be amended? After Eric listened to Barry Diller's words, he immediately refused. "Mr. Diller, the contract will definitely not be amended. I will not make any concessions on the share. I just said that I don't owe Fox anything. The reason why I'm sitting here to discuss with you is that I don't want the relationship between the two sides to be strained. We can only discuss a win-win compensation plan without harming the interests of either side. This way, the cooperation between us can last longer." "Well, I'm sure you have a plan?" Eric nodded and said, "Yes, my company, Firefly, has recently made plans for 3 more movies. Fox can choose one of them to release." Barry Diller almost wanted to laugh out loud. What kind of compensation was this? If Fox wanted to release a movie, all they had to do was say the word, and those independent film companies would come crying and shouting. Barry Diller suddenly thought of the Fox TV station manager that he had just chased out, and another idea popped into his head. "Eric, are you interested in TV series?" When Eric heard the word TV series, the image of the girl who stubbornly stayed in New York to film a failed workplace comedy appeared in his mind. Over the past 10 years, Friends had earned Warner a whopping $4 billion in profits. Eric had never intended to let go of this TV series. Although he had not watched all 10 seasons, he had coincidentally watched the first 2 seasons. With the help of the golden finger brought by his rebirth, it was clearly imprinted in his mind. As long as the first season was successful, there was no need to worry about finding a screenwriter to continue the story. "Mr. Diller, in fact, I already have some ideas for TV series. But maybe I didn't make it clear just now. Of the 3 movies produced by Firefly, although I didn't direct them, I wrote the scripts myself for 2 of them. I will also be the producer and have the final editing rights of the movies. This is not much different from the movies that I made myself. And for the other movie, I plan to let Julia play the female lead. With Julia's current box office appeal, I'm sure no one will doubt it, right?" After listening to Eric's words, Barry Diller said without hesitation, "No problem, Eric, Fox will take care of the other 3 movies of Firefly. In addition, the TV series can also be produced at the same time. You just need to be responsible for writing the script." Although Barry Diller seemed to be very generous, Eric could still see the slight excitement in his tone. Obviously, Barry Diller had also judged the value of the 3 movies. Eric had never intended to release the 3 movies himself. These were the movies that he had specifically picked out with the potential to be a big hit. He didn't use the cannon fodder to expand his distribution channels. But at the same time, he didn't intend to give all 3 movies to one movie company to distribute, let alone give them all to Fox. He knew the principle of giving grace to those who give it to you, and enmity to those who don't. If you give too much to one person, the other person will gradually take it for granted. Once one day, you don't want to give it anymore, hatred will directly arise. In fact, Barry Diller had already shown signs of this just now. Eric's behavior didn't violate the contract, but Barry Diller felt that Fox had suffered a big loss. Shaking his head, Eric raised a finger. "Mr. Diller, a TV series or a movie can only compensate for one. I'm very confident in the box office potential of those 3 movies. It's no less than the movies I directed. So, if Fox takes too much, I'm worried that your distribution ability won't be able to keep up." Barry Diller quickly came up with another plan. "Eric, then a TV series and a movie will do." "A TV series or a movie?" "Eric," the two argued in the office for a long time. In the end, Barry Diller chose the TV series because of his ambition for the TV network. If it wasn't for the development of the TV network, Barry Diller wouldn't have left Paramount, so Eric wasn't surprised by this choice. However, the other party didn't let Eric off easily and forced him to agree to personally direct the first 2 episodes of the TV series. Eric didn't expect Barry Diller to come up with such a forward-looking idea. More than 10 years later, inviting well-known Hollywood directors to direct the first few episodes had become a popular trend in American TV series. With the rise of American TV series, Hollywood directors also put down their airs and picked up the guiding tube for TV series. In fact, Barry Diller wasn't as far-sighted as Eric thought. Even Barry Diller himself thought it was a ridiculous idea to let a well-known Hollywood director direct a TV series. In this era, it was a very degrading thing for a movie director to direct a TV series. It had always been TV series directors who slowly changed their careers to film. It was rare to see the opposite. The reason why he proposed the condition of letting Eric direct the first 2 episodes was that he didn't have the distribution rights for the movie. He wanted to make a fool of Eric. Barry Diller thought that Eric would definitely refuse, but he didn't expect the other party to nod and agree after a moment of consideration. According to the current trend of Hollywood directors, if the news of Eric directing a TV series spread, he would definitely be criticized by some bigots who were full of superiority. Barry Diller didn't expect that his unintentional and rude request would cause such a big sensation. It even led to the trend of directing the first few episodes of American TV series by famous directors in advance. After reaching an understanding with Fox, Eric let go of his worries and reached an agreement with Columbia. Since the other party was so generous, Eric directly raised the production budget to US $40 million. If the publicity cost was US $20 million in the future, according to Columbia's 25% share, the North American box office would have to reach US $240 million before Columbia could recover the cost. Of course, if the box office earnings outside of Shanghai were included, the figure might only need to reach US $200 million. Eric reckoned that Columbia did not intend to recoup its costs at all. As long as the box office sales were good, it would give investors the illusion of a bright future. The stock price would go up directly. For every dollar the stock price rose, Columbia's market value would increase by $180 million. Sony, you are filthy rich. Just fork out the money. Under these circumstances, Eric was stingy and did not leave the copyright to Columbia. Instead, he shared it with Firefly. After all, Firefly had forked out so much money, and it would be cruel if he did not give them a share. Although the male lead of this movie died in the ending, if the movie was a success, Sony could change the male lead to film the sequel like in Feng Yu's previous life. An inconspicuous black MPV stopped in front of the Firefly office building. A tall man with black curly hair and sunglasses got out of the car with his agent and hurried into the office building with his head down. Across the road, the owner of the convenience store, Johnny, glanced through the glass window and immediately recognized the man. It was Tom Hanks. Johnny was also a movie fan. He went to watch 1 or 2 popular movies almost every week. Although he was almost 40 years old and had passed the age of chasing stars, he was very familiar with all the big and small stars in Hollywood. Someone like Tom Hanks, who only wore sunglasses without any special disguise, Johnny could recognize him at a glance. In Burbank, which was full of movie production companies, it was normal to meet 1 or 2 big stars. Johnny was not surprised. He knew that the boss of the movie company opposite him was Eric Williams, who had risen to fame recently. He thought that maybe Tom Hanks came for the new movie of the Little Miracle director. After serving 2 or 3 customers for 5 or 6 minutes, Johnny inadvertently saw another commercial vehicle stop on the opposite side of the road. Curious, Johnny stared at the car door. Soon, 2 more people got out of the car. It was a man and a woman. The man was still wearing sunglasses. Although the man was shorter than Tom Hanks, he was more famous in Hollywood than Hanks. It was the popular Hollywood idol, Tom Cruise. Tom Hanks, Tom Cruise. Johnny thought for a moment and suddenly felt that maybe the paparazzi would be interested in this clue. If a person came here alone, it would not be news. Although the paparazzi paid attention to every move of the big stars in Hollywood, they were not particularly interested in these normal daily activities. Only the stars who had recently become the focus of the news due to certain things, such as a blockbuster movie, a scandal, a divorce, or being caught for drug abuse, would become the target of the paparazzi. When Home Alone had just been released, Eric had been chased by the paparazzi for a while. Because at that time, the public was most interested in this young director who had created miracles when he just came of age. As long as the newspaper published Eric's news, the curious public would rush to buy it. But now, 2 of Hollywood's hottest male stars had appeared at Firefly Film at the same time. Coincidentally, both of their names were Tom. Because of their similar age, Hanks was still young, and the 2 were in a competitive position in the circle. Therefore, this must be a piece of news worthy of being published in the entertainment section. When Johnny thought of this, he excitedly found a tabloid and dialed the news hotline on it. In order to collect information, many newspapers would give a certain amount of reward to those who provided clues. Of course, Johnny did not go to a well-known newspaper such as the Los Angeles Times. They did not lack of news, and the price would definitely not satisfy him. "Hello, is this the Hollywood News?" Yes, I have a big news." A few minutes later, Johnny excitedly put down the phone. The Hollywood News keenly judged the value of this news, so they generously offered Johnny $500 for the clue, but the condition was that Johnny could not sell the clue to other newspapers. After bargaining, they finally got $700, which was an unexpected fortune for Johnny, who owned a small convenience store. In less than 20 minutes, several paparazzi sent by the Hollywood News hurried over. After learning from Johnny that Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks had not left, they readily paid the clue fee. Then they patiently waited outside the Firefly headquarters. After reaching an agreement with Columbia, Eric began to work on the 2 male leads. After the success of 3 consecutive movies, no one in Hollywood discriminated against Eric because of his age. No big star would directly refuse Eric's invitation to cooperate, even the popular Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks were no exception. What's more, after reading the outline of the script, the 2 Hollywood stars keenly felt the excitement of the story. In this case, there was even less reason to refuse. Before, they did not know that the other party had also received an invitation. But Hanks said that he wanted to play the robber, and Cruise proposed a lot of changes to the script. So Eric leaked the news to the 2 of them, hoping to talk face to face. The 2 Toms also felt that with the current fame of the 3 of them, if they could cooperate successfully, the box office appeal would be immeasurable. Not to mention the wonderful story of Dark War. Maybe this movie could create another box office miracle like Eric's previous 2 directorial works. Everyone wanted to be the protagonist of a miracle, so today's meeting was held. Only Eric, Hanks, and Cruise were left in the meeting room of Firefly. Jeffrey and the 2 Toms agents were waiting outside. Although Cruise and Hanks were now artists under CAA, at their level, CAA had almost no restrictions on them. Therefore, the 2 agents could only do their jobs obediently, not daring to interfere. Of course, once the cooperation was confirmed, the 2 agents would still have to negotiate the remuneration. The other party was also eagerly waiting for this moment to come. The 2 agents had received instructions from the higher-ups, which could be summed up in one sentence: slaughter them to death. In front of Cruise and Hanks, there was a complete script. The 2 of them had only seen the outline of the script before. After spending half an hour reading through the script, Hanks touched his face and smiled as he said, "Eric, I understand now that I'm not suitable for the role of Andy. It is indeed difficult for me to pretend to be a woman with my appearance." Eric laughed, but Cruise didn't seem to have heard Hank's joke. He still frowned slightly. "Eric, I still think it's better to change this plot. In the script, since Andy is a master of makeup, then it's not a bad choice to disguise as another man, don't you think so?" Hanks, who was sitting opposite Cruise, raised his eyebrows. He felt that Cruise's behavior was too conservative. Playing a woman was not a serious matter. As an actor, even if the director asked him to play a dog, as long as the request was reasonable, he would do it. Also, he had just done some analysis of the script. The plot was not deliberate. The reason Andy acted as a woman was to make the villain lower his guard. In the script, the villain had Andy's woman follow his lackey to get the ransom. If it was another burly man, he felt that the villain would have killed them with a gun. Wasn't it a little too strange for 2 men to appear at the scene at the same time? However, Hanks also knew the reason why Cruise was so cautious. Cruise had always been an idol. To put it bluntly, he relied on his face to make a living. If he suddenly appeared on the screen as a woman, it was likely to cause some fans to be unhappy. Eric didn't immediately answer Tom Cruise's request. Instead, he asked, "Cruise, if I remember correctly, you should be 27 years old now, right?" Tom Cruise nodded and said with a flaunting tone, "I started to make movies when I was 16. At that time, I was younger than you. Now, it's been almost 10 years. As a teenager from a low-level single-parent family, without any background, Cruise had made a name for himself in Hollywood in 10 years with his own diligence and hard work. He had the capital to show off. So, Cruise, every actor needs to transform, especially those who take the idol route. Although Hollywood male actors had a longer shelf life than female actors, they didn't need to urgently expand their acting career and develop into other types of movies after the age of 30. But one day, this situation will come. So, I think this opportunity can be regarded as a try for you. Cruise retorted, Eric, there are many ways to try. I don't have to play a woman. In fact, I've been thinking about the problem you just mentioned. My agent has also recommended some genre films to me. Eric shook his head calmly and said, it's the same as not changing. Cruise, many of the movies you acted in before were artistic, but they didn't even give you a nomination at the Oscars. The reason is that although those movies were excellent, your screen image has not changed much. Think about it from this point of view. You have been in the entertainment industry for 10 years, but you still came up empty-handed at the Oscars. Don't you want to be recognized by the Academy? I think if you play this role well and make a small sacrifice, the Academy will at least give you a nomination for the Best Actor. In his previous life, Andy had achieved his dream of many years by winning the Hong Kong Film Awards for the first time with the movie Dark War. In addition to Andy's own strength, the bold cross-dressing that appeared for the first time in the movie also played an important role. The Oscar is a hurdle that every member of Hollywood cannot get around. As long as you are a member of Hollywood, it is impossible to be indifferent to the Oscar. This was especially true for actors. In order to gain the recognition of the Oscars, they would not hesitate to expose themselves and ruin their own image. Regardless of whether they were mentally ill or murderers, as long as they had the chance to win an award, there was only one thing they could do: act. In his previous life, the great beauty Charlize Theron had done everything she could to gain weight and shave her eyebrows in order to become the Best Actress. Poor Xiaoli, for the sake of the Oscars, came up with a good performance of You're Fat, I'm Fat, shattering the perfect image of Titanic in the hearts of film fans. As expected, after Eric finished speaking, Cruise finally didn't refuse him directly. Instead, he fell into a short silence. How could he not know where his problem was? He just didn't want to admit it and didn't dare to change it. Nobody who climbed up from the bottom was more afraid of failure than those actors who came from good backgrounds. No one wanted to go back to that kind of life. The fear of falling into the dust again almost made Cruise forget that with his current status in Hollywood, he was qualified to accept failure. But the attraction of the Oscars was great. Cruise had been in Hollywood for 10 years. If he didn't understand the significance of the Oscars in Hollywood, it would be impossible for him to achieve what he had today. Eric keenly caught Cruise's hesitation and didn't miss the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Cruise, the character of Andy, in my opinion, is a character more tragic than the Count of Monte Cristo. He has only a few weeks left to live. In order to avenge his father, he risked everything and played a thrilling game with Sean for 72 hours. If he was careless, he could have been defeated. In this case, the audience will pay more attention to Andy's final fate. I arranged the role to promote the development of the story. It's not like in bad comedies that deliberately ruined the actor's image to amuse the audience. It's just a very serious performance. I think, as long as they are your fans, they will definitely understand. There was a full 2 minutes of silence. Maybe Eric's words worked, or maybe the attraction of the Oscars overcame the concerns in his heart. In the end, Cruise nodded slightly. After this matter was resolved, the atmosphere in the conference room was much more relaxed. Both Cruise and Hanks began to express their views on some details of the script. Hanks felt that Sean's character in the script was a little vague. And why did he, like the female director of Interpol, who had a good impression of him, said that he didn't flirt with girls or go to nightclubs? Even if he was a workaholic, he still needed to start a family. And why would an all-round elite of the police force be demoted to a small police station? Because of the tight schedule, Eric only spent a day to finish the script of Dark War. Basically, it was based on the template of the story in his memory, and there were not many changes. Eric also considered some of the bugs proposed by Cruise and Hanks, but he didn't have time to fix them. Although Cruise always spoke in an arrogant tone, as if he was giving pointers to his juniors, and Hanks liked to get to the bottom of the matter, Eric was left speechless. Eric still patiently discussed with the two actors. After all, with these two actors who had acted in many popular Hollywood movies participating in the revision, not only did Eric save a lot of energy, but he could also ensure that the script was more suitable for the pace of Hollywood movies. "Hey, Johnny, did you see wrongly? It's been almost 4 hours, why haven't Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks come out yet?" After waiting for nearly 4 hours outside the Firefly office building, Kent, the paparazzo of the Hollywood Information, finally couldn't help but come to the convenience store and asked in a questioning tone. Although paparazzi could stay in front of a star's house for 24 hours for news, that was only when there was a clear goal. Now, there was no sign of the two superstars at all, and they really couldn't think of any reason why Cruise and Hanks would stay in Firefly for the whole morning, so it was inevitable that they would be suspicious. No, Mr. Reporter, I promise I'm not mistaken. Look at the two business cars over there, the one on the left is Tom Cruise's, and the one on the right is Tom Hanks. It's almost noon, they will definitely come out for lunch. Okay, Kent fiddled with the camera and said, I hope you're not mistaken, then everyone will be happy. Otherwise, the $700 will still be returned. Johnny subconsciously covered his pocket and swore again. Then I'll wait a little longer. Do you have soda? Can I have a bottle? Yes, Johnny nodded quickly. Just as he was about to get something for Kent, he suddenly saw the other three paparazzi outside the window suddenly stand up and rush to the door of the Firefly office building. Mr. Reporter, are they coming out? Look at your companions? Kent turned his head and found that several colleagues outside the door had rushed to the opposite side of the road. He cursed and quickly rushed out of the door. Although they belonged to the same tabloid, the editor-in-chief would still choose the best photos to publish. Whoever's photos were selected would get a commission. Williams meets two Toms secretly to discuss new film. This was the headline on the front page of the Hollywood Information Daily the next day, accompanied by a photo of Eric, Cruise, and Hanks walking out of Firefly's headquarters side by side. In the photo, Eric was wearing a gray sportswear and looked like a high school student, which was very appropriate for his age. Cruise was wearing a black casual jacket without buttons, revealing the white t-shirt inside. Only Hanks was wearing a black suit and tie very seriously, looking like an office worker. Because they talked about the script for the whole morning, the two superstars relaxed their vigilance when they left and did not wear sunglasses. Therefore, the expressions of the three people were quite clear, talking and laughing with each other as they walked to the door. This shot was just captured by a lucky paparazzi. At about 8 o'clock yesterday morning, someone found that the two superstars, Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks, had entered the headquarters of the new director Eric Williams' Firefly Film Company. Our reporter received the news and quickly arrived at the relevant location. After waiting for 4 hours, Eric Williams, Cruise, and Hanks, the two superstars, walked out of Firefly's headquarters surrounded by people. From the expressions of the three people in the photo, it could be seen that the meeting was quite pleasant. Although the three people did not accept the interview from our reporter, but left in a hurry in separate cars. But according to some clues provided by insiders, this meeting was related to the new film Eric Williams was preparing. Since his debut last year as an actor and screenwriter in Back to 17, Eric Williams, the boy wonder who suddenly broke into Hollywood, has been continuously rising at a rocket-like speed. The first low-cost comedy Home Alone directed by him directly sent it into the 100 million box office club. When many people attributed the young man's achievements to the blessing of the goddess of luck, only 4 months later, Williams' second romantic comedy Pretty Woman was released again, and the box office in the first week was close to $30 million, which completely proved the strength of the young director. In the first movie Home Alone, Eric Williams only used a group of TV actors and the little boy next door to create an amazing box office miracle. The two leading actors of the second movie, Al Pacino, although has been nominated for many Oscars, has been out of film for 4 years, and the box office appeal is close to zero. Julia Roberts only played a small role in a low-cost comedy, but Eric put the two into the list of A-level actors in Hollywood. And this time, the young director directly chose 2 A-level actors in Hollywood. We have no doubt that his next movie will create another box office miracle. However, although the three people in the photo talking happily gave the appearance of a natural success, we have to mention that Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks both belong to CAA. As we all know, Eric Williams bought a famous Hollywood gold agent agency at the beginning of the year, which angered the senior management of CAA. It has been widely rumored in the industry that the senior management is quite dissatisfied with Eric Williams. During the casting of Pretty Woman, they even obstructed the cooperation between their artist Richard Gere and Eric Williams. Because of this, they did not hesitate to compensate Richard Gere with a big production MGM United Artists movie. In this case, we can't imagine that the cooperation between Eric Williams and the two Toms will be full of twists and turns. Of course, Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks have enough power to ignore CAA's obstruction. After all, they are both A-level Hollywood stars. Even if they lose CAA's support, their careers won't be affected too much. Moreover, judging from the impact of Eric Williams' previous two works, his new work is likely to take the careers of the two superstars to a new level. I believe that no actor in Hollywood can resist this kind of attraction. We just don't know if the senior management of CAA has enough courage to forcefully obstruct this cooperation again. The previous incident had caused Mr. Richard Gere to lose the opportunity to enter the ranks of A-level actors once again. According to the results of the critics' test screening of Mighty Dragons Killing Formation, the movie's prospects were not optimistic. The possibility of a box office explosion was very small, and it was not enough to compensate for Mr. Richard Gere's loss of giving up the male lead in Pretty Woman. Therefore, we can't wait to see how Cruise and Hanks will choose, and how the senior management of CAA will deal with Williams' invitation. Eric smiled bitterly as he threw the newspaper on the table. He really wanted to explode the editor who wrote this article. In the previous situation, Michael Ovitz would at most raise the salary of the two stars to express his dissatisfaction. He wouldn't forcefully obstruct the cooperation like last time. After all, the rise of UTA was unstoppable. If Michael Ovitz did anything, not only would it not make up for the losses, but people would also think that he was narrow-minded. The more a person was like this, the more they feared and hated other people's accusations. In the future, when the contract was signed and the cast was announced, they would hint to the media that no matter what kind of conflicts they had in private, in the eyes of the public, the two sides would shake hands and bury the hatchet. This would be good for CAA and Eric's public image. But now, after the provocation of the tabloids, if this cooperation was successful, Michael Ovitz's title of Hollywood's most powerful man would become a joke. Sure enough, the day after the article was published, Eric received a piece of disturbing news. This is too much. The offer of $6 million is reasonable, but the other party is asking for a 20% share of the North American profits after the movie is released. I've been in Hollywood for so many years, and I've never heard of an actor making such an unreasonable offer. Eric, do you really have to use Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks? It's not like other agencies don't have top actors. If you really can't do it, you can. Play a role yourself. Self-directed and self-directed, this gimmick will have a greater impact. After talking to the agents of Cruise and Hanks, Jeffrey rushed into Eric's office with an exasperated look on his face as he complained. Although he had expected this, the conditions proposed by the two still shocked Eric. The bad trend of Hollywood stars asking for a share of the profits began with Tom Cruise. Later, the model of pay and profit share slowly became a popular fee model, and the share was generally between 10% and 20%. The so-called profit share was a completely different concept from the box office share of the movie. Specifically, it meant that the movie producer received their share of the box office share, minus the gross profit of the production cost, multiplied by the percentage requested by the actor. That was the profit share that the actor received. Also, the share of the profits was divided into global box office share and North American box office share. Although the agents of Cruise and Hanks hadn't lost their minds to ask for a global share of the profits, the 20% North American share was not so easy to get, even many years later. Those who could get the highest share were either those who couldn't do without it, such as Johnny Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean in the Parallel Space, or those who completely gave up their pay and gambled in exchange for the highest share of the profits. But now, this kind of payment method had just appeared. Tom Cruise had suggested this kind of payment method when he was filming Rain Man last year. Because of Cruise's strong box office appeal and the fact that the production cost of Rain Man was not high, after some consideration, the film company felt that as long as Cruise joined the film company would easily make a profit. Thus, they agreed to Cruise's unreasonable request. However, this was only under the condition that Cruz lowered his own salary. Moreover, the profit-sharing ratio was only 10%. Looking at Jeffrey, who was still complaining, Eric could only get up and pour him a glass of water. He waited for Jeffrey to finish it in one gulp before persuading him, "Okay, Jeffrey, can't you see that this is just CAA's strategy to save face? If they insist on 20% of the profits, of course, there's no need to continue the collaboration. But calm down and think about it. CAA wants to drag things out for a while." Drag things out? Why drag things out? Jeffrey obviously hadn't calmed down yet. He poured himself another glass of water and asked directly. Eric spread his hands and said, "Because of face." Some time ago, Premiere Magazine came up with a list of the most powerful people in Hollywood, and Michael Ovitz was ranked first. Even movie moguls like Barry Diller and Michael Eisner could only be ranked behind him. If he just got this title not long ago, and two of his stars are working with the band Target, isn't that a slap in the face to the most powerful person in Hollywood? Jeffrey breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. I thought they really wanted to take a share of the profits. That's too reckless." "This isn't reckless," Eric directly said. "Jeffrey, maybe you'll slowly accept the reality of stars taking a share of the profits in addition to their pay." Cruz tried this model in his last movie, Rain Man, and received a lot of benefits. It's impossible for other Hollywood stars not to follow suit. The two of us will get a 40% share of the gross profit. Do you think they want to earn more than us? We have 60% left, and we still have to pay other expenses. Eric actually thought of this problem too. He felt that this might be an opportunity. He was destined to join the Hollywood Filmmakers Alliance in the future. This meant that for his own benefit, he had to stand on the opposite side of the actors. Cruz's Rain Man was just an experiment, providing a new way for actors to collect their pay. The negotiations for Dark War could become a reference for many top Hollywood stars to ask for a share in the future. Therefore, no matter what, it was better to keep the share as low as possible. If this ratio could be controlled between 5% and 10%, then once it became a standard, the accumulated expenses in the future would be an astronomical figure. Although Eric didn't know if it would work, he still had to try. "Jeffrey, don't be anxious about this matter. You can talk to the other party slowly. Don't even think about the 20% share. You have to push down the $6 million salary. If you want a share, but don't want to lower the salary, how can there be such a good thing now?" Jeffrey was still a little unsatisfied. "Eric, why don't you bypass Cruz and Hank's agents and talk to them alone? Didn't you have a good chat the other day?" Eric smiled and took out the Hollywood Information Bulletin from yesterday and waved it in front of Jeffrey. "They are both artists under CAA. I don't have a particularly good relationship with them. They agreed to act in Dark War, which is already not giving face to Michael Ovitz. They can't go too far. Besides, they can't possibly oppose CAA to fight for more benefits for themselves, right?" Jeffrey didn't refute. Instead, he asked, "Eric, tell me what you're thinking. This is the first time I've encountered this kind of situation. Although I can drag on the negotiations, as the boss, you are the one who makes the final decision. So, you better give me a baseline for reference. Only then will I know what to do during the negotiations." Eric rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. "Insist that Hollywood doesn't have a tradition of actors getting a cut. If they want a cut, then they have to lower their pay. I heard that the reason why Cruz was able to get a cut in Rain Man was because he took the initiative to lower his pay. As for the baseline, with Cruz and Hank's current fame, it's fine as long as their pay doesn't exceed $5 million USD. The cut should be between 5 to 10%. It definitely can't exceed 10%. Okay, I have an idea." Jeffrey noted down Eric's words. Noticing that Jeffrey was still depressed, Eric patted his shoulder comfortingly and smiled. "Okay, Jeffrey, don't worry about this anymore. Although we will lose some profits because of the new pay model, we can make up for it in other ways. And that part of the profits doesn't need to be shared with the actors. We can even use the actor's name to offer a higher price." "You mean, product placement?" "Bingo." Eric snapped his fingers. Dark War is still a fashion film. This kind of film is very suitable for product placement. I saw in the newspaper that Lamborghini's sports car sales this year will be more than 3 times that of previous years because of the product placement in Wind and Moon. The new monster sports car hasn't even been released yet, but we've already received hundreds of orders. This is indeed a good idea. Jeffrey finally showed a faint smile. He subconsciously looked for the script to see what advertisements could be placed in Dark War. Eric took out a piece of paper and handed it to Jeffrey. Don't look for it, I've already prepared it. Jeffrey picked it up and glanced at the long list. His mouth was slightly agape. Mobile phone, walkie-talkie, sports car, box of biscuits, sunglasses, camera, necklace, comic magazines. Eric, isn't this a bit exaggerated? Eric felt that compared to the exploding shells in his previous life, he was already very ethical. At least he didn't spend $200 million to create a 3-hour special effects commercial. He only cleverly used the plot to place the advertisements. He didn't change the plot for the advertisements. Jeffrey, actually, I just casually wrote these down. There will be a lot of walkie-talkies and mobile phones in the movie. Therefore, the mobile phone and walkie-talkie advertisements can be packaged with a communication equipment company, such as Motorola. I heard that Motorola is about to release a small mobile phone, only the size of a palm. With Lamborghini as an example, in addition to the addition of Cruz and Hanks, Motorola would gladly pay a few $1,000,000 in advertising fees. If the other party's price is too low, then look for their old rival, Ericsson. As for the sports car, continue to contact Lamborghini. I think they won't refuse. Jeffrey pointed to the list and asked, what's with the box of biscuits? Eric explained, didn't you read the script? In the movie, Andy planted a few bombs, but they were all fake. These bombs were made from packaging boxes. Not only will there be close-up shots of the packaging boxes, but there will also be relevant lines. So, this is considered a very important product placement advertisement. As for the sunglasses and camera, they will be used in the movie. So, you can also try to get sponsors. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Eric, aren't you worried that the audience will dislike the insertion of too many advertisements? No, Eric said confidently. None of the placements were intentional, so the audience won't feel any discomfort. Of course, because there are a lot of advertisements this time, we need to communicate with the sponsors in advance. We can't be like Lamborghini. Before the movie is released, they had already announced their sponsorship. Jeffrey felt that something was wrong and said doubtfully, the product placement advertisements are not prominent, and they don't allow people to publicize it. If I were a sponsor, I would definitely not pay for it. It's not that I don't want people to publicize it, Eric said patiently. I mean, before the movie is released, this matter cannot be publicized. Otherwise, even if I didn't deliberately plant the advertisements, the audience will think that it was done deliberately. This kind of preconceived idea will subconsciously cause the audience to dislike the movie. But after the movie is released and the reputation of the movie is confirmed, the advertisements will be hyped up. Not only will it have a promotional effect, but it will also attract the audience who are curious about the advertisement plot to go to the cinema again. This will increase the box office of the movie. Jeffrey revealed a meaningful smile. Eric, I feel like I'm sitting in front of a Venetian businessman. Is this sarcasm? Yes, but I added a lot of praise and admiration in it. Jeffrey laughed. Oh, Mr. Jeffrey, you are so generous. Eric replied in a theatrical tone and laughed. After joking around, Eric looked at his watch and said, I happen to have a date. Then, Jeffrey did not wait for Eric to finish his sentence and quickly replied, leave it to me, right? Smart, I didn't expect you to answer first. Eric laughed again. Jeffrey did not understand what Eric was talking about, so he did not laugh. He curled his lips and asked curiously, date, with a woman? Man, a very famous architect in the industry, Frank Gehry. I saw the Malibu mansion he designed for Oracle's chairman, Larry Ellison, so I want to ask him to give me some advice. Does it have anything to do with the rocky beach you spent $5 million on? How is it a waste of money? Eric retorted, when I successfully build my Malibu 10880, there will be people willing to buy it for $50 million. It's up to you. To be honest, I'm relieved that you're acting so willfully because you've finally done something that a young man of your age should do. Otherwise, I would always subconsciously treat you as someone of the same age as me. Eric, why do you always call it Malibu 10880? Eric blinked. That's a secret. Tell me, I promise I won't tell anyone. Jeffrey curiously looked over. Since it's a secret, of course, I can't tell anyone other than myself. You are also considered others. Eric obviously could not explain to Jeffrey, so he directly left the office. Michael Jackson's Fantasy Manor covered an area of 11 square kilometers. Including the various buildings, it only cost $19.5 million US. In comparison, Malibu was only 6 hectares, which was equivalent to about 0.06 square kilometers, but it cost $5 million US. It was indeed a foolish price. However, even so, it was the result of the private lawyer spending an extra public relations fee to persuade him. Because this was a small park, according to the rules, it could not be sold. Mr. Williams, although the design of this building you drew is very imaginative, there are too many unreasonable parts. The construction is quite difficult, especially since it is built on the edge of a cliff. Frank Gehry commented on Eric's drawing with his own professional eyes. At this time, the two of them were standing together at the sharp corner of Malibu. Frank Gehry's assistant was also with them. Eric was not alone. Virginia happened to be at home, so Eric called her over to temporarily play the role of a little secretary. This was already Eric's private property, and he had obtained a construction permit. He could do anything he wanted on this piece of land. As long as they didn't cause any public outcry, no one would care. Mr. Gehry, are you saying that the construction is too difficult? Does that mean it can be built? Frank Gehry nodded, but it will cost a lot of money. I don't think it is necessary at all. If you must build this mansion here, I suggest that you move the mansion at least 10 meters to the north. Not only will it greatly reduce the construction difficulty, but it will also save more than 30% of the construction cost. Also, it will be easier to set up various pipelines. Eric visually estimated that after moving the mansion 10 meters, there would be a rock that would spoil the scenery. Would it still be a mansion facing the sea in spring? Shaking his head, Eric rejected Frank's suggestion. Mr. Gehry, if I insist, how much will it cost? I can't give you a specific figure for the time being because I don't have specific survey data yet. If you insist on building according to the style on your design, you will need to do a lot of tests on the geological condition of the cliff to determine if it can withstand the weight of the building. If it can't, you will need to reinforce it, which will be even more troublesome. But I think it will cost at least $5 million. Only $5 million US? Eric raised his brows. He had spent $5 million US to buy this piece of land. Mr. Williams, from what I know, the most expensive mansion in Malibu is around this price. Sorry, Mr. Gehry. I don't know much about these things. I would like to ask if I am willing to spend $10 million or even $20 million US. What kind of effect will the mansion have? In this era, even Microsoft's Bill Gates will not take out $10 to $20 million US in cash. After all, his net worth was reflected in the share prices. But it was different in the movie industry. As long as the box office sales were good, the company will be able to get back tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of USD in a short time. Frank Gehry looked at the young man in front of him and thought for a while before saying, if that is the case, I will build a piece of art for you. Mr. Williams, are you sure? I am sure, Mr. Gehry. I want a piece of art. Eric replied without hesitation. After the field trip, Frank Gehry proposed to find a place to discuss more details. Eric led him directly to Virginia's villa not far away. Virginia did not express any dissatisfaction with Eric's manly behavior. Instead, she quietly and carefully entertained Frank and his intern assistant. Frank firmly believed that Virginia was Eric's lover, so he did not show any strange expression. He only sighed with emotion that this young director really knew how to enjoy life. Virginia's appearance and figure were top-notch. What was even rarer was that she was extremely well-behaved and tactful. Such a woman was destined to not bring any unnecessary trouble to men. As a well-known master architect, he often came into contact with rich and famous people who invited him to design homes. He also occasionally peeked at the strange secrets of the upper-class society, so he was used to it. Frank's intern assistant, on the other hand, looked at Eric and Virginia curiously from time to time. After Frank warned him with his stern eyes several times, he finally calmed down and started taking notes obediently. The land Eric bought was about 6 hectares, which was 60,000 square meters after conversion, but the Iron Man Malibu mansion he drew based on his memory, plus supporting facilities such as the helipad, only covered a few thousand square meters. Therefore, except for the main building, the design of the other places would be handed over to Frank's architectural design company, which would eventually form a small manor of about 14 acres. Frank Gehry was a deconstructionist architect. Many of his works were very imaginative, so he received a lot of criticism, but at the same time, he was also sought after by more people. After receiving Eric's promise of unlimited budget, Frank became bolder. He proposed a construction plan with granite, special glass, and low-alloy high-strength steel as the main materials. This alone directly pushed the cost to the level of tens of millions of dollars. From Frank's explanation, Eric learned that the above expensive materials were usually only used in landmark public buildings in some cities. In Eric's original vision, he intended to build this mansion into a landmark building in Malibu. The two sides almost hit it off. As for money, it wasn't a problem for Eric. He earned so much money so that he could do whatever he wanted. They talked until the evening. Frank Gehry promised that he would come up with a few complete design plans for Eric to choose from as soon as possible. He also tactfully declined the dinner invitation and left with his assistant. After getting into the car, Frank said earnestly to the young intern in the driver's seat, "Scott, in the future, you will have to deal with all kinds of rich and famous people. It's inevitable to see and hear some things, but you have to remember, if you don't want to get into trouble, you'd better keep your mouth shut." Not only was Scott familiar with Eric, but he also happened to know Virginia, a relatively unknown actress. He didn't expect that the 18-year-old director would have a relationship with Virginia, who was 10 years older than him. If this matter was spread out, it would definitely become explosive news. Originally, Scott had indeed made up his mind to brag to his friends at the gathering that night that he had come across a secret in the entertainment industry. When he heard the stern warning from his boss and mentor, Scott suddenly realized and immediately dispelled the idea. Even if he sold this news to the paparazzi, he wouldn't be able to get much money. He might even lose his promising job. "Mr. Frank, I'll remember." Frank patted Scott's shoulder and didn't say anything else. In Virginia's small mansion, after sending off Frank and his assistant, Virginia cleaned up the teacups and casually asked the little man sitting on the sofa reading a magazine, "Eric, you brought the two of them to my house. Aren't you afraid that this matter will spread?" Eric continued to flip through the magazine without looking up. "Don't worry, it won't." "That's not necessarily true," Virginia retorted in the kitchen while washing a teacup. "Frank's assistant seems to recognize me. I saw him look back and forth between the two of us more than once." Eric turned his head and asked, "Are you worried that our relationship will be exposed?" Virginia smiled at Eric and said, "Of course not, I can't wait to have a scandal with you. That way, an unknown actress like me can become famous." "Then why are you still asking? You should be praying that the assistant will sell the news of us to the paparazzi." Eric smiled and turned his attention back to the magazine in front of him. Virginia washed the cups, dried her hands, and returned to the living room. She sat down next to Eric and said, "I'm doing this for your sake. Don't you have an official girlfriend? You even have a little girl at home, and now you're provoking me. Aren't you afraid that the media will call you a playboy?" "Playboy is my goal for 2 lifetimes. I can't ask for more." "Aya, don't read it. A man reading a women's magazine is so wretched." Virginia grabbed the magazine from Eric's hand and threw it aside. "Eric, you seem to be very sure that the other party won't spread the news?" Eric picked up the magazine and flipped to the original page. He was very interested in an analysis of women's clothing and personality. He blocked the girl's hand that reached out again and said, "Don't mess around, I'll tell you. Mr. Frank is a very stable person. He won't spread this around. As for his assistant, did you notice that the other party's suit is obviously a size bigger?" Virginia hugged Eric's arm, her eyes wide with curiosity. This expression was inexplicably cute for a woman who was so mature to the point of dripping water. Eric couldn't help but stay on the girl's face for a few more seconds before he continued, the suit doesn't fit, and it's unlikely that he borrowed it. No one will wear a borrowed suit to work for a long time. It's more likely that it's his father's. I happened to do this kind of thing before, which means that the other party's financial situation isn't very good. He will definitely cherish this job. Frank also obviously noticed that the other party was sizing us up, so he will definitely warn the assistant not to talk nonsense. To be able to get the job of an architect's assistant, the other party's IQ is unquestionable. As long as Frank reminds him a little, the other party will definitely know what to do. Eric, you're really smart. Although I also noticed that the assistant's suit didn't fit, I didn't think of what you said at all. This is nothing. As long as you develop the habit of observing and thinking, it will be fine. Also, I quite like reading Sherlock Holmes novels. So, Virginia came up and raised her chin. Mr. Holmes, have you noticed any changes in me? I noticed it long ago. Your hair is dyed very well. I like it very much. Eric touched the girl's dyed golden brown hair. You're really insincere. You said it so reluctantly. It took me several hours to dye my hair. Eric kissed the girl on the cheek and comforted her. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. How's the script for Scary Island coming along? I've been reading the script seriously these days. However, Mr. Kapoor doesn't think very highly of me. He feels that it's a waste to give this script to me. If it were an Oscar-level actress, such as Meryl Streep or Jodie Foster, this story might be more exciting. I'm also a little worried about whether I can play this role well. Eric, aren't you preparing for your new movie? How about I play some female roles in your movie first? After the girl finished speaking, she looked at Eric hopefully. Okay, then don't play this role. Eric's lips curled into a faint smile. I happen to have a female Interpol role in my new movie that suits you. Virginia was just testing him. She didn't have much hope. She didn't expect Eric to agree so easily. She asked in disbelief, really? Eric nodded. Of course. However, I want to make it clear to you. My next movie is a completely men's movie. The two female characters who can barely be considered female leads don't have many scenes. They only appear for a few scenes. Virginia's mouth opened slightly and she couldn't say anything. She made a big deal, perhaps for those actresses who were still struggling at the bottom of Hollywood, even if it was just a few scenes in Eric's new film, they would fight for it at all costs. After all, they were working with two A-level superstars, Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks. Even if it was Virginia half a month ago, she would have been overjoyed to hear Eric's promise. However, things were different now. She had a better opportunity to play the leading role in a wonderful script, but she gave it up on her own accord in exchange for a vase role with only a few scenes. This made Virginia feel like crying, but no tears came out. What should she do now? Tell Eric that she regretted her decision and wanted to act in that horror film again? With the little man's shrewd and domineering character, if he found out that she was playing tricks in front of him, he was likely to turn hostile. Pa, a crisp sound woke the girl from her predicament. She felt a burning pain coming from the station. Virginia raised her head and saw that Eric had a teasing smile on his face. The girl instantly understood that her trick had not escaped Eric's eyes. However, the good news was that Eric's expression was not angry. Do you regret it? The man asked. Eric, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Eric reached out and pinched the girl's face. You're not smart enough, so don't play tricks everywhere. It's best to be content with what you have. If you're stupid and greedy, you'll end up in a miserable state. Also, don't really treat me like an 18-year-old boy. That's wrong. Although your physical age is 10 years older than mine, my mental age is more than 10 years older than yours. Even Jeffrey and Kapoor always think that I'm the same age as them. Yes, the girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Since we're talking about this, it's better to make some things clear, lest you do something stupid. Eric continued, it's impossible for the two of us to have a future. If you're willing to be my woman, I'll always help you in your career to the best of my ability. If one day you're tired and want to find a man to get married or something, let me know in advance, and I'll let you go. But before that, if you have an affair with another man behind my back, it'll be a very serious betrayal to me. It'll be a shame, so don't do it." Although Eric did not say what the consequences of betrayal were, Virginia saw a flash of coldness in the man's eyes. The girl could not think of any better words for a moment, so she could only promise clumsily, "Eric, I'll never do that. In short, it's good that you know your limits. Prepare the script for Scary Island well. With your acting skills, work hard, and it'll be enough to support this story. If you can perform well, it's not impossible for you to get a few public relations nominations in the future." Yes, gradually, the two of them stopped talking. Virginia, who was familiar with Eric's personality, was completely passive and allowed him to dominate everything. The two of them did not even have dinner. They tossed and turned until late at night before Eric fell asleep first. He always seemed more tired than women. Under the faint light, Virginia lay on her side, staring at the little man in front of her with her eyes open. She reached out her index finger, wanting to scratch Eric's nose, but hesitated and retracted it. If she woke this devil up, who knew what tricks he would come up with to torture her? "What kind of person are you?" After a long time, Virginia sighed. Then, she suddenly thought of something and smiled proudly. "And you say you're not a young boy, humph." It was March, and the 61st Academy Awards ceremony was getting closer and closer. As Hollywood movies became more and more influential around the world, the Oscars received more attention. Although this year's Oscar award was not related to Eric, no one could ignore this 18-year-old boy who had risen to fame in less than 6 months. Among the movies related to him, Back to 17 and Home Alone were in their 15th week of release since November 18 last year. Although Back to 17 was not as popular as Home Alone, after 4 months of screening, the box office had reached $107 million. It became the 6th movie in 1988 to exceed $100 million at the box office. If it was not compared to Home Alone, the box office figures were very good. Until now, the box office potential of Back to 17 had been completely exhausted. It could only earn 200,000 to 300,000 renminbi a week from less than 300 screens, and it could be cancelled at any time. Home Alone, which was released at the same time as Back to 17, had nearly 240 million renminbi at the box office. Home Alone was still earning about 5 million renminbi a week from more than 1,200 screens in North America. In this era, the domestic box office of a Hollywood movie was a super hit of $200 million. Only George Lucas' Star Wars series could easily achieve that. Even Spielberg's Raiders of the Lost Ark series did not have the confidence to do so. $300 million at the local box office could only be a legend. The last and only time this legend was Spielberg's Alien E.T. in 1982. 6 years later, Home Alone had the potential to reach the legendary threshold again. Columbia, who had started the acquisition negotiations with Sony, was no longer thinking about how much profit they could get from the VAM contract. Instead, they were thinking about how to raise the box office of The Kid in North America to $300 million. Everyone knew that once the box office of Home Alone exceeded $300 million, Columbia's share price would skyrocket again. "What? You want me to be the guest presenter for the Best Supporting Actress award?" Eric looked at Amy Pascal in surprise. "Can Columbia make this decision?" "We have communicated with the producer of this year's Academy Awards, Alan Carl. With your current influence, you are qualified to be the presenter. Eric, as long as you agree, you will receive the invitation very soon." Eric was hesitant. His exposure was high enough, and his private life was harassed by paparazzi every few days. But he could understand Columbia's intention. Whether it was for the release of Home Alone or the summer release of Dark War, it was beneficial for him to appear at an awards ceremony with a viewership of 40 to 50 million. Since Blunt Cohen left the company and started the acquisition talks with Sony, Columbia's attitude towards Eric had a 180-degree change. They actively promoted Home Alone. But at that time, Home Alone had already missed the Golden Globe Award, which was the most practical award, and the Oscar nominations had already been announced. Home Alone only received a negligible nomination for the Best Soundtrack Award. Everyone knew that this was the Academy's way of attracting the public's attention. At the same time, it was also a consolation nomination for Home Alone due to the outstanding box office results. If Columbia had been active in PR from the beginning, Home Alone could have gotten a few more nominations, and perhaps even won an Oscar. However, it was too late to talk about this now. Not to mention, there were less than 2 weeks until the Oscar judges voted, so there was not much point in doing PR. If Home Alone could beat Rain Man, Danger in the Fog, and Dangerous Relationship to win an Oscar, it would be a test of the audience's IQ. At the end of the day, Home Alone was just a comedy for young children without any artistic content. After some consideration, Eric nodded and agreed. Although Columbia was doing this for their own sake, Eric could also reap a lot of benefits from it. As long as he cooperated with Columbia, there was a high chance that the box office of Home Alone would exceed $300 million. Once this goal was achieved, Eric's share would reach $120 million. AI also conveyed to Eric the promise of the Columbia executives. After Home Alone stopped airing, Columbia would pay Eric's share in full within a month. This could greatly alleviate Eric's financial situation. Not long ago, Eric borrowed another $50 million from the bank for the successful filming of Smelling Women and Island Horror, as well as the construction of the Malibu mansion. He was now $100 million in debt. In Hollywood, he was undoubtedly the person with the highest debt. Since you agreed, I will inform Alan Carl to send you an invitation as soon as possible. AI took a sip of coffee with satisfaction and asked, Eric, I heard that your negotiations with Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks are in a deadlock. Do you need Columbia to step in? Eric shook his head and refused. This deadlock was within his expectations, and he was sure that this deadlock would not last more than a month. Because during the Easter holidays, Richard Gere had given up the lead role in Wind and Moon to participate in the action drama Mighty Dragons Killing Formation, which was about to be released. He had no memory of this movie, so he could only ask around. In the end, the news he received was that even within the United Artists, the most optimistic box office estimate for this movie was only about $30 million. With Richard Gere as an example, even if Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks were A-level Hollywood superstars, they would not do the same stupid thing to refuse to participate in Eric's new movie. The more top superstars were, the more cautious they were when choosing movies. If they accidentally stepped on a bad movie, the damage to their reputation would be immeasurable. 4 years ago, Al Pacino's US $30 million blockbuster film failed miserably at the box office, and he had to take a 4-year hiatus due to the enormous pressure of public opinion. Before that, Al was a 5-time Oscar nominee and was undeniably an A-list Hollywood superstar. And Eric's movies had experienced 3 consecutive huge successes, which was undoubtedly the most guaranteed box office and reputation in Hollywood. What's more, after Cruise and Hanks read the script, they unanimously agreed that the box office prospects of Dark War were good. The reason why the two of them let CAA's agent and Firefly continue the deadlock was not only to save some face for Michael Ovitz, the most powerful person in Hollywood, but also to get a higher salary and share. Eric believed that if CAA deliberately caused the negotiations to break down, the two of them would definitely immediately stop it. From the script discussion that day, Eric knew that the two of them had already made up their minds to act in this movie. Otherwise, they would not have discussed the script with him for 4 hours. No need, Amy. CAA will give in less than a month. Eric did not want to owe Columbia a favor. I can use this time to finish the preparations for the movie. Compared to the previous 2 movies that took less than a month to produce, Dark War has plenty of time. There are still 4 months before the July release. Amy Pascal also knew a lot about the deadlock in negotiations, so she didn't insist. Since the purpose of this visit had been achieved, she got up and said, if that's the case, then I'll leave. I'll drive you. Eric also got up. Amy, you didn't drive here? My car happened to be sent for maintenance today, so I took a taxi here. Eric said enthusiastically, then I'll drive you back. It's not easy to get a taxi here. Amy Pascal knew that Eric was telling the truth, plus the place she wanted to go wasn't too far away, so she agreed. The two walked out of the villa. Eric opened the garage door, went in, and drove out the Ford sedan that was still there. Amy Pascal, who was standing at the garage door, listened to the muffled sound of the old Ford engine. She glanced at the garage curiously and found that the garage, which was enough to park 10 cars, was empty. Other than the Ford sedan, there was only another flashy purple sports car parked in the corner. Eric, with your current net worth, you can totally change to a better car. Amy smiled and pointed at the Ford, then looked at the purple sports car with curiosity in her eyes. You mean that Lamborghini? Eric carefully opened the door for Amy and asked. Amy nodded, got into the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt and said, Yeah, isn't that car very beautiful, why don't you drive it? I remember Al drove this model in Wind and Moon, but that one was silver. Eric said, Lamborghini gave it to me a few days ago, but I don't know how to drive it. If I have time, I can go for a drive on the highway, but forget about it in Los Angeles. Lamborghini is really generous, this car is estimated to be more than $200,000. Eric smiled and didn't answer. This car wasn't the ordinary monster sports car that Lamborghini was about to put on the market, but a four-wheel drive concept car that was specially customized. Although there was no price, the value was no less than $300,000. The price of the ordinary monster sports car was only $240,000, and the first monster sports car was a two-wheel drive. The reason why Lamborghini was so generous was because they wanted to continue working with him. Although he had given away a luxury sports car worth more than $300,000, the other party did not lose out. This year's sales were at least 3 times that of previous years. Compared to the profits, a concept car worth more than $300,000 was nothing. A few days after the news that Eric would be working with Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks in his new film was revealed, Lamborghini took the initiative to come to him. In addition to giving him a concept car, they also wanted to sign a long-term cooperation agreement with Eric. He decisively accepted the car. There was no need to talk about a long-term contract. The case of Lamborghini's product placement in Wind and Moon had already spread in the industry. The product placement model in movies would definitely enter an era of rapid development many years in advance, and the profits would also increase. Under such circumstances, signing a long-term contract was definitely not a wise choice. As soon as Eric drove out of the mansion and was about to get out of the car to close the door, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s pounce on him and gently pat on the window of the Ford sedan. Mr. Williams, Mr. Williams? It happened very abruptly. Without understanding the other party's intentions, Eric stopped opening the door and looked out. The man looked to be in his 40s. He had a square face with a short beard, and his eyes were fawning and eager. Cautiously rolling down the window a crack, Eric asked, May I ask who you are? The middle-aged man noticed Eric's vigilance and quickly took out a business card and stuffed it through the crack. Mr. Williams, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm. I'm Jonathan Demme. You must know me. Eric took the business card and glanced at it, then carefully sized up the middle-aged man outside the car window. After confirming that he basically matched the image in his memory from his previous life, he let down his guard. The other party was one of the 3 candidates he had invited to be the director of terror on a small island. However, after handing the matter over to Jeffrey, Eric didn't ask about it again. He was mainly busy with other matters. First was Steel Magnolias. Kapoor originally insisted that Julia's salary was $500. After Eric personally communicated with Kapoor, he convinced him to accept the price of $3 million. The process wasn't pleasant, and Kapoor complained for a long time. He felt that this salary would damage Julia's value. It would be fine if Steel Magnolias sold well at the box office in the future, and Julia's lowering of her salary would become a story of discerning eyes. But if the box office wasn't ideal, it would be difficult for Julia to receive a higher salary for a long time. On the other hand, Julia accepted Eric's arrangement without any objections. Of course, Eric could tell what the girl was thinking. She wasn't very willing to accept Eric's offer, but she silently accepted it. In several eye contact, Eric read the girl's intention more than once. She felt that this was to repay him for making her famous. In the end, although Julia cried after being reprimanded by Eric at his house some time ago, deep down, she still yearned to be free from Eric's restraint and influence. Not only did the girl think this way, but she also did it. Perhaps she felt that this time, by lowering her salary, she had returned Eric a favor. Perhaps in the next movie, she could justifiably no longer listen to his arrangements. Eric wasn't too unhappy about this. With his knowledge of Julia's career trajectory in his previous life, it was easy to let the girl walk the right path. And if he wanted to teach this disobedient girl a lesson, it was even easier. A flop movie was enough. Eric even had a playful attitude, wanting to see how the girl was going to flop around. After settling Steel Magnolias, it was time to prepare for Smelling Women. As for the director of Smelling Women, Al Pacino personally recommended someone. Coincidentally, the person Al recommended was the director of the original Smelling Women, Martin Brayster. It was said that Al chatted with the director at a party, and the topic somehow turned to the script of Smelling Women. Many of Martin's ideas for Smelling Women coincided with Al's ideas, so Al recommended him to Eric. Since it was the director of the original, Eric didn't have too many concerns. After talking with the other party, he felt assured and handed the guide to Martin. Currently, Smelling Women was in the midst of intense preparations, and Eric would help with some work from time to time. Because of these delays, Eric didn't have time to ask about the director of Island Horror. Of course, Eric wasn't in a hurry. Because whether it was Smelling Women, Island Horror, or Herbert Ross's Steel Magnolias, Eric planned to release them at the end of the year, so there was plenty of time. To Eric's surprise, one of the three candidates, Jonathan Demme, suddenly came to him today. Eric couldn't stay in the car any longer. He opened the door and got out. He said to the middle-aged man in front of him, "Mr. Demme, what can I do for you?" "It's like this." Jonathan Demme said, "Some time ago, I received an invitation to direct the script for Scary Island. I didn't expect the script to be written by you, Mr. Williams. It's simply wonderful. After I read it, I immediately replied to Mr. Jeffrey, saying that I'm willing to direct the movie. But Mr. Jeffrey told me that there are 3 candidates for the director, and you need to make the decision personally. I know that compared to the other 2 masters, my qualifications are a little shallow, but I don't want to lose this opportunity. Mr. Williams, can you give me some time? Let me explain my shooting ideas. I only need half an hour." Eric looked back at Amy Pascal in the car and said regretfully, "I'm sorry, Mr. Demme. Unfortunately, I have to send a lady home now, so, I can wait, Mr. Williams." "It's okay, I can wait here for you to come back." Eric was a little touched by the other party's persistence. He hesitated and said, "Mr. Demme, why don't you get in the car first? After sending this lady home, we can find a place to have a good talk. Is that appropriate?" Jonathan Demme looked at Amy Pascal in the car hesitantly. He didn't know the relationship between the other party and Eric. He was worried that doing so would seem abrupt and leave a bad impression on Eric. Amy Pascal, who was in the car, heard all the conversation between the two. She said without thinking, "Mr. Demme, get in the car. I'm not far from here. It'll only take about 10 minutes. Eric also followed up with a few words of persuasion. Then, "Sorry to bother you." After confirming with Eric again, Jonathan Demme carefully opened the back door of the Ford and got in with his bag. Eric turned around and locked the door before returning to the car. He started the car and drove away. Because of the sudden addition of Jonathan Demme in the car, the 3 of them didn't talk much along the way. Fortunately, Amy Pascal's destination wasn't too far away, so the atmosphere didn't become awkward. After sending Amy Pascal home, Eric took Jonathan Demme to a coffee shop nearby. After ordering 2 cups of coffee and some snacks, Eric took the lead and said, "Jonathan, tell me about your understanding of the script." Jonathan Demme was like a student being tested. He sorted out his thoughts and said, "Compared to those movies that rely on violent blood, mystifying sound effects, or strange and hideous makeup to achieve horror effects, Island Horror will undoubtedly create a new type of psychological thriller horror film. The script is full of Hitchcock-style suspense settings. Although the plot is not complicated, it can always firmly capture the audience's curiosity. And the big twist at the end where the truth is revealed is even more surprising. Eric, many people think that your current success is due to God's blessing. But if they read the script you created, I believe that no one will think so. Your talent is simply amazing." As he spoke, Jonathan Demme couldn't help but compliment him. Eric could see that the other party was really praising from the bottom of his heart and not to please him. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise, Jonathan. Your understanding of the script is very good. However, this is not enough for me to give this movie to you. Although I haven't had time to pay attention to the responses of the other 2 director candidates, I believe that they will also be very interested in this movie. What do you think are your advantages compared to the two horror masters, Wes Craven and William Friedkin? Plasticity, Jonathan Demme replied without hesitation. Eric, I'm more malleable than them. Eric sized up the middle-aged man in front of him who was already in his 40s and wondered, malleable? Jonathan Demme explained unhurriedly, yes, Eric, because I have never shot a horror film before, this is my biggest advantage. I have been in the industry for almost 20 years. I believe that my professional level as a director is definitely not a problem. I can completely shoot according to the psychological horror concept of the script you wrote. However, if the two famous horror masters were to direct the movie, they would definitely bring their personal style into the movie. This might not be their own intention, but habit was very powerful. Therefore, it is very likely that they will return small island horror to the traditional horror movies like The Exorcist and A Nightmare on Elm Street. That will have a very good scary effect, but it will inevitably weaken the sensational effect caused by the human ghost reversal at the end of the script. After Jonathan Demme finished speaking, he noticed that Eric's expression had loosened. He hurriedly took out a thick stack of prepared information from his backpack. However, he did not hand it over to Eric. He knew that if he did that, the other party might not have the patience to continue watching. Therefore, he only picked out the most important pages and handed them to Eric. Eric, look, these are some of my ideas for the shooting of Small Island Horror, and a few scripts for the shooting of the scenes that I envisioned. I think that the film should focus on the creation of horror and suspense, throwing out one suspense after another to arouse the audience's curiosity in stages. This can cover up the weaknesses in the script and the plot to the greatest extent, and it will not make the audience feel bored. In terms of the creation of the atmosphere, it should focus more on psychological oppression, not sensory stimulation. Eric lowered his head and carefully read Jonathan Demme's list of shooting ideas, then carefully looked at a few scripts for the shooting of the scenes. His fingers unconsciously tapped a few times on the table. Jonathan Demme knew that the most critical moment was coming. His right hand under the table clenched into a fist. Compared to Eric's smooth directing experience, Jonathan's journey in Hollywood was much more bumpy. He had shown a strong interest in movies since he was a child. Therefore, although he studied veterinary medicine in college, he did not embark on that path. Instead, he entered United Artists, which was still very prosperous at that time, and started from the bottom of the ladder. It was not until the age of 30 that he had the opportunity to participate in the production of some low-budget B-movies. In 1977, Jonathan finally had the opportunity to direct a movie for the first time. However, although the satire depicting life in the civilian radio station had been praised by film critics, it performed badly at the box office. To be precise, there was no box office at all. In order to let more people appreciate his work, Jonathan had to pay for a theater in New York to broadcast the movie for free to the audience, but there were still very few viewers. That blow caused Jonathan to be silent for 3 whole years. In 1980, Jonathan's work won 2 Oscars, and only then did his career pick up again. But until now, the works he shot did not have much commercial success. The box office was generally only at the level of a few million, and the highest one only exceeded 10 million. In Hollywood, it was impossible for a director to gain recognition without a blockbuster box office movie. When he studied Eric's personal experience, Jonathan found that the 3 movies related to Eric could sell well at the box office because the biggest similarity was that the 3 movies were all written by him. Although it was not clear why Eric Williams would invite him to be the director of Scare Island, this did not prevent Jonathan from seizing this opportunity. After receiving the invitation, Jonathan Demme stayed up all night and read the script many times. More than once, he was amazed by Eric's ingenious plot reversal. Early the next morning, he replied to Jeffrey Hansen, saying that he was willing to direct the movie. Originally, he thought that the other party would soon contact him to discuss signing a contract, but after waiting patiently for a few days, there was no follow-up. Jonathan Demme hurried to the headquarters of Firefly and found Jeffrey. After learning the whole story, Jonathan found that compared with the other 2 horror masters who had been famous for a long time, he, who had no experience in shooting horror movies, seemed to be the least competitive one. But Jonathan did not give up. Although Jonathan Demme's personal movies were not very good, his vision was not bad. He keenly felt that if the movie Scare Island was made, it would do well in the box office and awards. Therefore, he was more desperate to get this opportunity. It took Jonathan a few days to come up with a set of words to persuade Eric. At the same time, he also made a deeper analysis of Scare Island and made a lot of detailed preparations. In order to be in a hurry and to prevent the script and director from being decided in advance, Jonathan had not slept more than 3 hours a day for a week. The reason why he could still sit in front of Eric in high spirits and talk with him was probably that he was hanging on to his last breath. Eric did not notice Jonathan Dimey's nervousness. He knocked on the table and thought for a while, then looked up and said, "Jonathan, can you wait a moment? I'll make a call." "Of course, no problem." Jonathan did not understand the intention of Eric's move, but he still nodded. Eric did not make a decision directly, which gave Jonathan some hope in his heart. Eric got up and walked to the counter of the coffee shop. He talked to the waiter for a while, picked up the phone on the counter, and dialed the number of Jeffrey's office. "Jeffrey, it's me. There's something I forgot to ask. It's about the director of Scare Island." "Yes," have Wes Craven and William Friedkin responded. Okay, I got it. Actually, Jonathan Dimey came to me personally. I think his idea is good, and he's very enthusiastic about this movie. I think I can give him a chance." "Yes, reject him." "That's it, I'm hanging up." I know what to do." After hanging up the phone, Eric returned to his seat. Jonathan knew that the last moment was definitely coming. He could not help but sit up slightly and look at Eric expectantly. "Jonathan, when I sent out the invitation, I said that the female lead of this movie has been decided internally. Do you have any objections?" Jonathan Dimey's face showed unconcealable joy. He knew that Eric's question was equivalent to giving the movie to him. "No, I don't have any objections. The choice of actors is the producer's right." After hesitating for a moment, Jonathan could not help but ask, "Eric, is the female lead your girlfriend named Jennifer Aniston?" Eric shook his head and said, "No." Jonathan Dimey asked because he could not let go of the concerns in his heart. After getting a negative answer, he decisively shut his mouth. It was fine as long as it was not Jennifer Aniston. Jonathan Dimey was originally worried that Eric deliberately mentioned this condition to make his girlfriend famous. However, that girl was too young after all. To play the role of the single mother in the script, just the makeup alone was difficult enough. As for the relationship between the real female lead and Eric, that was not something that Jonathan needed to pay attention to. "Then, Eric, is it?" Eric nodded and said, "Yes, Jonathan. You've been given the opportunity to direct this movie. Mr. William Friedkin just happened to be directing another movie, so naturally, he rejected the invitation. Mr. Wes Craven also showed a strong interest in this script. However, he had concerns about the female lead. Plus, what you just said does make some sense, so I asked Jeffrey to reject him." Jonathan almost danced with joy. Of course, this was just his inner impulse, and he certainly would not show it on the surface. "Eric, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to direct. I promise I'll make a film that you'll be satisfied with." Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him who could not hide his excitement, Eric also smiled. "Jonathan, you can go to Firefly tomorrow to discuss the specific director's contract with Jeffrey. I think you'd better go back and have a good sleep now." "Ah?" Jonathan felt that Eric's words were somewhat irrelevant. He did not sleep much in the past few days, but now, after successfully getting this directing opportunity, every cell in Jonathan's body was in a state of excitement, and he did not feel tired at all. "Eric, I'm not tired. Maybe we can continue to talk about this movie? I still have a lot of ideas," Jonathan said as he patted the thick stack of documents in front of him. Eric shook his head firmly. "Jonathan, I understand the effort you put in to get this opportunity. Maybe you haven't looked in the mirror carefully these days, right?" Jonathan touched the stubble on his face. "Sorry, Eric, I just washed my face when I came out. I didn't have time to shave." "No," Eric said. "It's not about that. It's about your eyes. Your eyes are bloodshot. This is caused by staying up too late." So, listen to me, go back and have a good night's rest. Your health comes first. At Eric's insistence, Jonathan Dime had to get up and go home. Eric also drove away from the coffee shop. The next day, Jonathan signed a director's contract with Firefly. Regarding Jeffrey's offer of a director's fee of $500,000 and no share of the profits, Jonathan signed without hesitation. Because this opportunity was the most important for him. Once Scary Island was successful, he could completely get rid of the previous B-movie circle and step into a new world. On the surface, Hollywood was the place where the American dream happened the most frequently. Some unknown actors and directors would suddenly enter the ranks of top actors and directors because of the success of a certain movie. They would be pursued and praised by film companies and the public. But in fact, in the Hollywood circle, there were more invisible barriers. Independent films had their own circle, B-rated films had their own circle, low-budget films had their own circle, and major productions had their own circle. Although these circles intersected with each other, when people who originally belonged to one circle wanted to jump to another circle, they would find that in the process, there would be obstacles in front of them. Slowly, many people gave up struggling and obediently stayed in their own circles. It was not that there were no lucky people. Occasionally, someone would be lucky enough to jump from a low-level circle to a higher-level circle and suddenly shine. Then, they would become the representatives of the American dream. After Jonathan Dime signed the contract, all the directors for Eric's planned movies this year were confirmed. The shooting of Steel Magnolias had already begun, followed by Dark War, Smelling Women, and Island Horror. The three movies were in the casting phase. Although some of the lead actors for the three movies had been confirmed, the remaining roles were still popular. In Eric's first two movies, even if they were supporting roles, many people's careers directly rose to a new level. Therefore, after Firefly released the audition news, the circle of second- and third-tier actors in Hollywood was almost boiling. Many first-tier actors sent out feelers to Firefly. Because everyone knew that the casting of the three movies would definitely lean towards actors from the UTA agency. Therefore, in just a few days, thousands of cooperation applications were handed to Kapoor. Many of them were agents who packed up their artists and wanted to join the UTA. After Kapoor and Eric had a detailed discussion, the two of them agreed that now was not the best time for the UTA to expand. If they blindly expanded and did not provide enough opportunities for the artists, it would only affect the UTA's own reputation. Therefore, almost all the cooperation applications were rejected. In the face of the continuous applications, Kapoor could only release a public statement to temporarily stop the matter. In the audition list for the supporting roles in the movies, the most popular one was not Dark War directed by Eric himself, nor Smelling Women starring Al Pacino. Instead, it was the most inconspicuous Scary Island. This was because there were two 10-year-old actors on the audition list for Scary Island. Although the director and the female lead of this movie were not famous, other than the name the others, there was no information about the script's content. However, the name of the screenwriter was Eric himself. Many people naturally thought of Stuart Runkle, who became famous because of Home Alone. Before Home Alone, Stuart Runkle was just a precocious little boy in Eric's neighborhood. Who would have thought that this child would become popular all over the world? Therefore, while the roles in the other two movies only received a few hundred audition applications, the candidate list for the two young actors had expanded to 5,000 people and was still increasing. As the audition news spread, Firefly also received the files of young actors from Europe, Australia, and other places. I'm really sorry, Charleston. It's not that I don't want to use Stu, but this movie really doesn't need an actor of Stu's level. It's not about the salary. I know. It's just that the little boy doesn't have many scenes. No problem. If you have time, you're welcome to visit my house. Then, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Eric rubbed his swollen temples. Ever since Firefly released the audition list, he received countless calls every day, whether at home or at the company. The call just now was from little Stu's father, Charleston Runkle, who had not contacted him for a long time. He wanted to get the role of the little boy in Home Alone for little Stu. Stuart Runkle was very popular in the eyes of outsiders, but only insiders knew that little Stu was now a little priceless. His salary was ridiculously high, but not many people dared to invite him. Most of his income came from advertisements and endorsements. Perhaps Charleston Runkle also knew that maintaining Little Stu's reputation was the most important thing, so he put aside his pride and personally called Eric, even offering a low price of $3 million. CAA's public offer for Stewart's salary was $8 million. Unknowingly, Eric found that although he did not participate in many social activities, his social circle had become surprisingly large. This was probably the legendary saying, "No one cares about the poor in the downtown, but the rich have distant relatives in the deep mountains." Even people who had only met and chatted with Eric would talk about the weather for a few minutes in a familiar tone, and then inadvertently recommend a certain actor. With a burst of fragrance, two small arms wrapped around Eric's neck from behind the sofa, and coquettishly rubbed her face against Eric's cheek. "Hey, okay, stop fooling around." Eric pulled Druid's little arm away from his neck and sighed inwardly. This girl was really God's favorite. Years of indulgence had not caused the slightest bit of damage to the girl's milky skin. Drew laughed as Eric pulled her. She lifted her feet and jumped over the back of the sofa, flipped over, and threw herself into Eric's arms. "You're almost a girl, still so naughty." The girl blinked her big eyes and giggled coquettishly. Eric was already used to Drew's teasing. "Okay, tell me, why did you suddenly come back? Seriously, can't I just miss you? Is this the accent of your hometown? It's weird, who did you learn it from?" Eric asked with a smile. Drew was a bit confused by Eric's sudden English. "What's hometown?" "It's... I almost got interrupted. Tell me, why did you come back?" "Actually, I just miss you, Eric. I saw the Lamborghini in the garage. I didn't expect you to remember it just because I said I liked it." "I'm so touched." "You misunderstood, I actually wanted to give it to Jenny." "A man who doesn't mean what he says." Drew pouted. "I'll forgive you." Eric knocked the girl's head out of habit. "Then should I thank you for your generosity?" "That's not necessary," Drew said. She reached into her jeans pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. "Here, it's all here." Eric took it and glanced at the list of names and audition roles. He laughed. "I didn't expect you to be so busy." "Sigh." The girl sighed. "I've already rejected those that I could. It's not like I'm asking you for a role. It's just an audition." "Okay, I'll arrange it." Eric didn't say much. Since Drew suddenly came back today, Eric knew that it must have something to do with the recent audition. His plan for Drew's future was roughly the same as in her previous life. He even thought of the name of the girl's future film company. It was Still Flower Pictures. With Drew's smart and capable personality, she would be a great help to him in the future. There was no harm in helping her build more connections now. Just as Drew said, it was just an audition. Whether she succeeded or not was still up to him. He could also earn a favor for the girl. Why not? After reading the list carefully, Eric found that many of them were famous Hollywood stars in the future. Among them was Spielberg's other goddaughter, Gwyneth Paltrow. She should be 17 or 18 years old this year. She wanted to audition for the role of the girl that the robber Andy met on the bus in Dark War. Recalling Gwyneth's appearance, Eric crossed her out in his heart. There was no other reason. She didn't fit his aesthetic standards at all. Perhaps in the eyes of Westerners, Gwyneth Paltrow was a standard beauty. However, Eric had no interest in beauties with high cheekbones, high noses, and deep eye sockets. He preferred beauties with soft facial lines. Jennifer Aniston, Drew, and Virginia were all women of this type. Even Julia wasn't considered a beauty with high cheekbones. Thinking of this, Eric couldn't help but pull over Drew, who was holding the remote control and adjusting the TV channels. He held the girl's small face and carefully looked at it. Thinking of the risk of the girl growing up, Eric couldn't help but sigh. Drew was a little nervous and expectant. Were they going to kiss? However, when she sighed, she immediately became angry. She bared her teeth and threatened, "Eric, if you dare to sigh in front of my face again, I'll scratch you." "What's the hurry?" Eric stroked Drew's hair. "I'm just lamenting. For years ago, the cute little loli holding a cat in cat's eyes suddenly became so big." Although in English, whether it was a or only, it didn't stop Drew from hearing the evil in Eric's tone. The girl rolled her eyes and pressed Eric down on the sofa. "You damn lolicon. I'm going to report you and lock you up. Let's see how you're going to fool around with that woman and not come home at night." Eric was a little surprised. He felt that there shouldn't be too many people who knew about his relationship with Virginia. The whole of Los Angeles knows about this?" Yes, the whole of North America knows. A third-rate actress actually got the female lead role in a script written by Williams. Do you think everyone is stupid? So, you have to be careful not to let the paparazzi take photos. Otherwise, people will definitely say that you have an Oedipus complex. That woman is 10 years older than you. I definitely don't have such tendencies. Eric raised his hand and retorted. Of course, I can prove it. The girl sat on Eric's waist and raised her chin arrogantly. She squinted at Eric. Because you're a lolicon. Okay, I'm a lolicon. I'm guilty. Eric smiled and surrendered. Can you get off me first? Drew's eyes widened. Just as she was about to move, she was stopped by Eric. Don't mess around. It's broad daylight. Then I'll go to your room tonight? I've decided to go out tonight. Anyway, the whole of North America knows. The girl immediately stepped forward and held Eric's arm. No, Eric, you can't give up on yourself like this. You should learn from Drew Barrymore. Eric broke free from Drew's arm and got up to walk upstairs. As he walked, he said, "Learn your truant skills." Al met me yesterday and said that he saw a playful girl at a party. That day seemed to be Wednesday. Eric no longer had any hope that Drew could stay in school. He also didn't expect Drew to be admitted to university. He originally wanted the girl to stay in school until she was 16 years old and continue to go back to Hollywood. But looking at the current situation, this was not very feasible. The girl couldn't sit still in school at all. The only thing that relieved Eric was that Drew had used some unknown method and the principal no longer called him to complain about Drew's atrocities of leading the obedient girls in school astray. Hearing Eric's words, Drew jumped up and waved her little fist in the air angrily. Al Pacino. I want to break off relations with him. I specifically told him not to tell you. Then he must have misunderstood you. Eric smiled without turning his head. But I'm very relieved that Al said you didn't drink. By the way, when did you and Al become friends? After Wind and Moon was released, we met by chance once. Drew spoke in a secretive manner, but Eric quickly understood the hidden meaning in her words. It seems that you've done a lot of bad things outside in my name. When I have time, I should torture you. No, Eric, I'm afraid of pain. Kiss me and I'll tell you everything. Drew followed Eric into the study and watched him pack several documents into his satchel before walking downstairs. Eric, are you going out? It's the weekend today. Eric picked up his satchel and walked downstairs. It's all because of you. The auditions will officially start next week. The staff will send out audition notices to the actors who passed the first round of screening in the next 2 days. I have to add the people you gave me to the list. The girl said unhappily, but I still want you to take me to Malibu to see the address of our new house. What's there to see? It's still a wasteland. It'll take at least a year to build. Be a good girl and watch TV at home. If you have a conscience, you can cook me dinner or something. Drew blinked her big green eyes. Can I have a conscience and order takeout for you? Then I'd better go to a third-rate celebrity's house for a dinner of love. Don't, Eric. That's a deal. You can't feel the warmth of a dinner without feelings. At most, I'll order takeout and heat it up myself. I'm just saying, you don't have to follow me all the time. Eric drove and glanced helplessly at Drew, who was leaning on the passenger seat. Drew snorted, chewed a few times, and continued to play with the handheld in his hand. The beeping sound drifted in the car. Jenny will return to Los Angeles at the end of the month, and she will probably move in with us. Drew's voice was a little louder, but she didn't mind. Drew was not optimistic about the relationship between Eric and Jennifer Aniston from the beginning. Eric had a very strong personality. Although he usually looked amiable and seemed to be able to negotiate anything, once he became arrogant, he would not allow others to go against his will. And Jennifer Aniston was so stubborn. She had a strong self-esteem mixed with an inferiority complex. In the short term it might be okay to get along, but when there was friction, both sides would accommodate each other. But after a long time, the situation of mutual tolerance could no longer be maintained. Not to mention, Eric was such a playboy. It would be strange if Jennifer Aniston could tolerate it. Drew often fantasized that she might be the most suitable one for Eric. She could tolerate and even indulge his strength, his playfulness, his everything. In order to get along better with him, Drew, who was dizzy whenever she read, deliberately read a lot of books on personality psychology, just to understand him better. Although she loved him, the kind that could give up everything for him, she knew that he would not belong to her in the end. It was really sad to think about it. The reason why she pestered him today was not that she was jealous. Okay, she was a little bit jealous. But more than that, she just wanted to show her existence to him. She knew that he must understand. He was so smart, how could he not understand? She just wanted a little more, she was not greedy at all. It was Drew's first time at the headquarters of Firefly. Although she grew up in front of cameras, she did not know much about the internal operations of the film company. She was full of curiosity about everything here, so she specifically asked a female staff member who worked overtime on the weekend to show her around. She walked around the dubbing and editing rooms and played with the equipment curiously. But after all, Firefly was not a big film company. It took her more than 10 minutes to walk around, and then she stayed in the small screening room to watch the videotapes. She did not continue to harass Eric. After he asked someone to add the name given by Drew to the audition list, Eric looked through the list of actors who had passed the first round of screening. After looking through a few pages, he saw that the actors on the list basically met the screening criteria he listed. As for whether or not there were any private goods in it, there was no need to guess. Even he had added a lot of favors in it, let alone other people in the company. He was even certain that in the future editions, even the audition order arranged by the staff would be fishy, but as long as there were no major mistakes, it would be fine. Would it be unfair to those actors who had no connections but had good acting skills? Sorry, there was no fairness in this world. As the company grew, Eric could not hold all the power in his hands. Some of the secondary roles' casting rights would slowly be handed over to others. The person in charge of casting wouldn't joke about his career. Once the selected actor didn't meet the requirements and affected the filming, the person in charge would most likely be fired. Therefore, those actresses who were delusional enough to accompany the assistant director to get the role would most likely end up with nothing if their acting skills weren't up to par. After reviewing some of the audition list, Eric was not in a hurry to leave. Since he was here, he looked at the detailed budget of Dark War, Island Horror, and Scent of a Woman. Because Columbia was responsible for investing in Dark War, Eric set the budget at $40 million US. For a non-special effects movie, this was a super high-cost production. However, Eric did not intend to save money for Columbia. If he could not spend it all, Columbia would not transfer the remaining money to his card. Therefore, Eric shifted his focus to the actors. The female character in charge of Interpol directly invited the alien queen, Sigourney Weaver, to make a guest appearance. The other party agreed. Of course, the guest appearance fee was not low. It did not matter, as it was not his money. As for the chief inspector of the Major Crimes Division, Huang Chifa, who stole the limelight until he had no friends, Eric had his eyes on Joe Pesci, the actor who played the role of the stupid thief Harry in the original Home Alone. When Eric was preparing for Home Alone, he had thought of inviting Joe Pesci, but unfortunately, the budget was insufficient, so he could only make do with a TV actor. In the end, that actor's role was snatched by the newcomer Matthew Perry. In the new version of Home Alone, the eye-catching character was no longer the old thief, but the little thief. Joe Pesci happened to receive an invitation for another blockbuster movie, Lethal Weapon 2, which was invested in by Warner. It was also a popular movie series in Warner, and there were 5 movies in the parallel universe. While Joe Pesci was hesitating between the 2 movies, he received the offer from Firefly, so he did not hesitate anymore. Of course, Eric also held a special audition for Joe Pesci, and the results were good. Joe Pesci had a very funny voice like Donald Duck, and he had a natural comedic talent. He just did not know if Tom Hanks, who was equally good at acting, would be overshadowed in the future. As for the other supporting roles in Dark War that had not been chosen yet, Eric had also set the standard for second or third-tier actors. If they did not have the acting experience of 2 or 3 movies and no connections, they would be directly rejected and not even qualified for the audition. On the other hand, Eric personally invested in Smelling Women and Island Horror with a much smaller budget. The investment budget for Smelling Fragrance was set at $10 million. Al made this movie mainly for the Oscars, so he only received $3 million. As for Island Horror, its budget was only $5 million. Jonathan Demme's director's fee was $500,000, and Virginia's salary was the same as Julia's in Wind and Moon, $300,000. Because all the scenes of the movie were set in an old English house, the remaining funds were more than enough to complete the shooting. After reading the long budget of the 3 movies, Eric stretched and looked at his watch. It was already 6 in the evening, so he got up and was about to leave. He asked the staff who stayed behind and learned that Drew had left early. The little girl was so tactful that Eric felt embarrassed not to go home at night. After calling Virginia to inform her that he would not be going over tonight, Eric drove back to the mansion in Beverly Hills. The girl was obviously happy to see him back, but she still ate takeout for dinner. Eric had been busy the whole afternoon and was too lazy to cook. Drew had no talent in cooking at all, so it was not like she couldn't cook. Although she was not stupid to the point where she couldn't distinguish between salt and sugar, or sauce and vinegar, the food she made was hard to swallow. Eric, why don't we hire a chef? Drew was obviously tired of eating takeout pizza, so she suggested on a whim at the table. Eric cut a piece of pizza and stuffed it into his mouth. He nodded and said, "It's best to hire a few maids. I prefer Japanese uniforms. What about you?" "I like." Drew just started to say something, then she shut her mouth and glared at Eric. "You're really a possessive male creature. Even if the territory is empty, you don't allow anyone of your kind to appear." TSK. Eric looked at the girl curiously. "I didn't expect you to say something so reasonable. I really underestimated you." Drew pouted, lowered her head, and continued to eat dinner, ignoring Eric. Motorola agreed to pay $3 million in sponsorship fees, but the premise is that the male leads must be Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks, who were previously revealed. Lamborghini's sponsorship offer this time is a one-time payment of $800,000. The other party has learned their lesson and no longer accepts the rule of fluctuating sponsorship fees based on box office sales. As for the others, Ray-Ban Sunglasses offered $500,000, asking for more than 5 seconds of close-up shots with the Ray-Ban Sunglasses logo in the movie. Hershey's Chocolate and Candy Company also offered $500,000 to buy out the product placement of the box bomb. In the conference room, Jeffrey's tone was filled with excitement as he read out the offers of the various sponsors who were interested in buying product placement advertisements one by one. In fact, Eric also had the same document in his hands, but Jeffrey couldn't help but read it out loud. He was too happy. If all the offers on the document were finalized, it meant that Firefly had made a profit of more than $6 million before the movie even started shooting. In this era, there were more than 500 movies in Hollywood that had the opportunity to appear on the cinema screens every year. But even if the peripheral profits such as videotape broadcasting rights were included, there would be no more than 50 movies that made a profit of $6 million. Eric reviewed his own opinions on the advertising offers one by one, then closed the folder and handed it to Jeffrey. "Okay, Jeffrey, you're so happy with just a sponsorship of more than $6 million? Only more than $6 million. Jeffrey raised his head in dissatisfaction and repeated Eric's words. He retorted, "Eric, do you have the ability to find me another movie that can get $6 million in sponsorship? There isn't one now, but it doesn't mean there won't be one in the future." Eric spread his hands. "Maybe in another 10 or 20 years, the movie will be able to recoup most of its cost with product placement advertisements alone. We don't have to wait 10 or 20 years at all." Jeffrey said with some emotion, "If it was the last movie, Pretty Woman, we would have already recouped our cost with the amount of sponsorship we received. There's no objection to that assumption at all." Eric suddenly thought of another very important matter. Did you tell the sponsors to keep it a secret before the movie is released? Of course I won't forget, Jeffrey replied. I've already explained the pros and cons to them. Before the movie is released, the sponsors won't reveal a single word. Eric nodded in relief. He stood up and asked, That's good. Today's audition is about to start. Do you still want to come? Forget it, it's too torturous. I'm not going, Jeffrey hurriedly refused. Originally, he quite enjoyed the producer's power over the actors. Unfortunately, after sitting behind the audition table for several days, repeatedly asking questions and watching the audition actors' performances over and over again, his sense of superiority slowly disappeared. All that was left was boredom and exhaustion. The auditions over the past few days had also made Eric's head spin. This was mainly due to the audition for the role of Dark War. For each role, there were hundreds of actors who qualified for the audition, and this was the result of a large number of screening. In addition, some actors who were eliminated from the audition also tried various ways to get a second audition opportunity from time to time. In short, it was a lot of trouble. Eric had already decided to hand over the auditions for Island Horror and Smelling Women to the two directors, Jonathan Demme and Martin Braister. He planned to let the two directors choose 10 or fewer candidates first, and then he would go through the third round of auditions. It would be much easier that way. The only thing that was better than the auditions for various villains a few days ago was that today's audition was for the role of Yo-Yo, the girl Andy met on the bus. She was the third party who was teased by his gay friends or fake gay friends as the third party who came between Andy and Sean's pure and beautiful relationship. Of course, this was just a joke. Although the two protagonists in Dark War were very cool when they acted, overall, it was a sad and cold story. If the chief inspector of the Key Case Investigation Unit, Huang Chifa, was the touch of happiness in the story, then Yo-Yo was the touch of warmth. In a story, there were all kinds of emotions, like joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, just like life. Eric had set the standard for this role to be between 18 and 30 years old, a beautiful woman with the temperament of a workplace beauty. Therefore, today's audition process would be very pleasing to the eye. A girl walked out of the audition room and gently closed the door. After she turned around, the expression on her face quickly disappeared. She ignored the curious gazes in the corridor and carried her bag to her agent, who was waiting not far away. The two whispered a few words before walking out. The staff walked out and read out another name. Another girl was called in, and the next one was herself. Gwyneth Paltrow took out the makeup mirror in her bag and checked her makeup again. She was born in 1972 and was only 17 years old. According to the standard set by Eric, Gwyneth would not even have the opportunity to audition. However, this was not a problem for her, because she knew Drew, who was very close to Eric Williams. Both of their godfathers were Steven Spielberg. That little B*TCH was said to have been kept by Eric Williams. She was becoming more and more useless. Gwyneth's father was a producer, and her mother was a famous film and television actress. Her family background was 100 times better than Drew's. She had looked down on Drew, who pretended to be cute because of his young face. Even at the Spielberg family gatherings, Gwyneth rarely greeted Drew. She preferred to interact with people of the same age as her family background, which would be helpful for her future development. However, when she found out that there was a chance to work with big names like Eric Williams, Tom Cruise, and Tom Hanks, Gwyneth, who was preparing to join Hollywood, was immediately tempted. If she could get this role, her career in Hollywood would have a higher starting point than those small actors who had worked hard for many years. Therefore, without hesitation, Gwyneth immediately contacted Drew, hoping that he could help her get an audition opportunity. Although she was not close to Drew before, they did not have any grudges. That little B*TCH was coaxed by a few words of mine and agreed. She was so easy to fool. Gwyneth thought with contempt. In less than 5 minutes, the girl who had just entered walked out with a disappointed expression. The eyes of all the actresses waiting in the corridor lit up. There was one less contender. Next, Miss Gwyneth Paltrow. Gwyneth hurriedly stood up, took a deep breath, and adjusted her state of mind. She walked into the audition room with a faint smile and sat down on the chair. She looked straight ahead confidently and looked at the blonde young man sitting in the middle with his head lowered, writing something. That was Eric Williams. He was indeed handsome. Gwyneth's heart raced. She could not help but wonder if he would invite her to dinner. Perhaps she should reject him first to show her restraint. Men were too easy to get. She was very confident in her looks. After more than 10 seconds, the young man looked up with a smile. Hello, Miss Paltrow. Introduce yourself first. After a brief exchange of glances, Gwyneth could tell that Eric Williams definitely knew who she was. This made her a little excited. It seemed that the little B*TCH was still useful. At least he didn't treat her as a stranger. Hello, everyone. My name is Gwyneth Paltrow. I'm 17 years old this year and graduated from. After a short self-introduction, Eric asked, Miss Paltrow, according to the information, you have no experience in acting before. How do you think you got this role? Gwyneth still had a smile on her face. She had prepared herself for this question, so she answered unhurriedly, because I was born into an acting family. My mother is an actress. When I was very young, I started helping my mother rehearse her lines. Under such circumstances, I've always maintained a strong interest in acting. Since middle school, I've always been the backbone of the school's drama club. I participated in many famous stage plays and accumulated a wealth of acting experience. After Gwyneth finished speaking, the judges opposite her nodded at the same time. Miss Paltrow, do you believe in love at first sight? The other person threw out another question. Gwyneth was stunned for a moment. She had no idea why the other party asked this question. As a Westerner who was prone to hormonal sparks, Gwyneth believed in love at first sight. However, she felt that if she answered the question like that, it would make her seem rash. The other person did not rush her. Gwyneth thought for half a minute before saying, No, I don't believe in love at first sight. Compared to that, I'm more willing to accept sincere feelings developed through long periods of interaction. Eric listened to her and didn't say anything. He lowered his head and made a note on the file. This reaction made Gwyneth a little uneasy. She felt that her answer should have been appropriate. However, the person opposite her didn't give her time to think. After asking a few more questions, the performance began. The staff brought over a bench that could seat 2 people. An assistant explained, Miss Paltrow, the scene you're going to perform is like this. On the bus, a strange man suddenly sits next to you. He's very handsome, and a woman's heart will flutter when she sees him. However, you see a gun in his open collar. The man holds you hostage and wants you to pretend to be a couple to fool the police. You don't dare to resist and can only let him do what he wants. Miss Paltrow, you don't have any lines. You can only rely on your expression and body language to express your emotions. You have 1 minute to prepare. No lines at all. This is too difficult. This thought popped into Gwyneth's mind. However, she knew that she had no other choice. She quickly adjusted her mentality and prepared for the performance. A minute later, Gwyneth sat down on the bench and indicated that she was ready. The assistant reminded her that the music had stopped and the performance was over. At the same time, another staff member pressed on the player. A light piano piece began to play. The piece was the piece that repeatedly appeared during the bus encounter in the original version. It was called Speechless Love. In his previous life, this piece was suspected of plagiarizing a piece by the Greek musician Vangelis in 1995. The original soundtrack wasn't released. Now that Eric had copied this piece, there wouldn't be any copyright issues. In the future, he could release the original soundtrack without any qualms. Gwyneth sat there quietly. After a while, a staff member sat down next to her. Gwyneth frowned slightly. She turned to look at the man next to her. Her gaze landed on the man's open collar. There was a gun there. Fear immediately appeared on Gwyneth's face. Her body made an obvious movement to hide. Eric frowned slightly. Gwyneth's expression was too exaggerated. However, he didn't interrupt her. The two of them continued to perform. As the music continued, the staff member who was acting as an extra put his arm around Gwyneth's shoulder and said, "Just don't make a sound." Gwyneth's body stiffened as she stared straight ahead. From Eric's vision, he could see that the girl's hand on her knee was trembling slightly. The staff member took off his glasses and put them on Gweenie's, but the girl still did not react. She was like a puppet. There was supposed to be an action of taking out earphones, but because it was an impromptu performance, it was omitted. "Come closer," the staff member said again. Gwyneth leaned on the man's shoulder with an aggrieved expression. A moment later, Eric made a gesture and someone immediately stopped the music. Gwyneth knew that her performance was over. She quickly straightened her back and smiled as she took off her sunglasses and returned them to him. "Miss Paltrow, thank you very much for your audition. You can leave now. We will inform you of the results as soon as possible." "Ah, it's over just like that?" Gwyneth couldn't help but ask. Eric nodded and gestured for her to leave. Gwyneth had no choice but to take her handbag and leave the audition room. After closing the door, the girl immediately put away her expression and coldly walked through the crowd waiting for the audition. In the audition room, a few people quickly started to discuss. Alan Fissman, who was sitting beside Eric, asked, "What do you think, Eric?" Eric drew a cross behind Gwyneth's name. He didn't have any feelings for beauties like Gwyneth, not to mention that her acting wasn't very good. He casually explained, "No, her emotions are monotonous and her expression is superficial. It's very fake. Cotter, get ready to call the next one." Nick Frank, who was beside him, reached out to stop Cotter. "Eric, it's my turn now." "Hey, I'm only 3, okay? Didn't we agree on a rotation of 10? The man who had just been an extra immediately retorted. Nick showed a pained expression and said, "Royce, I think you should stop acting. You're so ugly. The 3 girls just now were all affected by you and didn't perform well at all. This is simply killing someone's career. If it was Audrey Hepburn, even if there was a gorilla sitting next to her, she would still be able to perform. Royce, you finally admit that you're not even as good-looking as a gorilla." Royce, who was indeed a little rough, but not ugly at all, said furiously, "Nick, if you continue to mock me like this, I'll tell everyone about what happened at the Brady bar that night. Don't you dare." Eric slapped the table gloomily to stop the quarrel between the two. Nick was Eric's cameraman, and Royce was now the assistant director. The two of them were originally from Jeffrey's wife's team and were very good friends. Such small quarrels happened every 2 to 3 days, so Eric wasn't worried that the two would really get into a conflict. But it was too annoying to continue arguing like this. The cause of the quarrel was the audition. Today's audition was full of beautiful women. Eric didn't find extras, but all the men present to play the role of Andy the robber. It was a little benefit for the crew who had been working with him for so many days. He didn't expect that he had underestimated the hormonal restlessness of this group of animals. At the beginning of the audition, there was a very sexy Latin girl with a full body. When it was time for a cameo, it was Eric's assistant, Alan Fissman's turn, but Nick directly jumped up. Because there were outsiders present, Alan could only stare. "Stop arguing, I'm having a headache. Royce, continue. The rules are unchanged. If you quarrel again, I'll find extras. No one will act." Eric still had a lot of prestige, or maybe the threat at the end worked. Both Nick and Royce immediately shut up and just gave each other the middle finger. After receiving Eric's signal, Cotter went out and called for the next audition. It wasn't until they walked out of Firefly's office that Gwyneth suddenly reacted. "Ah, I should have thought of it." Gwyneth waved her hands frantically and kicked the trash can next to her, making a muffled thud. She finally realized why Eric asked about love at first sight. Combined with the performance just now, it was clearly a scene of 2 strangers meeting and falling in love at first sight. She thought she was smart enough to say that she didn't believe in love at first sight. She was so stupid. Also, during the performance just now, she only cared about showing fear and didn't show any emotion of love at first sight. Right, the staff seemed to have reminded her that the strange man was very handsome and could make a woman's heart flutter at first glance. It was all the staff's fault for being an extra. He was obviously ugly, but he still wanted to act as a handsome guy. If Eric Williams was sitting next to her, she would definitely feel her heart flutter. Gwyneth gritted her teeth as she thought about it. For some reason, she transferred her disappointment and anger to Drew. It was all that little b****'s fault. She lived in Eric Williams' house, so she must have seen the script of Dark Warfare. Gwyneth had even asked her about the contents of the script. If that little B*TCH had told her anything, she wouldn't have been unprepared. After venting her anger, Gwyneth happened to pass by a phone booth. Oh right, maybe I can contact Drew Barrymore and see if he can help me get another audition. Next time. I will definitely be well prepared next time. I won't perform as badly as I did this time. Gwyneth didn't consider the time at all. Under normal circumstances, Drew should be in class. She looked for the address book in her bag, stuffed a coin into the pay phone, and dialed Drew's dorm number. After a few beeps, the call was connected. Hello. A sleepy girl's voice sounded from the other end, as if she hadn't woken up yet. Gwyneth changed into a friendly tone. Hi, Drew, it's me, Gwyneth. Hee hee, it's already 10, and you're still sleeping. I envy you. It's like this, I participated in the audition today, but I feel like I didn't perform to my full potential. Can you help me ask Mr. Williams to give me another audition? Okay. I'll wait for your good news. Let's have dinner together this weekend. I know a great Italian restaurant on Sunset Boulevard. That's great. Okay, that's all, bye. Gwyneth smiled until she heard the busy tone from the other end of the call. She slapped the phone back and said with a hint of contempt and jealousy, sleeping in the middle of the day, you must have gone out to fool around last night. I hope you'll be sold to an African mine by Eric Williams one day. Let's see if you can still keep that seductive face of yours. Firefly Corporation's audition room. After a whole morning of auditions, there were a few actresses that he had a good impression of, but none of them made Eric's eyes light up. Therefore, the selected actresses could only be used as backups. If they could not find someone more suitable in the end, they would have to go through a third round of auditions. Dark War was not originally a Hollywood movie, so there was no reference for the actors. Eric could only choose according to his own imagination. Other than the roles of Cruise, Hanks, and Joe Pacey, Eric cared the most about the role of Lady Encounter. Therefore, the auditions began after most of the main characters and supporting roles had been confirmed so that he could slowly choose. This was also the role that received the most applications after the public auditions for Dark War. Although there were not many scenes, it was the female lead. Therefore, it even attracted the interest of a few A-list actresses. Because there were not many scenes, a few A-list actresses who expressed their intention to participate in the movie agreed to participate for free, just to make their presence known in this highly anticipated movie. Unfortunately, Eric rejected them after looking at their information because there was no one he liked. The current cast of Dark War was already very strong, so there was no need to accommodate A-list actresses who did not fit the image to add flowers to the brocade. He felt that Lady Encounter had to be able to make people's eyes light up. Only then would she be able to leave a deep impression in the short period of time she appeared on screen. This was something that the actress in his previous life did not do. She only made the audience remember that there was such a warm encounter on the bus in Dark War, but the actress herself was not remembered. Although that actress had acted in a lot of films in the year after Dark War to make her presence known, she was still not very popular. The auditions in the afternoon were still not very popular, but there were a few more names on the backup list. After a busy day, Eric returned to his mansion in Beverly Hills. In the empty mansion, the television in the living room was playing the news program out of boredom. He busied himself in the kitchen for a while, preparing a simple dinner, then went to the living room to slowly enjoy it. Eric didn't like being alone. In his previous life, he was a very lively person. Unfortunately, after coming to this world, Eric inexplicably fell in love with this kind of atmosphere. This kind of situation calmed his heart and allowed him to calmly think about many things. He was sure that everything was not a dream, but real. That was why Eric had rejected Drew's suggestion to hire a few servants last time. Of course, it was also possible that there was some kind of primitive and instinctive territorial consciousness hidden deep in his personality. After dinner, he was cleaning up the tableware when he heard the phone ringing in the living room. He picked it up, but the owner's voice did not immediately come from the other end. Instead, there was the sound of a group of girls playing. Eric could vaguely hear Drew's voice. He smiled and waited patiently for a while. In the girls' dormitory, Drew was in high spirits. She was a typical night owl. As she had no plans to sneak out to play tonight, Drew was still wearing her pajamas. After knowing that Drew was calling Eric, the girls in the girls' dormitory came over curiously. They had always been curious about the relationship between Drew and Eric. Drew punched and kicked the group of gossipy girls and chased them out. After locking the door, she returned and picked up the phone again. Eric, it's me. I want to ask about Gwyneth Paltrow's audition today. Eric said honestly, her performance wasn't very good. Drew, did Gwyneth ask you to ask? Yes. When the girl heard Eric's comment, her expression did not change at all. No wonder after the audition today, she called me in a hurry and wanted me to give her another audition. So that's the reason. I think the result will be the same if she tries again. Also, her image is too different from the character's setting. Otherwise, we can let her try again. Anyway, this role doesn't require much acting skills. Drew, are you close to Gwyneth? If that's the case, I can help her look for roles in future movies. Forget about Dark War. No, of course not. Drew quickly rejected. My relationship with her is very ordinary. Eric was puzzled. Aren't both of you Spielberg's goddaughters? That's the only thing we have in common. Drew's tone became a little tired. Gwyneth's father is a movie producer, and her mother is a big star. She has lived a carefree life since she was young. When I saw her a few times at her godfather's house, Gwyneth was as proud as a princess, surrounded by a bunch of little kids. Unlike me, who was only a few months old when my mother took me to shoot commercials to make money for the family. Actually, Gwyneth looks down on me. If she didn't need my help this time, she would never have taken the initiative to contact me. Drew's simple words made people feel a little sad. Eric, who was leaning against the back of the sofa and standing by the phone, sighed softly and said, "Girl, it's different now. You don't have to accommodate anyone anymore. You're a real princess now. The next time you meet someone you hate, just roll your eyes at them. Don't worry, I'll back you up if anything happens." Drew, who was in the opposite room, laughed foolishly until the phone line almost broke. Eric, that's the most touching words of love I've ever heard. I love you. Okay, I know you don't love me. You don't have to say it to hurt me. Drew's voice quickly sounded again. Has the female role been chosen? It's not confirmed yet. There's still a day and a half to go through all the auditions. If it's still not confirmed, there will be a third round of auditions. Oh, then if there's a third round, give Gwyneth another chance. Eric frowned. Didn't I just say? Drew interrupted Eric with a smirk. I just want Gwyneth to owe me another favor. Although with her narcissistic and self-righteous personality, she definitely won't be able to repay this favor, I can still enjoy the feeling of being a creditor. Eric laughed. Okay, if there's a third round of auditions, I'll let her know. Miss Lopez, thank you for your audition. We'll let you know as soon as there's a result. After the other party left, Eric drew a cross behind the girl's name again. Nickel came over and saw the red cross that Eric had drawn. He said regretfully, Eric, I think this one is not bad, especially, Eric rolled his eyes at Nickel. Your eyes lit up when you met this kind of woman? Laughter rang out in the audition room. Nickel stared awkwardly at his colleagues who were laughing and retorted, I'm a photographer. It's my job to appreciate beauty and record it. Assistant Director Royce, who had been mocked by Nickel yesterday, finally seized the opportunity to tease him. What appreciation? You don't know. That night at Brady's bar, Nickel, Royce, shut up. I'll kill you. Nickel hurriedly covered Royce's mouth. The two of them were entangled together until Royce was almost out of breath from Nickel's choking. Then, he was separated by the others. Eric patted the table with a smile. Okay, let the next audition come in. The sooner we finish the audition, the sooner we can prepare for the next job. After Eric finished speaking, he flipped to the next actress's profile. Before he could see the other party's name, a girl walked in with a staff. Eric clearly felt all the men around him gasp and look up. Stunning, that was Eric's first thought. She's mine, that was Eric's second thought. The girl's face was exquisite and flawless, as if she had been personally sculpted by an artist. She had a head of black hair and was wearing a professional office suit. She held a white handbag in her hand and sat on the chair opposite her. She exuded a quiet and beautiful aura from head to toe. Deborah in Once Upon a Time in the United States was only a 13-year-old girl. Many years later, the girl who had finally gotten rid of her awkward career with Requiem for a Dream and Beautiful Mind was no longer as stunning as before. She only had a bit of maturity and intelligence left. Therefore, for her, the most stunning moment of her life was when she was around 20 years old. Eric didn't need to look at the information at hand and blurted out, "Miss Connolly, please introduce yourself first." "Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Lynn Connolly. I'm 19 years old this year and I'm currently studying English literature at Yale University." The girl's voice was slightly hoarse. In the following question and answer session, Jennifer Connolly was still calm and composed. It wasn't until the acting session that a problem occurred. Although Jennifer Connolly had acted in many movies, she hadn't received professional acting training. Therefore, her acting skills were still very inexperienced, and she even had some facial paralysis. But it didn't matter. No one was born running. The key was that Eric was sure that Jennifer Connolly could definitely make the audience's eyes light up. Moreover, when she showed the weak expression when she was kidnapped by the robber Andy, she would completely arouse everyone's sympathy. It was very lethal. After all the segments were over, Eric put a tick behind Jennifer Connolly's name and looked up. "Miss Connolly, can I treat you to dinner tonight?" All the staff in the audition room were stunned. That was too direct. If you want to take advantage of the unspoken rules, at least avoid us and give us some good thoughts, right? Jennifer Connolly, who was about to leave, was also stunned. The girl's expression changed a few times. She had specially rushed back from Italy for this audition. In order to finish all the scenes, she had a little disagreement with the director of Death of the Swan. But if she could get this role, she wouldn't care about Death of a Swan at all. Going to Europe to shoot an indie film was a path that many actresses had no choice but to take when they encountered a bottleneck in their development in Hollywood. In this era, European films had not completely declined. Therefore, many actors and actresses were looking forward to acting in European films. Once they won an award, they would return home with glory. Then, they would have one more thing to rely on when they started to develop their careers. If the other party had invited her in private, Jennifer Connolly might not have hesitated too much. But in front of so many people, under the watchful eyes of so many people, it was difficult for the proud girl to put down her reservations for a while. Therefore, he was in a dilemma. "I'm sorry for my rudeness. Miss Connolly, thank you for your audition. We'll inform you of the results as soon as possible. You can leave now." Eric did indeed regret his invitation just now. He had intended to help the girl out of her predicament, but Jennifer Connolly thought that the other party had taken her hesitation as a rejection. If that was the case, then she definitely wouldn't get the role. She stood there hesitantly and didn't push the door open to leave. After hesitating for a few seconds, Jennifer Connolly said in a low voice, "Mr. Williams, I'm willing." "What?" Eric, who had lowered his head to write something, raised his head again. The girl's voice was very soft just now, and he really didn't hear it clearly. Jennifer Connolly's face turned red at Eric's rhetorical question. In front of so many people, she really didn't want to say it again. Nickel couldn't help but remind him, "Hey, Eric, don't go too far." "The girl has agreed." Eric reacted and quickly nodded. "That's great, Miss Connolly." Eric quickly wrote a series of numbers on a piece of paper and handed it to the girl. He said, 7 o'clock in the evening. "I hope Miss Connolly can contact me at that time. I'll pick you up." After all, the audition has to continue. Many girls are still waiting. Jennifer Connolly lowered her head and quickly folded the piece of paper, put it in her handbag, and left the audition room in a hurry. "Hey, Eric, is it settled?" Nickel couldn't help but ask. Eric nodded. "If nothing unexpected happens, it's her." "Then, do we still need to continue with the audition?" "Of course." Eric opened the next set of information. "So many people are still waiting, and maybe we can find someone even better. So, let's continue. Call the next one." Everyone in the audition room knew that Eric already had a candidate in mind, and the rest of the audition was even more listless. It wasn't until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that the last girl left the audition, and everyone couldn't wait to disperse. Eric went back to his office, packed up, and was about to leave when Jeffrey knocked on the door and walked in. Jeffrey handed a document to Eric and said, "Eric, this is the latest negotiation result. CAA has made some concessions. Cruz and Hank's conditions are the same. This time, it's 5 million yuan and 12% of the profits." Eric flipped through the document and thought for a while. "Forget it, Jeffrey. Let's not talk about it for the next few days. Let's wait until after this week. Dragon's Killing Formation is released on Friday. There will probably be a lot of excitement next week. That's what I wanted to tell you." Jeffrey smiled. Dragon's Killing Formation didn't perform very well in the previous test screenings. It's been premiering in North America for the past few days, and the results are evenly split between praise and criticism. United Artists recently used the gimmick of Richard Gere quitting Wind and Moon to hype it up, but the results weren't very good. "I think many people are waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves." Eric pursed his lips. "Who cares? As long as it's beneficial to us, it's fine. I think after Dragon's Killing Formation fails at the box office, CAA won't have the confidence to continue wasting time with us. Otherwise, Cruz and Hanks wouldn't have agreed. Should we try to contact the actors from WMA and the other agencies to fake a change in the lead?" Eric shook his head. "No, at least not for the time being. It's not that bad yet. Let's see how it goes." The two didn't talk much more, and left after a few more words. No one expected Dragon's Killing Formation to be like a fuse. The commotion it caused was far beyond Eric's expectations. The purple Lamborghini Ghost stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Eric got out of the car and saw Jennifer Connelly standing outside the hotel. At this time, there was another middle-aged man in his 30s standing beside her. Eric walked up. The two people in front of him quickly noticed him and came up to him together. Jennifer Connelly had changed into a light blue dress and forced a smile at Eric. The middle-aged man beside the woman took the initiative to step forward enthusiastically. He extended his hand and introduced himself, "Mr. Williams, nice to meet you. I'm Miss Connelly's manager, Jim Lester." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lester." Eric politely shook the man's hand and then turned to Jennifer Connelly. "Miss Connelly, let's go. I've already booked a restaurant." The woman looked at her manager for help. Eric's gaze and tone were too invasive. It was as if he had already treated her as his personal property. She had started her career at the age of 13. Because of her perfect and stunning appearance, she had encountered all kinds of covetous eyes on her more than once. However, none of them were like Eric, who was full of unreasonable possessiveness. She felt that if she were to let him be alone with her, then all the social skills she had learned to deal with men would be useless. Eric followed the woman's gaze and looked at Jim Lester, who was standing at the side. "Mr. Lester, do you want to come with us?" Lester did not dare to look directly at Jennifer Connelly's pleading eyes. He smiled and shook his head at Eric. "Of course not, Mr. Williams. How could I interrupt your date?" At this point, the middle-aged man waved his hand and made a meaningless gesture. He asked hesitantly, "Mr. Williams, can you tell me the result of Jenny's audition today?" Hearing Lester's nickname for Jennifer Connelly, Eric felt weird, but he still said directly, "If nothing goes wrong, the role will go to Miss Connelly." Even Jennifer Connelly, who was wary of Eric, could not help but raise her head and look at Eric in surprise, not to mention the ecstatic Lester. The girl's manager was also a smooth and slick person. As a man, he could see the determination in Eric's eyes. Therefore, he understood that Eric would definitely support her in the future. Given Eric Williams's style, he would try to poach the actors he fancied to his own agency. As the agent of a C-list actor, Lester knew that if he didn't take the initiative to seize this opportunity, he didn't know when he would encounter such a good opportunity again. "It's like this, Mr. Williams. I think UTA is an agency with a lot of potential, so I want to jump ship with my artists. What do you think?" Jennifer Connelly looked at her agent in surprise. Lester didn't mention this to her at all, which made her a little dissatisfied with Lester's decision. But in front of Eric, she didn't immediately flare up. At the same time, she looked at the young man in front of her with some worry. Of course, she knew that UTA was Eric's personal property. Once Eric agreed, for the sake of the role in Dark War, she wouldn't have any room to refuse. But deep down, she was against joining UTA. It wasn't that she didn't think highly of UTA, but if she did, it would make her feel like a lamb in a tiger's den. Eric also noticed Jennifer Connelly's surprised and worried expression. He looked at the short and fat middle-aged man in front of him with interest. "Mr. Lester, you are a smart person. You know how to seize the opportunity and make the right choice," Eric said after a moment. He did plan to poach Jennifer Connelly to UTA, and still let Kapoor guide her personally. But since the girl's agent took the initiative to bring up the matter of job hopping, Eric was happy to save himself the trouble. Since Lester wanted to continue guiding the girl, then let him try. After all, Eric couldn't put all the people he thought highly of under Kapoor's name. No matter how energetic Kapoor was, he wouldn't be able to handle it all. If Lester couldn't prove his ability in the future, he would still be fired. "Right, how many artists do you have under you now?" Eric remembered Lester's words and asked. "4, including Jenny," Lester immediately answered. Lester said immediately. Lester seemed to want to introduce the other 3, but Eric waved his hand and interrupted him. "Give up on the other 3. You brought Miss Connelly to UTA alone. I only have eyes for Miss Connelly, I don't need the other 3 burdens." The struggle in Lester's eyes disappeared in a flash. He had a good relationship with the actors under him. Among the other 3 actors, one of them was his friend's brother who specially asked him to do it. But when he thought about his future, Lester still made a decision within 5 seconds. "No problem, Mr. Williams." After this matter was settled, Lester tactfully took the initiative to leave and left Jennifer Connelly with Eric. After starting the car, Eric saw the dazed girl in the front passenger seat and suddenly leaned over. Jennifer Connelly noticed Eric's action and immediately raised her hands in front of her to protect herself. She asked in horror, What are you doing? Look at how scared you are." Eric pursed his lips and reached over the girl to pull the seatbelt on the front passenger seat. "I don't know how to drive this car, so it's safer to put on the seatbelt." "I can put it on myself," Jennifer Connelly said and reached out to grab the seatbelt. In her panic, she grabbed Eric's big hand and immediately pulled back as if she had been electrocuted. After putting on the seatbelt, Eric sat up straight but didn't start the car immediately. Instead, he turned his head to look at the girl who was fidgeting in the front passenger seat. "Are you afraid of me?" After a while, Eric finally asked. Jennifer Connelly nodded subconsciously, but realized that it was inappropriate and quickly shook her head. "Mr. Williams, I didn't mean it that way. You can call me Eric." The girl looked out of the car window in a panic and softly said, Come, look at me." Eric's tone was slightly gentler. The girl couldn't help but turn her head with a questioning look in her eyes. Eric reached behind the girl and held the back of Connelly's head. His body suddenly leaned forward again and kissed the girl's delicate red lips. Jennifer Connelly was instantly stunned by Eric's actions. Her eyes widened and her pupils contracted rapidly. "How can you do this?" The girl's first reaction was to slap Eric and get out of the car to leave. However, she found that she was firmly tied to the seat by the seatbelt and couldn't move. She hurriedly unfastened the seatbelt. Eric had already stepped on the accelerator and drove the Lamborghini onto the road. However, the girl still said, "Mr. Williams, please pull over, I want to get out of the car." "Don't make a fuss, obediently fasten your seatbelt." I want to get out of the car," the girl stubbornly retorted. Eric was about to say something when a convertible Mercedes-Benz sports car suddenly drove in front of him. The punk youth in the car obviously crossed the median line and overtook the car in the opposite direction. Eric cursed and slammed the steering wheel to barely avoid the convertible body. However, the 2 cars still brushed past each other closely. The punk youth in the car may have seen the beautiful girl in the front passenger seat. When they passed by, they screamed and whistled at the Lamborghini. When the Mercedes-Benz disappeared from the rearview mirror, Eric realized that he was already in a cold sweat. He cursed again and glanced at the girl who was also in a state of shock. Eric's tone became a little serious. "Fasten your seatbelt." Jennifer Connelly didn't dare to resist this time. She also didn't want to play with her life. She obediently pulled out her seatbelt and fastened it. However, she stubbornly turned her head away from the person in the driver's seat. When they arrived at the entrance of a famous Italian restaurant in Beverly Hills, the doorman saw the gorgeous purple Ghost sports car and eagerly came over. Eric got out of the car, stuffed the keys and a tip to the doorman, and turned to the girl. Jennifer Connelly had already calmed down. After getting out of the car, she didn't leave in a huff. She reluctantly took Eric's arm and followed him to the restaurant. "Is salad enough? Why don't you order something else?" At the table, Eric heard the girl order and asked. Jennifer Connelly glanced at the waiter standing next to her and said in a low voice, "I'm on a diet." Eric didn't try to persuade her again. He ordered his own dinner and a bottle of red wine before returning the menu to the waiter. After the waiter left, Eric said, "Okay, girl, can you smile? You're making me feel very guilty." "Do you still feel guilty?" The girl glared at Eric and said, "Don't talk to me in that old-fashioned tone, okay? You're only a few months older than me. It's really an honor. I didn't expect you to have already found out about my birthday. This will be very good for our future relationship. I also remember your birthday, December 12th. It's a very strange day, right?" Eric's words made the girl a little uneasy. "Where did you find out about my birthday?" "Files." Eric smiled and talked nonsense. He didn't have any psychological pressure when coaxing the girl. "I also know more about you. As early as 1984, when Once Upon a Time in America was released, I already knew the beautiful girl who was like an angel. Since then, I couldn't forget her. I didn't expect that one day she would appear in front of me alive." There was no woman who didn't like this kind of compliment, let alone a young director who had recently risen to fame. Jennifer Connelly lowered her head, not daring to look at Eric's affectionate eyes, but a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Even when Eric had offended her before, the girl couldn't help but excuse him. "He must have done that because he liked me." Eric continued, "After that, it was Sarah in Magic Maze. In order to see more of that angel girl, I bought a videotape, but unfortunately, I lost it. Oh, and your recent movie, Sisters, I also liked it." Seeing Eric smile when he mentioned the last movie, Jennifer Connelly was a little embarrassed. That was her first time trying to act on a larger scale, so she was criticized by a lot of conservative people. The reason was that after the box office failure of Magic Maze, no one asked her to act in a movie for a long time. Jennifer even tried to find some opportunities in Japan, where she shot a few commercials and released 2 albums, but it still didn't help her career in any way. After returning to the United States, in order to continue to stay in Hollywood, she was persuaded by her agent to shoot the youth comedy. After being fooled by Eric's sweet words, the girl gradually let down her guard and opened her mouth. The two people chatted back and forth, and their behavior became more and more intimate. After dinner, she intimately held Eric's arm all the way to the parking lot. Sitting in the Lamborghini again, the girl became nervous again. What's next? Is he going to take me home? What should I do? Should I reject him? Maybe, but the girl scratched her handbag a few times and secretly glanced at Eric, who started the car. She just happened to meet his eyes and quickly looked away. Eric smiled and said, "How about we go watch a movie first?" As if a death row prisoner suddenly received a notice to delay the execution, Jennifer nodded exaggeratedly and seemed to realize that her reaction was a bit excessive. She smiled awkwardly. "You should smile more, I like to see you smile." Eric said, started the car, and walked a few laps on the streets of downtown Beverly. He found a luxurious cinema and stopped the Lamborghini. He looked at the schedule and found that Dragon Killing Formation, which was released on Friday, was on public sale. It was probably a pre-screening arranged by the film company. He asked the ticket seller and just happened to have tickets, so he bought 2. "What is it?" When she saw Eric walking over, Jennifer looked at the movie tickets in his hand and said, "Dragon Killing Formation, I know, it's the movie starring Richard Gere." "The newspaper also." After saying this, the woman suddenly shut her mouth. Eric smiled and held the girl's hand. He asked while walking, "What else did they say?" They said that Dragon Killing Formation will definitely surpass your Pretty Woman. "Oh, what tabloid did you read?" Eric sneered and said, "It seems that in order to promote this movie, United Artists has no bottom line." "But I think the analysis in that newspaper makes a lot of sense," the girl retorted weakly. "Oh, tell me how they analyzed it later, I'm quite interested too." The two talked to each other and bought Coke and popcorn together. They walked to the ticket gate, completely unaware that not far behind them, a thin and short white man was frantically taking pictures of them with a camera. When he saw the two of them walking to the screening hall of Dragon Killing Formation, he became even more excited. His fingers seemed to become unusually nimble as he pressed the shutter. After Eric and Jennifer disappeared from the ticket gate, the thin and short man, Victor, reluctantly put down his camera. He was originally a reporter for a fashion magazine in Los Angeles. He was responsible for the fashion section and had a lot of opportunities to interact with celebrities. Therefore, when Victor encountered a more valuable scandal, he didn't mind turning into a paparazzi for a second to earn some extra money. Meeting Eric and Jennifer Connelly today was a complete coincidence. Due to work, Victor worked overtime at the magazine until 8 o'clock in the evening. When he was driving home, he happened to bump into Eric's flashy purple Lamborghini Ghost. As a fashion magazine editor who had seen the movie Pretty Woman, Victor recognized the model of the car at a glance. He knew that the car wouldn't be on the market for a few months, so he thought that if he could take a few pictures and write an article like "Unlisted Lamborghini Ghost on the Streets of Los Angeles," it would be another quick buck. Due to the popularity of the movie Pretty Woman, recently, Lamborghini had become the most popular sports car in the world. Even famous cars like Ferrari had temporarily fallen behind. After carefully chasing the purple Ghost, it finally stopped in front of a cinema. Victor was waiting for the owner to leave before taking a picture, but he found that the first person to get out of the car was the famous Eric Williams. This didn't excite Victor too much. Everyone knew that Eric and Lamborghini had a wonderful advertising collaboration in the movie Pretty Woman. Under such circumstances, it wasn't strange that the other party could get a Ghost sports car before it went on the market. If it was only Eric who got out of the car alone, Victor even made up his mind to not mention Eric's name at all in the article. Instead, he would make up a mysterious owner for the Ghost. This kind of trick would attract more attention. And once the Lamborghini Ghost was connected to Eric, the readers would think, "Oh, this is natural," and definitely not be interested in reading any further. Then, a girl got out of the front passenger seat of the sports car, which shocked Victor. It wasn't the most likely Drew Barrymore, nor was it Hollywood's Cinderella Julia Roberts, nor was it Eric's real girlfriend Jennifer Aniston. It was another gorgeous girl, Jennifer Connelly. Although Jennifer Connelly wasn't very famous in Hollywood, Victor just happened to know her. Eric Williams's private life had always been the subject of interest of the paparazzi. Unfortunately, after he became famous, he didn't go to nightclubs or bars, and there were no rumors of any interesting hobbies. Although he had a storm with the legendary girlfriend of Jennifer Aniston, it quickly subsided, and there was news of the two getting back together. After that, the only time he appeared on camera with the opposite sex in a private setting was still Jennifer Aniston. Under such circumstances, although the paparazzi were more curious about his private life, they were also in a state where they didn't know where to bite. Gradually, they stopped chasing Eric. There were so many newsworthy stars in Hollywood, and no one would hang themselves on a tree. Therefore, today's gossip was completely taken advantage of by the paparazzi, Victor. At this time, the skinny man had already changed the film on his camera and was patiently waiting outside the cinema. At the same time, he was conflicted. Should the focus of this scandal be on Eric and his new girlfriend, Jennifer Connelly? Or should it be on Eric's viewing of the killing formation of the dragon? Or should it be split into two different pieces of gossip? Anti-Theft Post, please subscribe tomorrow. Los Angeles International Airport. Olivia stayed at Sharp Point Manor for 10 days before she planned to return to London. Eric wanted to send her back on his private jet, but their relationship had never been made public. Olivia was worried that someone would notice if she took Eric's private jet, so she chose a commercial flight. It was close to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Eric stood in the VIP lounge of Los Angeles International Airport and watched Olivia's flight glide off the runway into the clouds before he turned to leave. It was already May 21st, another Friday. Although it had hurt a lot last night, it hadn't hurt his bones at all. He'd recovered after 3 or 4 days of rest, but he'd still recuperated at home for more than a week. During this week, with the announcement that Firefly would stop working with Blockbuster, Hollywood was extremely lively. Media from all over North America and even the world were paying close attention to the dispute between Firefly and Viacom. Lei Sherdong lived up to his tough personality. He did not show any signs of backing down for an entire week. After publicly criticizing the Firefly system on Monday, he handed over all the public appearances to the other higher-ups of Viacom. However, despite Lei Sherdong's tough attitude, Viacom's stock price did not show the same level of toughness as Lei Sherdong. When Eric was having lunch with Olivia at noon, he received Viacom's stock price information from the East Coast as of the end of the week. Although after the big drop on Monday, Viacom's stock price began to slow down in the following few working days. However, the company's stock price still fell by 23% in a week, and $16.8 billion of market value was wiped off. At this time, compared to the $73.1 billion market value at the beginning of the week, Viacom's market value had plummeted to $56.3 billion. In just 1 week, the stock book loss reached $16.8 billion. Even if Lei Sherdong could bear it, the other shareholders of Viacom could not. Due to the dual ownership structure, the Lei Sherdong family still owned 56% of Viacom's voting rights. Under normal circumstances, almost no one could threaten the Lei Sherdong family's dominance over Viacom Group. However, the dual ownership structure was not omnipotent. Once the major shareholder with absolute control was unable to solve the company's problems for a long time and seriously damaged the interests of the majority of shareholders, the external shareholders could still call for an interim shareholders meeting and vote to abolish the dual ownership structure of the company and reorganize the company's board of directors and management. According to the Securities Exchange Act of the United States, to abolish the dual ownership structure, the support of 2/3 of a company's shareholders was required. After the merger with CBS Group, the Lei Sherdong family only held 13.5% of Viacom's shares through the National Entertainment Company. The remaining 86.5% of the shares were held by institutions and public shareholders. If Lei Sherdong was stubborn and completely lost the support of all external shareholders, it would not be too difficult to win about 66.7% of the votes from the 86.5% of shares. Now, the company's market value had plummeted $16.8 billion in a week. This had obviously reached the limit of what Viacom's external shareholders could bear. Lax. Olivier stayed at Sharphorn Manor for 10 days, then planned to return to London. Eric wanted to use his private jet to send her back, but the relationship between the two parties had never been made public. Olivier was worried that people would notice if she took Eric's private jet, so she chose a commercial flight. It was close to 4:00 in the afternoon. Standing in the VIP terminal of LAX, Eric watched Olivier's flight glide out of the runway and into the clouds before he turned around and left. It was already May 21st, another Friday. Although it had hurt a lot last night, it hadn't hurt his bones at all. He'd recovered after 3 or 4 days of rest, but he'd still recuperated at home for more than a week. During this week, with the announcement that Firefly would stop cooperating with Blockbuster, Hollywood was extremely lively. The media in North America and even the world were closely watching the dispute between Firefly and Viacom. Lei Sherdong was indeed a tough character. He did not show any signs of backing down for an entire week. After publicly criticizing the Firefly system on Monday, he handed over all the public appearances to the other higher-ups of Viacom. However, despite Lei Sherdong's tough attitude, Viacom's stock price did not show the same level of toughness as Lei Sherdong. When Eric was having lunch with Olivier at noon, he received Viacom's stock price information on the East Coast at the end of the week. Although after the big drop on Monday, Viacom's stock price began to slow down in the following few working days. However, the company's stock price still fell by 23% in a week, and $16.8 billion was wiped off its market value. At this time, compared to the $73.1 billion market value at the beginning of the week, Viacom's market value had plummeted to $56.3 billion. In just 1 week, the stock paper loss reached $16.8 billion. Even if Lei Sherdong himself could bear it, the other shareholders of Viacom could not. Due to the dual ownership structure, the Lei Sherdong family still owned 56% of Viacom's voting rights. Under normal circumstances, almost no one could threaten the Lei Sherdong family's ruling position over Viacom. However, the dual ownership structure was not omnipotent. Once the major shareholder with absolute control could not solve the company's problem for a long time and seriously damaged the interests of the majority of shareholders, the external shareholders could still call for an interim shareholders meeting and vote to abolish the company's dual ownership structure and reorganize the company's board of directors and management. According to the U.S. Securities Exchange Act, to abolish the dual ownership structure, 2/3 of a company's shareholders had to support it. After the merger with CBS Corporation, the Lei Sherdong family only owned 13.5% of Viacom's shares through the National Entertainment Company. The remaining 86.5% of the shares were owned by institutions and public shareholders. If Lei Sherdong insisted on doing things his way and completely lost the support of all the external shareholders, it would not be too difficult to get about 66.7% of the votes from the 86.5% of shares. Now, the company's market value had plummeted $16.8 billion in a week. This had obviously reached the limit of what Viacom's external shareholders could bear. Los Angeles International Airport. Olivier stayed at the Sharp Corner Manor for 10 days before she planned to return to London. Eric wanted to send her back on his private jet, but the relationship between the two parties had not been made public. Olivier was worried that people would notice if she took Eric's private jet, so she chose a commercial flight. It was close to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Standing in the VIP terminal of the Los Angeles International Airport, Eric watched Olivier's flight glide out of the runway and into the clouds before he turned to leave. It was already May 21st. Another Friday. Although it had hurt a lot last night, it hadn't hurt his bones at all. He'd recovered after 3 or 4 days of rest, but he'd still recuperated at home for more than a week. During this week, with the announcement that Firefly System would stop cooperating with Blockbuster, Hollywood was extremely lively. The media in North America and even the world were closely watching the dispute between Firefly System and Viacom. Lei Sherdong was indeed a tough character. He did not show any signs of backing down for an entire week. After publicly criticizing the Firefly System on Monday, he handed over all the public appearances to the other higher-ups of Viacom. However, despite Lei Sherdong's tough attitude, Viacom's stock price did not show the same level of toughness as Lei Sherdong. When Eric was having lunch with Olivier at noon, he received Viacom's stock price information on the East Coast as of the end of the week. Although the decline of Viacom's stock price began to slow down after the big drop on Monday, the company's stock price still fell by 23% in a week. $16.8 billion was wiped off its market value. At this time, compared to the $73.1 billion market value at the beginning of the week, Viacom's market value had plummeted to $56.3 billion. In just 1 week, the stock book loss reached $16.8 billion. Even if Lei Sherdong could bear it, the other shareholders of Viacom could not. Due to the dual ownership structure, the Lei Sherdong family still owned 56% of Viacom's voting rights. Under normal circumstances, almost no one could threaten the Lei Sherdong family's dominance over Viacom. However, the dual ownership structure was not omnipotent. Once the major shareholder with absolute control could not solve the company's problems for a long time and seriously damaged the interests of the majority of shareholders, the external shareholders could still call for an interim shareholders meeting and vote to abolish the dual ownership structure of the company and reorganize the company's board of directors and management. According to the U.S. Securities Exchange Act, to abolish the dual ownership structure, 2/3 of a company's shareholders had to support it. After the merger with CBS Corporation, the Lei Sherdong family only owned 13.5% of Viacom's shares through the National Entertainment Company. The remaining 86.5% of the shares were owned by institutions and public shareholders. If Lei Sherdong insisted on doing things his way and completely lost the support of all the external shareholders, it would not be too difficult to get about 66.7% of the votes from the 86.5% of shares. Now, the company's market value had plummeted $16.8 $8 billion in a week. This had obviously reached the limit of what Viacom's external shareholders could bear. Los Angeles International Airport. Olivier stayed at the Sharp Corner Manor for 10 days before she planned to return to London. Eric wanted to send her back on his private jet, but the relationship between the two parties had not been made public. Olivier was worried that people would notice if she took Eric's private jet, so she chose a commercial flight. It was close to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Standing in the VIP terminal of Los Angeles International Airport, Eric watched Olivier's flight glide out of the runway and into the clouds before he turned to leave. It was already May 21st, another Friday. Although it had hurt a lot last night, it hadn't hurt his bones at all. He'd recovered after 3 or 4 days of rest, but he'd still recuperated at home for more than a week. During this week, with the announcement that Firefly would stop cooperating with the blockbuster chain, Hollywood was extremely lively. Media from all over North America and the world were closely watching the dispute between Firefly and Viacom. Lei Sherdong lived up to his tough personality. He did not show any signs of backing down for an entire week. After publicly criticizing the Firefly system on Monday, he handed over all the public appearances to the other higher-ups of Viacom. However, despite Lei Sherdong's tough attitude, Viacom's stock price did not show the same level of toughness as Lei Sherdong. When Eric was having lunch with Olivier at noon, he received Viacom's stock price information on the East Coast as of the end of the week. Although the decline of Viacom's stock price began to slow down after the big drop on Monday, the company's stock price still fell by 23% in a week. $8 billion was wiped off its market value. At this time, compared to the market value of $73.1 billion at the beginning of the week, Viacom's market value had plummeted to $56.3 billion. In just 1 week, the stock paper loss reached $16.8 billion. Even if Lei Sherdong could bear it, the other shareholders of Viacom could not. Due to the dual ownership structure, the Lei Sherdong family still owned 56% of Viacom's voting rights. Under normal circumstances, almost no one could threaten the Lei Sherdong family's ruling position over Viacom. However, the dual ownership structure was not omnipotent. Once the major shareholder with absolute control could not solve the company's problems for a long time and seriously damaged the interests of the majority of shareholders, the external shareholders could still call for an interim shareholders meeting and vote to abolish the company's dual ownership structure and reorganize the company's board of directors and management. According to the U.S. Securities Exchange Act, to abolish the dual ownership structure, 2/3 of a company's shareholders had to support it. After the merger with CBS Corporation, the Lei Sherdong family only owned 13.5% of Viacom stock through the National Entertainment Company. The remaining 86.5% of the stock was owned by institutions and public shareholders. If Lei Sherdong insisted on doing things his way and completely lost the support of all external shareholders, it would not be too difficult to get about 66.7% of the votes from the 86.5% of the stock. Now, the company's market value had plummeted $16.8 billion in a week. This had obviously reached the limit of what Viacom's external shareholders could bear. After the merger with CBS Corporation, the Lei Sherdong family only owned 13.5% of Viacom stock through the National Entertainment Company. The remaining 86.5% of the stock was owned by institutions and public shareholders. If Lei Sherdong insisted on doing things his way and completely lost the support of all external shareholders, it would not be too difficult to get about 66.7% of the votes from the 86.5% of the stock. Now, the company's market value had plummeted $16.8 billion in a week. This had obviously reached the limit of what Viacom's external shareholders could bear. They were in a secluded alley, and the street was about 10 meters to the left. Eric had just walked out of the alley with the girl when a small figure dashed toward them. After Victor was escorted out of the lobby by the security guard, he realized that Eric hadn't come out, so he decisively ran to the back door. Eric and Jennifer were both newbies when it came to dealing with paparazzi. They had only thought of a backdoor strategy, but had completely underestimated the paparazzi's shrewdness. Victor didn't mind Eric's action of coming out of the back door. This time, he didn't take any photos, because the camera had plenty of intimate photos of the two of them, and that was enough. Holding a tape recorder in front of Eric, Victor asked, "Eric, is Miss Jennifer Connolly your new girlfriend?" Eric didn't answer, but pulled Jennifer Connolly and quickly walked to the parking lot. But the girl was wearing high heels, so she couldn't walk very far. Victor followed Eric closely, and persistently asked, "Eric, why did you come to watch Dragon? Are you worried that it will threaten the box office of Wind and Moon? Eric, when will Dark War start shooting? Did Cruz and Hanks encounter CAA's strong obstruction, just like Richard Gere?" Although Eric was a newbie when it came to dealing with paparazzi, he firmly remembered one of the most useful rules. When faced with paparazzi who suddenly appeared, no matter what they asked or how they provoked, it was best to not say a word. Because no matter what you said, the paparazzi would twist and interpret it according to their own wishes. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of Eric, Victor decisively changed his target. "Jennifer, when did you start dating Eric? Don't you mind that Eric has another girlfriend named Jennifer? Jennifer, will you be the female lead in Dark War? Jennifer, will you move to Eric's Beverly Hills mansion?" In the face of Victor's questioning, Jennifer's face slowly showed an impatient look. Just as she was about to say something, Eric had already pulled the girl to the side of the Lamborghini, opened the door, and quickly stuffed the girl in. "Hey, Eric, since you're treating Miss Jennifer so rudely, does that mean that you two aren't a couple? Then what's your relationship? Is it some kind of deal?" Eric. The scissor door of the Lamborghini was pulled shut. Victor could only slap the windshield of the sports car and ask loudly. Unfortunately, he was destined to get no answer. The sports car started slowly and soon disappeared into the traffic. Along the way, Jennifer Connolly kept her head down and remained silent. Eric was neither a gentleman nor a very patient person. He had planned to take the girl down tonight. Unfortunately, the paparazzi's questions hinted at some kind of deal between the female lead and the male director. Considering Jennifer's feelings, Eric could only give up for the time being. Eric had thought of spending a sum of money to buy Victor's negatives and shut him up. After all, he was the only paparazzi. However, the other party had the tape recorder on, so he didn't have a chance to speak. Moreover, there was a lot of risk in this kind of thing. If the price couldn't be negotiated and the bribe failed, then a small matter like watching a movie together would become a big deal. The Lamborghini stopped in front of the hotel where Jennifer was staying. The girl was still sitting there quietly. She didn't rush to open the door and get out of the car, as if she was hesitating about something. Eric didn't rush her. His fingers danced on the steering wheel like he was playing the piano. He thought the girl had just been frightened and needed to sit there to calm down. "Mr. Williams," after a while, Jennifer Connolly finally raised her head and for the first time, she summoned the courage to look Eric in the eyes. However, her tone was a little more distant. "You didn't break up with the girl named Jennifer Aniston, right?" Eric's fingers suddenly stopped dancing on the steering wheel. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yes." Although Jennifer Connolly didn't have high hopes, her face still showed a sad expression. "Then, Mr. Williams, I think I might not be suitable for the role in Dark War. You should consider someone else." "If it's because of what the paparazzi said just now, Jennifer, I won't pester you any more in the future," Eric promised casually. He made up his mind to calm the girl down first. As expected, Jennifer Connolly's face showed a conflicted expression. In the end, the girl's pride defeated her desire for fame and fortune. "I'm sorry, Eric. Even if there's nothing between us in the future, those newspapers will still talk about us. I don't want to be seen as that kind of woman." Eric stared at the girl for a long time before saying, "Okay, as you wish." Although he was domineering, he wasn't a bully. Since Jennifer Connolly was so determined, Eric didn't insist. Hearing Eric's words, Jennifer Connolly didn't look happy at all. She knew what her giving up meant. Her career might be at a low ebb for a long time. The girl was about to open the door and leave when Eric suddenly stopped her. "Jennifer, wait a minute." Jennifer had no choice but to sit back down and look at Eric in confusion. Eric searched his pockets for a long time but couldn't find anything like a business card. He could only take the girl's handbag and take out a lipstick from it. He forced the girl's small hand to quickly write a string of numbers on it. "This is my home phone number. If you need my help in the future, you can call me at any time. Jennifer looked at the Arabic numbers on her hand and finally nodded her head to thank him before opening the door and leaving. Jennifer Connelly didn't dare to look back until she walked into the hotel lobby. She found that the Lamborghini was still parked in the same place. The girl quickly turned her head back and looked away. When she returned to the hotel room, she felt a little tired. She put her handbag on the coffee table and walked into the bathroom. She turned on the tap and looked down at the string of numbers in her hand. She reached out her hand a few times but couldn't bear to wash it away. In the end, she sighed softly and went back to the living room to find the address book. She wrote down the number and went back to the bathroom to take a shower. 20 minutes later, the girl returned to the living room wearing a bathrobe and using a towel to dry her wet hair. Just then, she heard a knock on the door. "Jenny, I just heard a waiter say that you're back." "Why are you back?" Agent Lester had a bad feeling in his heart and asked in a nervous tone. "Sorry, Jim, I just turned down that role." "You?" The premonition in his heart became reality. Lester's lips trembled a few times, but it turned into a dejected voice. "Jenny, you're too impulsive. Do you know how many girls submitted their information to Firefly for this role? More than 2,800 girls, but only about 200 got the opportunity to audition. I heard that Eric Williams also turned down a few A-list Hollywood actresses. Listen to these numbers, you should understand how lucky you are." Hearing Lester's words, the woman was speechless for a moment. She also realized that she was being reckless and willful, but she did not regret it too much. Lester asked again, "Jenny, Eric Williams just treated you to a meal. Even if he makes some outrageous requests, if you don't want to, you can just politely refuse. He may be young, but he's a big shot in Hollywood now. He won't do anything that's too out of line. Why do you have to turn down the role?" "It's not because of that. It's because, when we came back, the paparazzi took pictures of us," the woman explained a little irritably. "I don't want to be known as the kind of woman who uses her body to get to where she is. At most, I'll just endure for a few more years." Lester followed Jennifer into the room and sat down on the sofa. He explained earnestly, "Jenny, Hollywood only remembers the winners. As long as you become a top actress, no one will bother you about what you did in the past. You don't even have to say anything. Many people will take the initiative to help you cover up your past. That's the real reality. Moreover, many women in Hollywood want to get a chance. They're even willing to accompany those old and ugly men. In comparison, Eric Williams is young and handsome. It shouldn't be hard to accept something happening with him, right?" Jennifer Connelly pouted. "But he has an official girlfriend. Then you can snatch him." Lester waved his hand in the air. "Don't you have confidence in your appearance, Jenny? I know that Williams has an official girlfriend, but so what? They're not even engaged. Plus, they've been living apart for a long time. This kind of relationship is the most unstable. You have a great chance to snatch him away." "But I..." The woman scratched her head in distress. She did not want to admit in front of her manager that when she was with Eric, she did not even have the courage to look him in the eyes, let alone snatch him away from other women. He was such a domineering man. She had to be careful around him. How could she have any thoughts about him? Ah. The more Jennifer thought about it, the more entangled she became. She screamed and suddenly threw herself on the sofa. She pulled a pillow over her head and said in a muffled voice, "Jim, don't push me anymore." All right. Lester could tell that the girl was determined not to look back. After being the girl's agent for so many years, Lester knew Jennifer's temperament very well. He said helplessly, "Then, call Peter tomorrow and apologize in person. Because we had to rush for this audition, a lot of the filming for Death of a Swan was completed in a hurry. If we still need to reshoot the scenes, we'll go to Rome again." "I understand." "Don't answer so half-heartedly, Jenny," Lester said seriously. "Since you've given up this opportunity, you don't know when you'll get another role in Hollywood. So, you have to maintain a good relationship in Europe to ensure that you won't be in an awkward situation where you can't get a role." "Yes." The girl's voice was a little louder. Lester still wanted to say something, but when he saw that the girl was still acting like an ostrich, his interest waned. he got up and patted Jennifer on the shoulder. Then, sleep early. I'm going back to my room. After closing the door of the girl's room, Lester still couldn't help but shake his head. What a good opportunity. If she could climb up to Eric Williams, the rising star, it would be like reaching the sky in one step, reaching the sky in one step. An 18-year-old girl was still a child after all. She held on to the inexplicable pride in her heart and still didn't fully understand what she had lost. Lester originally spent most of his energy on Connery. After the box office failure of Magical Labyrinth, Connery, who was still a 15-year-old girl, couldn't get a movie contract for a long time. Lester rushed to Japan to develop her career, and then went to Europe to look for opportunities to get a movie contract for her. In order to let this overly beautiful girl get rid of her status as a vase, he also arranged a path for her to become a talented woman. For this reason, he painstakingly arranged for the girl to study English literature at Yale University. Anyway, the public was always easy to fool. Not too many people would argue about the difference between a researcher and a formal student. As long as she had this layer of halo, it was fine. But now, he suddenly felt that perhaps he should spend more energy on cultivating the other actors under his command. Well, that young man named Sean is not bad. He has good acting skills, is handsome, and most importantly, is very smart. He has a maturity that is rare for boys of his age. As for Connery, let her be. Being rejected just like that, it was quite frustrating to think about. In the Lamborghini, Eric leaned over the steering wheel and watched Connery walk into the hotel before looking away. Although he had encountered a few twists and turns after his rebirth, overall, everything had been smooth sailing. Eric, who was a little arrogant, had almost forgotten the taste of failure. Irritated, he looked at the road signs beside the road and found that Jeffrey's house was quite close. Eric drove straight to the old man's house. Knocking on the door, Jeffrey was wearing pajamas and a ridiculous pointy nightcap. Seeing Eric's gloomy face, Jeffrey quickly turned sideways to let Eric in. Surprised, he asked, "Eric, why are you looking for me so late at night? Did something happen?" Eric shook his head. "It's nothing. I was rejected halfway through the date. I just found that your house is quite close to mine, so I came to talk to you." Jeffrey, who was about to pour water for Eric, stopped and turned his head in surprise. "Just because of this?" Well, Jeffrey put the teacup back and turned to condemn him. "You bastard, get out of here. Can't you see that it's almost 11 o'clock? I worked myself to death managing your company during the day, and you still come to harass me in the middle of the night." Eric scratched his head and protested. "Hey, don't be so angry. I'm very fragile right now. I need to be comforted. Get out of here." Jeffrey walked unceremoniously to the sofa, grabbed Eric's collar and pulled him up. "Aya, Jeffrey, don't pull. My suit costs more than 2,000 yuan. Eric got rid of the old man and threw the Lamborghini key on the coffee table. "I'll leave this car with you. Let me drive your car." Jeffrey glanced at the logo on the car key. "The Lamborghini gave you the ghost. Why do you want mine for such a good car?" Eric said gloomily, "Don't mention it. The paparazzi took pictures of it the first time I drove it out. It'll definitely be on the newspapers in the next 2 days. There's only one purple ghost in the whole of Los Angeles now. Do I still dare to drive it? All right, follow me." Jeffrey brought Eric to his garage and handed a car key to Eric. "Drive my Buick." Eric saw a brand new Mercedes-Benz parked next to the Buick. He pointed and said, "This one, give me this one. I'll trade my Lamborghini for yours. Don't even think about it." Jeffrey glared at Eric angrily. He walked forward and patted the hood of the Mercedes-Benz. His tone instantly became gentle. "This is Selena's." "All right." Eric listened to Jeffrey's explanation and immediately shut his mouth. He shrugged and obediently took the Buick key from Jeffrey's hand. The old man treated everything his wife left behind like a treasure. All the producer's share he got from Eric was not used to buy a mansion or invest. Instead, he used all of it to buy the rights to the movies his wife Selena had filmed. It was said that he had even been taken advantage of several times. In front of such an infatuated man, Eric would have to step over the old man's corpse if he wanted to drive the Mercedes-Benz away. He drove the Buick all the way to Malibu and stopped in front of Virginia's small villa. He knocked on the door of the girl's house and directly carried the petite woman into the bedroom. "Ha, you're really a little bastard. You were rejected by another girl and now you're tormenting me. Quick, tell me, what kind of girl rejected our successful Eric Williams? I'm really curious." "Vicky, let's not talk about this, okay?" "Okay, but don't look for me tonight." After the repeated commotion, Eric gradually calmed down and realized that his mentality was too unbalanced. He reached out and rubbed his face hard. After thinking for a while, he felt that perhaps it was the residual consciousness of this young body that was causing trouble. If it was the 100% him, he would not have panicked and felt defeated because of being rejected by a young girl. Only those inexperienced guys who had always been smooth sailing would be like this. He inherited the body and part of the memories of the original owner. Although his soul had dominated everything, he would more or less be affected by the young man's personality and habits. The other party was not like him, who had experienced so many twists and turns in his previous life. Eric did not know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing for him. "Hey, Eric, are you okay?" The girl saw Eric rubbing his face and frowning. She leaned over and asked worriedly. "I'm fine, Vicky, I'm fine." Eric reached out and hugged Virginia. He explained, "Actually, it's like this. Jennifer Connelly, that's a very lucky girl. She was able to act in Sergio Leone's Once Upon a Time in America at the age of 13, so it's natural for her to have some naivety and pride. When she reaches the age of 30 and still hasn't achieved anything in Hollywood, then there won't be any persistence left." After listening to Eric's story, the girl leaned in front of him and sighed. She must have thought of her own experience. Eric could only hug the girl to comfort her. At the same time, he remembered something. Jennifer Connelly's pride didn't persist until the age of 30. At the age of 20, in order to have a breakthrough in her career, she couldn't wait to choose the path of fame. This was quite a big risk for an actress who had always walked the path of a pure and innocent girl. Many actresses failed in this risk. However, that risk did bring some turnaround in her acting career. Soon, she got the female lead in Disney's The Rocket Expert. Unfortunately, that movie was a flop again. So far, since the girl's debut, the big movies she acted in including Once Upon a Time in America, Magic Labyrinth and The Rocket Expert all failed at the box office. Although these failures didn't have much to do with her, Hollywood producers were also very superstitious. So, for the next 5 years, Jennifer Connelly disappeared from the public's view. Virginia looked up at Eric and suggested, "Eric, actually, it's not too difficult for you to get her." Eric looked at the girl in his arms. Virginia said, "You have your own film company now. When you have a new film project in the future, you just have to throw her a film contract from time to time as bait. For a little girl who yearns for the Vanity Fair of Hollywood, bait her a few times and she will be obediently hooked." "Wow, I didn't expect to be holding a beautiful snake who escaped from the Garden of Eden in my arms." Eric said, "It seems that I have to punish her." "Well, you're not depressed anymore, right?" Virginia snuggled into Eric's arms again. "Of course not, I'm a man who wants to become the king of Hollywood. This little setback is nothing. In the future, I want to reach even higher heights than the playboy Howard Hughes." Virginia retorted, "This is no longer the era of big studios. No one can completely control Hollywood. And he still calls himself the king of Hollywood. What a joke. It's very simple. Just turn Hollywood back to the era of big studios. You are really arrogant. When the day comes, don't forget to send a message to me from heaven." Eric smirked. "I'll send you to heaven right now." Although Eric played until late last night, he still woke up early. If a person wanted to make a difference, a good work and rest habit was necessary. He put on his clothes and went down to the second floor. He did some simple exercises in the courtyard and prepared breakfast for two. However, there was still no movement from the girl upstairs. Eric didn't wake her up. He walked out of the courtyard and took out today's newspaper from the mailbox, reading it as he ate. Virginia didn't order many newspapers, but Eric still found news about him because it appeared in the entertainment section of the famous Los Angeles Times. Although it wasn't the headline, it was still in a very prominent position. Williams watched Mighty Dragon with his female companion, worried that the box office of Wind and Moon would be affected. Last night, someone met the young director Eric Williams on Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills. The other party drove a purple Lamborghini Monster sports car and acted intimately with Jennifer Connelly, a Hollywood child star and beauty. Jennifer Connelly was lucky enough to act in the classic movie Once Upon a Time in America at the age of 13. Then, she acted in a series of works such as Magical Labyrinth. However, this girl with exquisite looks didn't have a smooth path to stardom. She didn't have any outstanding works in recent years. Under such circumstances, she appeared together with Eric Williams and acted intimately. Did this mean that another Hollywood Cinderella was about to be born? Coincidentally, Williams' new film Dark War was undergoing intense auditions for the female lead. According to reliable sources, Jennifer Connelly also participated in the audition. It was hard not to think that the female lead had already been decided. It seemed that the hundreds of girls who were full of expectations for the audition were going to be disappointed. After the two of them got out of the Lamborghini together, they didn't go shopping or other activities. Instead, they went straight to a cinema and watched the pre-screening of Richard Gere's new film Mighty Dragon. When they walked out of the screening room, Eric Williams looked solemn. After noticing the reporters, he pulled Jennifer Connelly and hurriedly left through the back door. He didn't say a word the entire time. It seemed that Mighty Dragon's killing formation had put a lot of pressure on Eric. When Richard Gere saw the script of Mighty Dragon's killing formation, he praised it greatly and resolutely gave up on Williams' Pretty Woman. This movie is a hot action movie created by Hollywood's new action movie director, Claudio Harrington, and the famous movie star, Richard Gere, at a cost of $20 million. It incorporates fighting, racing, gunfights, explosions, and many other elements. After the pre-screening, it received unanimous praise from film critics and audiences. I believe it will bring you a passionate visual feast during this Easter period. It seemed that the senior management of United Artists had spent a lot of effort to promote this movie. It wasn't easy to publish this kind of promotional article in the LA Times. Even if the investment for this movie wasn't $20 million, it wasn't far off. The pressure to recoup the cost was considerable. Eric didn't mind that the latter half of the article was using him to hype up Mighty Dragon's killing formation. Anyway, the quality of Mighty Dragon's killing formation was there. After watching the movie yesterday, he heard that the audience's comments either deviated from certain details or criticized without mercy. This article was destined to be a slap in the face. However, Eric couldn't help but frown at the description of himself and Jennifer Connelly in the first half of the book. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, everyone could see that it was hinting that there was some kind of unfair transaction in the selection of the female lead in his new film. In Hollywood, it was common for actresses to climb up the ranks of producers, directors, or investors for roles. Everyone was well aware of this and tacitly agreed to this kind of transaction. However, this kind of thing could only be done in private. Once it was exposed by the media, the people involved would definitely be questioned and condemned by the public. Their social image would also be affected. The easiest way to reverse this situation was to publicly announce that the two of them were in a relationship. Many directors in Hollywood would date their female leads every time they made a movie. This way, people would accuse them of being playboys, but people wouldn't associate it with some kind of transaction. However, Eric didn't plan to do that. Moreover, the girl who had just rejected him last night wouldn't cooperate with him. After thinking about it, Eric decided to let it be. If he refuted this kind of thing in the media, it would only make things worse. Connelly had already rejected the female lead anyway. When the cast list was announced in the future, the rumors would be dispelled. He wasn't like celebrities who relied on their fame and public image to make a living. Many big directors in Hollywood didn't have a good public image, but they still won awards and earned box office. However, the LA Times plotted against him. He had to remember this and pay it back. Eric also knew that United Artists must have been behind this report. Suppressing and discrediting their competitors for their own interests was a tactic that had been used many times in various industries. However, this simple and crude method always had good results. After breakfast, he put Virginia's breakfast in the fridge and said goodbye to the girl who was still resting on the couch. Eric drove to Firefly Corporation. There were still some actresses to audition today. As soon as he arrived at the company, he was pulled into the office by Jeffrey. There was no need to ask. He knew what was going on just by looking at the way the other employees were looking at him. The Los Angeles Times was the most famous newspaper in Los Angeles. In this era where there was no internet and information was mainly transmitted through print media and television, the subscription rate of residents in the greater Los Angeles area was quite high. Therefore, Eric was sure that everyone in the company knew about the news that appeared in the newspaper. Facing Jeffrey's worried gaze, before the other party could speak, Eric quickly explained, "Jeffrey, I know that this is indeed my negligence. However, Jennifer Connelly has already rejected the role. Therefore, when the list of roles is announced in the future, this rumor will definitely collapse." Jeffrey sighed and said, "All right, Eric, I hope you know what you're doing. Do you need to contact Kapoor and do some PR?" Eric shook his head. "There's no need. If I explain this kind of thing, it will be seen as a cover-up. Ignoring it is the best way to deal with it." Jeffrey nodded and took out a document and handed it to Eric. "This is the final price I negotiated with the sponsors based on your opinion. Except for Motorola, the rest have been confirmed. The total is $3.4 million US. If you have no objections, I will sign these contracts today." Eric took it and flipped through it. Except for Motorola's $3 million US order, which had to be finalized by Cruz and Hanks, the rest had been confirmed. The highest, Lamborghini, offered $800,000 US, and the lowest, Marvel Comics, only offered $100,000 US. In the movie, when the robber Andy robbed the finance company, there was only a brief glimpse of the portfolio containing the comics. $100,000 US was not a small amount. Eric was not sure if this advertisement could be sold. Seeing the name of Marvel Comics, Eric could not help but touch his chin. This was a huge gold mine. He had to get it before the other party sold the character licenses to relieve financial pressure. As the two were talking, Alan Fissman knocked on the office door. "Mr. Hansen, Eric, it's time for the audition." "I'll be right there," Eric replied. Alan nodded and left. "Then I'll go preside over the audition. Jeffrey, have a good rest this weekend. The filming of Dark War will start next week. It will definitely be very busy." "I know." Jeffrey nodded and then revealed a resentful look. "As long as you don't come to harass me in the middle of the night." Eric curled his lips and muttered. He waved his hand and walked out of the office. Perhaps it was because they had seen the news about the internally confirmed actors in the Los Angeles Times, but after the audition began, many of the actresses in the audition were absent-minded. Eric was too lazy to remind them of anything. He could not hold on to the slightest bit of hope. If he missed the opportunity, he could only blame himself. Next, Miss Gabrielle Anwar. A petite woman about 18 years old walked in. Although she was wearing black high heels, the girl was still less than 1.7 meters tall. "Hello, everyone. My name is Gabrielle Anwar." Eric carefully looked at the girl who was the same age as him. She had a sharp nose, thick lips, and some Indian characteristics. She should be of mixed blood. Looking at the information in front of him, he did not follow the procedure for the girl to introduce herself. Instead, he asked, "Miss Anwar, did you come from England?" The girl nodded and revealed a charming smile. "I was born in Middlesex, but I also grew up in London." Eric smiled. He knew that the girl was trying to get close to him. He also grew up in London until he was 8 years old before moving to Los Angeles. Moreover, Eric still had British citizenship. Williams was one of the 5 surnames in Britain. Whether he wanted to or not, he was destined to be included in the British Circle in Hollywood. "Then, Miss Anwar, the information shows that you went to a drama and dance school. Do you know how to dance the tango?" The girl hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "No, but I studied ballet for 10 years. If necessary, I can learn the tango in the shortest time possible." Eric gave her an appreciative look. "Miss Anwar, I like your honesty. But I don't think you're suitable for this role, so there's no need for an audition." The girl heard the first half of Eric's praise, but before she could feel happy, she heard the second half of Eric's words. For a moment, she sat there in a daze. A faint layer of mist quickly appeared in her big eyes. She was so aggrieved that she could not speak. When she first saw the news of the audition for the female lead of Eric Williams' new film released by Firefly, she sent her information with the mentality of buying a prize. She didn't expect to receive an audition invitation. The ecstatic girl finally persuaded her old-fashioned father to come to Los Angeles alone to attend the audition. She didn't expect that the other party didn't even give her a chance to perform and rejected her. This blow made her so sad that she wanted to cry in an instant. Oh, no. Eric was about to lower his head and write something, but when he saw the girl's reaction, he quickly waved his hand. "Miss Anwar, don't be like this. I'm not finished yet." The girl's tears were about to fall. When she heard Eric's words, she wiped the corners of her eyes and looked up in embarrassment. Eric gave his assistant a look, and the assistant quickly handed a box of tissues to Anwar. Carefully wiping the corners of her eyes, Gabrielle took out the makeup mirror from her bag and looked at it. Only then did she dare to look up again. "I'm sorry, Director Williams. I lost my composure. It's my fault." Eric was still afraid of the girl crying, so he quickly took the blame. "I didn't make it clear just now. I know that you're only 18 years old. It's not easy to come all the way from England to audition. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Williams. It's like this, Miss Anwar. I just asked if you can dance the tango because you're very suitable for a role in another movie that I'm planning to make. It's starring Al Pacino. Do you know Al Pacino?" Gabrielle nodded. "Of course. I watched your movie Knowing a Woman by Smelling Fragrance many times in England. Mr. Pacino played the charming role of the elegant Edward." "That's good." Al's next movie lacks a tango girl role, which is also the first female lead in that movie. "I liked you at first sight. If you can play that role well, I believe it will be more helpful to your career than being the female lead in my movie." Gabrielle originally came to the audition with the mentality of winning the lottery again. She had only acted in a few TV series in England, so she didn't have much hope. The reason why she broke down just now was that Eric had rejected her without warning, so she could accept it in a short time. Now that she suddenly heard this good news, the girl felt like she had fallen into a dream again. After Wind and Moon, Elle once again became an A-list superstar all over the world. Gabrielle would jump for joy to be able to play a supporting role in a movie that he starred in, let alone be the first female lead. "Mr. Williams, I really don't know how to thank you," the girl said excitedly with her hands clasped in front of her chest. Eric finished writing what he wanted to write and asked his assistant to pass it to the girl. He smiled and said, "Miss Anwar, don't be happy too early. Although I do have the right to decide the role in that movie, I still have to consider the opinions of Al and the director, Mr. Martin Brest. You have about a week to prepare. If your performance is too poor, I can only say sorry." "I will definitely work hard," Gabrielle said. She took the note and looked at the string of numbers and a few messages on it. She asked, "Mr. Williams, what is this?" "UTA, oh, it's the phone number of the CEO of United Elite Agency," Mr. Capel said. "You need to call him and ask him to arrange a temporary agent for you and help you find a dance teacher to train in the tango steps for a week. If your performance is approved by Al and Martin after a week, you will need to join UTA. Miss Anwar, are you willing?" Being able to stay in Hollywood was the dream of many foreign actors. Anwar nodded without hesitation. "Of course, I'm willing." Gabrielle Anwar was purely an accident. Eric did not have any ulterior motives for this girl who was the same age as him. It just so happened that she was originally the tango girl in Knowing Women by Scent. The tango between Anwar and Al Pacino could be said to be the highlight of Knowing Women by Scent. Since she could appear here several years in advance, it could be considered fate. Eric decided to go with the flow. The girl's performance would not disappoint him. After sending Gabrielle away, Eric opened the next document and glanced at it, Brooke Little Silk. Another legendary beauty from Hollywood. Compared to the purity of Jennifer Connelly, the beauty of Brooke Little Silk, who walked into the audition room later, was a little more fierce in Eric's eyes. However, from the sparkling eyes of the staff around him, Eric understood that Brooke Xianxia, who was said to have the bloodline of nobility from 4 countries, was more in line with the Western aesthetic standards. Otherwise, she would not have been jokingly called the 8th wonder. Although the 24-year-old Brooke Moss was breathtakingly beautiful, and she had acted in many movies since her debut at the age of 12, Eric didn't dare to compliment her on her glorious resume in his previous life. This great beauty was the first worst actress of the Golden Raspberry Awards after the birth of the famous Golden Raspberry Awards. After that, she had been the 2nd, 5th, and 10th Golden Raspberry Awards for Worst Actress. After that, she was nominated for the Golden Sour Plum Worst Actress of the Decade and Worst Actress of the Century. If one were to find a Hollywood actress who was as famous as Brooke Xianxia, only Madonna Ciccone, who had been defeated repeatedly, could be comparable to her. If it weren't for the fact that meeting girls on the bus didn't require much acting skills, Eric wouldn't even be interested in interviewing the beauty in front of him. He wasn't at the point where he would risk a big-budget movie for her beauty. Because the audition was set to be a working girl, most of the auditionees deliberately changed into the makeup of an office girl, and Brooke Xianxia was no exception. Therefore, Eric couldn't appreciate the girl's figure in jeans. After greeting her and chatting for a while, Eric asked, "Miss Xianxia, what we need is an actress with a gentler temperament, like the girl next door, but your temperament is too fierce. If you can get this role, do you mind if the makeup artist does some necessary modifications to your face?" Brooke Xianxia asked, "Mr. Williams, can you be more specific?" Eric looked at the girl carefully and said, "For example, your eyebrows are too thick. If they are trimmed, it will make you look softer. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. As for the specific makeup plan, we will need to listen to the professional's opinion." After hearing Eric's explanation, the girl nodded without hesitation. "No problem. If I can get the role, I am willing to listen to the makeup artist's advice and make some necessary changes." "Oh," Eric responded dispiritedly, muttering in his heart, "the publicity is all lies." Although Eric lowered his head and wrote something on the document, Brooke Xianxia was still keenly aware of the subtle changes in Eric's expression. She didn't know what she had done wrong, but the young director in front of her obviously didn't like her answer just now. After a moment, Eric raised his head again and said, "Then, Miss Xianxia, can you try a few scenes?" "Okay." Brooke Xianxia quickly stood up, but found that no staff member handed her the script. Eric didn't care about the girl's momentary confusion and slowly said, "Miss Xianxia, listen carefully. You are now Eric pondered for a moment and immediately made up a background for the role, a small staff member of an architectural design company in Los Angeles. Eric suddenly stopped and said to Alan Fissman next to him, "Alan, write down what I said." Seeing his assistant pick up a pen, Eric continued, "She is a small staff member of an architectural design company, living a boring life of 9 to 5 every day. But by chance, the girl fell in love with a mysterious man she met on a bus. After meeting him a few times, the man completely disappeared, but the girl's infatuation didn't change. She took the bus again and again, hoping to meet the mysterious man again." Eric stopped and looked at the girl standing there in a daze. Eric said, "Miss Xianxia, do you understand what I just said?" Brooke Xianxia quickly nodded. Eric pointed to the small door next to the audition room, which was a temporary small changing room, and said, "Miss Xianxia, the scene you have to perform is like this." After a busy day, the female lead took the bus home again, but she still didn't meet the mysterious man. Pretend that it's the door of the bus. Now, you have to get off the bus and experience the feelings of the girl when she got off the bus. I hope you can show it." Brooke Xianxia hesitated for a moment and asked, "Director Williams, can you be more clear?" As the girl spoke, she showed a pleading look that was hard for any man to resist. Eric's calm heart couldn't help but beat twice. He couldn't bear to make things difficult for the girl, so he said in detail, "Well, you have to show the fatigue after work, the disappointment after not meeting him again, and the loneliness of walking through the streets. That's about it." Brooke Xianxia didn't say anything more and obediently walked into the changing room. After a while, the door opened, and the girl walked out of the room with her head slightly lowered. Her pace was very slow, but it was obvious that she wasn't in the mood. She carefully lifted her feet as if she was walking on a tightrope. Her delicate face was tense, and only one kind of emotion could be seen. There was a distance of 7 or 8 meters from the small door of the changing room to the other wall, and Brooke Xiaoxi quickly finished walking. Moreover, the girl also knew that her performance was very bad, so she took the initiative to say, "Mr. Williams, can I try again?" "Of course." Eric nodded and made a casual gesture. Brooke Xiaoxi quickly walked back. This time, she waited for a full minute before the door of the small room opened again. Although her pace was much more relaxed this time, it was still not satisfactory. Naturally, the girl looked at Eric again. "Let's do it again," Eric said. "It's okay, relax. Try again. Last time was not bad. Again. Okay, I feel a little better. Relax your expression a little. Again. It was not bad, but why are you flipping your hair? You've been working all day. Do you still have the energy to care about your image? Again. Move your arms a little smaller. Don't hold the bag. Hold it in your hand. Again." In the beginning, the girl took the initiative to repeat, but after a few times, Eric seemed to have entered the director's mode. He stood up unconsciously with a paper tube in his hand, waving it and roaring. He unceremoniously ordered the girl to repeat again and again. Brooke Xiaoxi was completely shocked by Eric's momentum and almost forgot that she still had the right to refuse. After 10 times, the girl almost teared up slightly and performed according to Eric's request. After nearly 20 times, Eric saw the girl walk out of the small door with her head slightly lowered. A lock of her long hair drooped over her eyebrows. There was no longer the slightest pretense in her expression. As she walked, her whole person seemed to be floating, exuding a touch of loneliness and solitude. If Brooke Xiaoxi's previous appearance could only arouse desire, then the girl's current situation would arouse the pity and care of most men. Cut. That's great. Everyone, pay attention. Get ready for the next shot. Eric's catchphrase on set almost instinctively blurted out. Brooke Xiaoxi was stunned. Everyone else in the audition room was also stunned. Eric, who reacted almost at the same time, was also stunned. After a short silence, someone finally couldn't help but let out the first chuckle, followed by everyone else. Brooke Xiaoxi, who was standing on the other side of the wall, also burst into laughter. She covered her mouth and laughed. At the same time, the tears in her eyes because of Eric's reprimand fell without hindrance. Eric awkwardly relaxed his body and sat down. He didn't know what was wrong with him just now. Perhaps because he saw Brooke Xiaoxi's terrible acting, he involuntarily had a strong urge to pinch her. Just like some people with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, when they saw that the fruit in the fruit platter was not arranged neatly, they would repeatedly place them in the perfect arrangement they wanted. "Well, that's it, Miss Xiaoxi. You can call me Brooke, Mr. Williams." The girl sat back in the chair, bowed slightly, and took the initiative to say. Eric raised his eyebrows. Then, "Brooke, that's it. You see, you still have a lot of potential. Maybe you didn't perform well in those movies before because those directors didn't want to torture you. Then, Eric, do I have hope of getting this role?" The girl took the initiative to climb up to Eric's chair. Her eyes were bright as she stared at him, and the corners of her mouth curled up into an enchanting smile. "I also hope you can torture me." All the staff around couldn't help but look at Eric. They didn't know what happened last night and still thought that Eric had internally selected Jennifer Connelly as the lead. Therefore, they were curious about how Eric would respond to Brooke Xiaoxi's slightly provocative words. Eric picked up the pen in his hand, twirled it twice, and nodded gently. "You can go back now, Brooke. Someone will soon inform you of the good news. But you have to think about it. Although you don't have many scenes, my requirements will still be very strict. I hope that when the time comes, you won't cry like you did just now. If your crazy fans know that I made the 8th wonder of the world cry, they will kill me." "Of course, I won't," the girl promised happily, got up, and walked out of the audition room. "Hey, Eric, what about the little beauty from yesterday?" As soon as Brooke Xiaoxi left, the gossipy nickel came up. Eric shrugged and didn't explain. "Okay, let's continue with the audition. Call the next person." There were no surprises in the next audition, and Eric finally decided to cast Brooke Xiaoxi as the girl he met. After the day's work was done, the workday for the week was over. It happened to be March 17th, the first weekend of the Easter period. Many new movies were released on this day, including, of course, Mighty Dragons Killing Formation, which had undergone a series of hype. United Artists won 1,927 screens for this movie, which was dozens more than Wind and Moon, which was released more than a month ago. Previously, because it hadn't been released on a large scale, United Artists had been guiding the movie's reputation in the media, and most of them were still praises. However, after the premiere, the next day, the movie was met with almost one-sided criticism. The setting of the male lead is very bizarre. He has a doctorate and is good at a very mysterious Eastern Tai Chi, but he is willing to work as a henchman in a bar. Then, the director awkwardly made him into a paranoid Avenger, but he is not a qualified Avenger. He can kill those small fries without hesitation, but he will be soft on the bully who hates him the most. In the end, he is almost killed by the other side. All in all, this is a very awkward and tangled movie. Chicago Tribune: the film is full of lawless private law enforcement, lawless destruction, and unscrupulous violence. It is simply a farce. Movie Guide magazine: I only saw brawls, broken beer bottles, a group of brainless girls, and blood splattered everywhere. The plot was pale and unconvincing. Richard Gere's muscles, which were specially trained for the movie, were not interesting at all. His actions in the movie were not even as neat as those of the supporting villains. Montreal Film Magazine: a hilarious and noisy fable of the fist. Real Film Reviews: this is a movie that can completely remove the male lead, and then things will still develop according to the plot of the movie. The double dice bar is rectified, which arouses the greed of the bullies. A series of violence, arson, murder, and then the town residents who can't bear it rise up and kill the bullies. Richard Gere gave up Eric Williams's Pretty Woman for such a movie. I don't know if he will lose sleep because of regret. Hollywood Information Daily: except for the rock score interspersed with it, this movie is simply nothing. Rolling Stone magazine: because of the vigorous promotion of the movie in the early stages of United Artists, the occupancy rate of Mighty Dragon Killing Formation on the first day of more than 1,900 theaters reached more than 70%, but with the one-sided bad reviews of the movie after the public release, the occupancy rate plummeted. 3 days later, the box office of the first weekend of the Easter period was released. In the 6th week of release, Pretty Woman unsurprisingly experienced a box office reversal, earning more than $2.4 million more than last weekend. It took the first place of the 3-day weekend box office with $11.27 million. The 6-week total box office was $97.69 million. It was believed that after this week, Eric would usher in the third movie he participated in that box office exceeded $100 million. Considering that there were still a few months before Eric's 19th birthday, this result would certainly lead to another round of media hype. Although Mighty Dragon Killing Formation had nearly 2,000 screens, with a significant drop in occupancy on Saturday and Sunday, it only earned $5.25 million in the first weekend box office, less than half of Pretty Woman was ranked second. In third place was Universal's crime comedy Fletcher's Life, which earned $5.04 million in more than 1,400 theaters. Because of Columbia's increased support and the Easter period, Home Alone unknowingly earned another $4 million in box office and steadily approached $300 million. Everyone was numb to this box office dark horse that had been at the top of the box office for 12 consecutive weeks and was still in the top 5 after 4 months of release. Maybe one day, Home Alone would suddenly accumulate $300 million in box office. When the public saw the number, they would open their eyes wide again and let out a wow. In the new week, Eric finished the casting auditions for Dark War and handed over the auditions for Island Horror and Smelling Women to the 2 directors. He then began to run around the greater Los Angeles area to select scenes for the movie. Although Dark War didn't need many scenes, there were a lot of scenes that needed to be shot with road closures. However, it wasn't easy to find a suitable location. At the same time, Eric also discovered his lack of strength. As the headquarters of Hollywood, Los Angeles had a lot of policy support for movies, but it didn't mean that the film crew could do whatever they wanted. Many scenes needed the approval of various municipal departments. Although there was a lot of flexibility, the process was very cumbersome. Moreover, the relevant connections were indispensable. Although Eric was now very famous, he couldn't compare to those famous directors and gold producers who had been famous for many years. Sometimes other people could get things done with just a phone call, but he had to personally communicate with them. Fortunately, Columbia attached great importance to this movie. In order to ensure that the movie could start shooting as soon as possible, they specially sent an experienced producer to assist Eric in the preparation, which greatly reduced the preparation time. While Eric was selecting scenes for Dark War, another thing happened. This storm started with Richard Gere, a former superstar who was almost 40 years old. After the box office of Wind and Moon was released on the first weekend, he started brooding about losing the male lead role in Wind and Moon. He knew that he had missed a very precious opportunity to return to the A-list superstar industry. Especially after the box office failure of Wei Long, he became even more frustrated and regretful. After Wei Long, Richard Gere desperately wanted to get another movie to make a comeback. He also felt that CAA had the responsibility and obligation to help him because they owed him. If it wasn't for Michael Ovitz's personal grudge, he wouldn't have given up the male lead role in Wind and Moon. Because of this, Richard Gere had tried many times to meet with Michael Ovitz. Unfortunately, Michael Ovitz was now busy coordinating the acquisition of Sony and Columbia after successfully pulling the strings between Sony and Coca-Cola. He didn't have time to deal with Richard Gere's small matter. He only handed the matter over to Richard Gere's agent, Horner Willie, who was seriously obsessed with cleanliness and had been instigated by Eric and Stuart Runkle to mess with him. Horner Willie recommended Richard Gere for the male lead role in a small-budget horror movie based on his current situation. Of course, Richard Gere wasn't satisfied. He had his eyes on a medium-budget movie that CAA was in charge of. Speaking of which, this request wasn't too much. But Horner Willie didn't agree to get the role for Richard Gere. He used the reason that Universal couldn't use an actor who was already at the bottom of the B-list and had just messed up a big-budget movie as a reason to reject Richard Gere. Horner Willie was one of CAA's earliest agents. Now, he was one of CAA's top agents. Even A-list actors had to treat him with respect, which slowly fueled his temper. On the other hand, Richard Gere blamed CAA for his loss. He had been holding a grudge for a long time, and when Horner Willie refused to help him get the role, he was furious that he had been cheated. Finally, he let it all out. The two of them had a big argument in Horner Willie's office. If it weren't for other people who noticed something was wrong, the two of them would have gotten into a fight. After this incident, Richard Gere left CAA on the same day. On the third day after the incident, he relied on a friend's recommendation to join another agency, William Morris Agency, WMA. This was supposed to be a normal actor job-hopping incident. Among the major agencies in Hollywood, there were countless job-hopping incidents every year. Even CAA, which claimed to have a perfect betrayal cost system, couldn't avoid it, but it was relatively rare. CAA's so-called betrayal cost system was more to prevent their own agents from starting their own companies. The 5 founders of CAA had all jumped ship from another agency. As for the big stars, it wasn't a big deal. It was easy for the top stars to leave if they wanted to. As for the second and third tier stars, as long as they were willing to pay the penalty, they could easily leave. However, CAA had a huge supply chain of film and television resources, so most stars wouldn't leave unless they were tempted enough. Also, CAA issued a strict gag order in time for the argument between Horner Willie and Richard Gere. They thought this incident would blow over unknowingly. However, they forgot that Richard Gere was also involved. Richard Gere's job-hopping quickly attracted the attention of some media outlets. In an interview with The Hollywood Information, Richard Gere, who couldn't get rid of his hatred, used the identity of a victim to viciously smear CAA's reputation. The next day, The Hollywood Information published an article with the title Interview with Richard Gere, the inside story of losing the lead of romance. Recently, the famous actor Richard Gere, who was once expected to star in Eric Williams' box office hit Pretty Woman, suddenly left the Creative Artists Agency, CAA, that he had worked with for a long time. In an interview with our reporter, Richard Gere finally told us the details of how he had to turn down the male lead role in Pretty Woman. The following are Mr. Richard Gere's words: "When I first saw the script for Wind and Moon, I felt that it would be a wonderful story that would suit my image very well. I even made some preparations for the role. Although Eric Williams is young, I know he is a very talented young man after watching his first 2 films. However, when I was about to agree to the contract, my former agent, Horner Willie, hinted that I should turn him down. I didn't understand at the time. Then Horner Willie told me that because Eric Williams had just recruited Capel Sid, Mr. Michael Ovitz and Capel Sid had a deep conflict. That's why he didn't like his artists to work with Eric Williams. To put it bluntly, Michael Ovitz wanted to blacklist Eric Williams. However, I didn't want to give up the opportunity, so I discussed it with Horner Willie. However, I received a veiled threat. If I worked with Eric Williams, I would be blacklisted by CAA. At the time, I was at a low point in my career. Because of CAA's threat, I had no choice but to turn down the offer of romance. Then, CAA gave me the male lead role in an action film called Wei Long in the name of appeasing the public. When I saw the script, I told Horner Willie, no, this role doesn't suit me. Even though I've acted in action films before, this role is too violent. Maybe a muscular guy would be more suitable. But Horner Willie said that I had no other choice, so I had no choice but to accept the role of Wei Long killing formation for a very low salary. In order to better match the image of the male lead in the film, I specially went through a period of high-intensity fitness. However, the film failed in the end. The reason why I exposed this today is because I think CAA has forgotten their place. After monopolizing too many resources, they have become unscrupulous and do whatever they want. Some people are willing to play with an actor's future for a personal grudge and to show their power. They are willing to use other companies' investment of tens of millions as a bargaining chip. This is a very bad thing. Management companies are supposed to serve their actors. They should put the interests of their employers first. Only then can they survive in the long run. However, CAA has started to treat actors as pawns in their hands. Sooner or later, they will bring about their own destruction. If Mighty Dragon Killing Formation was a fuse, then Richard Gere's interview published in The Hollywood Information Daily was the spark that ignited it. On the day the interview was published, CAA's spokesperson refuted Richard Gere's remarks as complete nonsense. He also vowed that if Richard Gere made such irresponsible remarks again, CAA would take legal action to seek justice for itself. Many people could see that Richard Gere's remarks were made out of anger. He put himself in the perspective of a victim. There were many loopholes in his remarks that could be easily pointed out by people with some industry knowledge. However, this didn't prevent the media from digging into some of the facts in his remarks. The power of gossip was strong. Thus, from the next day onwards, the media began to publish articles about the grudge between Michael Ovitz and Capel Sid. After Capel Sid left CAA, he found it difficult to make a move in Hollywood, and was almost forced to flee to Europe. This was once again exposed. Although CAA had grown into a towering tree, it wasn't without its dark history. Coupled with its forced bundling sales strategy, it was bound to cause some movies to fail. These failures were naturally dug up by the media. From mutual appreciation to falling out, the past of 2 ace agents must be told, the top 10 victims of CAA's bundling sales, a checklist of the 9 superstars that have declined after joining CAA, the black hand that made the film and television industries cost skyrocket, a comparison of Hollywood's 10 years of film costs, the destroyer of industry rules, as more and more articles defamed CAA, a trend of demonizing CAA began unknowingly. CAA's growth over the years not only severely squeezed the survival space of other Hollywood agencies, but Michael Ovitz's bundling sales strategy also made many Hollywood studios miserable. Not only did CAA greatly increase the salaries of stars, but because of the bundling strategy, studios had to pay a lot more than their budget. The 6 major Hollywood movie giants were slightly better off. Usually, they could still get the majority of the say in the confrontation with CAA. However, the large number of second- and third-tier Hollywood movie companies, as well as independent filmmakers, were completely powerless in the face of CAA's binding strategy. They didn't have Eric's fame and confidence, so they could only obediently accept CAA's binding conditions. There were numerous agencies, a huge group of film companies, countless independent filmmakers, and finally, there was the media that was critical of CAA's bundling of TV series projects. If any of these forces were to use their power to smear CAA's reputation, CAA would be in deep trouble. Moreover, almost all of these forces were acting instinctively without any communication. Of course, it wasn't that no one supported CAA. Some actors under CAA more or less said a few good things about CAA in interviews. After all, CAA increased the production costs of the film companies, and the biggest beneficiaries were the actors. But these voices didn't cause any waves. The main reason was because the forces behind CAA deliberately played down the supportive comments of CAA's stars. Although CAA had a strong media and public relations force, it didn't have much effect in this storm. They were completely in a passive state of being scolded. Then, the executives of United Artists, who were badly battered by the box office failure of Mighty Dragon, suddenly jumped out. According to Richard Gere's interview, they blamed CAA for the failure of Mighty Dragon and even threatened to ask for compensation. Of course, this kind of thing was impossible to succeed. United Artists just needed a scapegoat for their tens of millions of dollars of investment failure. CAA, who was at the heart of the storm, was a perfect fit. What followed was another war of words. At the same time, in the midst of this storm, several other Hollywood agencies tacitly waved their hose. In just a week, more than 20 second and third-tier actors left CAA. If this didn't cause any damage to CAA, then what happened next caused a wave of turmoil within CAA. The reason was that Tom Cruise suddenly announced that he was leaving CAA. Who was Tom Cruise? He was the most popular idol in Hollywood. Since his debut, he had never failed in any of his films. Most of the films he starred in had earned huge profits for the film company at a very low cost. The 1986 film, Top Gun, had earned $350 million at the box office worldwide with a cost of more than $10 million. The most recent movie, Rain Man, was nominated for several Oscars at the same time as it received a high box office. In the list of the most powerful people in Hollywood selected by Premiere magazine, Tom Cruise, as an actor, was among the top executives of a group of film companies, big directors, and gold producers. The departure of a beyond grade A superstar caused a wave in the industry. And Tom Cruise's departure had a lot to do with this storm. Because of this storm of demonizing CAA, after the media expressed sympathy for Richard Gere, some people turned their attention to the negotiations between the two male leads of Eric's new movie. Very soon, with the help of the media and some people, the conditions proposed by CAA were exposed. $6 million plus 20% of the profits. Only a big company like CAA would think of such a robbery. This is clearly a hint from CAA to make Eric Williams back off. It seems that after Wind and Moon, Mr. Michael Ovitz still can't get over the ridiculous idea of banning Eric Williams. He wants to use this unrealistic offer to ruin the cooperation between Eric Williams and Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks. What Mr. Richard Gere said not long ago, that CAA has begun to treat actors as pawns in their hands, he wasn't speaking without thinking. Actually, CAA had been constantly giving in to the negotiations regarding Cruise and Hanks' salary. Before Mighty Dragon was released, CAA asked for 12% of the profits. When the media exposed CAA's initial offer, the other party asked for 10% of the profits. Even though CAA immediately clarified that the two superstars' offer wasn't that high, the media seized on this matter and made a big deal out of it. Some analysts also expressed their opinions in the newspapers. They said that if CAA's profit-sharing model became popular, it would increase production costs and reduce profit margins. It would be even more difficult to make a profit. Under such circumstances, it would definitely affect the enthusiasm of Hollywood studios to make movies and deal a fatal blow to the rapidly recovering film industry in the United States. Some media even began to call for the federal government to investigate CAA's actions of disrupting the film industry. Under the influence of some forces, a member of the California State Assembly was interviewed by the media. He said that he might investigate CAA's offer and suspected monopolization. Although the senator quickly denied his statement, it still put a lot of pressure on CAA. What were the American industry giants most afraid of? Their number one fear was not the tax bureau, but antitrust investigations. Let's not talk about the cases of other industries for the time being. In Hollywood alone, because of the Paramount bill, the Hollywood film industry had been silent for many years. Michael Ovitz, who had left the negotiations with Sony and Columbia, returned to CAA to oversee the overall situation. In order to stabilize the situation, he personally met with Cruise and Hanks. He hoped that the two would give up on the previous profit-sharing plan and only take a portion of the film's remuneration to help CAA survive this crisis. Hanks was easy to talk to because he had never taken a share of the profits before. He had never even taken a $5 million salary. He only took $2 million for Futurama, which grossed over $100 million at the box office. He also valued his collaboration with Eric, so he agreed. Tom Cruise, on the other hand, expressed that he wanted to reconsider. The next day, Beautiful Soup and his agent, Paula Wagner, announced that they were leaving CAA. Then, they reopened negotiations with Firefly on their own. Cruise had always been an ambitious person. Coupled with the public opinion storm this time, Cruise felt like he was being manipulated by CAA like a chess piece. For a superstar who was full of energy, strong in control, and very capable, this feeling was extremely difficult to accept. In addition, because of the success of Rain Man, he saw another way, which was to cooperate with those film companies in the form of profit sharing. This could bring him more benefits, and at the same time, Cruise also hoped to gain more control of the film production. The first step for Cruise was to get rid of CAA and go solo if he didn't want to be restricted by his agency. Cruise's decision to leave CAA at this juncture was tantamount to stabbing them in the back. Due to Michael Ovitz's insistence on CAA's private partnership strategy, even though CAA had developed into a giant in the industry, it wasn't listed. Therefore, even though this storm was fierce, as long as it was dealt with properly, it wouldn't cause too much substantial damage to CAA other than affecting its business for a period of time. Even if other agencies poached a bunch of B-list artists, it wouldn't affect CAA at all. Although CAA's current number of artists hadn't reached the scale of more than 6,000 in 20 years, it still had more than 1,000 artists. Losing a few dozen of them wouldn't be a big deal to CAA at all. However, in the midst of this storm, the sudden departure of a big-name star, especially one of Tom Cruise's caliber, was a completely different story. Tom Cruise's influence in the Hollywood community was huge, so his departure would definitely send a wrong signal to other superstars. Michael Ovitz's reaction was swift. On the day Cruise left, all of CAA's partners and artists received a letter personally written by Michael Ovitz. After clarifying the reason for Cruise's departure, he earnestly listed CAA's brilliant achievements over the years and the various huge changes it had brought to the actors. He hoped that they wouldn't be affected by public opinion and that CAA's future would be even more glorious. However, this letter couldn't stop the situation from worsening. Within 3 days of Tom Cruise's departure, several A-list stars left CAA for various reasons. These stars had joined CAA because of Michael Ovitz's series of measures to tie them in, which had greatly increased their income. However, with the general increase in Hollywood's income, they were able to earn high salaries even if they were with other agencies. Coupled with the panic caused by Cruise's sudden departure from CAA and the fact that someone had offered a lower commission, it was only natural that these people would leave. At the same time, more and more stars began to waver. Michael Ovitz was at his wits' end. While cursing Cruise, he had no choice but to put down his pride and personally persuade the big-name actors who wanted to leave. It had been a long time since he had done something like this. In another corner of the city, Eric, the instigator of this storm, obviously wouldn't stay out of it. This was a good opportunity to stop CAA from dominating Hollywood for the next 10 years. Eric, why are you suddenly looking for me? I'll make it clear in advance that I already have Al and the other 3 under me. This is already the limit of my ability. Don't even think about giving me more people. Kapoor rushed into Eric's office at Firefly with a flushed face. Due to the unfortunate events that had happened to CAA over the past few days, Kapoor would be lying if he said he wasn't happy. Even his bald head seemed to shine brighter. Eric leaned back in his chair and smiled. What if it's Tom Hanks? Who is it? Kapoor pricked up his ears and leaned forward slightly. Tom Hanks, Eric repeated. Kapoor revealed a meaningful smirk. Eric, are you sure? If it's him, then I'll definitely reluctantly give myself another burden. You're still reluctant? You must be laughing in your heart, right? Eric teased. Kapoor ignored Eric's teasing and asked, Eric, are you sure you can poach Tom Hanks? Eric shook his head. No, but I'm prepared to give it a try. I've already asked Hanks out for dinner tonight and he agreed. Kapoor was full of confidence in Eric. This young man had already brought him too many surprises. "Eric, why don't you try to get Cruz into UTA? He doesn't have a management company right now. Don't even think about it. Mr. Cruz is very ambitious now. He wants to walk the path of a producer. I reckon he'll set up his own film production company soon." Eric didn't expect that his appearance would cause Cruz to embark on the path of his previous life 7 years ahead of schedule. He reckoned that Cruz was stimulated by the huge profits he made from his previous movies. After leaving CAA, Cruz immediately asked his agent, Paula Wagner, to contact Firefly and start a new negotiation. The offer wasn't as ridiculous as CAA's original offer. $5 million plus 10% of the profits. This price was very reasonable for Eric, who was used to hearing about $20 million and 10% to 20% of the profits in his previous life. However, the profit-sharing model had just appeared. CAA's previous offer was completely ridiculous in this era. Cruz's first offer meant that there was still a lot of room for negotiation. Eric made up his mind to lower Cruz's share to 5%. And he felt that the chances of success were very high. He got the latest news that Tom Hanks agreed to give up on the profit-sharing model and only take a simple salary. Even though Cruz was a little more famous than Hanks, the difference wasn't that great. Once Hanks's offer was exposed, Cruz probably wouldn't have the confidence to ask for a high profit share. This was a problem limited by the era. Cruz had tasted the sweetness of a profit share in Rain Man, but in this era where actors generally didn't get a share of the profits, his last attempt was more of an exception. As mentioned before, Cruz was able to get a share of the profits from Rain Man because the production cost of Rain Man wasn't enough. Cruz had no choice but to lower his own salary. That share was more like compensation for the loss of Cruz's salary. However, the box office of Rain Man was too good, so the compensation was a little too high. Eric had thought of poaching Hanks after hearing that he had given up on the profit-sharing plan. He felt that it would be the easiest time to poach Hanks. CAA had just promised to give him a share of the profits, and now it was suddenly gone. It was impossible for Hanks to not have any thoughts. Others might not understand, but Eric knew Hanks's potential. Plus, the next 10 years would be the time when Hanks's acting career would explode. Not only would he accumulate billions of dollars in box office, but he would also become the second person to win the Oscar for Best Actor after half a century. Even though Eric said that he wasn't confident in poaching Hanks, he felt that he had a 90% chance of getting Hanks. Compared to CAA, his bargaining chip was more attractive. Okay, let's not talk about Cruz anymore. Kapoor, I actually called you here for something else. Eric took out a manuscript that he had spent a few nights writing and handed it to Kapoor. Help me take a look. What do you think of my conclusion? Kapoor took the manuscript and glanced at the title. CAA Revelation, How an Agency Giant Was Formed. Kapoor flipped open the manuscript and slowly read it. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. After he finished reading the manuscript, Kapoor slowly raised his head and looked at Eric like he was looking at a monster. The manuscript was very long. It was more than 10 pages long. It described in detail how the 5-man team at CAA had jumped ship from WMA to TV dramas and gradually developed a bundled sales system. In a short 15 years, they had formed a brand new and unique business concept. The reason why Kapoor was shocked was because, as a top agent at CAA, he could understand the contents of Eric's manuscript with a single glance. Furthermore, he had experienced most of the operations before. However, he didn't have the ability to systematically plan out these things and form a comprehensive management theory. Also, he was curious as to how Eric knew all of this. Other than Michael Ovitz's business philosophy, there was another important reason why CAA insisted on not going public. It was to prevent CAA's business strategy from being leaked. Once the company went public, they would have no choice but to disclose a large amount of CAA's information to investors. Then, CAA's business philosophy, which was more advanced than other established companies, would be easily copied by their competitors. A company's business method wasn't something that could be patented. If other agencies copied CAA, then CAA's advantage would no longer exist. Kapoor couldn't help but gulp. He carefully raised the manuscript in his hand and asked, Eric, did you write this? Yeah, I just want you to help me see if there are any mistakes. Oh yeah, Kapoor, you won't object to me publishing this, right? Kapoor quickly shook his head and smiled bitterly. If I had the ability to summarize these things, I would have published it a long time ago. Why would I wait until now? Eric, I don't understand you anymore. I can understand all the theories you said, but if you want me to end it, I don't know where to start. Eric just smiled and didn't explain. In this era, CAA's business strategy was full of mystery in the eyes of other companies. Even if other agencies poached some agents from CAA, they could only obtain incomplete information if they wanted to obtain their business strategy. However, for Eric, who came from the information age, CAA's business strategy wasn't that mysterious. In his previous life, around 1996, CAA had grown into an unshakable behemoth. It attracted the attention of a reporter. That reporter spent more than a year collecting a large amount of information before completely unveiling CAA's mystery. The public finally understood why the head of CAA, Michael Ovitz, was named the most powerful person in Hollywood. But at that time, CAA had already grown into a giant monster. Even if Michael Ovitz, who created CAA, wanted to challenge this giant monster, he would only end up defeated. CAA's agents were all parts of CAA's giant machine. They could help CAA continue to operate, but if you asked a part to explain the operating principle of this giant machine, it would be like a blind man trying to figure out an elephant. The only person who could completely explain this business theory was probably Michael Ovitz himself. Of course, now there was another person, Eric. Even before that, CAA had bundled more than 150 movies in just over 4 years after 1985, and they had more than a third of the TV series market share. Therefore, the turmoil during this period was caused by competitors and producers who had their profit margins reduced. They knew they couldn't affect CAA too much, but they couldn't help but spit at them. From Eric's point of view, CAA's winning formula was its unique business model. Therefore, even after Michael Ovitz left CAA, CAA was able to continue to develop without any hindrance. Although many people in the media tried to uncover the reason for CAA's growth, they only made some specious analysis. Most of them didn't hit the nail on the head. Therefore, Eric had this idea. How could he not take advantage of such a good opportunity? If it weren't for CAA, Wind and Moon would have been produced with the original cast. Although Eric was confident in Al Pacino's acting skills, he was also worried that replacing the original Richard Gere would affect the movie's box office. Fortunately, the result was not bad. Then, when inviting Cruise and Hanks, CAA created a series of problems. Now that the supporting roles of Dark War were all confirmed and the preparations were almost complete, the two main male leads were still not confirmed. Since you don't have any objections, I'll ask Alan to contact the newspaper to publish it? Caper nodded, then suddenly said, Don't worry, let me make a copy first. I plan to study it carefully. Maybe I can use it to optimize UTA's business model. Up to you. Eric nodded. He got up and turned on the photocopier in his office. As he made copies, he said, Actually, Caper, I don't plan to expand UTA too much in the next few years, because I'm not capable enough. You don't know, but a few days ago, when I was preparing for Dark War, I realized how weak I was. I took a fancy to the National Bank building and wanted to shoot a few scenes on the rooftop. After I contacted them, the management of the building directly rejected me. They said they were afraid of affecting the normal order of the company in the building. They didn't even give me a chance to persuade them. After the producer from Columbia came over, he only made a few phone calls and met with their director to settle the matter. Originally, I was proud of my achievements in the previous few movies, but now, the more I think about it, the more ridiculous it is. I'm just a little loach. Caper advised, Eric, you don't have to be like this. You're already doing very well. Think about your age. You're not even 19 years old, right? How many people at your age can earn billions with their own two hands? This is the same as what Jeffrey told me. Eric smiled and handed the photocopied script to Kapoor. Take it. By the way, it's the Oscars in a few days. Help me prepare for it. I'm really too busy. Eric smiled and handed the photocopied script to Kapoor. I have to attend a rehearsal in these 2 days. I shouldn't have agreed to be the guest presenter. I really don't know what to say about you. Those small celebrities will do anything to show their faces at the Oscars, but you find it troublesome to be the guest presenter. Caper smiled and said, have you confirmed your female companion? I originally wanted to bring Jenny. She said she would return to Los Angeles at the end of the month, but she called last night and said she might not be able to come back. She'll have to wait until the beginning of April. Anyway, I'm not sure about the time. Let her be. If she can't make it, I'll bring Drew along, just like the Golden Globe Awards. Caper nodded and expressed that he understood. By the way, I received another movie that wants to invite Drew to act in. I think the script is good. Should I continue to reject it? Reject it. I don't plan to let Drew take on any movies for the next 2 years. Caper nodded. He thought for a while and said, if that's the case, then I suggest that you don't bring Drew along for the Oscars. This is a good publicity opportunity. You can bring Miss Madsen or the British mixed-blood beauty you picked last week. She has already been approved by Alan Martin. Oh, and Brooke Xianxia. For the sake of publicity for the movie you invested in, I suggest that you bring one of the 3 of them. Then, Eric lowered his head and thought for a while. The one who needed this opportunity the most was Virginia. She needed to single-handedly support the movie Scary Island. It would be very beneficial for her to show her face on the Oscars red carpet. Knowing a Woman by Scent had Al Pacino supporting it. Dark Battle had Cruise, Hanks, and himself. It didn't matter if Brooke Xianxia went or not. Vicky, then. Tell her to get ready. Caper raised his eyebrows and said in a serious tone, no problem, I'll help her get ready. But Eric, in front of outsiders, it's best if you don't call Miss Madsen so intimately. Eric noticed that although Caper's tone was businesslike, there was an obvious teasing in his eyes. He coughed awkwardly and said, okay, I'll be careful. After Caper left, Eric handed the draft of CAA's revelation to Ellen to contact the news agency. He continued to work until he got off work before driving to Hank's appointment. After meeting with Hanks at a high-end restaurant in Beverly Hills, Eric did not rush to talk about poaching Hanks. Instead, he talked about Dark Battle. Although Hanks had a hunch about Eric's purpose, he did not think that jumping ship to UTA was a good idea. She was happy to talk to Eric about this topic that he was more interested in. Because of CAA's offer without any profit sharing, Hank's contract with Firefly could be signed in a few days, so Hank's participation in the movie was already set in stone. Actually, I originally planned to set Sean as a police officer who had to leave the Special Weapons and Tactics Team, SWAT, because of his injury and become a civilian, but he was unwilling to be left out. But I think that if this setting was pointed out in the movie, it would be difficult for the audience to accept. So, I decided to make this setting completely vague to give the audience some room for imagination. Hanks put down his cutlery and wiped the corners of his mouth. He curiously said, didn't we discuss this issue last time? And we also made a new setting for Sean's background. By the way, you didn't mention this detail last time? Because this setting is a bit evil. Didn't you read the script? The reason why Sean doesn't pick up girls, go to nightclubs, or start a family is related to his injury. He doesn't want to hold up other women. Hanks paused for a second and quickly understood. He grinned and said, this setting is a bit hard to accept. If it were me, I would also make Sean's background vague. The two chatted for more than half an hour before they finished dinner. Eric called the waiter to take away the cutlery and put on the coffee. He then said, Tom, actually, I invited you to dinner tonight because, Hanks interrupted Eric. Eric, I think I'm doing well at CAA, so I don't plan on changing agencies for the time being. Don't you want to hear my conditions first? Eric was not angry. He continued to speak with a smile. It's just a lower commission. CAA's commission for me isn't very high, Eric. If I suddenly change agencies, I don't know how long it will take me to adapt to the new environment. And to be honest, although I know Capel Sid is a very capable agent, UTA's scale is too small. Al Pacino and Julia Roberts, two A-level superstars, already occupy most of the resources. I don't think UTA can spare enough energy for me. Eric was surprised by Hank's clear analysis, but he understood after thinking about it. Although Hanks looked simple-minded, how could an actor who had achieved success in Hollywood not be a smart person? Listen to my conditions first. It's not a lower commission or anything like that. This is the lowest level trick. Eric smiled and waved his right hand. As long as you change to UTA, I can arrange at least 5 films for you in the next 10 years. Hank's eyes widened in surprise. 5 films in 10 years? What kind of concept was that? Tom Cruise had debuted in 1981, and in the past 10 years, he only had one movie, Top Gun, that had a box office of more than 100 million. Rain Man, which could have broken the box office of more than 100 million, had a box office of less than 80 million because of the appearance of Eric's Home Alone. Whether it could break the box office of more than 100 million still depended on how much box office the movie could bring after the Oscars. Is it the local box office? Hanks asked subconsciously. Eric smiled. Of course. In 10 years, at least 5 films in North America will break the 100 million box office. He thought for a moment and added, and they're all male leads. But Hanks didn't let Eric's promise get to his head. How can I believe that you're telling the truth? Even though your previous movies have grossed over $100 million, it doesn't mean that you'll do the same in the future. We can sign a secret contract. If I can't arrange at least 5 films in 10 years that break the 100 million box office, then I'll pay you a lot of money. Eric said without hesitation. Of course, you have to act in a certain number of films. If you sign the contract and just sit there and wait to collect money, then I definitely won't pay the compensation. Hanks was amused by Eric's last sentence. Of course I won't do that. I like acting. If I can't continue to be an actor, I really don't know how to live. You have to understand that when a person is used to something and suddenly stops, it'll probably be so boring that he'll want to die. Then, do you agree? Hank still shook his head. Eric, although I'm very tempted by your words, I still won't agree so easily. If I jump ship and you can't fulfill your promise, then how much compensation can I get in 10 years? 10 million, or 20 million, it's insignificant compared to the loss of my career. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. This dinner was very enjoyable. Eric, if you have time, I'll treat you. 100 million US. Eric sat in his seat and did not move. He stared at Hanks and said firmly, 100 million US, Tom. If I can't fulfill my promise, then I'll pay you 100 million US. We can sign a contract and find an intermediary to notarize it. I can even set up a fund and put 100 million US into it in advance. Even if your salary increases to 10 million US in the future, you'll still need to film at least 1 film a year to earn 100 million US. That's enough to show my sincerity, right? Hanks was finally moved. He put on his jacket slowly. Eric, are you serious? Of course, and you know, I can definitely afford it now. Then, I need to think about it. Hank still did not nod. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Although Eric was a little disappointed, he still smiled and gestured for Hanks to leave. Hanks put on his jacket and looked at Eric strangely before walking out of the restaurant. Eric sat in his seat and did not move. He took a sip of his coffee in disappointment. Just as he was about to pay the bill, Hanks suddenly appeared in front of him again. Eric, since you can take out 100 million US as a bet, I don't understand why I'm hesitating. Hank sat down across from Eric and waved his hand with some pride. This bet, I'll follow. The next day, The Hollywood Reporter used 4 pages to publish the full text of CAA's revelation, how an agency giant was formed. Eric didn't care about the $800 fee, nor did he want the title. More importantly, he couldn't explain the source of the detailed information in the article, so he submitted it to the newspaper anonymously. The publication of the article immediately caused a stir in the Hollywood industry. The limelight almost overshadowed the 61st Academy Awards in a few days. If most of the forces were still immersed in the joy of defaming CAA, they suddenly calmed down and focused on the article, CAA's revelation. In the next few days, the entire American media was in an uproar. They all reprinted the highly professional article and even a large number of research papers appeared. After the executives of other agencies in Hollywood read the article, they realized why they couldn't stop the rise of CAA. The film companies also completely understood why their production costs kept increasing and why they couldn't stop this trend. Michael Ovitz saw the article the moment it was published. He frowned and spent half an hour reading the article. Even he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The article's discussion of the scope of the agent's business was almost the same as his recent thoughts. It was also because of this idea that he tried to participate in the acquisition of Sony and Columbia some time ago. However, after slamming the table, Ovitz was so angry that he even had the thought of killing someone. This article was equivalent to exposing CAA's business strategy to all of its competitors. CAA's competitors could only mimic CAA's bundling strategy and didn't know the complicated operation process involved. With this article as a reference, as long as their competitors had a little ambition, they would definitely make a series of changes. Even if they couldn't completely imitate CAA's business model, they wouldn't be helpless in the face of CAA's expansion. Unfortunately, even though the Hollywood Reporter deliberately published a prominent statement on the front page looking for the author of the article, they didn't get any response. 2 days after the article was published, WMA's CEO publicly stated that if the author of the article was willing, WMA would pay 5% of its shares in exchange for the position of vice president. Although WMA's scale had been surpassed by CAA, WMA was still a century-old management company. Its scale wasn't too far off from CAA's. 5% of WMA's shares was worth tens of millions of dollars. On the same day, someone brought the manuscript of CAA's Revelation to WMA. What followed was a farce. In the midst of this storm, another change occurred in CAA. Tom Hanks chose to jump ship again after Tom Cruise and several other A-list celebrities left. This time, he didn't jump ship to WMA or ICM, but to UTA, United Elite Management Agency, which Eric personally owned. Hanks didn't leave alone. He used some unknown method to convince a top agent in CAA to jump ship with him. This led to all kinds of speculations in the industry. It wasn't easy to become a top agent at CAA. Most of them had to start from the most basic post and climb up step by step. It could take years or even decades for them to prove their ability and accumulate enough experience to become a top agent with an annual salary of 1 million yuan. Once Hank's agent left, it would be tantamount to giving up all of his accumulated experience. Even if he returned to CAA in the future, even if he was as good as any of the top agents, he would have to start from the bottom and climb up step by step. Under the witness of Kapoor, Hanks himself, his agent Simon Wilson, and the staff of a famous notary in Los Angeles, Eric and Hanks secretly signed the contract that Eric had promised. Of course, Hanks was very kind and didn't let Eric set up a $100 million bet. As for Hanks' decision to jump ship, the only thing CAA could do was ask Hanks for a small amount of liquidated damages and a cut of the remuneration for Dark War. After Hanks signed the contract with Firefly, Cruise learned about Hanks' salary conditions. As Eric expected, Cruise made a lot of concessions. In the end, the day before the Oscar ceremony, the two sides quickly signed a contract to join Dark War for $5 million and a 5% share of the North American profits. This condition was completely in line with Eric's expectations. It was finally confirmed that Dark War would start shooting on April 5. On March 29, after more than a month of preparation, the 61st Academy Awards was officially held at the Sacred Civic Auditorium in Los Angeles. Eric would also be the guest presenter for this year's Best Supporting Actress award. It was said that the organizers had originally planned to invite the newlyweds, Melanie Griffith and Don Johnson. Although Don Johnson wasn't very famous, Melanie Griffith had directly jumped to the position of an A-list actress with Working Girl this year. Unfortunately, Melanie Griffith was destined to be unable to compete with Eric. After Columbia contacted the Oscar organizers, they quickly gave up on Melanie Griffith and chose the more famous Eric. "Eric, can you help me take a look again? Is there any problem?" In the Lincoln sedan that was slowly driving towards the Oscar red carpet, Virginia turned to Eric nervously. The girl had never dreamed that she would be able to walk on the Oscar red carpet so quickly. Her cheeks were slightly red from excitement. Eric patted Virginia's little hand and said, "Okay, you're very beautiful, Vicky. Relax." The girl was still not confident. She reached out and gently touched her hair. Then, she thought of something else and asked, Eric, if Tin Soldier wins the award, will you really let me go up and accept the award on behalf of someone else? Of course. Eric nodded and said, I don't want my first award to be the Oscar for Best Animated Short Film. John Lasseter, who was supposed to attend the award ceremony, was completely in a workaholic state because of Eric's investment and delegation. He wanted to live in Pixar's office. If the Oscar invitation hadn't been sent to Richmond, John Lasseter would have almost forgotten that the short film was nominated for the Oscars. However, after receiving the invitation, John Lasseter directly called and said that he was too busy to leave. If he won the award, he would like Eric to accept it for him. Eric didn't try to persuade him. In the future, Pixar's animation would dominate the Oscars. One more wouldn't make a difference. The reason why Pixar applied for this award was mainly because they hoped to win an Oscar and attract more business for Pixar. At the same time, Eric didn't want his first award to be the Oscar for Best Animated Short Film. Therefore, he gave this opportunity to the girl beside him. As they were talking, the Lincoln stopped at the entrance of the Oscar red carpet. They could already hear the cheers of the fans from afar. Eric got out of the car first and turned to the other side of the car. He stretched out his arm in a gentlemanly manner and let the girl hold on to him. Under the guidance of the staff, they slowly walked to the red carpet. Perhaps female celebrities were born to live on the red carpet. Virginia, who was very nervous in the car, quickly relaxed when she walked on the red carpet. She gently held onto Eric's arm and followed him step by step. From time to time, she waved gently at the crowd and revealed a charming smile. When they were 7 or 8 meters away from the fans' area, someone noticed Eric's figure. Immediately, there were shouts, mixed with a few girls' pleas like Eric, I love you. Compared to the stars who were generally above 30 years old on the red carpet, Eric's youth and handsomeness undoubtedly had an advantage. In addition, the film Back to 17 that he acted in had just stopped airing not long ago. However, he still had a large number of fans among the young people. If it weren't for the staff maintaining order, there might have been people rushing directly to the red carpet. This kind of thing had happened before. Eric slowed down and nodded to the fans with a decent smile on his face. Immediately, there was a wave of female screams. Unknowingly, he actually had fans. Eric sighed slightly in his heart. He held on to Virginia and continued to walk forward. The girl beside him was slightly disappointed because no one called her name. She even noticed the hostility in the eyes of many female fans in the audience. This kind of feeling was only restrained when they reached the media area. Eric, look here. Here. Eric, Virginia, can you come closer? Compared to the fans, who only paid attention to their favorite stars, the reporters in the media area easily recognized Virginia. They had long heard that Virginia was about to act in a movie that Firefly invested in and that Eric was personally responsible for writing the screenplay. With the development of Hollywood to this day, many things in the circle were already clear rules. If an unknown beautiful actress or even a handsome actor suddenly got an important role in a movie, then many people would subconsciously ask, who did he or she sleep with? These beautiful actresses or handsome men who got a chance for no reason would definitely have to pay a price. For them, other than their bodies, they had nothing to offer. Most people would not look down on these men and women. They would only envy their opportunities. The eyes of the reporters shone with the fire of gossip. They urged Eric and Virginia to be as intimate as possible while frantically pressing the shutter. Finally, they passed through the media area. While the ABC reporter caught Michelle Pfeiffer for an interview, Eric directly pulled the girl to the waiting area for the stars. Hi, Mr. Williams, I'm Robert Downey Jr. Hello, Mr. Downey. Eric smiled and shook hands with the other party. He was just about to praise the other party's work when he realized that he did not remember any representative works of this young and bumpy movie star in his early years. He could only point to the girl next to him. This is Virginia Madsen. Robert Downey Jr. politely shook hands with Virginia. She was just here to get acquainted with him and hoped to have a chance to cooperate in the future, so she did not pester him too much. She chatted with Eric for a while and quickly left. Eric also took the initiative to greet the others. Tom Cruise, Tom Hanks, Dustin Hoffman, Melanie Griffith, Patrick Swayze, Gina Davis, Bruce Willis and his wife, Demi Moore, Cher, Jane Fonda, Jodie Foster, Sigourney Weaver. He shuttled through the crowd and chatted with these still young stars. A few minutes later, after being reminded by the staff, everyone began to enter the venue. He did not know what the organizers of this year's Oscars were thinking. They actually did not arrange a host. After entering the auditorium and finding the location of the Home Alone crew, Eric directly left his seat and walked backstage. Because he was the guest of honor, the Best Supporting Actress award was placed first. The order of the Oscars was not strictly regulated. Many times, in order to attract the attention of the audience, the organizers would first award the more important Best Supporting Actor or Best Supporting Actress. "Hello, Eric, I'm Tom Selleck." As he walked backstage, a tall and strong middle-aged man came up to him. "I'll lead you to the stage later." Eric reached out and shook the man's hand. "Thank you, Mr. Selleck. I really liked your 3 Stay-at-Home Dads and a Baby. I heard that this movie is going to be a sequel?" 3 Stay-at-Home Dads and a Baby was the annual box office champion in 1987. This warm comedy was able to win the box office title mostly because of good luck. After all, there were no famous movies in 1987. As for Tom Selleck, Eric had only seen 3 Stay-at-Home Dads and a Baby. His deepest impression of him was the 20-year-old boyfriend of Monica in Friends. Eric planned to film Friends for Fox after completing Dark War. Although he had a deep impression of Tom Selleck's Monica boyfriend, Eric knew that he had to choose a newcomer. Tom Selleck's career was still at its peak. If he asked him to act in a TV series, he would definitely be scolded. When Tom Selleck heard Eric mention his proudest work, he laughed and said, "Of course, but it won't be released until next year. To be honest, I don't want to run into your movie." After about 10 minutes of opening song and dance, Eric received the envelope from the staff and walked up to the podium under Tom Selleck's guidance. All the guests' lines were previously written by the scriptwriters. Therefore, when the audience saw the celebrities' witty words on TV, it didn't actually show their speaking ability. "Wow," Eric walked to the center of the stage and held Mike's hand. He sighed and said, "Actually, after I received the invitation, I asked Alan Carr why everyone else had a female companion on stage, but I had to be alone. It's not fair." Alan stared at me for a long time before he said, "Because you're too young." At this point, Eric blinked cutely at the audience with an innocent look on his face. The audience was silent for a second before they burst into laughter and applause. In the past 6 months, although Eric had achieved a series of amazing achievements in Hollywood, there were always people who talked about his age from time to time. Achieving such great achievements at the age of 18 seemed to have become a stain in Eric's life. When people praised geniuses, they also couldn't help but dislike them. After a few more witty words that made the audience laugh, Eric changed the topic. In any movie, when the leading actors and actresses show their acting skills, there are always supporting roles. A good supporting role will make a movie more outstanding. So, let's see what movies are nominated for Best Supporting Actress. After Eric finished speaking, he made a gesture. The movie clips of the nominees for Best Supporting Actress appeared on the big screen one after another. They were Sigourney Weaver and Joan Cusack from Working Girls, Michelle Pfeiffer from Dangerous Liaisons, Gina Davis from Unexpected Traveler, and Frances McDormand from Mississippi is Burning. As far as Eric was concerned, he didn't think highly of Sigourney Weaver. The Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actress for Workaholic was a huge exaggeration. In comparison, Eric preferred Michelle Pfeiffer and Gina Davis, and he also thought that the winner should be one of them. After all the nominees were introduced, Eric slowly opened the envelope. He glanced at the name, and it was as he expected. The Best Supporting Actress is Gina Davis from Unexpected Traveler. Amidst the applause, a red-haired girl over 1.8 meters tall stood up excitedly with her hand over her mouth. She hugged the rest of the cast of Unexpected Traveler and walked onto the stage. The girl wasn't in a hurry to receive the Golden Man. Instead, she hugged Eric excitedly. Eric could only smile and pat the girl on the back. Gina Davis was already over 1.8 meters tall. Now that she was wearing high heels, she was even taller than Eric. When the two hugged, Eric looked really small. This scene caused the audience to chuckle. "Hey, Ms. Davis, can you let go of me?" Are you sure you're not taking advantage of me? Eric patted her a few times. Seeing that she was still hugging him, he had to whisper in the girl's ear. Impatient little guy, Gina Davis whispered. She quickly let go of Eric, took the golden man, and began her speech. After patiently waiting for Gina Davis to finish her speech, Eric walked off the stage with her and returned to his seat. What followed was a long 3 hours of running time. The nomination of Home Alone 4 Best Soundtrack was completely negligible. Eric just laughed at the jokes of the guests on stage over and over again. As a young man who had made great achievements in Hollywood half a year ago, Eric was ridiculed by the guests on stage more than once. Therefore, the camera often swept over him, and from time to time, there would be a close-up. In this case, Eric didn't even have a chance to be distracted. However, Eric didn't feel bored. Instead, he enjoyed comparing the differences between the Oscars more than 10 years later and now. After a few hours, Eric's biggest feeling was that the Oscars in this era hadn't taken the more extreme route of artistic films. Most of the award-winning films, such as Rain Man, Working Girl, Beetlejuice, and so on, were more commercial films. More than 10 years later, the Oscars had almost become a stage for mainstream films and extremely niche films. As long as an actor wanted to win an award, they would either play a great man or a patient. After more than 2 hours, most of the major awards had been given out. After the Best Cinematography Award, it was finally time for the Best Animated Short Film Award. Everyone knew that after this award was the heavyweight Best Actor Award, so they were all looking forward to the Best Animated Short Film Award. Perhaps feeling the anticipation of the guests, Carrie Fisher, who had participated in the Star Wars series, opened the envelope and read, "The winner of the Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film is John Lasseter for Tin Soldiers." In the applause, Virginia looked at Eric again. After getting an encouraging look, she got up and walked to the stage. Carrie Fisher's list of winners was clearly for men, but a sexy woman in a royal blue dress was on stage. The audience in front of the TV couldn't help but ask questions. Who is this? What a beautiful woman. There's actually a woman named John. That's so strange. The organizer obviously had a plan. After Virginia walked on stage, the camera directly turned to Eric and gave him a big close-up. Eric secretly complained. He had no choice but to sit up straight and look forward without any expression, as if he didn't know that the camera was giving him a close-up. However, this kind of indifferent concealment didn't have much effect. In addition, the surrounding guests all looked at Eric with a playful smile after Virginia walked onto the stage, making him even more unable to get away with it. The audience in front of the TV who paid a little attention to the gossip quickly remembered Virginia's identity. This beauty was said to be the female lead of a movie written by Eric himself. In a New York Manhattan apartment, Jennifer Aniston curled up on the sofa and hugged a stuffed bear. She stared at the TV screen the whole night without moving, hoping to see her boyfriend again. She even hoped that the guests would tease her a little more. However, every time she saw Eric, she couldn't help but look at Virginia sitting next to Eric, and the stuffed bear in her hands would be destroyed. When she saw the scene of Virginia coming on stage to receive the award, Jennifer Aniston couldn't help it anymore. She curled her lips as if she was tearing a woman's hair. At the same time, the poor stuffed bear in her arms lost another tuft of fur. "No, I have to go back tomorrow," Jennifer Aniston vented and no longer cared about the next award. She rushed into the bedroom and began to pack her luggage. At the same time, she remembered her father's words. If she really cared about this relationship, it was best to stay by his side. No sincere feelings could withstand the erosion of distance. And if she felt that she couldn't keep it, then she should give up early to avoid more pain. "I don't want to give up, why should I give him up for those little bitches?" Muttering nonstop, the little girl neatly packed up a large pile of clothes. Finally, she found the key to Eric's mansion and stuffed it into her bag. Then she picked up the phone and dialed the airline's booking number. Almost at the same time that Virginia stepped on the podium, Jennifer Connelly was in a hotel in the Italian capital of Europe. She also saw the scene through cable TV. After rejecting Eric that night, she had no choice but to return to Europe and take the initiative to reshoot some scenes in Death of a Swan. Just as her agent had said, she had just given up an important opportunity. She could not afford to cut off her connections in Europe. It was precisely because she had played the role of Deborah in the famous Italian director Sergio Leone's Once Upon a Time in America at the age of 13 that she had gained recognition in the Italian film industry. Now, this was the only connection she had available. Connolly had also noticed that her manager had become much colder towards her. Lester had been focusing more on the other artists under his management and was paying less and less attention to Connolly. Even this trip to Rome, her agent didn't come with her. For the decision she made a few days ago, every time Connolly thought about it, she would accumulate a layer of regret. After the close-up of Eric sitting upright appeared on the TV, Connolly couldn't help but take the lady's handbag next to her, took out the phone, and looked again at the string of numbers that had been deeply imprinted in her mind. Is it still useful to call him now? Connolly stared at the phone in her hand and said to herself without confidence. Although far away in Rome, Connolly still learned that all the roles in Dark War had been confirmed through sporadic news in the newspaper. Although except for the 2 male leads, the list of the other actors had not been exposed, she knew that she definitely wouldn't be part of it. Even if she called now, Eric wouldn't replace someone else with her. Connolly felt that Eric was not the boss of those movie giants, and the film projects in his hands were very limited. It was impossible for there to be a suitable role for her at any time, so she wouldn't gain anything by calling. Virginia was already satisfied to be able to step onto the podium and show her face. The girl didn't do anything unexpected. She obediently took the Golden Man, took out the award speech that Eric had given her in advance, and read it. Then, she followed the guest backstage. Dustin Hoffman, who had a wonderful performance in Rain Man, won the Best Actor award. Then there were 2 technical awards. When the Best Director award was about to be presented, Virginia returned to her seat with the Oscar. Her face was flushed, and coupled with the mature charm she exuded, several men around her couldn't help but turn their eyes to the girl. At the same time, they secretly envied Eric's luck with women. Although it wasn't the time to talk, Virginia still looked at Eric affectionately, and her gratitude was beyond words. After Rain Man won the Best Picture award, the 3-hour award ceremony finally ended, and then it was time for the party. The famous Oscar vanity party would only appear a few years later, but that didn't mean that the stars would go home after the Oscars. There were countless celebration parties, and most of the guests could find a place to go as long as they were willing. Home Alone didn't win a single award, so of course there wouldn't be a celebration party. After leaving, although Runkle and his wife, who were passionate about this industry, wanted to take little Stu to some parties to familiarize himself with him, it was a pity that the little guy had sat in the award hall for 3 hours and was now so tired that he was sleepy. Of course, he could also be pretending. The Runkle couple could only take their son home in disappointment. Because there were a lot of people, Virginia didn't hold Eric's arm. She waited for Eric to finish greeting the acquaintances around him before she leaned over and asked, "Where are we going next, Eric?" Eric took the golden statuette that Virginia carefully held in her hand and played with it. He said, "What do you think? I just received a few party invitations. The cast of Rain Man, the cast of Working Girl, Warner Brothers, Disney, and the others. Oh, Amy said that Columbia would also hold a party." Virginia thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "How about Rain Man?" Eric snapped his fingers. "I think so too. The party for Rain Man is at the Sunset Tower Hotel in Beverly Hills. After the party, we don't have to go as far as the Hilton Hotel to go home." After making the decision, the two of them found Capel Sid and drove to the Sunset Tower Hotel together. As the big winner of this year's Oscars, the celebration party for Rain Man was undoubtedly the grandest. Eric's arrival was also welcomed by Tom Cruise, Dustin Hoffman, and a group of directors and producers. After walking through the crowd and chatting with people he knew and didn't know, Cruise suddenly pulled Eric aside and said to Virginia, who had been holding Eric's arm, "Miss Madsen, I want to talk to Eric alone." After entering the party for so long, Virginia had been sticking to Eric. In fact, she had some thoughts in her heart. She had hooked up with Eric at the party, so she definitely didn't want other women to do the same. Now that Cruise had personally spoken, although Virginia was dissatisfied, she could only nod and leave. "Eric, about Dark War, I have a new idea. Do you think we can shoot it like this?" Cruise drove Virginia away without any psychological pressure and began to tell Eric his new idea for the plot of Dark War. Eric listened carefully to Cruz's long speech and patiently waited for him to finish before he had the time to summarize all of Cruz's points. The conclusion was, more scenes. Shaking his head slightly, Eric explained, Tom, the reason why Dark War is called Dark War is because its core is the confrontation between the two protagonists. If the scenes are too unbalanced, the excitement of the movie will be greatly reduced. Moreover, I think you have the most room to play in this movie. Hank still needs to share scenes with Joe Pesci and others, and your role is completely a one-man show. There is no need to add more. Hearing Eric's rejection, although Cruz knew that what Eric said was very reasonable, he still showed a faint displeasure on his face. Originally, Eric did not have much opinion on Cruz's personal character. He was not even interested in those rumors at all. Everyone had their own way of living. There were many celebrities in Hollywood in private. At least Cruz was a very dedicated and diligent person, which was the original intention of Eric to cooperate with him. But now, Eric began to regret it, because Cruz was too controlling, and Eric himself was also a person with a strong desire for control. During the filming of Dark War, there would be a lot of disputes. Thinking about it carefully, Eric felt that the main reason was that he was too inexperienced, and Cruz had a sense of superiority from the bottom of his heart. So, Eric, about the bus girl, is Brooke Sella too tall? Cruz's height of more than 1.7 meters had always been his weakness. Therefore, after being rejected, Cruz impulsively said this sentence in order to pick on Brooke. He regretted it. It was like slapping his own face. Thinking of Brooke Sella's 6 foot, 183 centimeters, height, Eric's mouth could not help but twitch. If she wore high heels, she would probably be as tall as Gina Davis, who hugged him at the award ceremony today. Eric tried hard not to laugh in front of Cruz. He advised, Tom, you don't have to worry about this at all. The two of you are sitting in the bus and in the restaurant. There are no scenes where you two walk side by side. Okay, Cruz nodded awkwardly, took a sip of red wine to hide his embarrassment, and then hurried away. Just as Eric turned around and was about to return to the crowd, Virginia appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Eric's arm. Aren't you watching too closely? Eric teased. How could he not see through Virginia's narrow-mindedness? The girl immediately revealed an aggrieved look and retracted her arm. If you like any beauty, just go. Forget it, let's go back. Eric looked at his watch. Otherwise, you'll always be on tenterhooks, as if I'll fly away. Yes. Virginia happily hugged Eric's arm again. Can I go to your house tonight? Sure, but you're in the limelight tonight. There must be paparazzi waiting outside. Virginia had already come up with a plan. We'll take the elevator to the parking lot and leave in Mr. Sid's car. We'll be fine if we're careful. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, Eric really wanted to reach out and pinch the girl's face and praise her. As the two were about to leave, there was a commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall. Eric seemed to have heard someone calling out Mr. Spielberg. He looked up and saw a large group of people surrounding a middle-aged man with round glasses walking into the banquet hall. It really is Steven Spielberg. What is he doing here? Virginia asked curiously. Who knows? Eric shook his head and said, let's go up and say hello before we leave. Otherwise, it would be rude. Yes. Virginia was obviously eager to give it a try. Just as the two of them were about to move forward, Spielberg walked towards Eric. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Spielberg took the initiative to reach out his hand to Eric. Eric, I thought you would go to the Hilton Hotel. I didn't know you were here until I got there. It took me a long time to find you. Really? I don't know what to say, Mr. Spielberg. If you want to see me, you can contact my agent to arrange a meeting. Eric shook hands with the other party in confusion. Everyone is very busy, and today is a very special day, so I can spare some time, Spielberg explained. Eric, I asked someone to find a room downstairs. Let's go there. Oh, this lady can come too. No problem. Eric nodded. Under the guessing gaze of everyone in the banquet hall, he pulled Virginia and left with Spielberg. After Eric left, everyone whispered to each other for a while, and then began to do their own things. Although they had lost a chance to get close to Spielberg, they didn't think they were qualified to do so. Cruise, on the other hand, was even more disappointed when he saw Spielberg, Eric, and the others disappear at the door. He originally thought that Spielberg came for the crew of Rain Man, or even for himself, but he didn't expect the result to be like this. Cruise wasn't too eager to cooperate with Spielberg. He just wanted to be friends with Spielberg. As the representative of Hollywood Jews, as long as he had a good relationship with Spielberg, it was equivalent to having a good relationship with the Jewish circle in Hollywood. Hollywood was the world of Jews. This sentence was not just for show. Barry Diller, Michael Eisner, and many other senior executives of film companies were Jewish. A large number of famous directors and stars such as Spielberg and Harrison Ford were also Jewish. Cruise left CAA. If he wanted to get rid of his identity as a pure actor and enter the ranks of producers, it was essential to make friends with the Jewish circle in Hollywood. In a room downstairs in the banquet hall, the two parties sat down. The waiter served them coffee and took the initiative to leave the room, leaving only Spielberg, his assistant, Eric, and Virginia. "Eric, is Drew okay? I haven't seen her visit me in a long time." Spielberg was not in a hurry to get down to business. Instead, he chatted casually. Eric was not in a hurry. He glanced at Virginia sitting upright next to him, which made him feel very embarrassed. "He's a big director, and I'm also a big director, okay? This little woman really makes me lose face. I have to teach her a lesson when I go back." "Drew is so heartless," Eric said with a smile. "She happens to be at home today. I'll go back and teach her a lesson. It's really rude of her not to visit you for a long time. I heard people say that the relationship between Drew and you is very strange, like a father and daughter. I didn't believe it at first, but after listening to your tone just now, I think it might be true. But it's a good choice for her to follow you. Her parents. Let's not talk about them. Eric, treat her well." "I will." Eric nodded. He did not delve into where Spielberg heard the news. Spielberg's connections in Hollywood were completely incomparable to his. Spielberg slowly took a sip of coffee and said, "Actually, I'm looking for you today because of the copyright of your book Jurassic Park. I've asked people to contact you several times before, but they were all rejected, so I have to do it personally today. Eric, how about selling the film rights of Jurassic Park to me?" Eric did not answer immediately. He held the coffee cup and lowered his head as if he was thinking. In fact, he was very distressed. It was impossible to sell the film rights of Jurassic Park to Spielberg. Even if it was like in his previous life, Eric would not agree to let Spielberg be the director of this movie. Because he just happened to remember some data in his mind. In his previous life, Jurassic Park took in more than $900 million at the box office worldwide, with $350 million in North America and $600 million overseas. According to the average split of 55% in North America and 20% overseas, the film could get $310 million at the box office. Universal Pictures had invested about $70 million in this movie, which meant that after deducting the production costs, the film could make a huge profit of $240 million. It seemed like an ecstatic number, because even in 1993 in his previous life, any movie giant's box office profit for a whole year was at most this number. Everything had a twist, which was called but. However, Spielberg was indeed known as the shrewdest movie businessman. As the director of Jurassic Park, Spielberg relied on his personal strength and a series of negotiations to sign a high-percentage contract with Universal. In the end, Spielberg personally took away $250 million from the Jurassic Park project. That's right, it was $10 million more than the box office profit of Jurassic Park. In 1993, the era of VCDs had not yet arrived. The videotape market only accounted for 30% to 40% of a movie's income, and the income from other broadcast rights was relatively lower. In other words, most of the profits from Jurassic Park were actually taken away by Spielberg himself, which led to the grand establishment of DreamWorks in 1994. If it weren't for the huge profits from Jurassic Park's related products and theme parks, Universal's executives would probably have to cover their faces and cry. As for the rumor that Universal's investment of Jurassic Park and Schindler's List caused Spielberg's dissatisfaction, which prompted Spielberg to go solo and set up DreamWorks. This was not credible at all. He didn't invest a penny and took away $250 million US. If he was dissatisfied, there was no place in the world for him to talk about it. What Eric was now distressed was how to tactfully and peacefully reject Spielberg. He didn't want to offend this Jewish director who had huge connections in Hollywood. Mr. Spielberg, actually. I wrote this book with the intention of being a director myself, so. Eric stuttered to organize his words. So. I didn't intend to sell the film and television rights of Jurassic Park. Spielberg smiled like an elder and analyzed Eric. Eric, I've seen a few of your movies, and I think you're better at low-budget comedies or dramas. I'm afraid you won't be able to make a sci-fi novel like Jurassic Park for a long time. I don't mean to look down on you, but you're still too young and lack the accumulation of experience. In fact, I'm the same. I made my first short film in 1959, but it wasn't until 16 years later that I was able to make a sci-fi film like Jaws. Although your qualifications are much better than mine, you still need about 10 years of experience. Maybe many people have already forgotten about the novel Jurassic Park by then. It's very risky to make a film again, and if you're not careful, you won't be able to recover the cost. So, you still rejected it? In a car in the parking lot, Kapoor sat in the driver's seat and looked helplessly at Eric in the passenger's seat. Thinking of the scene just now, Eric sighed and nodded. Although Spielberg didn't show any displeasure when he left, he only regretfully said that if Liu Zhou changed his mind, Liu Zhou could contact him again. But Eric still knew that he had offended the famous Jewish director, which could be seen from the way Spielberg's assistant looked at him with an unappreciative look. If Spielberg had expressed his intention to buy the copyright through others in the past, Eric's refusal wouldn't have been a big deal. But this time, his refusal was much more serious. Spielberg had personally come forward. This was a very sincere gesture, and it was even equivalent to sending a favor to the door. If this deal was successful, not only would Eric receive a generous copyright transfer fee, but he would also gain Spielberg's favor. This relationship might be of great help to him in the future. But he couldn't give away an important chess piece in his future career for a favor, even if it was a very big favor. Jurassic Park involved a huge industry chain worth tens of billions of dollars. Although Eric never thought of monopolizing it, he at least wanted to ensure that he could get the most delicious piece of this big cake in the future. And once the copyright was sold, he would completely lose the leadership of this project. At most, he could only share some leftovers after others ate the meat and drank the wine. Eric, do you want to hear my suggestion? Kapoor asked. I know what you want to say. Contact Spielberg immediately and sell the movie rights to him, right? Kapoor, there's no room for negotiation. I won't sell it. Kapoor touched his bald head in distress and said, Eric, have you thought about your situation? You're completely in a state of fighting alone. You seem to be very familiar with the executives of those film companies, but it's completely based on pure interests. The reason why they're so good to you now is that your previous movies were all successful and brought them huge benefits. But no one will always succeed. Once you fail, it will be time for them to turn against you. Eric said confidently, I don't think I'll experience such a failure in the near future. I'm very confident in my movie. There are many reasons for failure, and it might even be man-made. Kapoor continued, Eric, think about it carefully. Compared to your strength, you're getting too much of a share. If it happened once, twice, or even 3 or 4 times, it would still be fine. They would only think that you were a lucky little guy. But if it continued, those big shots would do everything they could to suppress you, or even destroy you. Just like the lions on the grassland, they will allow the hyenas to nibble on their leftover food, but they will never allow a weak hyena to occupy more than a pride of lions. Eric opened his mouth, but he could not think of any words to refute. He knew what Kapoor meant by saying these words. In fact, Kapoor hoped that he could find some solid allies. That way, when he might be suppressed in the future, he would not be completely alone. Spielberg wanted to get the movie rights of Jurassic Park. This was an excellent opportunity to befriend him. Once he sold the rights, the screenwriter of the movie would definitely not be able to get rid of him. Spielberg also promised that Firefly could participate in the investment. All these provided the conditions for him to get in touch with Spielberg and establish a good personal relationship with him. But Eric was still unwilling to give up. Kapoor noticed the struggle and hesitation in Eric's expression, so he continued to persuade him. Eric, do you know which movie company your Firefly is most similar to? Eric looked up curiously. Kapoor did not sell out. It's most similar to United Artists. Back then, Chaplin and a few other famous directors founded United Artists. This company's position was simply a production company, and it specialized in providing excellent films to the other big shots. It's very similar to Firefly, which doesn't have any distribution channels now. In the end, all the movie giants with perfect distribution channels, except for the unlucky Thunderbolt, have all survived. But United Artists, which was once on par with the other big shots, has been reduced to a subsidiary of MGM. A big reason for this is that United Artists paid too much attention to the production business back then, and neglected to expand their distribution channels. When Eric heard Kapoor's words, the DreamWorks he was most familiar with immediately popped up in his mind. It seemed that history was always shockingly similar. In his previous life, he would often see the phrase distribution channels are king in some economic articles. It was indeed a wise saying. In his previous life, some of the better second-tier movie companies in Hollywood, such as Lionsgate and Mike Mira, all started out in distribution. Spielberg's DreamWorks and the later new DreamWorks could only float between the big shots like Universal, Paramount, and Disney. Sometimes, for just 1% of the profits, they would bitterly quarrel until they broke up. And now, Firefly is even worse than United Artists. It has almost no distribution ability. It's too easy for those movie giants who monopolize most of the distribution channels to deal with you. So now, you really need some allies who can really help you at critical moments. Once a bad situation happens, there will be someone who can help you and pull the strings instead of being isolated and helpless. It's impossible for a hyena to be friends with a lion, but there is no barrier between the same species. In this situation, Spielberg has already sent himself to your door, and you still want to push him away. That's simply too unwise. If Eric was a native of this spacetime, after Kapoor's persuasion and threats, he would definitely obediently hand over Jurassic Park. Unfortunately, he was not. Okay, Kapoor, I understand. Eric nodded, looking as if he had been taught a lesson. Kapoor happily handed his mobile phone to Eric. Then hurry up and call Spielberg. Don't be afraid that he will think you're fickle. Eric, you're a young man. You have this privilege. Spielberg won't mind. Eric took the brick and patted it in his hand. Kapoor, I only said that I understand the importance of distribution channels to Firefly. I didn't say that I would sell the rights to Jurassic Park to Spielberg. Virginia, who had been sitting in the back seat quietly listening to their conversation, couldn't help but laugh out loud. She realized that she had lost her composure and hurriedly covered her mouth. Kapoor seemed to choke for a moment. He stared at Eric speechlessly with his eyes wide open. In the end, he took back his mobile phone in disappointment. Up to you. I've said all that I can say. Jeffrey is right. You're really a stubborn young man. Don't worry, Kapoor. I have my own plans. Think about it, I'm a British American. I still have British citizenship. So, even if I have a good relationship with Spielberg, I'm destined to never enter the Jewish circle. It wasn't that Eric hadn't considered these things. Among the few movies that Firefly had this year, his next 3 movies had already been settled. One would be for Columbia, and the other 2 would be for Fox according to the previous contract. Although the distributors for the other 3 movies hadn't been confirmed, he had already received a lot of offers from the Big Six. As long as he was willing, he could sign the distribution contract at any time. If all of these movies could sell like they did in his previous life, then he could accumulate a large amount of initial funds. Even if 1 or 2 of the movies didn't do well at the box office due to the butterfly effect, it wouldn't hurt him at all. At most, he would earn a little less. After all, other than the $40 million Dark War from Columbia, the investments for the other movies were all less than $10 million. Even if only one of them sold like it did in his previous life, he could recoup all of his investment and make a profit. After this year, just as Kapoor said, the big shots would definitely realize that he had taken too much. They would try their best to suppress him and squeeze out the benefits that he deserved. But by then, he would already have enough initial accumulation, so he wouldn't be helpless against them. Not to mention whether the Big Six would really band together to suppress him, even if there was less than a 1% chance of that happening, he would just have to slowly build up his strength. Moreover, Eric didn't believe that the big shots would agree to deal with him for a long time when he had the ability to bring huge benefits to them. There were too many people and they weren't of one mind. Even 3 monks might not have water to drink, let alone 6. Kapoor, let's call it a night. Lend me your car. You can go and drive mine. Kapoor looked at the girl sitting in the back seat and shook his head. No, Eric, you can't just borrow a car. Besides, you drink. I'll send you home. Kapoor, don't be so serious. Don't think that you can be a light bulb just because you shaved your head. Eric ridiculed. Virginia, who was sitting in the back seat, had already lowered her head shyly. Kapoor laughed and said, "You've misunderstood. I'm not that insensible. What I meant was that I'll send you back. I only drank a few sips of champagne. More importantly, I'm very experienced when it comes to getting rid of paparazzi. Back then, it was precisely because of this skill that I managed to get my first employer. I don't want to have to deal with PR for the two of you again tomorrow morning." Eric, Beverly Hills or Malibu? My home. Malibu is too far away. Okay, then you sit in the back seat. You might be photographed in the front. Eric obediently moved to the back seat. Kapoor started the car and left the underground parking lot. Just as they drove onto the road, a few cars clearly followed them. After a while, Kapoor looked at the rearview mirror and laughed. A total of 3 paparazzi cars are following us. Fortunately, there are many targets at the party. Otherwise, there might be a long tail. Eric curiously turned his head and looked behind for a while. There are only 2 cars. The silver Honda and the black one. That's a Chrysler, right? So, if I let you drive my car away just now, you'll have to wait for tomorrow's newspaper to read carefully. You mean? Eric looked for a while and finally saw a black car that appeared and disappeared. That black Mercedes-Benz. A paparazzi driving a Mercedes-Benz. That's too extravagant. That's the one. Kapoor smiled and answered. Then, he asked curiously, is a Mercedes-Benz very extravagant? I think that car is at most $30,000 US. I remembered wrongly. Eric was a little embarrassed. When he saw the Mercedes-Benz, he subconsciously thought of luxury cars that cost more than $1 million USD. In his previous life, he could only afford to drive a Volkswagen. Kapoor did not ask any more questions. He skillfully turned down Sunset Boulevard and shuttled through the bustling streets of Los Angeles in the middle of the night. The twists and turns almost made Eric dizzy. When he finally reacted, the car had already appeared on Sunset Boulevard. All done. Now, I just hope that there are no paparazzi blocking your door. Kapoor, my house has a back door. Kapoor looked at Eric through the rearview mirror and gave him a look of disdain. While Virginia chuckled, Eric raised his hand. Okay, I won't say anything. The car stopped in front of Eric's mansion. Eric and Virginia did not show their faces. Kapoor took Eric's keys and opened the door. He directly drove the car into the courtyard. There are paparazzi cars parked about 10 meters to the east and west of the door. Eric, when Virginia leaves tomorrow, you better be careful. Don't let any photos be taken. Don't worry, I know what to do. Eric held Virginia's small hand. Kapoor, do you want to come in and sit for a while? Kapoor shrugged. Although I don't want to be a third wheel, I have to stay here for at least 10 minutes before leaving. Otherwise, I shouldn't have driven the car in just now. Understood. Come in and have a cup of coffee. The 3 of them walked towards the villa together. There was light in the living room. Eric explained, Drew will be at home for the next 2 days. The girl had asked for leave to come back because of the Oscars. She had thought that Eric would walk her on the red carpet, but it turned out to be Virginia. Therefore, the girl had been throwing a tantrum from time to time. He pushed open the door and walked into the living room. The volume of the television was very low, and there was a petite body curled up on the sofa. Eric walked forward and gently pushed Drew, who was hugging a pillow. "Drew, wake up. Go upstairs and sleep." After a few pushes, the girl finally reacted. She mumbled in a daze, "Oh. Eric, don't play with me. I'm so sleepy." Eric guiltily looked at the two petrified people behind him. "Well, I swear I didn't do anything out of line." This explanation was weak and feeble, and Kapoor and Virginia clearly did not believe it. "That's too hasty," Virginia muttered. "Don't forget about safety measures." Kapoor was indeed a professional agent who thought for his employer. Faced with the two people who did not believe his explanation at all, Eric's shoulders slumped in despair. "Okay, I won't explain." "Why should I explain to you?" "Vicky, the coffee is in the kitchen. You entertain Kapoor. I'll send the girl to the bedroom." After Eric finished speaking, he pulled the pillow out of Drew's arms and carried the girl to the stairs. When they arrived at Drew's bedroom, he placed the girl on the bed and carefully covered her with a blanket. Only then did he close the door and leave. The moment the door closed, Drew immediately opened his eyes and looked at the door with sparkling eyes. He cheered silently and kicked the thin blanket on his body high up into the air before rolling around crazily. "Haha, this is what you get for not taking me to the Oscars." Click, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open again. Eric crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame. "I knew you did it on purpose, little girl. Aren't you afraid that I'll be sent to prison and you'll have to sleep on the streets from now on?" The girl was caught red-handed in her prank. She was stunned for a second before she immediately climbed to the edge of the bed and pulled back the blanket that had fallen to the ground. She quickly covered herself and said in a muffled voice, "I'm really going to sleep this time. Drew, Virginia will be spending the night here tonight. Don't cause trouble." The thin blanket was pulled down, revealing her sparkling eyes. "Can I watch from the side?" "It's NC-17. Teenagers under the age of 18 are not allowed to watch." "I can secretly watch." Eric's tone became heavier. "Drew, I'm serious." Okay. I won't watch," Drew said as she pulled the blanket over her little head again. She even deliberately turned her back to Eric like a little wife who was angry with her husband. Eric looked at the girl's action speechlessly. After a while, he closed the bedroom door again and walked away. For some reason, she woke up exceptionally early today. Well, it was actually not early. It was already 9 o'clock. However, compared to Drew, who often slept until noon, this time was indeed quite early. She put on her clothes and looked at the mirror while brushing her teeth. Ah, dark circles. It's all those two despicable guys' fault. She brushed her teeth angrily and walked out of the bedroom. The villa was quiet. The other two obviously did not get up. Perhaps they really did play too late last night. Cheating couple, She wanted to rush to Eric's door and wake them up, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. It was rare for her to sleep in. How could she not sleep in at such a young age? She walked downstairs in her furry slippers and minded her own business. She cooked a small pot of oatmeal with milk and took a small spoonful. She blew on it and tasted it. It was a little sweet, but it was passable. She filled a small bowl for herself, took out bread from the spinneret, and carried it to the dining room. She stuffed a few mouthfuls of bread with sauce, and her cheeks were stuffed. She held the small bowl and sipped the oatmeal in small mouthfuls. There seemed to be a sound from the living room door. A sound, the girl almost forgot to put down the oatmeal. She held the small bowl and walked out of the dining room. The travel-worn Jennifer Aniston was pulling a red suitcase and looking around. When she saw Drew appear at the dining room door, her originally interested expression quickly faded. "Where's Eric?" Jennifer Aniston asked matter-of-factly. Her tone was like the mistress of the house asking her maid. If it was any other time, Drew would definitely retort, but now, the girl held the small bowl with one hand to cover her face. She looked at Jennifer Aniston with sparkling eyes. She stretched out her small arm exaggeratedly and pointed upstairs. She said considerately, "Turn left upstairs, it's the second room on the south side." Jennifer Aniston keenly sensed that something was wrong. She suspiciously glanced at Drew, but still put down the suitcase in her hand and walked towards the stairs. The girl held the bowl to cover her small mouth that was about to split open. Her eyes followed Jennifer Aniston's figure until the other party disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Only then did she lightly jump twice in schadenfreude. She tiptoed and made a beautiful circle on the spot. "Eric, you can't blame me this time." The girl hurried back to the dining room, grabbed a piece of bread, and prepared to watch the show while eating breakfast. After some consideration, she chose a safer location, the entrance of the dining room. In less than a minute, Drew craned her neck in anticipation. Sure enough, there were a few sounds of quarreling coming from upstairs. "Eric Williams, I'll never forgive you, you bastard, you big bastard." In the midst of these voices, Jennifer Aniston rushed down the stairs to the second floor. She glared fiercely at Drew, who was watching the show, and was about to leave with her suitcase. "Jenny, wait for me, don't be impulsive." Eric's voice sounded, and then a figure wearing only a pair of trousers appeared at the corner of the V-shaped staircase. Seeing that Jennifer Aniston was about to leave again with her suitcase, Eric did not pay attention to his feet in his anxiety. He missed a step and rolled down the stairs. "Wow," Drew opened her mouth wide. Seeing that Eric was rolling down the stairs, she was not too worried. Instead, she was gloating because this flight of stairs was less than 2 meters high. And when Jennifer Aniston saw this scene, she felt relieved and scolded that he deserved it. Unfortunately, things seemed to be a little unexpected. Eric rolled down the stairs and directly fell to the ground. Then, blood began to flow from his forehead and his whole body was motionless. The atmosphere was stagnant for a moment. With a bang, the porcelain bowl of oatmeal fell to the ground and shattered. The girl rushed up with a look of horror. "Eric, are you okay? Hey, say something, you, don't scare me." Drew rushed to Eric's side and called out his name while wiping the blood from his forehead. However, she found that the more she wiped, the more blood there was. It directly dyed the sleeves of the girl's pajamas red. After careful inspection, she found that there was a wound of about 1 centimeter on his forehead. Blood was flowing from the wound, and Eric had fainted. Jennifer Aniston was about to leave angrily, but when she saw this scene, she hesitated for a moment, put down her suitcase, and walked over. Passing by Drew's body, he panicked when he saw the blood flowing out of Eric's forehead. How could this be? Helplessly, the girl held Eric's head in her arms and awkwardly pressed on the wound on Eric's forehead. Her pajamas were stained with blood, and her eyes were as red as a rabbit's. She raised her head and shouted at Jennifer Aniston, "B*TCH, call the ambulance. If anything happens to Eric, I swear I'll kill you." Jennifer Aniston was scared out of her wits by Drew's hysterical threat. She rushed to the phone and hurriedly dialed 911. At this moment, Virginia, who had hurriedly put on her clothes, came downstairs and saw this scene. She hurriedly rushed over. "Drew, let me do it, I'll do it." Go away, you B*cheese, it's all your fault. Otherwise, Eric wouldn't be injured. You B*cheese. Although Virginia was very upset to be insulted by Drew, she was a mature woman after all. She knew that now was not the time to be calculative. "Drew, it's not easy to stop the bleeding like this. Is there a first aid kit? Tell me where the first aid kit is." "In Eric's bedroom, on the wardrobe," Drew said without hesitation. Virginia hurriedly got up and ran upstairs. "It seems, we should lay him flat on the ground." Jennifer Aniston, who had finished the call, came over again. Seeing Drew kneeling on the floor and holding Eric in her arms, she couldn't help but suggest based on some of her specious medical knowledge. Drew coldly glanced at Jennifer Aniston. She carefully pressed the wound on Eric's forehead and laid Eric flat on the floor. After thinking for a while, she took off one of her cartoon slippers and placed it on the back of Eric's head. Jennifer Aniston looked at Drew and unconsciously felt a little sour in her heart. She was Eric's real girlfriend, right? Why did it seem like she was the third party in this scene? Looking at Drew, who was now like a crazy female leopard, Jennifer Aniston instinctively felt a little scared. It was as if she would be eaten alive if she got a little closer. Virginia quickly came back with a first aid kit. "Drew, let me do it. I've learned some first aid." Drew silently stepped back a little. Seeing Virginia skillfully stop the bleeding and bandage Eric's wound, she felt a little relieved. She glanced at Jennifer Aniston, who was standing next to her. "Didn't you say you were leaving? Now you can get lost. Don't come looking for Eric in the future." Jennifer Aniston finally got angry. "I'm Eric's girlfriend. Who are you to order me around? You're just a pet he keeps." Drew sneered. "So what if I'm a pet? At least I won't be stubborn and stupid like you, who only knows how to throw a tantrum in front of him all day long." "You're the idiot," Jennifer Aniston retorted frantically. She pointed at Virginia. "I'm his girlfriend. Shouldn't I be angry with him? He's such an excellent man. What's wrong with him playing with a few women?" "You." Jennifer Aniston was rendered speechless by Drew's strong logic. Virginia carefully bandaged the wound on Eric's forehead and touched Eric's chest to feel his heartbeat. Only then did she feel a little relieved. Listening to the two girls' illogical argument, she was distressed and was about to stop them when the doorbell rang. "The ambulance is here," Jennifer Aniston said softly. Drew immediately forgot about the argument and rushed out to open the door. Virginia waited until the ambulance arrived in front of the villa before she got up and hid upstairs. She didn't want outsiders to find out that she was here. After all, she and Eric didn't have a relationship that could be seen in public. Jennifer Aniston saw Virginia's actions and subconsciously wanted to hide upstairs. However, she caught a glimpse of Drew's figure waving her small hands as she hurriedly explained something to the approaching medical staff. She stopped in her tracks. The medical staff gave Eric a simple treatment again before carrying the still unconscious Eric into the ambulance. Jennifer Aniston saw Drew get into the ambulance and couldn't help but go up. The ambulance drove out of Eric's mansion and roared all the way to the nearest hospital. The paparazzi who were waiting in front of Eric's house were overjoyed when they saw this scene. They keenly sensed that something big must have happened and immediately started the car to follow the ambulance. In less than an hour, the news of Eric being injured and hospitalized in a coma spread throughout the news media in Los Angeles. According to news from our station, the young director Eric Williams accidentally fell down the stairs this morning and is still unconscious. This is a live report from our reporter at Beverly Hills Cormier Surgical Hospital. The television screen switched to an outdoor shot. In front of a hospital, there were 40 to 50 reporters from various media. The bustling crowd almost completely blocked the entrance of the hospital. The scene happened to show Al Pacino wearing sunglasses and a serious face as he got out of the business car and was quickly surrounded by a large group of reporters for an interview. A young blonde female reporter stood in front of the camera and said with a microphone, "Eric has been in a coma for 3 hours." According to the information revealed so far, Eric Williams' back, elbows, and knees have different degrees of contusions, but the most serious is the violent impact on the head, which caused a lot of blood loss. At present, it is not certain whether this injury will lead to more serious consequences. As we all know, brain trauma is the most unpredictable kind of injury. Inside the hospital, Jeffrey and Kapoor were the first to arrive, followed by Al Pacino, Tom Hanks, and other actors who were close to Eric. The two directors of Island Horror and Smell a Woman also rushed over one after another. After a series of examinations, Eric was sent to the ward. Everyone gathered in the office to listen to Eric's doctor's analysis of his condition. The results of the CT and MRI examination show that Mr. Williams's head has no symptoms of skull fracture or internal bleeding, so there is no need to worry too much at present. "Dr. Duncan, when will he wake up?" Drew, who was standing at the front of the crowd, asked anxiously. Dr. Duncan hesitated for a moment and said, "He should wake up in 8 hours." "Why should, doctor? Can't you be sure?" Dr. Duncan nodded truthfully. "How can this be? You're a doctor. How can you not be sure? Aren't you the best doctor here?" Drew was so excited that she almost rushed over, but Jeffrey stopped her. "Drew, don't be so polite." Dr. Duncan looked at Drew's sorry appearance with one foot bare and her pajamas stained with blood. He did not mind the girl's rudeness. Instead, he patiently explained, "Miss Barrymore, with Mr. Williams's injury, according to past experience, he should have woken up by now. However, he did not wake up according to common sense, so I can't give you an accurate answer. You still need to wait and observe patiently." Drew waved her hand in annoyance. No, I want to transfer to another hospital. I want to go to the best hospital in Los Angeles. Jeffrey pressed Drew's shoulder and said softly, Drew, stop fooling around. This is already the best brain hospital in Los Angeles. Dr. Duncan added, perhaps, at this time, you can try to talk into the patient's ear. Perhaps it can wake him up. After hearing this suggestion, Drew immediately turned and ran to Eric's ward. After the girl disappeared, Jeffrey asked, Doctor, will this method really work? Dr. Duncan smiled bitterly. I just want to find something for Barrymore to do. Her emotions are too unstable. She might break down. There was a moment of silence. Nobody said anything. The group left the office and came to Eric's ward. They saw Drew leaning against Eric's ear and mumbling something nervously. They did not go over and could only stand outside the corridor. A few passers-by saw celebrities like Al Pacino and Tom Hanks appear and were eager to go over. However, when they saw the cold expressions of the group, they tactfully retreated. Jeffrey, who was the oldest, finally said, Why don't you all go back first? It's useless to stay here. Caper and I will stay here. After hearing this, everyone left. In the end, only Jeffrey, Caper, and the stubborn Jennifer Aniston were left. She also wanted to go to Eric's bedside. However, when she saw Drew's crazy appearance, she was a little scared. 8 hours later, Eric still did not wake up. Even until this evening, there were still no signs of Eric waking up. Drew went crazy again and transferred his worry and anger to Jennifer Aniston. Jeffrey and Caper pulled the girl's neck away. Jennifer Aniston also began to regret it. She even forgot to resist when Drew pounced on her. At night, many people finally could not sit still. Fox's Barry Diller and Columbia's Amy Pascal appeared at the hospital one after another. A large group of reporters, who were still blocking the hospital entrance, excitedly wanted to surround the two for an interview. However, they were pushed away by the strong bodyguards. The two first went to the ward to visit Eric. Then, as usual, they asked the attending doctor about Eric's condition. After listening to Duncan's explanation, Barry Diller asked the question that everyone wanted to ask the most but did not dare to ask, Doctor, is there a possibility that he is in a vegetative state? Duncan held the pen in his hand and rubbed it twice. He hesitated and said, The probability is very small, but it is not impossible. Fortunately, Drew was still guarding Eric's bedside. If he heard this sentence, who knew what kind of madness he would go? Jeffrey and the others looked at each other. They did not know what to say. Barry Diller and Amy Pascal looked even more worried. They were not sad for Eric, but they were worried for Fox and Columbia. Both companies now had Eric's movie contracts. If Eric's next movie project was aborted, after an hour of fruitless discussion, Barry Diller and Amy Pascal had to leave. Perhaps everyone was alarmed by Eric. The next morning, at 4 o'clock in the morning, Eric, who had been in a coma for nearly 19 hours, finally woke up. After the doctor's examination, Drew, whose eyes were red and whose hair was messy, held Eric's big hand and affectionately rubbed it on his face for a while. Then, he fell asleep on the edge of the bed. Jeffrey and Kapoor, who had stayed up all night, sat by Eric's bedside with relief. Seeing Drew's reaction, Kapoor stood up and said, Eric, shall I carry Drew to the next room to sleep? No, here is fine, Eric said. He pulled the girl up and laid her down beside him. Then, he said to Jennifer Aniston, who was standing at the door with her hands behind her back, Jenny, come here. Jennifer Aniston obediently came over. Eric, since you're awake, I'll leave first. Eric reached out and grabbed Jennifer Aniston. Don't go, Jenny. Kapoor and Jeffrey stood up and walked out. Let's call the others and inform them that you're awake. They must still be worried. The sooner they hear the news, the better. After the door closed, Jennifer Aniston relaxed a little and sat down beside Eric's bed. Eric strangely touched the 2 red marks on Jennifer Aniston's neck. This is, Jennifer Aniston glanced at Drew, who was lying beside Eric. Her gaze was complicated. You bastard, if you don't wake up, Drew will kill me. Heh, she won't. Eric's hand moved up and touched Jennifer Aniston's face. No, she definitely will. Jennifer Aniston pulled Eric's hand down. I think we should break up. Maybe Drew is more suitable for you. I only treat Drew as a sister. Jennifer Aniston didn't pursue the matter. Instead, she said, but I really can't stand your fickleness, Eric. When I saw the news about you in New York, I could still pretend to comfort myself that it was all made up by the tabloids. But after what I saw yesterday morning, I can't lie to myself anymore. It's all true. I really can't stand it anymore. So, can you let me go? Eric tightened his grip on Jennifer Aniston's small hand. Forget it, Jenny. Let's not talk about this first. I'm planning to produce a TV series recently. Do you want to be the female lead? I guarantee that this TV series will make you more popular than those movie stars. Jennifer Aniston pulled her small hand with all her might but couldn't pull it back. I really can't think of anyone more suitable than you. Jenny, you don't want me to go through another audition, do you? That way, many girls will appear by my side. You know, my willpower is always weak. Okay, then it's settled. Jennifer Aniston was stubborn, but Eric was even more domineering. Under Eric's endless pestering, Jennifer Aniston muddle-headedly agreed. When she reacted, the girl found herself lying on the other side of Eric. Like Drew, she didn't sleep all night, so she quickly fell asleep next to Eric. Although Eric had already woken up, maybe because Eric woke up too late, the newspaper had already been printed. Anyway, the next day, the news of Eric being in a coma for a long time appeared in the newspaper. Eric Williams was accidentally injured. The filming plan for Dark War will be postponed. Columbia is afraid of losing a heavyweight bargaining chip. According to internal information, Williams has been in a coma for a long time and may be in a vegetative state. If this situation is true, several movie contracts signed with Columbia and 20th Century Fox will be aborted. The future of Firefly, which has been developing well, will also be uncertain. A large number of these two types of news appeared in the newspaper, but after the news of Eric waking up was clarified by Fox in a timely manner, these sensational reports became nothing. Although it caused Columbia and Fox's stock prices to fall temporarily after the morning trading, it quickly stabilized with the clarification of the news. At the same time, some people also focused on other aspects. This kind of focus also attracted the attention of a large number of readers. For example, a piece of news in Los Angeles City News: as we all know, Eric Williams has no relatives at present. Although child star Drew Barrymore is close to Williams, the two are neither blood-related nor legally related. It is said that Eric Williams did not make any will before. Once Eric Williams has an accident, his huge assets worth hundreds of millions of dollars will be left without an heir, or face the possibility of being taken over by the federal government. In the ward, although Eric felt that he had fully recovered, under the doctor's advice and everyone's insistence, he had to continue to stay in the hospital for a few more days. Looking at the news in Los Angeles City News, Eric smiled and said to Drew next to him, "Maybe I really should make a will." "Girl, how much do you want?" "Of course, all of it is mine." Drew flipped through a magazine in boredom and glanced up at Eric. "Have you forgotten what our relationship was in back to 17? I thought you would say that I don't want a penny, as long as you are well. You actually want all of my assets. That really makes me sad." "Humph. While Eric was bored in the ward and thinking about whether to make a will, the British paparazzi thousands of miles away discovered another thing. Eric's father was indeed dead, but the identity of his mother was a mystery. This discovery made many paparazzi ecstatic. If they could find the whereabouts of Eric Williams' mother, it would definitely be explosive news. As the birthplace of paparazzi, the British paparazzi were really good at digging. They quickly found Eric's childhood home in London, and then visited the neighbors near Eric's home one by one. Sure enough, they found some clues. She is a very elegant woman. Even when she goes out, she always wears a veil. I have never seen her real face. She is probably a rich lady, but she disappeared after giving birth to the child. Ralph is really lucky. After a Herculean effort, the British tabloids only found these bits and pieces of information. In other words, no one remembered what Eric Williams' mother looked like at all. This gave the tabloids more room to speculate. They all agreed that this might be a fairy tale about a princess falling in love with a groom. Although the ending was not good, she was single and had an outstanding son. These fabricated news quickly spread to the United States. Eric was not surprised to see these, but he was relieved. It was best if they could not find it. If there was really a mother he had never met before, he really did not know how to deal with it. It was best to keep this mystery forever. After April Fool's Day, Eric left the hospital successfully after another detailed examination. This storm was completely over. The preparations for Dark War were all ready. In the remaining days, Eric had already started to work with Cruise and Hanks, waiting for the official shooting of the movie on April 5. Du Chifeng was one of the few Hong Kong film directors that Eric liked. White Pigeon Wu had developed his own set of violent aesthetics because of the success of Hero itself, while Du Chifeng had developed his own mature and distinctive personal style after dozens of films. His films had a dark philosophy that combined elements such as coldness, violence, fatalism, and sadness. Dark War was one of the few films into Chifeng's works that had a sense of carefreeness amidst the sadness. If one were to evaluate this movie from the perspective of an ordinary audience, the word that would appear the most would be one word: cool. That was the main reason why Eric chose this film. At the same time, it was also a bold attempt by Eric. He wanted to see if such a film that didn't exist in Hollywood history would be successful. In his memory, many of the blockbuster Hollywood films in the next 10 years had already been copyrighted. It was very difficult for Eric to snatch food from the tigers' mouths, especially after others knew that he was optimistic about a film. There weren't many blockbuster movies that didn't have copyrights. At the current pace, it might be finished in 2 or 3 years. Of course, this was also a very safe attempt. First of all, the story of Dark War was very exciting, and it was approved by the two big names, Cruise and Hanks, which meant that the story didn't have a difference in taste between the East and the West. Secondly, the two male leads that Eric used were now very guaranteed at the box office. Tom Cruise had just experienced the success of Rain Man, and his popularity had once again reached a small peak. Tom Hanks had just been nominated for an Oscar for Best Actor with last year's Flying Across the Future. Coupled with the box office appeal accumulated by Eric's own previous films, and the cool script, according to the analysis of Columbia's data department, it was very easy for this film to win $100 million in the summer. On April 5, in a large studio of Columbia Pictures, Dark War officially started shooting. The first thing to shoot was a series of indoor scenes. This time, Eric didn't plan to shoot in chronological order like Wind and Moon. The images of the two protagonists in Dark War were very distinct. There was no change from the beginning to the end. One was smart and capable, while the other was evil and wise. As long as they could get into character smoothly, no matter which scene they started from, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Therefore, Eric decided to go from simple to complicated, from the inside to the outside of the shooting process. In the ward, after Andy, played by Cruise, learned that his condition had worsened, he still got up from the bed and slowly put on his clothes. How much longer? 4 weeks. If you have internal bleeding, you can die at any time. The spirited doctor sat behind the desk and replied with a hoarse voice. Andy didn't stop putting on his clothes despite hearing the bad news. After putting on his belt, he handed a dozen bills to the doctor. "Don't worry, just give me 4 weeks' worth of painkillers." After taking the painkillers, Andy put on his coat and prepared to leave. The doctor sighed and said, "I don't think we'll meet again." "In this lifetime," Andy replied calmly. Cut. After the scene was finished, Eric called for a pause. He didn't say good or no good. Sitting behind the monitor, he frowned slightly as if he was thinking about something. Although Eric had been discharged from the hospital, his head was still wrapped in bandages. Occasionally, he would have headaches. However, after repeated examinations, no problems were found, so Eric was no longer nervous. There was nothing special about this part of Cruise's performance. With his acting skills, he could easily complete it. In the post-production, this part of the scene would be combined with the scene of Andy on the rooftop. They would use a montage technique to mix and edit it. Moreover, they would also use fast and slow shots. In just 2 short scenes, there would be 2 fast and slow shots. The reason why this was done, and the tense dubbing with the ticking of the second hand, was to give the audience a subtle hint of the passing of time. Andy only had 4 weeks left to live, and after a few short scenes, it would arouse the nervousness and curiosity of the audience. What would he do in the remaining 4 weeks? The staff present were all old crew members who had worked with Eric several times, so they had seen Eric fall into deep thought more than once during the shooting process. Therefore, they tacitly agreed not to disturb him. They quietly arranged the equipment and patiently waited for Eric to come back to his senses. However, after waiting for a minute, Cruz finally became impatient. He felt that there was nothing wrong with his performance just now. If it worked, he would pass. If it didn't work, Cruz didn't mind repeating it a few more times. What was going on now? "Hey, Eric, how was the scene just now? Do you want to do it again?" Cruz finally couldn't help but walk up to Eric and gently nudge him. Eric suddenly felt a figure appear beside him. Because they were in the studio, all the lights were artificial. When Cruz appeared beside Eric, he just happened to block a light behind Eric, forming a faint shadow in front of him. A shadow. Eric suddenly looked up and saw Cruz's expression. He explained, "Sorry, Tom, I was thinking about something and got distracted." "It's okay." Cruz showed a generous smile. "How was the scene just now? Do you want to do it again?" "I'm afraid we have to do it again," Eric replied. "Can you wait a moment?" Cruz shrugged and stepped back. He watched as Eric called over the lighting technician. Then the lights in the studio began to be dimmed slowly. It was no longer the scene that simulated sunlight. Eric stared at the monitor and waited until the lights were adjusted to his satisfaction. Then, he asked the lighting technician to stop. "Okay, everyone, get ready. We'll do the scene just now again," Eric ordered loudly. After a while, the set keeper walked up and put down the board. The shooting started again. Eric stared at the scene of Andy and the doctor on the monitor seriously. He secretly compared this scene with the scene on the rooftop in his mind. This scene was used to illustrate Andy's current situation in the movie. It was very similar to Andy's memories on the rooftop. After watching this scene, the audience might even have the misconception that Andy wanted to jump off the building. They might even think that this was a flashback movie where Andy used 4 weeks to complete all his wishes. Then, with nothing left to live for, he climbed onto the rooftop of the building and jumped off in one fell swoop. Since it was used to explain and recall memories, Eric felt that the lighting in the original version was too bright. It was exactly the same as Andy's scene on the sunny rooftop. It didn't give the audience any sense of difference. Therefore, the effect of the expression was much worse. Eric didn't want to complain. The use of lighting in Chiefing's movie was just like White Dove Wu's 3 Axes. Except for the common high contrast and the stage, there weren't many tricks. In this respect, Wang Jiawei had a strong personal style, but the use of lighting and color was at a master level. Of course, Wang Jiawei's movie was an indie film. Their movies couldn't be compared at all. After solving the problem of lighting, Eric began to focus on Cruz's performance. This small scene really didn't have anything to show off. Eric didn't want to nitpick. If Cruz's performance could bring unexpected surprises, he would be very happy. If not, he wouldn't be disappointed. As long as it met his personal standards, it would be fine. Anyway, the opportunity had been given to Cruz. Whether he could rely on this movie to get a nomination or even win some acting awards still depended on Cruz's own efforts. Eric was more concerned about the box office of this movie. As for the Oscar prospects that he described to persuade Cruz to agree to the cross-dressing scene, didn't all the directors and producers say the same thing when they persuade actors to join the cast? Eric didn't feel guilty at all. He was more concerned about the box office of the movie. After all, he was still young and didn't have a strong desire for Oscar awards. Focusing on making money was the right thing to do. The theme of Dark War was definitely novel, but whether it could win the favor of the Oscar judges, only God knew. In Feng Yu's previous life, Andy had won the first Hong Kong Film Award. If he thought about it carefully, it might have been because of public relations. In addition, the Hong Kong film industry had declined in all aspects in 1999. There weren't many outstanding films. That was why Andy was able to realize his long-cherished wish of being crowned the Best Film Award. After only 2 or 3 NGs, the scene was passed. The crew began to move to another room in the studio. This process took more than half an hour. A movie didn't really spend a lot of time on shooting scenes. Most of the time was spent on setting up the scenes. Most of the scenes in these 2 days were Cruise's one-man show. He would be in his own room, examining Hank's character, Sean, making the cross-dressing scene, vomiting blood when drinking, and disguising himself as Andy's father Peter to confront the villain. Although he had the original movie in his mind, Eric still designed some scenes so that there would be enough material for post-production. After all, this was a brand new Hollywood movie. Eric couldn't make it exactly the same as the one in his memory. According to the shooting plan, the process would last for 3 days. After the 4th day, there would be a group scene with Hanks and the others. After that, there would be an indoor scene between Cruise and Hanks. Eric was looking forward to that moment. In his previous life, the two superstars didn't interact at all on the silver screen. It was a pity. Because there was plenty of time to shoot this movie, the crew wrapped up after 8 hours. After instructing the assistant director to send the finished scenes to the editing room, Eric left in a hurry. Apart from the movie, he had more things to do than anyone else. The post-production of Dark War also had to wait until the movie was completely wrapped up. The initial casting for Island Horror and Smelling a Woman had been completed. He still had to finalize the cast. Moreover, he had to pay attention to Steel Magnolias, which was far away in Louisiana from time to time. Filming for Steel Magnolias had already started a month ago, but even with Herbert Ross, an old Hollywood film director, he had only completed less than half of the filming. It would take at least another month for the film to be wrapped up, and the post-production would take at least another month. What's more, this movie might even have a risk of over-budget. Eric was happy to see this. Steel Magnolias wasn't Firefly's sole investment. Previously, Herbert Ross had pulled in $3 million alone. Therefore, Eric didn't mind investing another 1 or 2 million yuan in the movie to increase Firefly's share. Eric was now waiting for Herbert Ross to ask for money. "Hey, Eric, how's the wound on your head?" When Eric returned to Firefly's office, he saw Jonathan Dime, who had been waiting there for a long time. Jonathan's face was obviously tired, but his voice was still full of energy. "Thank you, Jonathan. I'm much better now. Did you bring the information?" "Here, I screened out dozens of candidates according to your request." "I'm exhausted," Jonathan said with a smile. He was indeed the most tired person these days. It was all because of Island Horror. Because there were 2 young actors in the script, and because of Stuart Runkle's stimulation, Firefly had received more than 5,000 files of young actors. Many of the children who sent the files had no acting experience at all. Many parents wanted to become rich overnight like Runkle's family, so they sent the files of their children. Some unscrupulous parents deliberately made up lies that their children had made cameo appearances in certain movies or TV series. The staff had to spend a lot of time confirming the authenticity of these files. In this case, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to screen out potential young actors. Eric had thought of relying on the memory in his mind to directly ask people to find the children with potential. However, the difficulty of such a task was probably even greater than selecting a small actor with potential from 5,000 people. Although Eric's mind had completely replicated the memory of his previous life, there was still a lot of information that he did not know before. If he randomly mentioned the name of a famous Hollywood star in his previous life, the staff might be able to find hundreds of children with the same name in this country. Westerners were known for their lack of creativity when it came to naming. He took a stack of thick files from Jonathan Dime. Not only did it contain the names of the 2 children in Island Horror, there were also the names of the 3 servants, the real-life Victor's family, Grace's husband, and other actors. Although Eric had let Jonathan decide on a few of the less important supporting roles, he still wanted to look through them personally. The first thing Eric checked was the information of 2 of the more important young actors. Eric glanced at the list of 10 young boys and was surprised to see Macaulay Culkin's name. He did not know the names of the other 9 boys. He flipped to Culkin's information. Although he did not have Home Alone, the boy still had the experience of acting in 2 movies. That explained why he was on the list. Jonathan took out Culkin's information and glanced at it curiously. "Eric, do you like this boy?" Eric shook his head. No, this one has been eliminated. I think this boy named Macaulay Culkin is the most intelligent one among the 10. Eric could not tell Jonathan that he did not want Macaulay Culkin to be as famous as he was in his previous life. Although Island Horror could not bring about the same amount of fame as Home Alone, the impact it would have would not be too small. The best choice was to let Macaulay Culkin act in 1 or 2 mediocre movies from time to time. When the boy grew up, he would be able to choose his own path in the future. If he made the boy famous now, his weird parents would definitely ruin the poor boy for money, just like they did in his previous life. Jonathan, did you forget that the boy in Island Horror, Nicholas, had a rather dull personality? Looking at the boy's big eyes in the picture, I think he is too smart. That's why I can't do it. Jonathan followed Eric's train of thought and found that it was indeed the case. Alright, I did overlook that. Eric continued to flip through the information of the remaining 9 boys. Suddenly, he raised his head and stared at Jonathan Dime, who was sitting opposite him. He asked, Jonathan, do you know any of these children? Jonathan Dime's eyes darted around a few times, and his face turned slightly red. In the end, he nodded, got up, and pulled out the boy's information. This Brian Baker is the youngest son of an actor friend of mine who I used to work with. I'm sorry, Eric, I shouldn't have done this. But I swear, I did a serious interview for this kid and confirmed that he was qualified before I added him. Jonathan was about to crumple the boy's information into a ball and throw it into the bin when he was stopped by Eric. Eric took the boy's information and looked at it carefully. Then, he nodded with satisfaction. Jonathan, let's do it. Well, I'm really sorry. Eric, what did you say? Jonathan came back to his senses and looked at Eric in disbelief. Eric smiled and said, I said, let's do it. You know, I don't have time to do an interview now. Also, I believe that you won't joke about this movie, right? Of course. Jonathan nodded affirmatively. This movie was related to his future in Hollywood. Whether or not he could make the leap depended on it. Then, is there anyone else? Eric asked again. This time, Jonathan shook his head firmly. Absolutely not, Eric. The rest of the candidates have nothing to do with me. Eric had done Jonathan a small favor on the spur of the moment. Although he had already given him a big opportunity because of Island Horror, Eric did not mind giving him a little more without giving anything in return. Jonathan Dime was a very good stock with potential. Eric had already decided to rope him in. In addition to the future The Silence of the Lambs, Hank's first Oscar-winning film Philadelphia Story was directed by him. Since the boy had been confirmed, there was no need to look at the rest. He directly opened the file containing the little girl's candidate. It seemed that the saying that Hollywood was actually very small was true. This time, there were actually 2 actresses that he knew. Kirsten Dunst and Sarah Michelle Gellar. In the photo, Kirsten, who was just 7 years old, was as delicate as a doll. She had blonde hair and a round face. She was wearing a princess dress and a lovely lace sun hat. She also had beautiful blonde bangs on her forehead. It was a pity that Eric knew that this actress would become more and more ugly as she grew up. When she reached adulthood, she would not be as delicate as she was now. Perhaps in the eyes of Westerners, she would not be considered ugly. However, with his Asian aesthetic standards, he could not see anything beautiful about her. If he really had to praise her, he could only say that she had a temperament. It did not seem like he was praising a woman. As for this Lolita who only had a shelf life of 12 years old, Eric chose to pass. This girl did not have much potential. If she was not lucky enough to become Spider-Woman, perhaps this child star would be forgotten after 2,000 years. In the parallel universe, after the end of the Spider-Man trilogy, Kirsten Dunst's career took a nosedive and she almost disappeared from the public eye. He selected another familiar girl, Sarah Michelle Gellar. Compared to Sarah in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, this girl had a round face. Although she was almost 12 years old, she still looked very petite. It was not a problem for her to act as a 10-year-old girl. This was probably the reason why Sarah was selected. Compared to Kirsten, who had only acted in New York Story, Sarah had a series of movie names on her resume. Of course, they were not famous. At least, even with Eric's huge viewership, he had not seen any of them. Jonathan, what's your impression of this girl? Eric handed Sarah's information to Jonathan Dimey. Jonathan took it and glanced at it. He quickly recalled the scene of Sarah's interview. This child has been acting in movies since she was 4 years old. The acting experience written in her profile is all real. During the interview, the girl had a strong sense of camera. She was natural and unrestrained, and did not have stage fright at all. I talked to her for a while. She is very smart and sensible. Although the girl looks small and skinny, she is already 12 years old. Moreover, she is a little precocious. Her mentality is at least 14 years old. If we use her, compared to those real 10-year-old children, it will be much easier during the filming. Eric took back the information and decided, then she'll be the one. Communicate with her as usual. She has to sign into UTA. Although Eric had told Kapoor that he didn't plan to expand UTA in the next few years, he definitely couldn't let other agencies take advantage of the actors groomed by his film projects. Because of Eric's CAA Revelations article, many agencies began to make drastic changes to their original agency system. Although they couldn't completely imitate CAA's model, CAA's business model was completely exposed by Eric. At the very least, CAA could no longer maintain its superiority in terms of business model. In the future, there would definitely be a situation where the top agencies would rise. Therefore, UTA could calmly and steadily develop without worrying about CAA dominating the market. Eric continued to flip through the other actors' information. It seemed like he had only glanced at it a few times before deciding on the actors in a hurry. Jonathan Dimey was not used to it. Eric, don't you need to arrange another round of auditions? Aren't you being a little? You think I'm being too hasty? Eric looked up with a smile. Jonathan scratched his head. Shouldn't you at least watch their audition tapes? Eric circled the most important actor list with a pen. No need, Jonathan. I believe that these people have been carefully selected by you. Any one of them is definitely qualified for the role they need, so I don't need to do this at all. Besides, I really don't have much time. Shock Island needs to start filming as soon as possible. I won't be able to attend the Cannes and Berlin film festivals, but I hope to make it in time for the Venice Film Festival in September. Okay, I'll inform these people as soon as possible. Jonathan nodded in agreement. He seemed to understand something. Perhaps Eric was doing this to show that he was in charge of the project. Although the boy in front of him was young, his desire to control was stronger than those ancient emperors who were always worried about being ousted by their princes. It was just a pity for those actors who had been shortlisted but were not selected. Perhaps they were still excitedly preparing for the third round of auditions, but they were destined to be disappointed. Although this matter seemed unfair, Hollywood was like this. There were all kinds of strange things happening one after another, and there was never any fairness to speak of. After sorting out the pile of information in front of him with Jonathan, Eric asked again, "Do you have a location for the shooting?" "I commissioned a friend in England to find a few mansions on some small islands in the English Channel, but I feel that I need to go there personally to see if it's suitable. In addition, I need to communicate with the owners of those mansions personally. You know, many of those historic mansions belong to British aristocrats. Although these people are now in decline, they still maintain an inexplicable arrogance in their bones, so I have to visit them personally. If they feel respected, things will be much easier." Eric inexplicably remembered some things from his previous life and showed a smile of understanding. Jonathan Dimey suddenly said, "Actually, Eric, if you can come in person, things will be smoother. You're British. A lot of British media now regard you as their pride. If you come in person, those small aristocrats will definitely treat you as a guest of honor. Maybe we can even get the right to use some mansions without spending any money." Eric waved his hand. "Forget it. After so many years, I've even forgotten the British accent now. Besides, I can't leave the crew now. By the time Dark War ends, Shock Island will have been shooting for a long time." The shooting process in the next few days was still very smooth. After all, it was a studio shoot, and there were not as many restrictions as outdoor scenes. Cruise also showed his first-class professionalism. If he hadn't coveted the absolute leadership of Eric's crew from time to time, and always criticized the shooting process, Eric would have been happy to continue working with Tom Cruise in the future. However, the possibility of the two working together again in the future was not high. With Cruise's character, perhaps only a director at the level of Spielberg could use him without losing the leadership. In Zhang Heng's previous life, even if many of Cruise's movies were not directed by him, he still firmly grasped the control of the crew. Even the movie giants who worked with him were not allowed to interfere. Eric and Cruise were the same kind of people in this regard, so the possibility of the two working together in the future was destined to be slim. "Brooke, your expression just now was not right. When you saw Andy vomiting blood, you should have shown panic and helplessness, not disgust. So, your facial expression should have been widened eyes and mouth slightly, not frowning." Eric frowned at this time, raised his arm and knocked on the watch on his wrist. "If 2 more tries still don't work, we'll have to drag it out until the afternoon. You don't want to waste your time and everyone's time, right?" Brooke Xianxia stood in front of Eric at this time, her eyes downcast like a little girl who had made a mistake. As for whether she was faking it or not, no one could be sure, but this appearance could always weaken a man's anger. Eric also could not help but reprimand her after 5 or 6 ngs. "Sorry, Eric, I seem to feel something." Eric sighed and said, "Then let's try again. Everyone, get ready." Brooke Xianxia sat back in her seat. This was the scene of Andy and Yo-Yo eating together in the small restaurant after the second meeting. Eric still chose to shoot in the studio, not to save money. With a budget of $40 million, there was no need to save money. He just wanted to finish these scattered indoor scenes as soon as possible. The outdoor scenes were a hard bone to crack. And the huge studio in Colombia could fully provide these conditions. Even the street outside the small restaurant was a full-scale model. Although it was noon, the studio could easily create the conditions of the night. "Miss Xianxia, don't worry. Take it slow. We have plenty of time. I don't think this is all your problem. Eric is still too young." During the preparation, Cruise chatted with Brooke Xianxia eagerly. If Brooke Xianxia's performance in a movie directed by Cruise was so bad, he would probably be furious. But now, Cruise seemed to be very willing to see Eric's frustrated face. He himself became a gentleman and tried to get close to the beauty. "Thank you for your comfort, Mr. Cruise," Brooke Xianxia responded with a smile. "So, are you free tonight, Miss Xianxia? I don't know if I have the honor to have dinner with you." Brooke Xianxia raised her eyebrows slightly and subconsciously glanced at Eric not far away. If possible, she would prefer to invite Eric Williams instead of the married man in front of her. However, she couldn't figure out what the young director, who was 5 or 6 years younger than her, was thinking. She was sure that Eric was very interested in her. This was her intuition as a beautiful woman, and she was sure that it was not her own good feeling. When Eric occasionally looked at her, there was an unconcealable eagerness in his eyes, like a 17 or 18-year-old who was eager to have a try. But most of the time, he behaved like a sophisticated middle-aged man, and scrupulously admiring her beauty and body with his experienced eyes. "Mr. Cruise, can I give you an answer in the afternoon? I'm not sure if I have anything else to do tonight." Brooke Xianxia declined a little, but she didn't completely refuse. Between Eric and Cruise, Brooke Xianxia preferred the former. If Eric didn't say anything after today's work, Brooke Xianxia wouldn't mind having dinner with Cruise to improve her relationship with him. Although she had been making movies since she was 12 years old, she hadn't fully entered the Hollywood circle. She had always been on the periphery. Of course, Brooke's acting skills weren't up to standard, but more importantly, she didn't have many connections in this area. After she became an adult, Brooke had dreamed of marrying the superstar Michael Jackson for a long time. For this reason, she didn't hesitate to publicly announce to the media that she was still a virgin. She herself once felt that this matter was very promising, so for a long time, she wasn't very enthusiastic about her acting career. But after so many years, she realized that Jackson had always treated her as a good friend. Jackson's heart was completely like a child. He wasn't interested in marriage, and his family was very opposed to him marrying her. Brooke, who was already 24 years old this year, had to plan for her future after her dream of marrying into a rich family was completely shattered. Compared with Jackson's childish temperament, Brooke was much more mature and realistic, and she also knew what her greatest asset was. When Cruise heard Brooke's answer, he still said gracefully, "No problem, I hope to hear good news." The two just said a few words when they received a prompt that the scene was ready. Eric sat in front of the monitor and motioned for the script to start. In the camera, Yo-Yo said with a smile, "What's your name?" She didn't get angry at all when she didn't get an answer. She took the initiative to introduce herself, "My name is Yo-Yo." Cut. A very unpleasant sound was heard. Eric stood up, pointed at Brooke, and said loudly, "Curious, curious, how many times have I said that you are very curious about Andy, so open your beautiful eyes a little wider." Again. Everyone in the room felt that Eric was on the verge of exploding. They restarted the camera with trepidation, and at the same time, looked at Brooke worriedly, hoping that this beautiful vase wouldn't make a mistake again. "What's your name?" "My name is Yo-Yo." "It's not good for you to know who I am. I read the newspaper that day, and I know what you did." "Thank you." "You're welcome." "Unfortunately, I don't have the time," Andy said sadly. He picked up the glass of water in front of him and coughed violently. "So what if I have time?" The moment the question left her mouth, Andy coughed out a mouthful of blood that dyed the glass red. Yo-Yo instinctively took a step back. Her eyes widened and her red lips parted slightly. This time, Brooke Scholes did not frown. Cut. "Very good. It's almost perfect, but Brooke's shocked expression is still not natural enough. There's still some time. Let's do it again." Eric's expression relaxed slightly, and so did everyone in the crew. Once again, the shooting did not go as planned. Brooke Xianxia frowned reflexively at the last moment. This kind of natural human reaction was difficult to overcome. Eric could only announce that they would take a break and try a few more times after lunch. Just as he got up and was about to eat, Ellen walked over. "Eric, Miss Julia has been waiting for you outside for a while. She doesn't have a pass, so she can't enter." "Julia?" Eric asked in confusion. "Julia Roberts?" "Yes," Ellen replied. "Isn't she in Louisiana?" Eric asked in confusion and walked out. Ellen's tone was a little strange. "Maybe she came back because you were injured." Eric shrugged and ignored his assistant's teasing. Walking out of the studio, Eric saw a commercial car parked across the street. After Eric appeared at the gate, the car door opened, and Julia, who was dressed simply and fashionably, walked out with her assistant and 2 bodyguards behind her. Almost at the same time, 7 or 8 paparazzi, who had been waiting nearby for a long time, began to take pictures of Julia. "Hey, big star!" Eric walked closer and saw the situation around him. He could not help but shout jokingly. "Hey, big director!" Julia was not to be outdone. The two hugged gently, and this scene immediately caused a burst of crazy clicking sounds. After the paparazzi finished taking pictures, they began to rush forward with their recording devices and quickly ask questions. The questions were nothing more than why Julia had returned to Los Angeles, the progress of the new film, and of course, they did not forget Eric's dark war. Under the protection of the bodyguards and assistants, the two quickly got into Julia's commercial car without saying a word and then started it and left. A large group of paparazzi quickly climbed into their cars and motorcycles and followed. In front of the studio door, Brooke Xianxia, who had just walked out to eat lunch across the street, saw this scene and her eyes were full of envy. She had been famous for so long, but she had never enjoyed the escort of paparazzi. Julia, an actress who had risen to fame for only a few months, had easily gained such attention. She looked around in disappointment. There were a few paparazzi waiting outside, hoping to interview the shooting of Dark War, but they had just left with Julia and Eric. A great beauty like her was standing here, but no one came up to take a photo or interview her. The fat security guard with a wretched face in the security booth next to her was staring at her long legs, which made Brooke Xianxia even more irritated and disgusted. Brooke Xianxia thought of Julia's rise to fame and became eager again. "Maybe I should wait patiently," Brooke Xianxia murmured and made up her mind to refuse Cruz's dinner invitation. Compared to Eric, who could provide an opportunity to become famous, although Cruz was famous, he was only an actor after all. And it was impossible to create a scandal with him because Cruz was already married. Doing so would only bring about the opposite effect. If Eric Williams was still indifferent after the shooting of Dark War was completed, Brooke Xianxia would also make up her mind to take the initiative to approach him. Before that, she had to wait patiently. There was a big gap between the benefits of taking the initiative and being passive. These two are Hunter and Chris. In the back seat of the business car, Julia took the initiative to introduce her two drivers and bodyguards to Eric. There was a hint of pride in her tone. Before Eric could react, the little freckled assistant, Allison Green, who had been with Julia for a long time, couldn't help but chuckle. Julia awkwardly knocked on her assistant's head. "Allison, be careful or I'll deduct your salary." Eric reached out and raised the soundproof partition between the driver's seat and the back seat, then smiled and said, "Okay, I already know that you are a world-famous star now. Where are we going?" "Not far, I booked a restaurant. We'll be there in 5 or 6 minutes. Don't worry, it won't delay your afternoon shoot," Julia said, pointing to Eric's forehead that was still wrapped in gauze. "What's going on here? I was shocked when I heard the news. I can prove this." At that time, Julia. Ugh. Allison was about to say something, but Julia covered her mouth and glared at her threateningly. "Allison, I'll really deduct your salary." After getting Allison's pleading look, Julia let go of the girl. Eric smiled and teased, "Allison, you can't reveal Julia's privacy in front of outsiders, or the consequences will be very serious." Allison rubbed her little face. "Of course I won't, but Mr. Williams is not an outsider." She was very clear about the matter between Eric and Julia, and in her heart, she also hoped that Eric and Julia could get together. That was why she couldn't help but say that Julia lost her composure when she saw Eric injured and unconscious to get closer to him. In an exquisite restaurant, Eric finished ordering and watched with interest as Julia elegantly communicated with the waiter and skillfully arranged the tableware in front of her with a smile. "What are you looking at?" Julia felt Eric's gaze and asked curiously. Eric shook his head and said, "Nothing, I just suddenly remembered the first time I met you at Jeff's restaurant. I feel like you've changed a lot." Julia obviously didn't want Eric to mention her most down-and-out period, so she glared at him and said, "Are you trying to take credit?" "Of course not," Eric said with a smile. "I just think it's interesting that Cinderella became a princess in the blink of an eye." "Don't mention Hollywood Cinderella in front of me, okay? I'm so annoyed by this title." Julia rolled her eyes. Although this title contained the envy of the media and the public, it was also mixed with a lot of ridicule. "Okay, then, why did you suddenly come back?" "I took on an endorsement and rushed back to shoot the commercial, and I also wanted to visit you." Julia stuttered slightly at the end of her sentence. In fact, she mainly came back to visit Eric. Shooting the commercial could be said to be an excuse. If she wanted, shooting the commercial in Louisiana would not be a problem at all. Anyway, she was in a crew, and a lot of equipment and personnel were ready-made. But after all, Eric was in a coma for more than 10 hours. Although he was safe in the end, this incident caused a stir in Hollywood. Eric single-handedly made her from an unknown actress to a Hollywood superstar. If she didn't show up from beginning to end while Eric's injury was fully recovered, it was inevitable that some media would label her as ungrateful. The reason why Julia waited for Eric outside the studio today instead of visiting him in private was because she wanted to create some exposure. Julia was self-taught in this regard. Although Wind and Moon was still screening, she had disappeared from the media for a whole month. The small town in Louisiana where Steel Magnolias was shot was too remote. In addition, the director, Herbert Ross, was worried about being disturbed by reporters, so the news of the shooting location was tightly sealed. Even if a few paparazzi found the place, they wouldn't be able to get any valuable news. At the same time, Julia was a little afraid of visiting Eric in private. She still remembered the situation when she secretly visited Eric in private. Every time she recalled the scene when she was severely reprimanded by Eric and couldn't help but cry, Julia hated this man who didn't understand her feelings. "Thank you for your concern, Julia," Eric replied seriously. Then, he asked curiously, "By the way, what advertisement are you shooting?" "Lancome's perfume endorsement." Julia raised a few fingers and waved them in front of Eric with a little pride. 1 year, this amount. Wow, that's a huge sum of money. Eric was too lazy to tease her. "I don't mind you being a little vain, but if you want to show off, you should find a suitable partner." "Is it really appropriate to do this in front of me?" "Okay, I know you don't like it." You don't have to look at me like that. Julia pursed her red lips in dissatisfaction. Then, she remembered that her mouth would appear even bigger if she did that. He was dissatisfied with that, so she quickly stopped smiling. I can't compare to you. I just suffered a small injury, and I attracted the attention of the entire United States. I even stole the limelight of the recent Oscars. It should be said that I acted as a shield for this year's Oscars. If I wasn't injured, this year's Oscars would have received even more criticism. Eric shrugged and replied, actually, the Academy should thank me properly. I'm not too sure about that, but when I was in Louisiana, I only saw the director of this year's Oscars, Alan Carl, announce that he would never accept another invitation to direct a gala again. But things shouldn't be as bad as you say, right? It's much worse than you think, but I can't tell you too much because I have signed a confidentiality contract with many other presenters and performers. We promised that we wouldn't mention anything about this year's Oscars to the public for the next 20 years. And these days, Disney also came over to join in the fun. They threatened to sue the awards ceremony for using Snow White's portrait without permission. Anyway, it's a mess. If it weren't for the fact that my injury attracted most of the media's attention, the Academy would at least have to make a public apology to appease the anger of the media and the public. Julia's eyes widened as she listened to Eric's narration. But in the end, she couldn't understand too much. After all, she didn't personally participate in this year's Oscars. She didn't even have time to watch the award ceremony that night because she had to shoot some scenes. So, the topic quickly shifted to Eric's injury. The girl was most concerned about the injury on Eric's forehead. Hey, it was inconvenient in the car just now. Can you tell me now? What's with the injury on your forehead? I don't believe it's as simple as falling down the stairs. There must be more to it. Eric spread out his hands helplessly and said, but that's the truth. Definitely not. Julia revealed a sly smile. I read the newspaper carefully a few days ago. After you were injured that day, it was Drew and your girlfriend, Jennifer Aniston, who sent you to the hospital together. And then? Julia leaned forward slightly and said in a low voice, I think it must be your girlfriend, Jennifer Aniston, who suddenly went to your house that morning and found you and Drew. She impulsively picked up a vase or something and smashed it, right? Surprise flashed across Eric's face. Although Julia's guess was far from the truth, one thing was true. He was hit by Jennifer Aniston's heart-wrenching talent. Fortunately, Virginia was smart enough to not show up during the whole incident. She only visited him in the hospital with the others after his injury was completely stabilized. Julia keenly caught the momentary change in Eric's expression. Her red lips parted slightly, revealing a surprised expression. No way, did I guess right? Absolutely not, I swear to the lamp. Eric smiled and pointed to the crystal chandelier above his head. I accidentally fell. My pathology report has been on many newspapers. You must have seen it. I have contusions all over my body. You don't think Jennifer Aniston has the ability to cause such extensive injuries to me, do you? That's not necessarily true. The girl looked at Eric from head to toe, unconvinced. She seemed to be thinking about how to cause such injuries. Forget it, let's not talk about this unpleasant topic. Let's talk about steel magnolias. After all, I only communicated with Mr. Herbert Ross a few times over the phone. Since you're the person involved, how do you feel? Julia shook her head honestly. She still wasn't sure why Eric had taken a liking to this movie, and why he had forcefully suppressed her salary in order to let her participate in it. In Julia's opinion, Steel Magnolias was a trivial story with no central point at all. A group of housewives lived ordinary lives day after day. There were all kinds of holidays, all kinds of parting, and all kinds of trivial things in life. I still feel that this story is a little too ordinary. There's no highlight? Eric was about to answer when the waiter served the dishes they had ordered. He even opened the red wine for them in front of them. After patiently waiting for the waiter to finish all this, Eric fiddled with the dishes in front of him and asked, then, what do you think a movie should have? Julia took a sip of red wine, put down the glass, and thought for a while. She waved her hand and said, At least there should be an unforgettable love story, where the male and female protagonists love each other to death, or a big scene, such as a flying car, an explosion, flames soaring into the sky, or something like that? The girl hurriedly nodded. Yes, at least there should be these things, right? I won't criticize you since we're in public. If you want to know why, come to my house tonight, and I'll give you a detailed analysis of the elements of a movie's success, Eric said as he narrowed his eyes and sized up the girl opposite him with a smirk on his face. Well, forget it. As if being tickled by Eric's gaze, Julia subconsciously leaned back and hurriedly refused. She knew that if she went, she would definitely be scolded again. Eric was only teasing the girl a little. He quickly put away his cynical expression and analyzed seriously. Actually, the success or failure of a movie depends on whether the director's story can resonate with the audience. I've carefully studied the script of Steel Magnolias, and it's a good story that puts the warmth of the ordinary into the trivial scenes. While it resonates with the audience, it's also unwittingly tear-jerking. Julia didn't understand, but she nodded as if she was convinced. Then she asked the question she was most concerned about. How much do you think this movie can get at the box office? What do you think? Eric asked back. Julia hesitated for a moment and raised 2 fingers. She quickly felt that this number was underestimating her, so she added 2 more fingers. After hesitating for a moment, she withdrew 1 finger. She thought that it would be good enough if the movie could get 30 million yuan at the box office. Also, with the scale of the movie's investment, Firefly could still make a small profit. In fact, Julia felt that if she continued to act in romantic comedies, even if it was a relatively similar theme, with the influence of Wind and Moon, the movie would be able to easily earn 50 to 60 million yuan at the box office. However, Julia really didn't have any confidence in this movie that was about family trivia. Do you have so little confidence in me? I just don't have confidence in this movie, Julia said honestly. Eric calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin and smiled. How about we make a bet? I bet this movie won't be less than 50 million yuan at the box office. What's the wager? Julia asked curiously. Eric smirked again. If you lose, you'll come to my house and be my maid for a week. If I lose, I'll be your chauffeur for a week. If it weren't for Eric's sinister expression when he said the word maid, Julia almost agreed. She felt that she had a 70% chance of winning. Also, being a maid in this era was a very serious job. But when she noticed Eric's expression, Julia keenly sensed that something was wrong. She decisively refused. No, I don't want to bet with you. How about 60 million yuan? Not only was Julia not tempted, but she also refused even more firmly. Don't even think about it. Because Eric still had filming in the afternoon, the meal ended in half an hour. However, it also provided a lot of photo material for the paparazzi. In short, there would definitely be a scandal between Eric and Julia in the media tomorrow. After lunch, Julia sent Eric back to the studio. When are you going back to the set? Eric asked when they parted at the entrance of the studio. The flight is at 4 in the afternoon. Julia didn't get out of the car. She replied in the car, by the way, Eric, the shooting budget seems to be insufficient. Maybe we need at least another 2 million USD. Mr. Ross asked you to say that? Julia nodded. Herbert Ross didn't know that Eric had noticed that his budget was tight and was even prepared to increase the budget. Considering that Julia and Eric were close, he asked the girl to test Eric when Julia came back. After all, this was a low-budget movie. If the budget was increased by another 2 million, the cost would reach 10 million US dollars. The box office would have to reach more than 33 million to recoup the cost. Although Julia was joining, Herbert Ross wasn't sure if his family movie without comedy elements would reach a box office of more than 30 million. No problem. Eric nodded. Tell Mr. Ross to ask Jeffrey for money. Then I'll thank you on behalf of Mr. Ross. Julia smiled and said goodbye to Eric before driving away. The first scene in the afternoon was the scene of Andy and Yo-Yo in the small restaurant. For some reason, after the meal, Brooke Xianxia returned to the state she was in the morning. She repeatedly NG'd this scene several times. Although the girl repeatedly apologized with a pitiful expression, Eric couldn't help but get angry. At the same time, he drew a big cross in his heart for Brooke Xianxia. If I don't work with her anymore, this beautiful vase is really tormenting me. I didn't waste my time winning so many golden raspberry awards. It's better if she continues to harm others in independent movies. At the same time, Eric also dismissed the idea of having a relationship with Brooke Xianxia. Hollywood was so big, and there were so many beautiful girls. One more wouldn't make a difference. After half an hour, the scene in the restaurant was finally over. Eric, I'm really sorry. My performance was a bit bad. Brooke Xianxia finished her scene, which meant that all her work for the day was done. She packed up her things and went to the dressing room to change her clothes. When she was about to leave, she came up to Eric again. At this time, the woman's clothes were no longer the black professional outfit that she wore in the previous shot. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the woman was now wearing a pair of tight dark blue high-waisted jeans. Her slender long legs were exposed in front of everyone without any cover. Almost all the men in the crew intentionally or unintentionally cast their eyes on the girl. At the same time, they remembered Brooke Xianxia's famous jeans advertisement. Many people even had a thought in their minds. Was there really nothing between the girl and the jeans now? Although Eric dismissed some of the thoughts, he didn't mind taking advantage of this kind of girl. Admiring Brooke Xianxia's delicate appearance and perfect body curves, his expression softened a little. It's okay, Brooke. I hope you can seriously experience your remaining scenes when you go back. Those are all outdoor scenes. If you waste too much time like this, it will definitely affect the shooting progress and consume unnecessary budget. Well, I will definitely work hard. Brooke Xianxia nodded and looked at Eric seriously. Her high heels rubbed against the floor a few times, and her long legs also followed in a slightly seductive posture. After waiting for a few seconds, she found that Eric had already looked away. He had no intention of inviting her to dinner at all. Brooke Xianxia didn't dare to be too obvious. If she was rejected by Eric, then she might be laughed at by the crew, especially Cruz, who was clearly rejected by her before. Therefore, she could only say with some disappointment, then, goodbye, Eric. Goodbye, someone will inform you of the next scene. Eric raised his chin and nodded at the girl. He pinched a pencil and made a few marks on the script. He then turned and began to tell his assistant something. Brooke Xianxia paused for a few seconds and could only leave in disappointment. She had just hinted so clearly, but Eric was still indifferent. This made Brooke Xianxia feel a little frustrated. How long will it take for Hanks to arrive? Eric didn't care about Brooke Xianxia's departure. Although he also noticed the other party's hint, since he had already made a decision, he would certainly not change it. In Hollywood, if you couldn't resist the temptation, it was likely to lead to very bad results. 10 minutes, Alan said. Okay, hurry up and clean up here. Let's move to another set. Eric looked at his watch and thought secretly. Cruz's one-man show had been completed. Next, Eric planned to shoot a few scenes of Cruz and Hanks in the small bar. Today would also be the first confrontation between the two protagonists. Thinking of the almost parallel acting careers of these two big names in his previous life, Eric couldn't help but feel a little excited. He was looking forward to what kind of sparks would be created when the two of them acted together. Hi, Tom. As soon as Hanks appeared in the studio, Eric greeted him warmly. He preferred the mild-tempered Hanks compared to Cruz, who had always been polite to each other. Hi, Eric, I'm not late, am I? Hanks asked as he hugged Eric. Of course not. Eric nodded to Hanks' assistant and turned to Hanks. It will take about 15 minutes to set up the scene. You can take the opportunity to do your makeup. The two walked side by side to the dressing room. Hanks greeted the crew members warmly. He looked around and asked curiously in a low voice, "Where's Cruz?" "Maybe he went to touch up his makeup," Eric said lightly. Hanks nodded and did not say anything. After several meetings, Hanks did not have a good impression of the actor who shared the same name as himself. Cruz was too arrogant. Even if he was polite to someone, it would still make people feel like they were being given charity. Everyone in the crew had already completed the makeup process, so it did not take too long for Hanks to do his makeup. After the breakfast scene was set up, Nickel, the cameraman, walked to Eric, who was talking to Hanks and Cruz. "Eric, you'd better come and take a look." Eric apologized to the two superstars and got up to follow Nickel to the corner of the restaurant where a camera was set up. Eric, look here. There will be a quick sweep later, but I can only operate the camera from this position. Nickel demonstrated awkwardly. You see, this is a little difficult to operate. It's very awkward, and it's hard to control the strength. Although Eric was not as professional as Nickel, he knew a lot of shooting techniques. He stepped forward and tried to operate the camera. It was really awkward, but the best position was occupied by the wall behind him. Nickel, what do you think? Eric put down the camera and asked as he clapped his hands. I can only try a few times. This position is the best shooting angle. If it doesn't work, and you want the best effect. Nickel pointed behind Eric. Then we can only tear down this wall. Let's try a few times first, Eric said. He did not mind tearing down the wall. After all, this was a studio, not an outdoor scene. Columbia would definitely cooperate, but at least it would waste another hour. Okay. Nickel nodded. Then let's start. The small restaurant scene had a total of 3 scenes. In the first scene, the two of them were eating breakfast as complete strangers. Of course, according to the plot, Andy had begun to pay attention to Sean at this time, but Sean was completely unaware. In the second scene, the two of them brushed shoulders. Andy left a teacup cushion with the number 13 written on it for Sean. The third scene was also the longest one. Andy used 1 minute to convince Sean to cooperate with the police to capture the big villain, the bald monk, and avenge his father. Attention all personnel, Dark War, Act 12, Scene 1, Action. Sean stared at the newspaper in front of him and ate his cake. When he heard the restaurant door open, he naturally looked up and quickly turned his eyes back to the newspaper. Good. Eric gave Hanks a thumbs up. Next was the scene of Andy, played by Cruz, eating while staring at the TV above his head. This scene was not difficult for Cruz at all. Eric gave him a thumbs up as well. In the original version, this scene would appear 3 times. This should be an animation that Andy liked very much. Unfortunately, with only 4 weeks left to live, every time he saw this familiar scene, Andy would feel sad that he didn't have much time left. This was also the reason why Andy would be in a daze every time he saw this scene. And here, Eric did not intend to use a random animation to make up the numbers. He planned to use the scenes from Friends. Although Friends only existed in Eric's plan now, when Island Horror and Smell a Woman were on the right track, Jeffrey would start preparing for Friends. It was only April now. As long as the 6 protagonists could be confirmed, Eric would have enough time to shoot a few classic scenes from Friends and add them to the movie. The new movie would have a TV series directed by Eric Williams himself, which was a good gimmick for the movie's promotion. At the same time, it would promote Friends, which was another win-win situation. After the 2 scenes were completed, it was time for the most difficult scene, the shake shot. After the script was done, Eric stared at the monitor. Eric operated the camera to stop on Hank's face for a second and then began to shake rapidly. Eric clearly felt the difficulty and unevenness of the change of scene. Although the camera stopped accurately on Cruz's side profile in the end, Eric could only shout cut. Next, Nickel tried 6 more times in a row, but all of them ended in failure. Eric knew the reason for the flaw in the shot, so he patiently let Nickel try again and again. But after the 11th failure, Cruz finally became a little impatient. He had eaten many pieces of cream cake in a row and did not understand why he had to try so many times for such a simple shot. While the staff adjusted the camera back to its original position, Cruz stood up and glanced at Nickel, whose forehead was full of sweat, with some contempt. He said to Eric, "Eric, maybe I can introduce a better cameraman to you." Cruz did not intend to lower his voice at all. He said this in front of everyone, and the scene immediately became awkward. Due to his awkward posture, Nickel had to operate the machine more than 10 times in a row. His waist was starting to hurt. He didn't expect that his efforts would receive such an evaluation. He wanted to glare at Cruz, but he was afraid that it would make things difficult for Eric. He could only stand there helplessly. Many people in the crew were dissatisfied with Cruz's rude words. They had worked with Nickel for many years and knew Nickel's ability very well. Although they had just experienced more than 10 failures in a row, they more or less understood the reason from Nickel's posture when operating the camera. They patiently accompanied Nickel to try again and again. Facing the gaze of the crowd, Eric knew that this matter had to be handled carefully, otherwise it would cause a conflict between the crew and the actors. However, it was not easy to appease Cruz's emotions and not arouse the dissatisfaction of the staff. After thinking for a moment, Eric could only stand up and walk to the camera. He patiently explained to Cruz why this shot was so easy to fail. After listening to Eric's explanation, Cruz also realized that he had just wronged Nickel. He shrugged and smiled faintly at the cameraman. "I'm really sorry." "Then, let's continue." After that, Cruz sat back in his seat again. Eric patted Nickel's shoulder comfortingly and said softly, "Try 2 or 3 more times. If it still doesn't work, we'll tear down the wall." Nickel knew that Eric had been very protective of him by personally explaining the reason to Cruz, so he did not mind Cruz's insincere apology. Instead, he nodded gratefully to Eric. "I'll try my best." Although this small incident seemed to have passed easily, it was destined to leave some traces in many people's hearts. Anyway, several crew members who had a very good impression of Cruz because of his series of movies were no longer enthusiastic about him. Perhaps it was luck or other reasons, but the second attempt finally passed. When Eric shouted good, many people could not help but applaud. Nickel also breathed a sigh of relief and shook his sore arm hard. Next, the second scene where the two of them brushed past each other was also easily passed. Finally, it was the first scene where Cruz and Hanks acted together. "Hey, Inspector, you're so early?" The waitress at the restaurant saw Sean open the door and greeted him warmly. "Yes, I have an appointment with a friend," Sean replied and walked to the bar. Andy's mouth was stuffed with pastries. When he heard Sean's words, he smiled with a smug expression. These days, he had fooled Sean, an elite police officer who used to be all-powerful, in circles. He was indeed proud of himself. Sean came to Andy with a sullen face and slapped a teacup with the number 13 on it on the bar. "Have a seat," Andy said, putting down the cup. Sean took out a photo from his suit pocket. "You're very accurate, Mr. Zhang. Did you find it?" Andy turned his head. "You stole the gem and avenged your father. Why did you ask me to come out?" "I told you that this game would take 3 days." Sean pointed to the pocket where he usually kept his ID. "You're not in charge now. I'm a police officer. Clean up the warehouse, change the light tubes." As soon as Cruz finished his line, Eric shouted for him to stop. "Here's the thing, Cruz, your smile has to be more sarcastic." Eric first walked to Cruz and gave his opinion. At the same time, he grinned and wanted to demonstrate for Cruz, but found that he did not have the talent of demonstrating everything to actors like Sue Quebec. He could only say in disappointment, "Well, let's stop for 2 minutes. You can think about it." After instructing Cruz, Eric turned to Hanks. "Hanks, you're too embarrassed to hear Andy's ridicule. Although you're very embarrassed in your heart, you also have your own self-esteem. So, when you're embarrassed, you need to do some body language, such as nodding, to cover up your embarrassment." "Well, Eric, I'll think about it." Hanks nodded. Eric returned to his seat. 2 minutes later, the filming began again. This scene was more than 3 minutes long, so it was impossible to finish it in one go. Eric divided the 3-minute scene into 7 sub-scenes of less than 30 seconds on average. For every scene, Eric strove to achieve perfection. Therefore, the number of NGs far exceeded the other scenes he had shot in the past few days. Cruz and Hanks gradually seemed to realize something. They became more and more strict with their performance. In the end, it was obvious that they were competing with each other. Sometimes, when Eric felt that the effect was good enough, Cruz or Hanks would take the initiative to point out the flaws in their performance and ask for a retake. Eric was quite happy to see this happen. He did not know when the two superstars would work together again. Perhaps they would never have the chance to work together again. Therefore, Eric also wanted to leave a perfect scene in this movie. Cut. After another NG, Eric looked at his watch. It had been more than an hour since the last scene began. Out of the 7 sub-scenes of 3 minutes, only 5 of them had been completed. The 2 most important scenes, Andy's lobbying, had not been filmed. However, it was already time to get off work. Looking at Cruz and Hanks, who were still sparking, and Joe Pacey, who had been waiting for nearly an hour to act as the inspector of the key case investigation unit, Eric reminded them. "It's time to get off work, you two." After Eric finished speaking, he looked at Cruz and Hanks with anticipation. As an Asian, he did not have any objection to working overtime. In fact, he felt that it was a matter of course. In his heart, he also wanted to complete the 1-hour overtime scene. Therefore, he hoped that the two would take the initiative to propose to work overtime to complete the scene. However, Eric realized that he had seriously underestimated the stubbornness of Europeans and Americans when it came to the 8-hour working day. When they heard Eric's words, Cruz and Hanks, who were originally eager to give it a try, stood up and shook hands with a smile. They looked like they had met their match. Then, they said goodbye to Eric and began to pack their things to leave. From beginning to end, they had no intention of working overtime. Eric complained in his heart. He could only shrug helplessly and announce that the crew was done. After that, Eric took the time to walk over to Joe Pacey. "Sorry, Joe. I made you wait for an hour in vain." Joe Pacey didn't mind at all. He shook his head and said in his unique voice, "It's nothing, Eric. I've been watching a wonderful performance for an entire hour. I'm a little worried that my performance won't be as good as I expected." "You don't have to worry about that at all. I think Hank should be the one worried. I think he could be stolen by your character at any time. Your character's lines and actions are too funny." "That's true, but I haven't acted in a comedy before. You know, The Raging Bull and Once Upon a Time in America that I've acted in, as well as the recent Raging Bull, aren't comedies. Joe, I think you're more suited for comedy. Maybe after this movie, you'll discover your talent for comedy. To be honest, you know Home Alone, right? When I was shooting this movie, I thought that you'd be the most suitable actor to play the role of the older, stupid thief Harry." Joe Pacey's eyes widened slightly. He felt that Eric wasn't lying to him at all. This was Home Alone, a movie that was about to break $300 million at the box office. Then why? Joe Pacey made a meaningless gesture. Of course, he knew what it meant to miss out on Home Alone. Eric understood what he meant. He shrugged helplessly and explained, "Because I couldn't afford to hire you at the time. The budget for Home Alone was too small. Maybe, you could have tried to invite me at the time. You know that's impossible. If I asked you to pay the current Harry actor $20,000, you would have rejected it without even thinking about it." Joe Pacey understood that this was the case. Although he wasn't a famous actor, he was still nominated for the Best Supporting Actor award. Unless he could predict the future, he definitely wouldn't accept $20,000. Joe Pacey shook his head and said, "This is really regrettable. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Don't we have a chance to work together now? This is really..." "Eric, you're bringing this up now because you want me to lose sleep tonight. I can't believe I missed such a good opportunity. Everyone will miss thousands of opportunities in their life, so this isn't a big deal. Go back and wash your face, brush your teeth, take a bath, and if you can't do it, drink a few sips of wine. You'll forget about it after a good night's sleep." Eric patted Joe Pacey's shoulder and comforted him. "How can I forget about it?" Joe Pacey rolled his eyes at Eric and shook his head. "Forget it, I'll go back first." This is really, seeing Joe Pacey leave with a disappointed expression, Eric began to regret telling him the news. He originally wanted to use this small matter to get closer to Joe Pacey. Hopefully, Joe Pacey wouldn't become Xianxia and repeatedly say, "I can't believe I missed out on Home Alone." After arranging everything, Eric was about to leave. However, at the entrance of the studio, he saw the director of Smelling Women, Martin Brayster. His assistant was carrying a thick stack of documents. Eric knew what was inside. After greeting him, Eric asked, "Martin, didn't you say that the list of candidates would only be confirmed the day after tomorrow? Why is it so fast?" "Sorry, Eric. The original plan was the day after tomorrow, but due to various reasons, the selection was completed 2 days in advance. Al also wants to start filming as soon as possible, so I can only wait for you here." "Why isn't Al here?" Eric asked curiously. Martin explained. Al has already started to figure out the role. He's been adapting to the lifestyle of a blind person for the past few days. He specifically told me not to disturb him. Eric nodded in understanding. After thinking for a while, he pointed at a Passat parked not far from Martin. Is that your car? Martin nodded. Then let's talk in the car. I happen to be going to Malibu. Is it convenient for you to send me there? Of course. The few of them got into the car. Eric told Martin's assistant the address, and Martin's assistant started the car. In the back seat, Eric first opened the list of candidates for one of the most important leads, the middle school student Charlie Simmons. Martin explained, Eric, these are all outstanding young people who have passed 2 rounds of auditions. As there are more middle school students, there are a total of 30 candidates. After you choose the actor to play Charlie Simmons, we can directly choose a series of Charlie's classmates from the remaining list. Okay. Eric took out a thick stack of documents from the folder and asked casually, by the way, what about Miss Gabrielle Anwar, who I introduced? Martin felt that the petite girl might have some relationship with Eric, so he explained in detail. After her role was confirmed, the girl went back to England a few days ago, but she came back very quickly. She's currently staying in a hotel on Wilshire Avenue. By the way, when you were in a coma, she also went to visit you. Eric, do you need the address of her hotel? That won't be necessary, Eric said casually as he scanned the list. The 30 candidates were arranged in alphabetical order according to the actors' surnames. Thus, Eric saw the names of 2 Hollywood superstars side by side at the beginning of the D letter. Matt Damon, Leonardo DiCaprio. A long list of movie names floated through his mind. Eric shook his head and threw the flying images into the corner. He continued to read as if nothing had happened. Other than these 2 superstars from his previous life, he did not see any other familiar faces. Of course, the original Chris O'Donnell had also been blown away by the flapping of butterfly wings. Of course, even if he appeared, Eric would not give the role to Chris, because his presence in the original version was too weak. Although Al Pacino's performance was too eye-catching, his own performance was not outstanding. After quickly reading through the 30 files, Eric asked Martin Brest for a pen and made a tick behind the names of Matt Damon and Xiao Li. After hesitating for a while, Eric finally decided to choose Matt Damon. Matt Damon had just turned 18 this year. He had a sunny and handsome appearance, which was exactly the same as Charlie's image. In comparison, Xiao Li's current image was a bit more roguish. After drawing a circle around Matt Damon's name, Eric said to Martin Brest, who had been watching his actions, Martin, give the role of Charlie Simmons to Matt Damon. As for Leonardo DiCaprio, give him the role of Charlie's classmate, George. Also, I don't care if they have an agency or an agent now. If they want to get the role, they have to join UTA. Eric, what if they don't agree to join UTA? Eric looked at Martin strangely. What right do they have to disagree? Martin heard Eric's matter-of-fact tone and was slightly stunned. He recalled the information about Matt Damon and Xiao Li and quickly laughed. Indeed, the 2 rookies have no reason to refuse. So, in just a few words, the 2 roles were decided. Both Island Horror and Knowing a Woman by Smelling Fragrance were Firefly's film projects. The 2 crews also had contact with each other, so Martin Brest already knew about Eric's process of choosing the roles in Island Horror. He and Jonathan Demme felt the same way. They both thought that Eric just wanted to show his dominance of the movie, so he took the final decision for the roles. Although Martin felt that Eric's actions were a bit careless and childish, he did not refute anything. In the eyes of Martin, who was almost 40 years old, Eric was indeed just a child. It was understandable for him to do such a thing. What he and Al could do was to carefully screen the suitable candidates. No matter who Eric chose, they could guarantee that the other party would be competent for the role. Eric had no intention of defending himself. His reason for doing so was just as Martin and the others thought. If he was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, he might be able to show his magnanimity by delegating power and gain more admiration. But he was only 18 years old now. If he did that, people would think that he was young and easy to fool. So, he had to show his strength everywhere. It was the same for movies and women. It took 40 minutes to travel from the studio in Colombia to Malibu. Eric quickly circled the list of all the actors. Part of it was based on Martin's advice, and the other part was based on his impression of some of the actors in his mind. Martin's car stopped at an intersection on the coastal road in Malibu. Eric put on his sunglasses and baseball cap and got out of the car. "Thank you for driving me here, Martin." "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Martin rolled down the window and winked at Eric. He waved his hand and asked his assistant to drive away. After the Passat turned around and left, Eric turned around and walked to the small villa not far away. When he arrived at Virginia's house, Eric took out a key to open the door and walked in. It was already evening, and the lights in the villa were already on. When Eric walked to the door opened from the inside. Virginia was wearing casual home clothes and carrying 2 big bags in front of Eric. Ah! When Virginia saw Eric suddenly appear in front of her, she was obviously shocked. The bags in her hands fell to the ground. "Eric, you. Why are you here?" The woman hurriedly picked up the garbage bags on the ground and put them next to the door. She opened the door a little to let Eric in. Eric smiled and hugged the woman. He kissed Virginia's face and said, "Why are you so nervous? Don't tell me you're hiding a man at home? I just didn't expect you to come to my place these days." Virginia rolled her eyes gently. "Even if I'm hiding a man, what can you do to me?" Eric pinched Virginia's face and said seriously, "Well, there are many ways to punish women. In some countries in the Middle East, women will be stoned to death. Everyone will work together to stone the woman to death. In the East, there is a kind of pig cage in ancient times. The woman will be stripped naked and put into a big cage. Then, she will be thrown into a pond to drown." How can there be such a barbaric thing?" Virginia shuddered. "That's why I like the way some places punish women in India. It's very humane." "Oh," Virginia said, giving him a curious look. Eric smirked. "In some places in India, if a woman is found, the village chief will gather all the strong men in the village and serve the woman one by one. It's guaranteed that the woman will not think about men for the rest of her life." "Wow, that's disgusting. Strong men? You're only 18 years old. Where did you learn so much nonsense?" "I can't help it. I'm born so knowledgeable." Eric spread his hands and said honestly. "Then, Mr. Erudite, do you have a way to punish a man who betrays his girlfriend? Tell me the cruelest way to punish him?" Eric choked. He coughed and said, I really don't have that." "TSK," Virginia rolled her eyes and struggled out of Eric's arms. "Stop talking nonsense. You go in first. I'll throw away the garbage." "Let me do it. It looks quite heavy." Eric grabbed the plastic bag. He did not know what was inside, but it was indeed very heavy. "Just throw it in the trash can at the door." Virginia saw that Eric had already grabbed the bag and did not stop him. She pointed at the door. Eric threw away the garbage and returned to the house. He saw Virginia's figure busy in the kitchen. He walked in and hugged the woman from behind. He looked at Virginia adding sugar and milk powder into the coffee cup. "Actually, I don't really like coffee. I'd rather drink plain water. I heard that drinking plain water is one of the secrets to longevity." Virginia smiled and continued to add coffee powder into the cup. "You're so young. Why are you thinking about longevity? Are you afraid of death?" "Of course not. I'm not afraid of death. I'm only afraid of regret." "Regret? What regret?" "Yes, what regret?" Eric rested his chin on the woman's shoulder and thought for a while. His regret in his previous life was not being able to see his child grow up, and in the end, not being able to film his own movie. At the time of his rebirth, the film industry in China was in a period of explosion. Although he was almost 40 years old, he still did not completely give up. He also discussed with a few friends that the film industry was so good. Maybe he could spend a few years to come up with a good script and use the connections he had accumulated over the years to get an investment to make his own movie. Unfortunately, before the plan could be implemented, he inexplicably came to this time and space. Now, it was less than a year. His achievements in his previous life were enough to make him a super winner in life. It would be too pretentious to talk about regrets. "Why are you suddenly not talking?" The woman turned her head and asked as she carefully poured the boiled water into the coffee cup. Nothing. I'm just thinking about what regrets I'll have if I suddenly die now. Virginia put down the kettle and turned around to look at Eric's face. Eric, if you've been thinking about death recently, I suggest you find a psychiatrist as soon as possible. Are you under too much pressure? Of course not. Eric saw the deep worry in the woman's eyes. He hurriedly denied. He wanted to explain, but did not know where to start. Let's talk in the living room. Virginia handed a cup of coffee to Eric and picked up her own cup. The two of them walked to the living room together. After sitting down on the sofa, Virginia asked, "Why are you here today? Don't you live with Jennifer Aniston?" Eric smiled bitterly. After what happened, it would be strange if Jennifer would be like that. She's renting her own place in Burbank. If it weren't for the accidental fall from the stairs, Eric would have a headache trying to persuade Jennifer Aniston to come back. That morning, when he woke up from his coma, Eric took advantage of the opportunity when Jennifer Aniston was weak from worry and sleepiness. He successfully tricked Jennifer Aniston into joining the cast of Friends. But he made another big mistake. Seeing that the two girls were so sleepy that their heads kept nodding, he put Jennifer Aniston and Drew to sleep on either side of him. At noon, he had lunch with Jeffrey and Kapoor. When he returned to the ward, he found that the two girls were awake. And the scene was quite chaotic. Pillows and blankets were kicked all over the floor, and a scaffold for a drip was pushed over. The two girls were like two crazy wild cats, twisting together. Their clothes were messy, and they were arguing and pushing each other, trying to drive each other off. It was as if it wasn't a piece of paper, but Eric himself. Eric coaxed the two darling girls. Then, Jennifer Aniston wiped her tears and blamed Eric for being biased. Drew persuaded Jennifer Aniston to break up with him, saying that it was better to be quick and painful. After a series of arguments, Jennifer Aniston became rebellious. Jennifer Aniston swore in public that she would never let Drew off so easily. When Eric saw Jennifer Aniston swearing, he was secretly happy. But Jennifer Aniston didn't stay in the villa. Instead, she rented an apartment in Burbank. Although she didn't mention anything about breaking up, she had a cold war with Eric. Then, the filming of Dark War started. Eric was so busy that he didn't have time to coax the girl. He could only make a few harassment calls to Jennifer Aniston every day to announce his presence. Hearing Eric's explanation, Virginia blushed. You should spend more time with her. She'll be fine if you coax her more. You don't have to be so strong all the time. Okay, let's not talk about this headache for now. Aren't you going to the UK the day after tomorrow? I have to come and see you. I've talked to Jonathan. As long as Scary Island is completed before September, it won't affect the Venice Film Festival. So, he will strive for perfection during filming. You'll probably stay in the UK for a long time. Virginia took a sip of coffee and blinked. Will you come to the set to visit? Eric shook his head. I'm not sure. Dark War will be released in July. If the filming goes well, I'll go to the UK in mid-May. If it doesn't go well, I probably won't be able to go. Oh. Virginia nodded noncommittally. After chatting for a while, Eric patted his stomach. Vicky, I'm hungry. The woman quickly stood up. What do you want to eat? Can I drive to the supermarket? Eric stopped the woman. Don't bother. Just make something. Okay, there's spaghetti at home, the woman said and walked to the kitchen. After Virginia busied herself in the kitchen with an apron, Eric got up and walked to the second floor. When he came to the balcony, the sun had completely set and the sky was getting dark. Eric leaned on the balcony railing and looked at the tip of Malibu not far away. Because of the sky, he could only see a dim outline. The construction had already started and was expected to be completed by the end of the year. In addition to the super mansion with a sea view in Iron Man, several other villas would be built on the more than 1-hectare estate to entertain guests or hold banquets. Eric had seen the complete design draft of the entire manor. As the other villas were located on a flat terrain, their cost was far lower than that of the mansions with a sea view. However, in the design draft provided by Frank Gehry, the few buildings were naturally integrated together. Together with the green belt, tennis court, parking apron, and other facilities in the manor, it gave off a natural feeling. Of course, correspondingly, the cost of the entire estate was more than $20 million US. Anyway, there was a professional accounting firm to supervise the financial situation of the project. Since they had decided to build an ideal luxury estate, as long as the other party did not embezzle the construction funds or other tricks, they could be as extravagant as they wanted. After all, the purpose of making money was to spend it. After dinner, although Eric was very tired, he patiently accompanied the woman on the sofa to watch soap operas for a while. "Eric, I heard that Firefly is planning to film a TV series?" "Yeah," Eric said. "Oh right, this is a sitcom. In the future, many big stars will be needed to make cameo appearances. Do you want to come?" Virginia nodded gently and said, "If you want me to go, I'll go." Eric said, "Jenny is one of the main characters." Virginia laughed. "Heh, then I'll go too. You're in charge of coordinating everything. Anyway, it's all your fault. I want to see if you'll do anything if your girlfriend can't help but bully me in public." "I don't care," Eric said with a smile. "According to the ancient traditions of the East, your identity is that of a servant girl. It's natural for you to be bullied by the wife. Of course, if you have the ability to turn the tables on the servant girl, I would be happy to see it happen." Although Virginia did not understand what a servant girl was, it did not prevent her from understanding the meaning of Eric's words. She gently bit Eric's arm, leaving a series of faint teeth marks. "You're really a bastard." Eric got up at 7 o'clock the next day, feeling refreshed. He hurriedly ate breakfast and asked Virginia to drive him to the set. Although it had been a night, Cruz and Hanks quickly found their groove after they started filming the scenes that they did not finish yesterday. The remaining scenes were all completed in half an hour. Joe Pacey, who heard the bad news that he had missed out on Home Alone yesterday, also made a dazzling appearance. When he heard that Sean had let Andy go, he shook his head excitedly, almost like the image in his memory. Moreover, Joe Pacey's voice was more hilarious than Huang Chifa's in the original version. The crew members on the scene could not help but laugh. Hanks also clearly expressed his worry that he might be overshadowed. For the next period of time, the filming of Dark War was still slowly progressing according to plan. A few days later, the crew of Shock Island set off for the UK. Except for the actors, the crew of Shock Island was basically established by Jonathan Demme alone. Eric did not intervene. After all, Jonathan Demme had been in Hollywood for more than 10 years and had more connections in this area than Eric. Eric did not take the time to send them off. Instead, Jeffrey, as one of the producers, followed the crew to the island in the English Channel and stayed with the crew for a few days before returning. In mid-April, Knowing Women by Scent officially started shooting. At the same time, after more than 10 days of filming, Dark War completed all the indoor scenes and began the most difficult outdoor scenes. Although all the scenes were installed in Eric's mind, when it came to the actual shooting, he found that it was not as easy as he imagined. In the downtown area of Los Angeles, a 500-meter-long street near the Santa Monica Freeway had been sealed off. No external vehicles were allowed to enter. Since 8 o'clock in the morning, a large number of filming equipment had been unloaded from trucks. The nearby residents were used to the film crew's arrival. This was Los Angeles, and there were countless film crews shooting every day. Because this street was not too busy, but it was between high-rise buildings, many film crews would shoot here. But this time, there were obviously more onlookers, not only because the film included two famous stars, Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks, but also because of the director, Eric. Many people had seen living directors before, but a young director who had achieved great success before the age of 19 was rare, so it was not surprising that people were curious about him. There were many paparazzi with cameras in the crowd, hoping to take some valuable photos. Even if they couldn't get some breaking news like an accident, it would be worth waiting for a day if they could get a few close-up shots of the lead actors. "Are the extras in place?" Next to the 3 yellow taxis, Eric asked his assistant as he watched the film crew install cameras on the front of the taxis. 50 people, all here. Royce asked me to ask you, do you want to start preparing? According to the plan, let the extras familiarize themselves with their positions first. We'll shoot some street scenes later. Okay, Alan replied, then said, by the way, the people from the community agency said that we have to open this street for an hour at noon. The reason they gave is that there will be a lot of traffic at that time, so they need to pass through this street. Eric rubbed his forehead in distress. This was purely asking for trouble. It was not the time to get off work at noon. How much more traffic could there be? But he did not want to deal too much with these troublesome agencies. Anyway, the crew needed to eat at noon. Tell them that no problem. We'll stop filming from 12 to 1 o'clock at noon and let the street out. After Alan left, Eric turned his attention to the taxis. The license plates of the 3 taxis were exactly the same. This was just to prevent these details from appearing in the shot. Once the shooting was completed, the 3 cars would change back to their original license plates. Of the 3 cars, one didn't need any special treatment. The cameraman would shoot from the front passenger seat, while the other 2 had cameras installed on the hood of the front and the windows on both sides of the back seat. Today, they were going to shoot the scene where Sean tried to drive Andy to the police station for the first time. In the script, this scene was less than 2 minutes long, but according to Eric's calculations, they would have accumulated nearly an hour of footage. Therefore, if they could finish shooting the scene today, it would be considered a success. After all the camera mounts in the taxi were ready, Eric picked up the walkie-talkie and began to give orders to the whole crew. Cruz and Hanks, who had been staying in the trailer, got out of the car at this time. The paparazzi, who had been waiting nearby for a long time, began to press the shutter crazily. The 2 men's costumes were not too special. Cruz was in a black casual suit, while Hanks was dressed like a courier, wearing a cap and a plain white work suit. After a brief reminder from Eric, the 2 men got into the first taxi that was not modified at all. The first scene was to shoot an outdoor scene of the taxi driving on the street. Eric walked behind the wireless monitor and looked at the screen that was less than 7 inches long. After making sure that the light was correct, Eric confirmed with the camera again, Alan, have the onlookers left the shooting area? They've all left. Now, in front of the cameras are our actors. Alan's voice sounded from the walkie-talkie, mixed with the sound of electric current. Eric had to confirm again. If a face that did not belong to an actor appeared on the screen after the production was completed in the future, it would be very interesting. American extras were also actors, and they were very expensive. However, Eric still could not film the real people. Not to mention whether the real passers-by would cooperate with the camera lens. Even if they did, once the movie was completed in the future and people found that they appeared on the screen, with the character of Americans, they would not have a sense of vanity like I'm in a movie. They would only contact their own lawyers and sue the film crew on the grounds that their portrait rights were infringed. If they pursued the matter, it would be a light compensation of $1 million or $800,000. In the worst case, the movie might be forced to stop in the middle of its release. Therefore, although Eric had confirmed it here, after the post-production editing was completed, he would organize the personnel to conduct a detailed screening of the identities of the characters that appeared in the shot to ensure that there were no outsiders who did not belong to the actors in the movie. Therefore, when you saw a Hollywood movie where the protagonist was walking through the streets with people shuttling back and forth, there was no doubt that even if there were hundreds or thousands of pedestrians in the shot, they would definitely be actors. There would not be any real passers-by. After Hanks drove the taxi to familiarize himself with the road several times, Eric gave the order, and the day's tedious shooting officially began. Eric's eyes were fixed on the monitor, watching the performance of the 2 people in the car. Their conversation rang out in his earphones. Although it was not very clear, it was enough to hear clearly. This part would definitely be redubbed in the post-production, but the original sound of the movie also had to be preserved as a reference for the dubbing. It was already afternoon, and Eric couldn't remember how many times he had repeated the shoot. In any case, there were a lot of NGs. At this moment, Eric was standing. The staff deliberately raised the monitor to a position in front of Eric's eyes. Although he felt a little tired, Eric had to continue. Cruz and Hanks had plenty of time to rest. After every hour of shooting, the 2 of them would take a break. In the camera, the 2 of them were still in high spirits, without the slightest hint of fatigue. However, while they were resting, Eric had no choice but to arrange other scenes. He had only agreed to shoot today with the community agency, so he had to accumulate enough material for many scenes, in case something went wrong in the later stages and they had to make up for it. In the camera, Andy slowly pulled down the zipper of his jacket, took out his pistol, and asked casually, "Where are we going?" "The nearest police station." Sean glanced at the rearview mirror and calmly watched Andy slowly screw on the silencer. Andy looked out the window and smiled. "You're alone?" Sean shrugged indifferently. "Enough. You don't have a gun. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "Shoot me." Sean turned his head and glanced at him. "The car will flip over." "Yes, it's very dangerous." Andy's relaxed smile did not change at all. He slowly rolled down the window. "If you can get me to the police station, you win." A pistol with a silencer stuck out of the window, and Andy pulled the trigger without hesitation. At this point, Eric called for the taxi to stop. The taxi stopped, and Cruz and Hanks got out at the same time. Nickel, who was in the passenger seat, also came out with a camera. After the three of them left the taxi, the crew quickly stepped forward and drove the taxi back to its original position. Many of the prop vehicles on the road also turned around and returned to the starting point in an orderly manner, waiting for the next shoot to begin. Eric told the three of them about the flaws in the shot just now and told them what to pay attention to during the next shoot. After everything was restored to its original position, Cruz and Hanks returned to the taxi, and Nickel, carrying the camera, followed them in again. Soon, another round of filming began. Dark War was a movie without much depth. It was a 72-hour battle between a police officer and a robber. When promoting the movie, they would definitely use phrases such as ups and downs. In the eyes of ordinary audiences, this was indeed the case. But for Eric, compared to the brain-burning blockbusters in his memory, this movie did not require any thinking. It was just a cool commercial film. Therefore, the acting requirements for the two leading actors were not too high. In particular, the outdoor scenes of this movie did not require much acting skills. With Cruz and Hank's abilities, they could easily handle it. From mid-April to mid-May, the crew spent most of their time in the streets and alleys of downtown Los Angeles. Sometimes they stayed on a street for 2 or 3 days, and sometimes they finished all the shots in half a day. All in all, the process could only be described as boring. Jeffrey followed the crew of Island Horror to the UK for a few days, then returned to Los Angeles and quickly flew to the New York crew of Smelling Women. The rest of the Firefly employees, except for the security guards at the company's headquarters and a few clerks who were in charge of sending and receiving emails, were working with Eric's crew. If the profits from Firefly's movies were ignored, this film company was no different from many small independent film companies in Los Angeles. Although the exterior shooting of Dark War was very tedious, there were not many problems so far. The shooting progress was basically the same as the previously set shooting schedule. It was expected to officially wrap up around May 15. Columbia had already started a small-scale promotion, and there were scattered news about Dark War in the media from time to time. Columbia's market value had increased to $3.5 billion because of the negotiations with the wealthy Sony. The Japanese could only see Columbia's share prices rising day by day, and they could not do anything about it. This was a multi-billion-dollar acquisition, and it would take at least a year to complete. The media estimated that even if all the negotiations were completed, the earliest they could sign the contract was September. Even if the acquisition agreement was signed, the subsequent handover would take a few years. Therefore, the summer box office results were the last opportunity for Columbia to push up their share prices. Warner originally had 2 big productions to release, Batman and Lethal Weapon 2, but because Dark Warfare was scheduled to be released on July 7, Warner had to postpone Lethal Weapon 2, which was originally scheduled to be released in July, to the end of the year. The first Lethal Weapon grossed more than $60 million in 1987, and it was considered a hit. This year, the cost of the second Lethal Weapon doubled. To recoup the cost, the box office sales had to reach at least $100 million. Under such pressure, the Warner executives did not want to compete with Dark War, which had 3 big names, Eric, Cruz, and Hanks. They took the initiative to postpone the release to the end of the year. As a result, Columbia became the only movie giant with 2 blockbuster releases scheduled for the summer. The other blockbuster was Ghostbusters 2, which was also a sequel that movie fans had been looking forward to for a long time. The first Ghostbusters was released in 1984, which was 5 years ago. As for why Columbia suddenly started this project at the beginning of this year, the filming progress was almost the same as Dark War. Their purpose was self-evident. After all, Columbia only had one movie series that was good enough to show off. Eric, do you need to recruit more people? In late April, Jeffrey returned to Los Angeles after completing his inspection of the 2 film sets. They met for the first time in half a month at Firefly's conference room. The time was 8 p.m. During the day, Eric did not have time to come to the office. At this time, Eric was looking at the documents for Smell the Scent and Island Horror that Jeffrey had brought back. Without looking up, he said, "No need. After Smell the Scent of a Woman and Island Horror are completed, I will ask Jonathan and Martin to recommend some crew members to join Firefly." Well, then, what about the TV series? You mentioned that, friends, time is getting tight. The executives of Fox also contacted me, hoping that you can provide the script. They are willing to help with the pre-production. Eric smiled. He had already made it clear to Barry Diller that Friends would be produced independently by Firefly. Fox still did not give up the idea of getting involved. This was understandable. After all, this was a sitcom. The production cost was very low. If they could co-own the copyright with Firefly, and if the TV series was successful, Fox could prevent Eric from using it as a bargaining chip. Even if it failed, it would only be a few $1 million of investment, which was nothing to Fox. Reject them. You see, they came to you instead of me. This means that Fox knows my character. Jeffrey hesitated for a moment and said, "Eric, you are not doing well." Eric finally looked up. Huh? You are too independent in everything you do. You don't allow others to interfere with your movies, and you also don't allow TV series. This will not work in Hollywood. Many low-budget movies nowadays will attract many investors to share the risks and profits. This is the orthodox survival rule of Hollywood. Even among the 6 major movie companies, although the competition is fierce, there are still cross-shareholdings among each other. I understand what you were trying to say. Eric scratched his head. It's just, maybe now is not the time. I will definitely share it with others in the future. While I can still enjoy it alone, I will share it with them a few more times. When others can't take it anymore, I will share some with them. Jeffrey showed a helpless expression. Well, when will we start preparing for Friends? Starting tomorrow, Eric said. I called you here today to discuss this matter. We have to start this project as soon as possible. I plan to add a few scenes from Friends into Dark War. Adding scenes from Dark War to Friends? Eric, are you talking about TIG advertisements? Even if Columbia agrees, it is not worth it. It might even cause the audience to dislike it. It's not a patch commercial, Eric denied, and explained to Jeffrey in detail what the shots were for. This is a good idea. Jeffrey nodded, then questioned, but it is less than 2 months, and you promised Fox that you would personally direct the first 2 episodes. Do you think you can complete it? Eric shook his head. No, I don't need to complete the shooting of any episode. All the ideas are in my head. We just need to confirm the characters as soon as possible, complete the set, and then shoot a few interesting scenes. Jeffrey felt that this plan was very feasible. Moreover, he could also see that if the plan was successful, it would have an unexpected publicity effect for Friends. But Eric, I have no experience in TV series production. Maybe you need an experienced TV series producer. I said, I won't let Fox intervene in this matter. Eric spread his hands. So, Jeffrey, you have to work a little harder. Jeffrey showed a somewhat ambiguous smile with a hint of ridicule. Actually, among the people you know, there is one who has been a TV series producer. Eric's thoughts turned. Soon, the pretty face of the stubborn girl and John Aniston, whom he had met a few times, appeared in his mind. John should be from NBC, and his main focus is on acting. Eric's first reaction was to resist. Father-in-law and son-in-law, these 2 creatures were naturally repellent. Jeffrey said, but he has more experience than me. I don't know anything about TV series production. If there is enough time, I can slowly explore it. But you are so tight on time, so, Eric rubbed the document in front of him a few times and nodded slightly. Then I will try to contact him as soon as possible. If it doesn't work, I still need you to do it. Jeffrey nodded. Then, about the actors? Jenny's role has been confirmed, Eric said. We still need 5 more roles. I will go back tonight and write down the requirements for the roles. I will give it to you tomorrow. Start the casting as soon as possible. This time, the scope shouldn't be too big. Otherwise, it will be too troublesome to interview. At the very least, we need actors with acting experience. I think there won't be as many people who are willing to sign up as compared to the previous movies. There won't be many to begin with, Jeffrey said with a smile. TV series are not as attractive as movies. After discussing things until 9 p.m., Eric left Firefly's office building. If he wanted to invite John Aniston to be the producer, it would be best to go through Jennifer Aniston. So, Eric drove to Jennifer Aniston's residence. When he arrived at the door of Jennifer Aniston's apartment, Eric did not knock on the door. As usual, he took out the spare key from the flower pot next to the door. But after turning the key a few times in the keyhole, he found that it was locked from the inside. It can't be because of me, right? Eric thought with a wry smile. He put the key back into the flower pot and knocked on the door. Who is it? The girl answered faintly. A moment later, the door opened a crack. Eric was about to push the door open when he found that there was a security chain in the crack. This thing was definitely newly installed. Look at the chain, it was shiny, this is definitely because of me. Eric thought so in his heart, but his body was leaning against the doorframe in a posture that he thought was cool. He stared at Jennifer Aniston and asked in a very playful tone, "Girl, the night is long and you can't sleep. Do you need a strong man to comfort your lonely little soul? Get lost." Jennifer Aniston glared at Eric and slammed the door shut. After Eric was given the cold shoulder, Jennifer Aniston leaned against the door triumphantly, waiting for him to knock again. At the same time, she thought about how she should mock him. Yes, she couldn't be nice to him tonight. As for whether she would let him stay or not, that would depend on his performance. Jennifer Aniston waited for 2 or 3 minutes, but there was no movement outside the door. Humph, he's definitely up to something. Don't think I'll fall for it. Although she was mumbling to herself, Jennifer Aniston couldn't help but look through the peephole. The voice-activated lights in the hallway had been turned off, and it was pitch black outside. Damn it, he must be hiding in the dark, waiting for her to open the door. Although Jennifer Aniston had this thought, she gradually became uneasy. Finally, after waiting for 5 minutes, Jennifer Aniston couldn't help but open the door a crack and look outside. At the same time, she stomped her foot to turn on the voice-activated lights in the hallway. But with the security chain in the way, Jennifer Aniston could only see a narrow line of sight. There was nothing in the empty hallway, and it was so quiet that it was disturbing. Unplugging the pin of the security chain, Jennifer Aniston opened the door and walked out. A familiar voice laughed from the right side of the door, and a pair of big hands attacked. Then, Jennifer Aniston floated up. Ah! Although she realized who had attacked her, Jennifer Aniston still screamed and struggled on Eric's shoulder. You bastard, save me. Eric hugged the girl tightly and walked into the apartment. He turned around and closed the door. Slap, feeling the pain, Jennifer Aniston was ashamed and angry. She struggled even harder. It hurts, you bastard, put me down. Another slap, much lighter than before. At the same time, Eric's voice rang out. Baby, stop screaming. The neighbors will call the police if you continue. Jennifer Aniston hammered Eric's back a few times. Who let you in? You're trespassing. Wow, what a big crime. You won't shoot me, will you? Eric laughed as he put Jennifer Aniston on the sofa in the living room. Once Jennifer Aniston was free, she immediately picked up a pillow and sat cross-legged on the sofa, glaring at Eric. Eric walked to the fridge, opened the door, and took a look inside. Smiling, he took out a can of beer and waved it at Jennifer Aniston. Jennifer Aniston immediately turned her head away proudly and defended herself. I didn't prepare it for you. I bought it for myself. TSK TSK. Eric sat down on the sofa opposite Jennifer Aniston, pulled open the tab, and took a few sips. He smacked his lips and said, love beer tastes really good. The beer is finished. You can leave now. I still want to sleep. Just as she said that, there was a knock on the door. A man's voice came from outside the door. Miss Jennifer Aniston, are you okay? The two people in the house were stunned. Jennifer Aniston was the first to react. Sorry to disturb the neighbors. You're the one who's shouting, aren't you? Eric retorted. That's also your fault. Jennifer Aniston stood up and walked to the door. Eric followed. When he opened the door, a middle-aged man and woman were standing outside. The man was holding a baseball bat, and the woman was holding a double-barreled shotgun. The two of them stood at the door cautiously. When they saw that Jennifer Aniston was safe and sound, they relaxed a little. Miss Jennifer Aniston, we heard you shouting for help. The middle-aged man looked at the tall Eric behind Jennifer Aniston with a vigilant look in his eyes. Jennifer Aniston smiled and opened the door. She hugged Eric's arm and made an intimate gesture. She explained, Sorry, Mr. Bateman, I'm sorry to disturb you. My boyfriend was just joking with me and gave me a fright. Hello, Mr. Bateman. My name is Eric. I'm sorry to disturb you. Eric took the initiative to reach out and shook hands with the two of them. It's okay. Mr. Bateman shook hands with Eric and chatted for a while. He rejected Jennifer Aniston and Eric's invitation to have a cup of coffee and left with his wife. When the door closed, Jennifer Aniston immediately let go of Eric's arm and returned to the sofa. Eric sat beside Jennifer Aniston and hugged the girl. Jennifer Aniston resisted twice and leaned on Eric's shoulder. Jenny, have you been in contact with your father recently? The girl raised her head slightly. Yes, why are you asking this? What has John been doing recently? Eric did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked another question. I'm not sure about that. Jennifer Aniston counted on her fingers and said, I only know that he has been acting in Days of Our Lives for the past few years. Then, can you help me ask your father if he's interested in being a producer for a TV series? Jennifer Aniston was a little confused. A TV series? It's the TV series we discussed before. The one you have a role in. Eric explained to Jennifer Aniston in detail. You mean, let my father be a producer for Friends? Eric nodded. Jeffrey isn't good at this, and we couldn't find anyone we could trust for the time being. Also, I don't want Fox to interfere with this TV series, so I thought of your father. Jennifer Aniston was suddenly unhappy. So this guy didn't come here specifically to look for her. That's despicable. She broke free from Eric's embrace and asked unhappily, You came here tonight, just for this? Eric quickly hugged Jennifer Aniston. Of course not, I missed you, so I came here. Then, without waiting for Jennifer Aniston to react, Eric kissed the girl's red lips. After the kiss, Eric looked at the dazed Jennifer Aniston and smiled. This smile looked particularly evil to Jennifer Aniston, so she couldn't help but reach out and pinch Eric's leg. Ah, you're so ruthless. Watch how I deal with you. After John Aniston received Eric's invitation, he agreed almost immediately. Between a soap opera actor and a TV series producer, not many people would be willing to choose the former. In Hollywood, whether it was screenwriters, actors, or directors, once their career progressed to a certain extent, they would all choose to become producers. Because of this, John Aniston even resigned from some of his positions at NBC, and at the same time, reduced his screen time on Days of Our Lives. Even though he was already in his 50s, the same age as Jeffrey, his ambition was not any weaker than when he was younger. Even though they did not recoup any of the box office profits from Home Alone and Pretty Woman, due to Eric's two huge loans, Firefly was not short of money. The budget for each episode of the TV series was about US $200,000, and the total investment after production was completed was only US $5 million, which was equivalent to the investment for Scary Island. With the addition of John Aniston, the Friends project quickly started in early May. The crew rented two huge studios at 20th Century Fox to set up all the scenes for Friends. In his previous life, Friends was basically filmed at Warner Studios in Los Angeles. Even though Eric did not want Fox to participate in the TV series, if they had to look for Warner or Columbia to rent a studio, it would seem too deliberate. During a meeting, Eric did suggest building a studio for Friends, but Jeffrey and John jointly objected. The two of them agreed that it would cost too much, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Eric could only give up on the idea for the time being. As for the actors, Eric also fantasized that it would be perfect if he could gather all 6 actors from his previous life. Friends was released 5 years earlier than in his previous life, so according to the timeline, the oldest of the main cast, Lisa Kudrow, was only 26 years old, and the rest were between 20 and 24 years old. If they started acting at this time, then 10 years later, the actors would not show any obvious signs of age on screen. In his previous life, the reason Friends ended in the 10th season was partly because of the actors' salaries, but the most important reason was that the actors' ages were no longer suitable for the series to continue. Lisa Kudrow, who played Phoebe in the 10th season, was already 41 years old, and had already started playing the role of a mother on the big screen. It would be inappropriate for her to act cute and funny like a young person in the movie. Of course, gathering all 6 actors from his previous life was destined to only be a dream. Matthew Perry, who had been introduced by Jennifer Aniston to play the young and clumsy thief in Home Alone, was now an A-list movie actor. Asking an A-list Hollywood superstar to act in a sitcom was simply a pipe dream. As for the other actors, Eric did have some of their movies stored in his memory, but before this year, Eric could only remember that Courtney Cox had played a small role in The Magic Cocoon. There was not even a shadow of the others, and it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find them. Under such circumstances, Eric could only patiently start to choose the replacements for the other 5 friends. On Sunday, May 10th, the filming of Dark War was coming to an end. As long as there were no major accidents during the next working day, the filming would be completed smoothly. Therefore, Eric was able to take time out today to conduct the final audition for the actors of Friends. This was also the last round of screening. Because of Eric's previous request, the first thing the crew did was to audition the actors. Therefore, it only took 10 days. The set in the rented Fox studios was still in the early stages of construction, and the screening of the actors had already entered the final round of screening. Eric's plan was to shoot a few classic scenes of Friends during the post-production process of Dark War from mid-May to mid-June to add them to the movie. The official filming of the TV series would have to wait until Dark War was released in July. According to Fox's plan, the TV series would be released in early September, which would coincide with the end of the summer and the beginning of the fall of the American TV series. Moreover, Eric estimated that he would only be able to spend 2 weeks shooting the first 2 episodes of the TV series. After that, he would have to work non-stop on the preparation work for the 2 movies in the second half of the year. He also had to worry about the release of the other 3 movies. Basically, he wouldn't have any free time in the second half of the year. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Eric walked into the company and saw many men and women waiting in the corridor. These people obviously knew Eric. After Eric appeared, they took the initiative to greet Eric. A few young girls even threw meaningful glances at Eric. Eric nodded at the crowd and walked into the audition room. He hadn't seen the list of actors for the last round. Also, because none of the actors had a clue, Eric had to do the interview himself. He couldn't just draw a circle like he did when he was casting for Scary Island and Knowing Women by Smelling Fragrance. Jeffrey, John, good morning. When he walked into the audition room, he saw that Jeffrey and John Aniston were already there. The two of them were whispering something. When they saw Eric, they stood up and greeted Eric. Good morning, Eric. Good morning, Eric. Eric walked to the back of the long table and sat down. A blonde female assistant took the initiative to approach Eric and put a stack of documents in front of Eric. Mr. Williams, this is the list of actors for today's audition. The order has been marked on it. The crew of Friends was formed by his own contacts in the television industry. The blonde was also a relatively experienced staff member he found. Now that the blonde was seducing his daughter's boyfriend in front of him, how could John Aniston be happy? Eric guessed that the blonde would not stay on the set for long. However, perhaps the blonde did not know much about the relationship between John Aniston and Eric, or perhaps she knew but did not take it to heart. Therefore, she seduced Eric in front of Eric. With Eric's identity as a billionaire at a young age, any slightly ambitious woman in Hollywood would throw herself at him. This was not the first time Eric had encountered this kind of seduction. Okay, I understand. After the blonde finished her introduction, Eric nodded lightly. Then, my name is Linda Grant. Mr. Williams, you can call me Linda. The blonde straightened her back and intentionally or unintentionally showed off her wonderful figure wrapped in a professional suit. Thank you, Miss Linda. Eric smiled at the blonde and thanked her. John Aniston's voice finally sounded. Linda, let the young people waiting outside get ready, we'll start right away. Okay, Mr. Jennifer Aniston. The blonde nodded and walked out of the audition room. Ahem, Eric, Linda, is married. Her husband is a sound recordist. For some reason, John Aniston whispered this in Eric's ear when the blonde left. Eric shrugged innocently. John, I didn't do anything. Eric, although it's inevitable to act in Hollywood, you'd better be careful not to hurt Jenny. She's actually still a very innocent little girl. Eric nodded guiltily. Don't worry, John, I'll be careful. John Aniston shook his head. Actually, I hope you can take the initiative to break up with Jenny. Eric immediately refused. Unless Jenny takes the initiative to leave me, I won't break up with Jenny. After Eric said this, he secretly added in his heart. Even if she wants to leave me, I'll find a way to get her back. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud, otherwise John Aniston might do something. John Aniston obviously couldn't guess what Eric was thinking. He patted him on the shoulder and started the audition. Only then did Eric have the chance to look down at the list of auditionees. Sure enough, at a glance, there weren't any famous movie stars. Eric didn't watch many American TV series in his previous life, so it was reasonable that he didn't know the people in the American TV series circle. After all, there were very few young people in their 20s who could make a name for themselves. By the time American TV series became more and more sophisticated and could even challenge the status of movies, these people would already be in their 30s and 40s. Even if they appeared in American TV series, they would be unremarkable supporting roles. After flipping through several long pages of the audition list, he couldn't find a single familiar name. Bored to death, he flipped to the last page. This page was the list of actresses who had applied for the role of Phoebe Buffy. Eric finally found a familiar name, and it was the kind that he was very familiar with, Nicole Kidman. This made Eric a little surprised. Why would Nicole Kidman apply for a TV series? Eric carefully checked the spelling to make sure it was the correct name, so he waved at Linda Grant, who walked in again. The blonde immediately came up to him. Mr. Williams, what's the matter? Where's the detailed information of the actors? I want to see the information of the audition this afternoon. Please wait a moment. Linda responded and walked out. A moment later, she came back with a few folders. Mr. Williams, it's all here. Thank you, just call me Eric, Eric thanked her. Ignoring the curious eyes of Jeffrey and John Aniston next to him, he began to search. Soon, he found Nicole Kidman's file. With just a glance, Eric recognized the woman in the photo posted on the file. She had brown wavy hair, a round face, blue glasses, and thin lips. After a quick glance, the woman's resume stopped at an Australian TV series called No Sin Alive. She had also acted in several TV series and movies before. In other words, crossing the horizon, which made Nicole Kidman enter Hollywood, was no longer there. Was this also the butterfly effect he had brought? Eric rubbed the edge of the paper and thought about it. In the end, he had to admit that this must be the case. Ever since he published Jurassic Park last year and entered Hollywood through Back to 17, everything in the world had changed. This reminded Eric of the dominoes he had seen in his previous life. As long as the first domino was pushed, it would cause thousands of dominoes to fall. This was the most vivid interpretation of the butterfly effect. According to the timeline in his memory, Nicole Kidman should have acted in Crossing the Horizon before coming to Hollywood. Then, she quickly hooked up with Tom Cruise through Thunder High. She ruined Cruise's original family and became Mrs. Cruise. From then on, she went from an unknown vase actress to a top vase in Hollywood. More than 10 years later, she even won an Oscar for Best Actress. Thinking of this trivial information, Eric could only conclude that this woman was very impressive. Among all of Cruz's women, she was the only one who had the best career. Even after she divorced Cruz, her career was not affected. Instead, it went to a higher level. Soon, she entered the 20 million pay club and successfully won an Oscar for Best Actress. As for Cruz's first wife, she did not leave any impression at all. His last wife, Katie Holmes, did not get any benefits from Cruz either. After the divorce, because of her identity as Mrs. Cruz, no man was willing or dared to go on a date with her. During the interview in the morning, Eric became more and more interested in this woman. During the lunch break, Eric winked at the female assistant who had been trying to seduce him and went to the stairwell at the end of the corridor. "Eric, what's the matter?" Linda looked at Eric curiously and nervously. She felt that she was not prepared. Was this little director going to do something here? "It's like this, Linda." Eric took out a page of information. "This is Miss Nicole Kidman. After her interview in the afternoon, take her to my office and ask her to wait for me there. I want to talk to her alone." Linda took the information and looked at Nicole Kidman's photo. She found that this woman was far more beautiful than her. She was a little disappointed, but still nodded. "Okay, Eric. I'll tell her. Do you have anything else?" Eric shook his head honestly. "No." "Oh." Linda lowered her head. The tips of her high heels rubbed against the cement floor a few times. Just when she had the courage to look up and say something, she found that there was no one in front of her. This unromantic little guy is really too infuriating. The woman stomped her feet, turned around and walked back in disappointment. After an afternoon of auditions, the remaining 5 roles had been preliminarily confirmed. Eric also met Nicole Kidman, who was auditioning at around 4 in the afternoon. There was no problem with the woman's performance, but compared to the image of Lisa Kudrow in his memory, Nicole Kidman was too beautiful. Monica Geller's role had already been confirmed as a black-haired beauty, who was somewhat similar to Courtney Cox. If Phoebe Buffay chose another beauty, the sitcom would definitely be a little distorted. Therefore, Eric, John, and the others basically unanimously did not consider Nicole Kidman. Instead, they chose another girl with a more ordinary appearance. The auditions ended at 5 o'clock. Eric, John Aniston, and the others had been discussing the shooting plan of Friends in the conference room until 7 o'clock in the evening. Everyone left. Eric's mind was in a mess, and he almost forgot about what he had told the female assistant. When he walked out of the office building, he remembered and hurriedly turned back. Now that the sky was completely dark, Eric was not sure if Nicole Kidman would leave early, but it was unlikely. With this woman's intelligence, it was impossible for her to leave early. Even if Eric did not appear tonight, this woman would patiently wait in his office. When he opened the office door, he saw a woman sitting on the sofa. Only the desk lamp on the desk was turned on in the office, so it was very dark. Eric recognized her at a glance. When she saw Eric open the door and enter, the woman stood up. Eric closed the door, turned on the office light, and said, "Hello, Miss Kidman." "Hello, Mr. Williams." There was no trace of impatience on the woman's face. With a faint smile, she took 2 steps forward and took the initiative to shake Eric's hand. Eric inadvertently glanced at the woman and found that she was barefooted, and her high heels were on the side. What a meticulous woman. She could even notice such a small detail like his height. Eric was only a little over 1.8 meters tall, and Nicole Kidman was about the same height. Perhaps the girl felt that if she wore high heels and was taller than Eric, it might make him unhappy, which was why she did this. Eric sighed in his heart and returned to his seat. "Sorry, Miss Kidman. I've kept you waiting. I've been in a meeting." "It's okay, Mr. Williams. You can call me Nicole." "Okay, Nicole. Likewise, you can call me Eric." As Eric spoke, he leaned back in the leather chair and stopped talking. He carefully looked at the woman in front of him. Nicole Kidman was not in a hurry to ask Eric why he had made her wait. Perhaps she felt that there was no need to ask. This kind of thing was obvious, wasn't it? End of chapter 139. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.